I'm coming out of that clouds and where my freaking nose is pointed, again, I'm going to be a smoking hole in the ground. So yes, Jeremy, lives depend on it down to the meter.
Okay, very specific question. How did you get, I got ignored last time and brushed over. How did you get your airspeed exactly? What is the method, the instrument? How does it work? Well, how did you get your airspeed?
We measured it.
I'm asking you how. Yes, the claim is you measured your airspeed. I understand the claim. Now I'm asking how.
Okay, well, you're just spiraling on. I know you're upset about this, and I know that you can't handle it.
I'm not upset.
But the instruments tell you your exact speed and location at all times. Period.
Okay, how does the instrument? What instrument?
Your GPS.
What instrument?
Your GPS and your flight computer.
Your GPS gave you your speed?
Yes.
Was that what does it, RC? Your GPS, that's how you get your airspeed?
It's one of the ways, yes. You also get it off.
RC told me something different a second ago, and now you're telling me something different. Honestly, I don't think there's a lot. All right.
All right. Well, I really don't care. Have you ever done an instrument approach?
How do you get your airspeed? What is the instrument you use?
What an instrument approach is? Yes or no?
How you guys got your airspeed? I've already have a question on the table. Is this the game you play where we both ask each other questions and never get an answer to?
No, you're not listening to the answers.
Yeah, you told me GPS. RC told me something totally different a minute ago.
What did I tell you about this airspeed? What are the two ways you find
your airspeed? You told me GPS. You told me GPS and RC told me something.
GPS.
Done. Go ahead, Bob.
You can use GPS. You can use your Piat static system. All right.
You don't trust GPS. We already know they could be lying with that. What else do you have?
No, we're not. They're not lying with it. It works just fine.
Well, I mean, you trust these guys that send satellites into space. That's fine.
I trust
the government and all that.
I trust them with my life, yes, and the life of my passengers, and so does he.
Yeah,
and by the way,
so how do you get your airspeed other than GPS?
You measure it with GPS. GPS determines it, and your Piat static system also gives you a reading of your. What's the Piat static system? Do you know what that is?
I'm asking how you get your airspeed. You're saying the PO. What is it? PO static.
And GPS will tell it to you too. They both agree.
Are you sure about this? About what you're saying? I don't know, because the last thing you were confused on, so I don't even know if you know what you're talking about.
I'm not at all confused about anything. I'm not at all confused.
You're very confused on the Coriolis effect. Wait till Zanuck gets in here.
No, I'm fine with the Coriolis effect. And nice way to try and segue, but we're not going to do that. I've got you on this.
I'm not segueing. I'm not segueing. I'm trying to ask, how do you get your airspeed? You're telling me the pedo static.
I told you 4 times. What did I tell you?
You said pedo stat. I'm trying to get the word straight. If you would stop for a second. Is it called the pedo static system?
That's one of them, yes. What's the other one?
Okay, is that the way you do it, RC? This is RC's claim that these distances somehow prove a globe. So I'm trying to get down to the bottom of it with RC.
What's the other way?
You jumped in.
Okay. What's the other way you test it?
Is it
you get your airspeed?
Is it the P? Wait till you're done, Bob. Go ahead. I was in the middle of something with RC. We're trying to get down to how RC measures his airspeed. Yes, I was.
You used the Piat static.
I absolutely was.
All right, you keep talking. Why are you still talking when you're waiting for an answer?
Why are you lying?
All right, so you use the Piat static system to tell you what your airspeed is based on the relative wind. You use your GPS will also give you your speed over the ground. And knowing what your airspeed is, knowing what your airspeed is and what your speed over the ground is, you can actually determine what your crosswinds and everything are. And yes, you know your location to within a meter or so. That's the way the system works, period.
See, if you ever want to finish this, let me know. I just don't believe Bob on what he says for a lot of this stuff. So, I mean, if you want to ever.
Whether you believe me or not, you aren't the judge of it.
When you're talking to me, I am the judge of it.
No, you're not. You don't know the first thing about it.
When you're talking to me. When you're talking to me,
you don't know the first
thing
about it. Now, what you're trying to do is you're trying to learn something about it, and you're arguing with the people that are teaching you.
am. And I was right in the middle of learning something about it with RC. And then you jumped in with GPS and other stuff. RC didn't mention GPS. I'm trying to figure out how RC does it. This is RC's claim that these distances prove Earth's a globe. I'm trying to figure out how RC specifically gets these distances. Sure. How does the pedostatic system get your airspeed?
What is a pedostatic system?
Don't know. That's why I'm asking how it gets the airspeed, Bob.
Well, then why don't you go look it up?
Would I be asking how it gets the airspeed?
All right. Well, then why don't you go look it up? But I will give you the 30-second elevator instruction on what it is. The pedostatic system, you have a thing called a peo tube, which is a pointed protrusion from your wing or from the nose or something. It's got a small hole in the center of it. That goes through the air, and it measures the pressure as you go through the air, and it compares it to the pressure of the static port, which is on the side of the aircraft. And the difference in the pressure can be converted to your actual airspeed through the air.
And this gives you your ground speed down to
airspeed.
We're looking for you're moving through the air.
Yes, that's the speed that you are moving through the air. That's the speed of the air.
And you're following a straight line. And you're following a straight line on the ground, so this would also be your ground speed, right?
Not necessarily, no. It depends on whether or not you have any crosswinds. Because then you have to take into account the crosswinds to find out what your ground speed are. If you want to measure the ground speed directly, you use the GPS system.
We don't believe GPS. Like I said, you can believe the guys that
nobody cares whether you believe GPS. It's not up to you to believe it or not.
I care.
It's there. It's certified. That's what it does.
Okay, I care if I believe in GPS or not. I mean, you can go talk to someone else then, I guess, because I care if I believe in GPS or not, obviously.
Yeah, but nobody really cares whether you believe in it or not.
I care. I care if I believe in something.
Okay, well, so what? That's not an argument.
Okay. That's fine. You have an argument for some shit I don't believe in. I don't know. Good luck with that. If there wasn't all this space fakery, maybe I would believe the GPS bullshit. But there is, and I don't.
Not my problem. Your ignorance is not my problem. Sorry.
It's not ignorance. It's somebody's claimed to go to space a whole bunch of times, and they keep showing me fake shit and obvious fakery. And now you're telling me I'm supposed to believe this thing that's in space that they put there.
Get a telescope and look at them for yourself. You can see them.
Cool.
As a matter of fact, I'll be looking at them tonight. The new mount came in for tracking satellites, and I'll be trying it out tonight. We'll see if I get enough better.
Did you scare RC Meisty off? We were right in the middle of something, Bob.
No, he probably got fed up with you.
Yeah, well, everything was cool till you got it came in all crazy. I'm trying to find out how RC measures the distances. It sounds like a lot of calculations and shit.
He told you quite a few times.
Yeah, the pedostatic tube. Yeah, we were about to go into that. I was about to go into that in depth with him.
But now you understand it because I explained it to you.
Yeah, you're measuring pressure off of the pressure from the side of the plane versus pressure on the bottom of the plane, right?
No.
Okay, what is it again?
All right. Now, are you paying attention this time?
Yeah, you got a tube. There's a tube somewhere on the plane or a hole or something, right?
Yeah, there's a tube with a hole in the end of it going forward on the plane. Relative wind impacts that tube and measures a pressure there. That pressure is compared to the pressure on the side of the plane.
Hold on.
And the difference in the pressure is used to determine the airspeed.
All right, so we got a tube on the front of the plane. And as you're flying, air goes through that tube. All right,
look,
then what?
You're going to have to pull it up in Wiki and see the diagram. I've explained it to you twice. You're not getting it.
Yeah, you're going too fast, Bob. You're going too fast. You got to slow it down. We got air, a tube on the front of the plane. Air goes through it as you fly.
Pull up the diagram in Wiki before we go on.
I mean, if you can't explain it, that's fine.
I have explained it. You can't understand it. There's a difference.
You're going too fast. You're going too fast. You need to slow down a little bit. You're trying to like, you always try to like, you guys always try to do this, like rush through shit where they're cool because there's some kind of assumption or something that's like a little bit of a guesswork on. So you try to rush through it real quick and get us to miss the critical part where your flaw is. I know your game. I know your guys' game. This isn't my first day in Flat Earth. Seen some very, very sneaky tactics along the way, and I'm just not getting fooled by them anymore. You want to try to breeze through shit and go dumb fast, that's fine. Save that for someone else that'll fall for your tricks. Sheesh, got all crazy. We're nice and chill all day. Kinda. Like, I'm sorry if I just don't willy-nilly believe everything you guys say about every little thing. Like, that'd be dumb.
Bob, how does pedostatic account for the actual wind speed? Like if you have, let's say, a 30-mile-an-hour wind coming into the airplane and the airplane is moving at 300 miles an hour, if it's only picking up the pressure, so it's not going to get your exact speed, is it?
Yes, it will. Through the air.
But if there's an airspeed coming towards you, that would have to be factored in. So it's not conclusive.
No, it doesn't. That affects your ground speed, but it doesn't affect your speed through the air. And there's a Piat tube right there. See the hole in the end of it?
I don't know. You might have posted in the wrong chat.
I'm sharing the screen.
Oh. Yep, I see it there. Right.
Okay. So you see that thing's got a hole in the end of it, and ram air comes into that, and it registers a pressure back here at the bend. Okay?
All right, what's ram air?
All right. And it measures the pressure right here back at the bend, and then it compares that pressure to a pressure from a port on the side of the airplane that's out of the relative wind. And it looks at the difference between those two pressures, and it uses that to calculate the airspeed through the air.
Okay, what's ram air? Relative air movement? Is that what that stands for?
No. Stands for ram air.
What can I ask? What ram air is?
No.
Okay.
You can look it up if you want, but
if you don't know, that's fine. I mean,
I know that's your standard answer. If I refuse to answer your stupid questions, you always say
I don't think it's a stupid question. You were trying to explain something to us. We're trying to figure it out, and you're like, you won't explain it. It's fine.
Don't really need to.
Okay. If you don't want the person to understand what you're talking about, then yes, you don't need to. I agree.
Right there. I don't really need to explain simple terms to people.
That's fine.
But there's your definition right there.
I can't look at my phone. Can you just read it?
Nope. You know, don't take part in conversations if you're going to be on your phone and can't participate in them. So when you get
trying to participate, you're being difficult.
When you get a computer and can actually read a screen, let me know.
I can't imagine a teacher. There was a teacher in class, and I raised my hand and had a question. I can't imagine getting this kind of response from the teacher.
I'm not here to teach you. I tried teaching you one time, but you're too obstinate to learn, and you have no
Yeah,
intention.
I tried teaching you one time, and you were very difficult doing it yourself. It doesn't have to be difficult like
Gio,
this. Like
did you have any other
the flat
questions?
earthers,
Gio, did you have
are
any other
trying to get to
questions?
the truth of this.
No, you're not. You're not even
Trying to
making
get
it.
to the truth of it.
No, you're not.
Bro,
Gio,
relax,
did
man.
you have
Come
any
on.
other questions?
But Gio, will you ask what RAM error is?
Well, I don't really think I even had any questions originally, but I did just ask about the pedostatic and how that relates when you have actual wind jet streams and wind currents. That's going to alter the reading on it.
Yeah, it was a good question, and that's a common misunderstanding. Your airspeed indicator is your speed through the air. Now, if that air is moving, it's your speed through that. So it's like you're motoring across a river. You know, your ground track and your ground speed and your airspeed are not necessarily the same thing. For example, if you're going into a 30-mile-an-hour headwind, and your odometer or your airspeed indicator is reading 150, you're actually going 120 over the ground. Conversely, if you've got a tailwind and you're reading 150 miles per hour and your tailwind is 30, you're doing 180 miles an hour over the ground. But it doesn't really matter because your lift is, it matters for your navigation, but your lift comes from your airspeed, not from your ground speed.
So if you're getting your airspeed, you're going up and down throughout your flight, right? Because of the Yutvos effect. Or are you calculating in the Yutvos effect for all these calculations?
Why would I?
I don't. Is it moving you? Is it? You said you have to account for a crosswind. I'm just wondering if you account for the Yutvos effect or
How
the
would I do that?
Coriolis.
How would I do that?
That's what I'm asking.
All right. Well, when you think that really has something to do with how you're flying an airplane, let me know why you think that.
You said you had to account for crosswinds, and I've heard the Coriolis effect described as a crosswind.
Yes, you do that.
Okay, so you do affect for the Coriolis effect
Yes.
in your calculations. Can I see one of them?
No. The way you account for it is by staying on your flight path.
Okay, and I know, and it's like, but the Coriolis would be like a crosswind, right?
Pretty
And you
much.
said you had to account for crosswinds, and you said you had to account for crosswind.
Yes.
So is the Coriolis effect must be covered in the math for this, right? You got all calculations and stuff.
No, it's not enough to really even bother with. You just stay on your flight path, and there you go.
So you're not accounting for the Coriolis crosswind.
You maintain your flight path over the ground. That's how you account for it.
Yeah, but you do have to account for a crosswind, right, Bob? And if the Coriolis is this crosswind that's happening and you're not accounting for it, do you see where the problem lies?
Do you see where your lack of understanding is?
No, I'm trying to figure it out. You're being a very difficult teacher.
Why don't you go ahead and look at the videos on it? And flight planning would be another one. Coriolis for debunkers would be another good one for you to review.
Well, if this pedostatic system needs to account for crosswinds and you're not accounting for the Coriolis crosswind, do you not see the problem in it?
The pedostatic system does not account for crosswinds. I just answered that question to Gio. Are you not paying attention?
I don't know. I remember a minute ago you said you had to account for crosswinds to get your airspeed.
Well, you go back and look at the stuff that we did. When you're up to speed, let me know.
Okay, when you're figuring in your airspeed,
so I'm gonna get going.
When you're figuring in your airspeed, okay, bye, Bob. That was real helpful. These guys are out of control, Gio. They get me all worked up. Did you not hear Bob say somewhere along the way that in order to get your airspeed, you had to account for crosswind? I could have swore I heard him say that. I could be wrong. And I just find it weird that if you have to account, if you have to account for crosswinds to get your airspeed, and you're not accounting for any of these Coriolis winds, how you would get an accurate reading. Or could the distances be a couple miles off? I mean, these planes keep extra fuel in them, so it's not like anyone's going to crash.
At the end of the day, they use GPS. I think there's so much dependency on that. I mean, the pedostatic thing is good to get some like general estimation of your ground speed, but like I was saying, the fact that you're getting gusts of wind and jet streams and stuff, you'd have to factor that in if you want to get any value of ground speed out of that. So they use that in conjunction with GPS, but I think in today's day and age, they depend on GPS, for 99.99% of almost everything.
Yeah.
I mean, just like we do.
Most
When I go
likely.
drive, I do it too. When I go drive my car to the wherever, if it's in a place I don't know the roads, yeah, I just totally follow the GPS.
Oh yeah, I hear that. I do Uber and shit all the time, so I know what that's like. But I go from city to city. Could GPS be off a tenth of a mile from one city to the next? I don't know. I'm not going in a straight level line. I'm going up and down around curves and shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
They're going to tell me that GPS tells you the distance that you're going to travel, not the A to B distance. I was ready to hash this out with RC, but I mean, Bob came in and saved him. Maybe another day. Honestly, I feel like if you really want to hash something out with someone, you gotta go to a room where it's just you two. Otherwise, you'll never be able to get anything done. Not with you've seen what just happened.
Well, RC kind of stopped responding, which is often what he does, and then he just leaves.
Well, he's probably getting frustrated. I mean, when it's two Glober, like I try not to interrupt flat earthers when they're going at Glovers because the Glover doesn't want two flat earthers going at him at once. Because if you're trying to respond to someone, it's even frustrating for the other flat earther. You know what I mean? Like if I'm trying to go at someone and then they want to have their say in between every sentence, it makes it aggravating for the other person. I don't know. Like we've been in this for so long. I don't know why people just let everyone have their, if I want to go at RC for 10 minutes and find out about this pedostatic thing, I don't know why Bob wouldn't let us. We've been doing this shit for years. You can't wait 10 minutes. Yo, those little dome things, adobo huts, whatever we're gonna build. Tell me if you think this is a good idea. We get air conditioning, right? But instead of having AC, if it's in a hot climate, instead of having AC, when it's winter, this only works in a place like where I'm at, my kind of climate. You need it to get really cold and then really hot throughout the year. But instead of using electricity for AC, you just get frozen water, right? When it's wintertime, you freeze a whole bunch of water, like a lot of water. And then you put it in a spot where it's insulated, like really insulated good from the outside. And then you just run a tube from where the ice is into the house. And now you got like free AC all summer. Is that a good idea or no? What do you think?
Wait, say it again.
Okay. In the wintertime, you freeze water. Then you store all that ice inside of a place that's well insulated. And then it turns summertime and it gets really hot. And then when that happens, you have all this ice sitting around and you just put like a little tube going in your house with a fan on it and you blow the cool air in as needed.
Okay. Well, unless you had a way to keep it cold, I think it would probably just melt pretty quickly, wouldn't it?
Well, there's a guy that made a refrigerator. He had a shed. He took a shed. He put like 7 feet of insulation around the shed. And then he cut a hole in the side of the shed and stuck a refrigerator in it. Just so you could just open the door of the refrigerator, but most of the fridge was in the shed. And then when winter was there, he filled up 5-gallon buckets of water, let them freeze, and then filled the shed up, and then it lasted all summer. And he was in a climate like mine where it gets like 80 plus degrees for a lot of the summer. But it lasted all summer then. I mean, he was only trying to keep a fridge cool. I'd imagine if you're trying to keep a house cool, you need like a shit ton of ice. But just an idea. Way to be more eco-friendly. You need less solar panels. It's natural.
Yeah. Well, I guess I would just think that the ice would melt within about 3 days or something. Maybe a week, depending on how much you have.
Well, no, as long as you have it, like the guy with the shed in the refrigerator, he got his shit to last all summer. He had like
Wow.
7 feet of insulation around the shed, but because I mean, if you just laid ice on the ground, it's gonna melt within a few days. But if you have the ice all together in an insulated area, you get it to last a really like where I am right now. I still have snowbanks on the ground from where they pushed all the snow together. You know what I mean? If you get a lot of ice together, it's just gonna last longer because it keeps itself cooler. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you were to take an ice block and just set it on the ground, that shit would melt quick. But then if I took like 100 pounds of ice blocks and put them in a giant pile, that shit's gonna last way longer. And then if you have it insulated, I don't know. I thought it was a good idea.
Yeah, it could be. If it lasts that long. Like deep underground or something, so where it's like colder down there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You put it underground. I mean, you could do it above ground. You just need to have it insulated good. Like the guy with the refrigerator in the shed, he had like 7 feet of insulation around the shed. And he filled it with the 5-gallon buckets of ice, and that shit lasted all summer.
Huh.
Like I said, to do a whole house, though, you'd probably need a shit ton of ice. I don't even know if it would be. It'd be worth trying, I think. But yeah, I don't know how they get down to 1/10 of a mile. I've heard other people claim it's within meters or millimeters or something from city to city. Like, yeah, if you just go off GPS and you want to believe those guys, all right. I don't trust them. There's some people that say GPS is foolproof. Like they can't be faking the funk on GPS. I've heard. I don't know. They've said that about a lot of shit too, though.
Hey, Jeremy.
So,
earlier, you mentioned Riddick, and I thought of something. Did you only watch the movies with Riddick, or did you watch the first one called Pitch Black?
I've seen them all. I waited like 11 years or some shit for the third one to come out.
Oh, did you see the fourth one? Or wait, maybe it was the third one. Well, there was that cartoon one, but I wasn't really counting that one.
I didn't watch the cartoon.
Pitch Black.
Yeah, no, those. Those movies were awesome. It literally took them like 10 or 15 years or something crazy to come out with that third Riddick movie.
Yeah, that one came out quite a while after the other one, didn't it?
That was good. It had that Mexican or Spanish bad guy in it. He always plays the bad guy in all the movies.
Which one? What Spanish guy? Do you know his
Did
name?
he like always? No, remember Riddick cut his head off at the end? He's like, I'm going to escape out of these cuffs.
No,
Cut your head off.
I haven't seen it for a while. I don't remember the Mexican guy, or the Spanish
I don't know
guy
if he was
you're talking about.
Yeah. I don't know his name. He was in Bad Boys.
Oh, was
2,
okay.
I think.
Was he the main evil guy in Bad Boys?
I think so. Maybe not. It could be a different. It could be a different guy. If you got IMDb, just look at.
Oh yeah, I guess like if you're talking about the main evil guy in Bad Boys 2, that guy I know, or I remember him.
I think it might have been the same guy. It might not have been. I can't remember.
Oh no, that would have been cool. Like 15, 20 years ago, if they would have done another Riddick movie and he finds another one of his people and it's just Will Smith, a Furion. They got to battle it out. Maybe not.
Like, I'm just trying to figure out why Bob came in here and did that just now.
I don't know what that guy's deal is. Like he seems like he's got a chip on his shoulder, but like, why? Like it's like no one's forcing you to be here. No one's forcing you to have this conversation. Your job is safe. You're like, I mean, like there's, as far as I know, there's no pressure on him whatsoever with this flat earth thing, but he chooses to come here and seems to have a bad attitude about it. Like what is driving that dude? I don't know.
I feel like he saved RC Micey just now. Maybe not. I could be wrong, but I feel like he was trying to like save him or something. I don't know. There's like no reason to even do that. And I don't fucking believe. I'm sorry, man, but I don't fucking believe these guys when they tell me shit. They've been wrong and incorrect, and then lied about it. Like I've seen so much shady shit with these guys. I just don't believe them anymore when they tell me something. When they're trying to breeze over something real quick, you know what I mean? You see how Bob did it just now when I called him out on it, as I know your tactic. When they try to breeze over something dumb quick like that, there's usually a part in the middle of that where their flaw is, and they know it, so they try to go real quick by it, so that maybe you don't notice or figure it out, or you just go along or whatever. I know all their tactics. It's fucking annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying, maybe.
I was asking Bob yesterday, which way is the Foucault pendulum swinging in deviating in the northern hemisphere? You wouldn't fucking answer me.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard you asking.
It's just like a simple question. Like, I'm trying to make sure we both agree on like what's actually happening. So RC gave me a thing. I told him I'd look into it. I looked into it. I don't think the distances check out. I don't know how we verified the distances. If RC ever wants to get into me with that, I'm fine. I have no problem going into how they verified the distance. I want to just find out the truth. I don't think this plane thing's going to get us there. Because I don't know, it seemed like there was a lot of shit at play with that whole pedostatic tube. And if you're relying on GPS, then we don't even need the planes. Why even bring it to the planes if you're going to say GPS? You know what I mean? We've already went down that GPS road with them.
You mean if you're going to do like a test or an experiment, then why even use the plane if you're going to like defer to GPS anyway? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah. If you're like, oh, the proof of the distances is GPS, it's like, well, why are we even using the planes then? You could just use GPS and say it's a globe.
Yeah, you can just look at our screens and say, hey, look, I have a cartoon that looks like this. I must be right.
I told Kosho that too. Kosho's always trying to do GPS shit. Oh, I'll be right back. My AirPod's dying. So yeah, Kosho's always trying to do that shit. Use some GPS shit. I'm like, dude, all right, bet. What do you got? How are we gonna make a straight line to see if water's current? He's like, I'm gonna take my GPS coordinate. I'm like, dude, why? I'm like, that's cool if you have some other methods to use. Like if I was out there and I was like, yo, I got a method to make a straight line, and Kosho was like, oh, I got a method too. I'd be like, oh, okay, we're doing both in the same spot just to make sure. But as just using that as just that's the way we're gonna make a straight line, that's fucking crazy. Why couldn't he answer what RAM air was? If I knew what that was, I'd be thrilled to tell people. I'd be like, look how smart I am. I know what RAM air is. You know what I mean?
I am.
I'd be like, just listen to the genius I'm spitting out of my mouth right now.
Yeah, maybe he didn't know. Maybe he basically knows the surface level stuff or knows the part that he wanted to, spit at you, but didn't necessarily look into the details of it, like what the heck RAM air is. I don't know.
I thought it was relative air movement. I don't know. And I don't know if you got to account for crosswinds. I don't know why you wouldn't be accounting for the Utvos effect or the Coriolis effect. All of these would be essential to be having a crosswind. That's how the Globers describe it, as wind, a very slow wind.
Well, according to
Crosswind.
Wikipedia, so take this with the gigantic continent of salt. Ram air refers to the principle of using the airflow created by a moving object to increase ambient pressure. Often the purpose of a ram air system is to increase an engine's power.
How is that even relevant? I don't know.
Ram air turbine, a propeller used by aircraft to generate power.
Why do I care if the fucking plane can produce power or not? What did Bob post? Maybe Bob posted something different. Because he said he posted it.
Did he? I don't see it in the Livestream 1 text, I don't think, maybe.
Oh, I don't know. Who cares?
Nice.
Who fucking cares with these guys? I'm so fed up with the bullshit. Like if everyone was honest in here, we would be. I don't think the Globers understand. Like I know I play around and say, he's on our side or on that side. We're really all on the same side.
Well, we should
when it boils down to unless there's someone in this arena that's either part of the elite or of the elite that's running the shit, or they're getting paid by the elite that's running the shit. Unless that's the case, we're all on the same side.
I would disagree. I would say like we should be on the same side, but we aren't necessarily. There's people who are like actively maybe perhaps like trying to cover the truth. There's people that want the truth, but I do think there's a third category of people who are indifferent. And I think that I would say I'm not on their side. They're not on my side. The people who are indifferent, who don't want truth, but aren't actively trying to cover it up, they just don't care. They are also not on my side as far as I'm concerned.
What do you mean, like the people that are just here to argue and they just picked us at the Globe side because they thought it was a good?
Someone like Bob, who I don't have anything that would indicate necessarily that he's paid to be here and argue with us. I think he actually thinks that he's right. I think that he actually is under the impression that all of this stuff is fine, even though there's obviously some clear assumptions and problems with the way they have things explained. And he apparently does not care enough to question those things or figure those things out. Instead, he would rather just continue to spout the same dogma and nonsense and whatever. Like, he's not on my side. Obviously, he's not on my side. I want to know what's actually real and true. I don't want to hear somebody else's story and then be like, okay, that sounds good enough. Let's go. And he obviously is okay with that. And then there's the other people that you're talking about, the higher ups that they understand that what they're saying is obviously not reality, or they're saying it in a way that it is reality, but they're saying it in a way that you don't understand it, or whatever they're doing. They are also not on my side. But there is that, in my opinion, that third category of people who are indifferent to the truth.
We should all be on the same side when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I think we should, but I don't think we are.
Like I said, unless you're part of the elite that's that's running the show here, we should be.
Maybe he is. Maybe Bob is like the the baller nanny, you got all these younger guys coming in here spouting off and everything, and then like you said, he came in and kind of rescued this other guy. Maybe he's just he's the nanny over this group of ballers, and it's when he sees one of them's, or like the manager of the call center kind of thing, you got all these ballers who are the people in the call center, and then you got the one guy who's kind of overseeing the operation. Maybe that's Bob. Maybe he's he doesn't necessarily directly get involved a lot. He just pops in every so often to kind of handle things or whatever.
Well, you should have seen how Zanuck. I've had a lot of debates. on Coriolis with Zanuck, and you should have seen how Zanuck was handling Bob when they disagreed on, that example I always give of the two guys in the park. You should have seen how Zanuck.
I was here for it whenever you started calling out Zanuck, right? Because basically he had just given you a different answer the day before or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, him and Rumpus.
And then
then Rocket Science
treating Bob like he's something special or something, maybe.
Yeah, why aren't you getting hot and angry and telling him he's wrong? You're treating him with kid gloves. If I was sitting here saying what Bob was said, Zanuck would have been jumping down my fucking throat. I think I said, "What is he, your globe daddy?" I told Zanuck, I'm like, dude, you're a disappointment. At one point, I told Zanuck, I was like, don't ever talk to me again.
Yeah, no, I heard it. I was there. I listened to that, or I heard that. Don't talk to me.
Don't ever, yeah. He kept trying to address me after.
Keep Jeremy's name out your mouth.
Going on with this Coriolis thing with Zanuck for literal years. My first message to him was about it. And that's mostly what I don't think we've DM'd about anything other than the Coriolis. And I'm finally on the same page with him. And here comes Bob, who's not on our page. And I don't know. I mean, Bob, I could understand people getting confused about that, thinking it had to interact with the non-inertial frame and shit. But I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to go down a whole Coriolis road again. We just did it for 3 weeks. 2 weeks or something, at least. It was like Shark Week.
So I was on Reddit like I do, and there was this guy made a comment, and I didn't say this to him. I didn't point it out, but he did the thing where he basically used. He didn't use it. He was victim to the fallacy of innumerable eyes. Where is it? I'm gonna see if I can find it or whatever.
Yeah, that guy Tardigrade. Were you listening to Tardigrade earlier or whatever? I don't know what his name is. Turd something.
Oh, yeah. I added you in the live stream one, like letting you know that like you should probably just like mute him. Tell him like he can sit quietly and listen to the conversation, or he can leave. But like he clearly wasn't there to have a fruitful conversation. Then later on, he like pretty sure he came right out and said like I'm just arguing to argue, and it's like, what the heck, dude?
Yeah. Fuck. If that's what you were doing, you weren't doing a good job because I beat him with his own argument. He said you had to have a container to have entropy. I'm like, all right, so we have entropy on Earth. Boom, container by your logic.
Okay, pretty sure I found it. It has to do with the vaccinations or whatever. Basically, this guy tweeted out, and someone posted it on Reddit, one of his tweets or whatever. Basically, you are. I'm not going to read the exact words because of the I don't know if they're keeping tabs or whatever, but basically, you have the sickness, but have the thing that would take care of it. You can travel without restrictions. You don't have the sickness, but don't have that thing, and you're still a prisoner in your country. If anyone still believes this is about not spreading that, you need to give your head a shake. Okay. And so there's different comments and stuff like that. And someone basically, I think they made a comment, and then this guy responded, "This is not how medicine works. This is one of the most regulated industries. You cannot just hand out placebo. You'd be caught immediately. Seriously, how can you lack critical thinking to this degree?" And it's like
Clearly, he's never heard of the
the assumptions you have to make about everybody involved in that process and their moral alignment is just, it's ridiculous. It's absurd. Like you're telling me that one person, whoever it is, that either signs off or doesn't sign off on this actually working, they cannot be in any way manipulated. They're so morally perfect and infallible that they couldn't be convinced by a certain amount of money or a certain type of threat. Really?
Bro, everyone, listen, there's a game this guy plays. It's some college professor or something, and he pretends to be the AI, and his job is to get, the AI is contained in a box, they call it, in a computer that's not connected to the internet. And the guy plays the AI. His job is to get people to let him out of the box, and he just pretends to be the AI.
Okay.
And he always gets the people to let him out of the box somehow. So that's a doomsday scenario that they're letting out the box. You know what I mean? Like the people know this going into it. Like the AI could destroy humanity, and they still let them out of the box. So they're like, everyone could, I don't know.
Yeah,
You can move. You can make anyone do anything if you say the right thing
it's just stupid.
or do the, you know.
It's like, it's one of the most regulated industries. You can't just hand out a placebo. You'd be caught immediately. It's like, or you wouldn't be caught immediately.
Clearly, that guy's never heard of the Tuskegee experiment, or
Does he think that like things don't exist, that people claim do things and then they don't? Like, yeah, it's stupid, but there it is. I asked him if he believed in God, and I'm pretty sure he hasn't answered me back yet. Because after I commented, I said something else to him, and he said basically that my version would, or like it would involve like a conspiracy and so many people not telling anybody or whatever. So I asked him if he believes in God, and he didn't answer me. At least not yet, anyway. Maybe.
I love that thing they do when there's like, oh, there'd have to be millions of people involved on it, and I'm like, all right, let's go through the list. I did it with eggshells one night, and he was having big time troubles. I actually helped him out. I'm like, let's start with the astronauts because you're struggling. You know, I gave him a free throw. You know, I'm like, how about the 600 astronauts? Let's start there. I'm like, all right, so we're at 600 people. Now what? Who's next? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's like, well, there's got to be guys at NASA. I'm like, well, doing what? You know what? I'm like, all right, I'll give you 1,000 NASA guys. You know? He's like, there's way more people in that NASA. I'm like, yeah, but who? I'm like, well, who at NASA would need to know? You know, there needs to be one guy feeding information to other group of people that didn't like. When it really boils down to it, not that many people have to be in on these things that they think millions of people would have to be in on.
But it doesn't matter. Like I just approach it from a different direction. Like it doesn't matter how many people, like even if it's in the billions, it's really easy to just show them why their logic doesn't hold. You just ask them if they believe in God or not. And it doesn't matter what their answer is. If they say yes, they believe in God, you just ask them which one. Okay? Whichever one it is, they must believe that everyone that believes in all the other ones, they're all in on those individual conspiracies and not telling anyone. And if they say, no, I don't believe in God, well, now the billions of people on earth that do think that there's some sort of a God, they think that all of them are in on a conspiracy and not telling anyone. So they already believe it will happen either way. They already believe that there's literally billions of people keeping something secret and not telling anyone the truth of the matter.
Well, what are we gonna do, Bob? We gotta just sit here and argue with him all day.
Well, we gotta get Geo's rear end gear and get that money he owes us and start trying to help the world here.
Yeah, honestly, like that's something I would those communities we want to build. That's something I would fuck.
Maybe not.
Check. All right. What were we talking about? iPhone really doesn't even give you a chance. If you have an iPhone and you're on Discord and you get a call, that's it. They just take you right to the call. No time to say, hey, I'll be right back. Give me a second, guys.
Yeah, with like Discord, it's just like pretty sure just pulls you right out or whatever, maybe.
My boss just called. She's like,
Well, mine doesn't unless I actually answer it, though. I guess maybe not.
just called, right? And I'm cool with him. And my boss is like, just so you know, there's going to be people in your section tonight for a little while. They're doing some class or something. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. As long as they don't interfere with me screaming at, my flat earth people, that's fine. She's like, you asshole, I'm calling to make sure you don't scream at your people. Because she knows how I get down.
They know what's up, huh?
They used to hear me scream because I'd be in gems and they would hear me. They're like, who are you yelling at? I'm like, listen, I'm yelling at psychopaths.
You're like, all the people, don't you hear them? I hear them every day.
They're here with me right now.
Yeah.
Are these people in the room with you right now?
The people in my phone, duh. 2022, man.
I love that when I'm talking and people are like, huh, what? I'm like, dude, can't you see him on the phone? Look at the earbud. She's like, you're doing such a great job. They hired 2 people. They didn't even show up. And then the third guy they hired, he worked for like 3 days and quit. It's funny because like last week, she's like, we're posting that job just so you know, like trying to like, get me to like go for it. And I'm like, all right, it's fine.
Jeremy ain't worried.
I'm not even worried. Like, I'm a
Nobody
sub.
want to
So
be doing this.
yeah, nobody wants to do this. You're the most uncompetitive paying place in the whole thing. One of my guys just left to go to another school because the pay was better, and he was here for years. They don't have step. Like it's not good.
I'm here out of convenience, not because you guys are good employers. I'm not worried.
Yeah, like this is wildly convenient for me. Like I can basically just come in whenever I want. If I have to call in, it's whatever. I'm a substitute. If I don't clean good, you can't even say anything because I'm a substitute. Like, but that's not what I do. I do clean good, but I really like can't get yelled at for anything. I'm just glad my Ukrainian people's is good. It's the easiest 50 cents a day I make.
Looks like RC's back if you want to finish that combo.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, sorry about that, RC. You got a little hectic there. Did you want to go over is it the pedostatic tube that they use to get your distance or your speed, sorry, your airspeed?
Yeah, you use pedostatic system. You back it up with GPS to get your ground speed. You can also use your ADSB and you can also use a ground-based radar.
Let's just do one at a time, right? We can't do all three of them at once. Or four. I don't know how many you just
if all
mentioned.
of them say the same thing and give you the same, then isn't that just 4 ways of verifying that it's all correct? Like, if I'm able to, let's just say pedostatic system. If I'm able to get my true airspeed from my calibrated airspeed and calculate based on wind direction my ground speed, and that matches exactly what's on my GPS, which also matches my timing and my estimated distance, right, or my plotted distance, and that also is backed up by my ADSB data, and it says the exact same thing. And it's also backed up by my ground-based radar, which says the exact same thing. I no longer have to ask, do I know my speed? I know my speed at that point.
So you don't want to go over the pedostatic
Oh, I'm
thing
happy
then?
to.
Or?
I'm just wondering, like, what is in contention? Why do you need to go? I'm happy to go over it. I don't have a problem with it.
The distances are in contention.
They are not in contention. No.
I'm contending them right now here live. This is happening in real.
What is your evidence that contends them? Contending something doesn't mean I doubt it. That's doubting it. Contending it is saying, like, hey, I have counter evidence that these are indeed incorrect distances. Here it is. Like, let's try to suss out which of these is indeed more accurate. Right? That would be contention. Doubting it is not contention.
The contention is that I don't think you can get your distance down to that precise of an amount. So if that's not contention, then I don't know. I guess you won, and we can all pack it up and go home.
What I'm saying is that if you're just going to deny it through doubt, like that's not a contention, and there's nothing I can do about you doubting something.
I'm saying I doubt it. I'm willing to get into it with you of how they do it.
I am unconvinced that you are actually willing to even examine the basics on this.
I'm willing to do it right now in real time.
Cool.
Are you ready? Cool. Pedostatic tubes. Do they give you your airspeed, which you're going to then you translate into ground speed and give distance over time or something?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. What happens? There's a tube on the front of the plane.
Okay, there are 2 tubes that run through the airplane. They meet in the middle at an airspeed indicator. The ram speed of the air entering the pedo tube together with the other side of the pedo tube, which is called the static port, or the static tube that leads to a static port, creates an air pressure difference where that ram speed is calibrated against a known speed that you actually ram a wind that is going at a known speed into it and calibrate.
Hold on. That's a lot of stuff that I'm not even familiar with. We're going to have to go a little bit slower. Don't mind. Is that cool if we slow it down a little bit? Because you just ripped through a whole bunch of stuff that I'm totally unfamiliar with.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a tube in the front of the plane and a tube on the bottom of the plane, you said?
It's typically on the side. The pedo system, so the ram, it's called the ram tube or the pedo tube. It is typically oriented towards the front of the airplane. Air that is coming from the front of the airplane that your airplane is going into goes through that. That is connected to your airspeed indicator, and on the other side of the airspeed indicator is something called a static tube that leads to a static port, which is typically on the bottom side or on the side of the airplane. It's not facing forward. That's
okay. And when you're doing this,
yeah.
All right. And when you're doing this, do you have to account for crosswinds in the math of the calculations?
We have not gotten to crosswinds yet. I'll get to the crosswinds.
But all right. So
Yeah,
you get air pressure. So you get air pressure from these two differing winds that you have coming into the plane, right?
yes.
And your air pressure, and now you have this number of air pressure. And what does that do for you?
That air pressure is calibrated against a known air pressure that you can actually create on the ground by saying, like, if I blow this, essentially it's if I blow this hard into the tube, knowing exactly how fast that air that I'm blowing into is going, which you can like just create with a basic machine. I can calibrate like this amount of air pressure into the pitot tube calibrates with a 60-mile-an-hour wind, right? Against the static system. And once you calibrate it to that, you usually calibrate it in about 5 knot increments, although that modern ones are down to 1 knot increments. But you can it depends on how old your pitot system is. The more modern ones, they're incredibly accurate.
Incredibly accurate at giving you this air pressure that you then.
Yes.
So I'm a little lost on that part. Well, we could backtrack to that unless you wanted to iron that out right now.
What is the problem?
Well, you get an air pressure, and then you have it calibrated to the air pressure on the ground.
No, you have it calibrated on your instrument to say, hey, if I blow 60 miles an hour of a wind in here, does it show me 60 miles an hour on my airspeed indicator? And so when you're calibrating it, what you're doing is, like, let's say, one of the pitot lines is slightly blocked, for example, right? And it's only showing 40 when you're blowing 60 into it. You say, okay, well, maybe my pitot lines, like maybe the needle isn't oiled well enough, right? And you can use this calibrated spring inside of it, and the wafers that are like inside of the airspeed indicator, you can adjust them slightly so that, or oil them, or ensure that they are oiled sufficiently and correctly so that you will always get that 60 miles an hour airspeed or 60 knot airspeed for the 60 miles an hour you're blowing into it.
Okay, Gio, did you have a question with this pressure thing, or? All right, that's fine. Maybe not. So let's move on. So now you have an air pressure, and this air pressure tells you how fast you're moving.
How fast the wind is going into the pitot system. Yes.
Yeah. So we know how fast
we're moving
the wind is going. What if you have a 2 mile an hour headwind?
If you have a 2 mile an hour headwind, that is not going to affect what is going into your like pitot system. It's the question is, how fast am I moving through the air, right? Like
how fast am I moving through the air?
If I'm sitting on the ground and there's a 40 mile an hour headwind, that calibrated airspeed, that airspeed on my airspeed indicator will show 40 miles an hour.
40 miles an hour that you're moving, or 40 miles an hour headwind?
Jeremy, listen. You just ignored what I said and said something different. You have to stop doing that.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow along. Sorry, it's complicated stuff, RC.
Well, not really. All I said was, if you have a 40 mile an hour wind that is hitting your airplane, it's going into that pitot system, even if you're sitting on the ground, if there's a 40 mile an hour headwind, that will be registered on your airspeed indicator as 40 miles an hour.
Okay, that's fine. Did anyone have any questions about this air pressure thing being put into the airspeed? So this pitot tube gives you how much wind is coming at you?
Yes.
How does it know how much wind's coming at you, or how much wind is from other things?
Jeremy, how much wind is coming at you and how much wind is coming from other things are the exact same thing. Doesn't matter where the wind coming from. It just says how much wind is coming at me and how fast. That's all it does.
So if there's a 200 mile an hour jet stream you're going into, and I'm moving at 400 miles an hour, what? How does that tell? How do you, if you can't differentiate the headwind from how fast you're moving, what good is this?
Jeremy, I need you to just repeat after me for a second, because you're getting yourself confused without actually understanding anything. So,
Okay.
Jeremy, repeat after me. The pedostatic tube.
The pedostatic tube
measures wind
measures the wind
going into the pedostatic tube.
going into the pedostatic tube. Okay.
There you go. So does it measure, like, that's all it does. Okay.
Okay, so far we don't know if we're traveling at 400 miles an hour or 200 miles an hour or what. Okay, go ahead. Continue, please.
Now we can ask ourselves, without even having to look at the ground, if I do indeed, though, have a measurement from either ground tracking systems, from weather balloons, from GPS calibrated instruments on airplanes that show ground drift or non-drift, now I can start to calculate, well, how much wind is going on. Let me just give you a good example. So let's say that I am literally just sitting on the ground in my airplane, but there's a 40 mile an hour wind coming at me, right? I can measure that 40 mile an hour wind by just looking at a windsock that's sitting next to me. And it has slots on it that for every 10 miles an hour, there's a new slot, and there are 4 slots open, right? So I can say I have a 40 mile an hour wind, right?
Yeah, that's sitting on the ground, sitting still, but we're talking about being in a plane up there.
Jeremy, you are trying to, like, you've already misunderstood something 3 times. Why don't you just trust somebody who's done this for years and just, like, follow along for a second? Are you cool with that?
No, I'm trying to follow along, but
I
I'm
understand.
trying to
Can you
also make
follow
it.
along without just jumping to 30 other things real quick?
We're on the same thing. You're talking
No,
about sitting on the ground measuring a 40 mile an hour wind, and
you
I'm
just
talking
tried
about.
to jump to the air, right? I'm just trying to give you an understanding of how we can tell the difference. Are you ready?
Sure, but I need to know how we do it in the air,
Cool.
because that's
Okay,
what
you
hold
need
on,
to
RC.
understand the basics first, and then I can teach you how you do it in the air. Are you ready?
All right, so we're sitting on the ground, and you got a 40 mile an hour wind, and you can tell. Okay.
And you can
Cool.
tell because you look at a windsock, right?
What's a windsock? Is that just a sock you have hanging out the side of the plane?
No, windsock is something that you have, like, have you seen the orange things that are a lot of times by factories or by airports? It's just it looks like a big kind of like trumpet looking thing. It's typically orange, right? It'll point into the wind and it kind of expands out the more wind that you have going through it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I never heard of it. No, I've never even seen this. Okay, so we have a thing. We now have the speed the wind's coming in the pedostatic tube, and we have the sock,
Jeremy.
and we have the sock thing on it.
No, Jeremy. No, Jeremy. No. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to find you a picture, and I'm going to post it in the chat so that you can see it.
I can't look at pictures right now. Let me ask you a quick question about the crosswinds, though. You have to take the crosswinds.
Jeremy, you haven't gotten down how we effing measure wind. I don't know how the hell you're going to ask me about a windsock, or sorry, how we're going to talk about crosswind. So, Jeremy, all I'm trying to tell you is that listen, Jeremy. If you actually want to go through this, you need to be freaking patient. Don't try to jump through 80 things that when I can tell you don't even understand the first thing I said.
Okay, you got in there. You got the pedostatic tube. Let me see if I can sum it up.
How about instead of interrupting me, let me just try to help you understand something, because you said something incorrectly. So
you're the one that keeps interrupting me. I'm not.
No, Jeremy, not at all.
You've literally interrupted every sentence so far that I've tried to say. I don't know. Let me just see if I can sum up to see if I got it right so far. Can we do that, or you're not interested if I got it right?
I already told you got it wrong.
Okay, which part? Because I only said a half a sentence.
Because when you said the sock was on the pedo tube or on the airplane, the sock is not on the pedo tube or the airplane. A windsock simply measures on the ground how much air is going through that thing, so that you can say, okay, there is a 40 mile an hour wind coming from that direction, independent of the airplane, independent of anything. That is what a windsock does.
Okay, these wind socks are on the ground and they communicate to the plane what the wind speed is.
No, Jeremy, not it. When did you hear me say they communicate to the airplane?
I don't know. What is the wind sock doing?
It is just simply saying, it's an observation that anybody can make, is simply say, okay, I'm looking at this windsock, see a 40-mile-an-hour wind, right? And now I look in my airplane, I see it is registering 40 miles an hour, right? So now I have two things that say that says 40 miles an hour, this thing says 40 miles an hour, right? Now, if I know
Okay,
that
and
there is
if we're relating the hold on one second. If we're
But Jeremy,
relating this
stop
to
trying to
flying,
relate it. Just verify that you understood the words coming out of my mouth first.
I understood, and I'm trying to clarify. And if we want to relate this to getting our wind speed in the air, you must have to communicate this to the plane, right? With the wind sock?
Jeremy, we have not got to communicating to the airplane yet. Can you just understand first, verify for me that you understand there are instruments that can measure wind speed independent of your airplane? Do you recognize that
Yes.
now?
I understand that, yeah. I already knew
Great.
that.
Okay. So now that we understand there are instruments that verify wind speed independent of my airplane, and my airplane can indeed measure wind speed also, now I can just ask myself a simple question. I'm looking at an outside instrument that's saying I got a 40-mile-an-hour headwind. I'm looking at my airplane that says it is measuring a 40-mile-an-hour wind. How fast am I moving?
So this is while you're in the air.
So Jeremy,
I wanted to relate it to.
stop the
Why are you
questions.
interrupting me?
I need you to answer my question. Jeremy, if I see an instrument that says there's a 40-mile-an-hour wind and I see a 40-mile-an-hour speed on my airspeed indicator, how fast am I moving?
I don't know. I thought we were sitting still on the ground with this. Are we moving through the air, or
I need to see if you understand this. Okay?
yeah, or is
If
the
I
plane
see an
moving through the
instrument,
air while we're doing this? You told me it was sitting on the ground. I'm gonna have to say
Jeremy,
the plane. I'm gonna have to say the plane airspeed is 0 because you got it sitting on the ground.
no, the airspeed is 40. We already said. Now I said, can you calculate the ground speed for me?
There's no ground speed. The plane's
Good
sitting
job,
still in
Jeremy.
your
Good
scenario.
job. Good job. So
That's what I
all I
said.
have to do, I
You
only
got
have
to
to
stop
do
interrupting me every time, man. This is getting crazy. I'm
you're
trying to
the
work with you and figure this out, but it's like you don't want me to.
No, Jeremy, it's just that you keep saying things that I don't say and then asking me if I said it. That's not a way to have a conversation, is
Yeah,
it?
I know. I just went on to say the plane's sitting on the ground, so we're not moving. You acted like that was wrong, and then we went on and agreed that the plane's not moving.
No, because
What
you
your
said
problem is?
airspeed. Now you've just learned the difference between ground speed and airspeed. Airspeed is how much air is going over my wing, how fast. Ground speed is how fast is my plane moving across the ground. How do I make sure that I verify this? Well, we have something called independent instrumentation that helps us understand how fast is the air moving. Now, your question might be, that's easy to do on the ground, right? I can see how fast it's moving across the ground. How fast is it moving up in the air, you might ask, right? Well, guess what? We have weather systems, everything from weather balloons to radar tracking to even things like infrared tracking of wind speed from weather stations that about every 25 nautical miles here in the United States, there's a weather station that allows you to see all the way up to 50,000 feet down to the 2 miles per hour exactly how fast the wind is moving. So if you go onto an application like ForeFlight, you can look at every 25 nautical miles exactly how fast the wind is moving up to 50,000 feet here in the United States.
Okay, so you're at they have the detector to know how fast the air is moving
Yes.
at this one point at 25 miles. And
Every
then
25
you're
miles.
flying. Yeah, you're at a point. It tells you what the airspeed is. And you fly along, and then in between that 25 miles, how do you know what it's changed to?
Well, that's a great point. So if we know that there are every 25 miles one of these stations, and it takes me exactly 3 minutes, let's say I'm going real freaking fast in some like crazy airplane, it takes me 3 minutes to go this 25 miles, right? Now, if it says that, wait a minute, there is this airspeed here and that airspeed here, and I calculate, well, wait a minute, I was actually off by let's say I was off by half a minute on that. What can I now reasonably conclude? If I know that I've just traveled 25 miles, right? And I know what it says the airspeed on this wind speed is on one side versus the other, but my calculation is off by half a minute, by 30 seconds, guess what I can do?
How do you know you traveled 25 miles just now? Because you didn't know what the
Because we went
airspeed
between
was.
the two stations.
All right, yeah, and we're trying to verify distances, and how did they get the distance for the 25 miles for the thing?
Because we know exactly what the distance between those 2 points are.
Okay, how they get the distance? Now we're on to how they get the
Oh
distance
my
between those.
gosh, Jeremy, are you really trying to say, like, I'm not trying to even say for the 1,000 miles. I'm just trying to tell you every one of these freaking stations that we can say is every 25 miles apart, that we know that is 25 miles, and it's not always 25 miles. Sometimes it's 26.7, other times it's 23.2. But if you look at all IFR charts, it tells you exactly down to the 0.01 kilometer, or sorry, 0.1 nautical mile, exactly how far it is apart.
I understand, and now this whole thing is based on that being
no, Jeremy, that's not based.
So how did they get
It's not based.
How did they
on
get
that.
the distance?
Jeremy,
Hold on a second,
stop
RC. I'm not
spiraling.
done yet. I'm not done
Stop
talking.
spiraling.
I'm not spiraling. You're spiraling. I'm in the middle of talking.
Not at all, Jeremy, because you just keep.
Can I finish my sentence?
Oh my gosh.
So now we're down to how do they get the distance between these two things? If that's what you're basing your distance
That's not
on,
what we're basing
the distance
on,
between
Jeremy.
these points.
Because
you
you
just
didn't let
said
me
because
finish
I
my
know
first point. You didn't even let me.
You said because you
first
know
point.
I've
You just
traveled
interrupted me and
25
said,
miles.
let me ask a question. After not understanding what I said, then you made a conclusion and said, let me ask a question.
Yeah, you said that now we know we've traveled 25 miles because of the things on the ground, and now I'm asking, how do you know they're 25 miles apart?
Because we've measured and surveyed that exact distance.
How? Okay, how'd you measure it?
With surveying equipment.
All right, so now we're on to that.
No, Jeremy, we're not. Because you didn't
Yes, we're on to that because your whole
No, Jeremy, you didn't listen to my first freaking point. All I said is that I can use things of known distances that are much, much shorter to now calibrate and check, am I indeed going the ground speed that I thought it was, independent of those two systems? I don't have to use those two systems. All I have to do is say, I know at least at one point the wind was this speed, and another point it was said to be this speed. Does my timing match up?
Okay, so this has nothing to do with how far those windsocks are apart. That's not an important factor in this?
No, that is not a crucial factor in this. I'm just saying you can use those. Jeremy, stop spiraling. Especially when you don't understand jack shit of something, stop Dunning-Krugering this to hell. Just listen.
Yeah, well, I just asked you.
Just listen for a second, Jeremy.
I know. Hold on one second.
Or are you just going to spiral the shit out of the Dunning-Kruger mountain right now?
I'm going to listen. I just wanted to verify,
Jeremy,
because I asked
Jeremy, are you going to listen and finish my point, or are you just going to spiral the Dunning-Kruger hell out of this?
Yo, you're the one spiraling. I keep trying to talk,
Jeremy,
and it's like
I want to finish my sentence, and you keep interrupting me, saying I have a question.
You're interrupting every sentence I make, and then you
Jeremy,
just told me I was interrupting you.
You interrupted
Look,
me. Don't accuse me of interrupting you when you interrupted me. So I'm going to tell you.
Yo, are you kidding me right now?
You do not have to use these stations and the distances to verify it. You can, and every time it works out. And in fact, all you have to do just between two known points, any adjustment that you have to make, you can indeed calculate that for any wind speed variation that would exist.
I don't know. We're gonna have to start over or something, because when I asked how you verified that you went 25 miles or whatever, you said it was because. Can you please stop spiraling and interrupting me? I mean, it's getting crazy. You're literally interrupting.
I'm just going to bow out of this because you refuse to engage with the conversation.
What do you mean? I'm engaging. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, but it's like I don't understand, because you said we had to we were going to use the 25-mile distance in between these windsocks. And then I asked how did you get the distance between the windsocks? And you said they surveyed them. Now we're on to that.
He ran
If
away.
you don't want to use, oh my goodness.
Yeah. I was trying to get back to my computer because I was going to try to moderate
fine.
there, but I wasn't like able to get back in time. But yeah, dude, I mean, he was just being extremely controlling. He was just being manipulative, very toxic, wasn't letting you speak, tried to control the narrative. Because, yeah, you were trying to actually get to the bottom of these things. And obviously, he was uncomfortable with the fact that you were actually questioning it, you know? So, yeah, it was pretty clear to see what happened there.
I mean, yeah, he said he was basing his distance on he knew he had just flown 25 miles because the distance between these windsocks is 25 miles or whatever the case was. Sometimes they're 26, sometimes 27. So if one just happened to be 25 miles apart and you say, oh, okay, I just verified I went 25 miles because I just passed over these two windsocks, how'd they get the distance for the windsocks? You know what I mean? Like if you're basing your whole thing on that, we need to know how they got, because we're questioning the distances. So you can't just say, we know it's, I know he said they surveyed it, but now we're on to that, because if you're using this thing to base the distance to base your distance you went off of these things, we're going to need to know how they got the distance for those things. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't think that was too crazy.
Yeah, any full analysis would incorporate that. Yeah, but he was uncomfortable. I mean, for somebody that comes across as though he's an expert and he has the information, he actually comes across as being extremely insecure, and clearly does not have what he claims he has.
Well, I love how he said I was spiraling, but he was the one interrupting literally every sentence, and then claimed I was interrupting him every time. You can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this up.
Yeah, that was crazy.
You don't even want to take it to the crosswind. I don't even know if Bob knew what he was talking about. RC is the plane guy. But if they need to account for crosswinds and you're not accounting for the Coriolis wind, it's going to be an issue. It's going to throw you off.
Yeah.
Also, the yacht boats effect, if you're going east or west or whatever one that is, you're going to need to account for that, because that's going to be like a crosswind that's constantly pushing you up.
Yeah, that extremely hyper interrupting thing, it's like he was just trying to control you, just trying to control everything you said. And a lot of people do that to some degree sometimes, but instead of actually just having a conversation that's a back and forth, because like if somebody's going to respond the way they want to respond, I mean, it may not be the way you want it to, so, but it's like you have to still let the other person respond. And then of course, if you want to ask a question again, you can do that. But I think people get into some like hyper need to control the other person, and then they start doing that.
Could you imagine if RC was a teacher in a class and I was just sitting there asking questions and they were like spiraling out on me like that? They'd lose their job, teaching job. The fuck?
Doesn't he claim he's a teacher?
I think so. What, are you out of here? What's up? Yeah, man, it's fucking crazy, Gio. I don't know, dude. I think the problem is that there's a lot of inherent flaws in this that could throw your timing off, or it's based on other shit that maybe the distances aren't accurate with, and they, like I said, it's one of their tactics to try to breeze over the shit quick.
Yeah. Well, it's like on some level they know that there are holes in what they're saying, but it's like they trust the authority, so they're just like having to back what the authority has told them. And then they're trying to kind of defend that, but they know that they actually don't really have the whole picture. So then they get very, very antsy when you start questioning it because it's going to point out the holes that they don't have. But they do have the authority thing, so they can kind of back that enough. They can kind of push that enough.
Like I'm trying to ask how you're getting your speed, and I don't know why you would tell me something that may or may, that doesn't have to involve it. Just tell me how you do it, because you see how RC tried to backtrack. Like, oh, you don't have to use the wind socks. Then why did you go there? Just tell me how you do it. If I was telling you how to bake a cake and I'm like, listen, you got to use the spatula. And you're like, what's a spatula? I'm like, you know what? We don't have to use, no, never mind. You don't have to use a spatula. Then why did you mention spatula? If we're not, just tell me how you do it. You know what I mean? If I tell you how to bake a cake and there's a spatula involved, and then you're like, what's a spatula? And I'm like, well, don't worry about it. You don't have to use a spatula. Well, then why did you say spatula? Just tell me what you actually do to do this. They didn't want to even get to the crosswinds. Check. I was scared to ask what the fucking ram speed was from fucking Meisty. I didn't want to go down that road again.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't seem like teacher behavior, what happened just now. Like, clearly I was a student and they were trying to teach me how the speedostatic thing works. And, like, I'm just a guy asking questions about the thing you're trying to teach me about. Why get crazy with it? It's because they know it's because they know there's holes in their shit and they don't want me to take it to a place where the holes are. They're trying to steer clear of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying before. Yeah, they want to have the authority assertion and just stick with that, even though there's holes in it. Yeah, I'm just saying if like those two interactions from those guys today, like if somebody viewed that, like let's say there was just a neutral psychiatrist or sociologist or whatever, somebody that was viewing that from the outside, like it's extremely clear that they were scattering and uncomfortable. And it's like getting angry. Like they're not coming from a place of like, maturity. And I mean, if they were really here, like these brilliant guys that are just on top of the world, meaning they have all this knowledge or whatever, and they were coming here because they feel like they really need to come and help these people that are questioning the globe, that are going off the trail, and they need to come and really rally them back in, then yeah, they'd be able to do so. They'd be kind, they'd be compassionate, they'd be just going through it slowly. They think that they're like teaching retards or whatever. So if that's what they're doing, but that's not what it sounds like. It sounds more like they're being, that they're trying to defend something that they don't have all the information about, and just assert it and try to just get us as confused as they are. It's like unconsciously they're saying like, come on, just join the believing in the authority with all the holes that we have, and we don't really have. But you got to just get on board with whatever we're doing. Just get into the position where you're just believing it blindly, like I am. Even you don't have all the information, the authority will assert it, and just go with that and stop questioning it.
I mean, I'm even still. I think the fact that you have air pressure and then get a speed out of that is a little questionable. I didn't want to get too into that. I was having issues with with that. There's an open tube somewhere on the plane, so you have wind. Wind could be going into that tube from somewhere. There could be an updraft, a downdraft, a headwind, a crosswind, a whatever, a rear wind. You know what I mean? So you could have wind blowing in that tube from wherever, and the wind from you going forward. Like, I don't know. I didn't even get that whole part, but I was willing to breeze over that. I just wanted to get to the crosswind part where they're not taking into account for the Coriolis wind. That's going to be a doozy right there if we ever get to that point. I am excellent at finding problems with things. Like, if there is a problem with something, I will figure it out.
Figuring out that there is a problem or solving it or both?
Well, I'm pretty good at problem solving, but I'm excellent at figuring out if there is a problem. Yeah, like, the guys that make a punch, like if you build a new building, there's a guy at the end that has a punch list and he goes through and sees all the problems. Like, I would have been great at that job. Like, oh, this isn't right. There's a problem with this. You know what I mean? You could just spot the flaws and the problems with things, or where shit's not right. If something's not right, I can see it.
Yeah. Spotting the flaws. Well, what Bob was saying to me, the pedostatic thing really only gets what he was claiming is your airspeed and not the ground speed. Of course, the ground speed is what's important. We're talking about the Earth, so that's why I was trying to get to that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, they just use GPS.
Yeah.
I mean, those other things are good to kind of back up and have a little bit of added, because you still, like, the pedostatic thing is probably still good enough to make sure you have enough fuel, because whatever the amount of like jet current flows that might alter that information, you're still going to be able to have enough to, or I mean, that's still going to be accurate enough to make sure, whether you need, 80 gallons of fuel or 100 or 72, to at least be within a range so you don't run out of fuel.
Yeah, because you don't want to fill the plane up with too much fuel, but you want to make sure you have extra fuel. Like, you don't want to stroll into the airport puttering on fumes, because you might have to circle a couple times if there's a delay with landings or something. We've all seen Die Hard too, but
This happened in real life though, dude. That band Leonard Skinner, like Sweet Home Alabama and all that.
Yeah, no, Leonard Skinner.
Yeah, dude, they died on an airplane, a bunch of them, huge airplane, because they didn't have enough fuel.
Wow, holy shit.
Yeah. Like, I had known that to some degree in the past that had happened, but I looked into it a little bit more. Yeah, dude, like, they literally, like, they were all on the plane, ran out of fuel, fucking just crash landed. A bunch of them died. It was crazy.
What the fuck? How do you run out of fuel?
I guess the type of airplane it was kind of like an older model airplane, and so they knew that there was like some risk involved, but I guess like there was something wrong with the fuel gauge or whatever. It like didn't register the right amount. So they literally ran out when they were up there and then had to crash land. And I mean, that's kind of what ended that band, because I mean, they were rocking. Because I saw this YouTube video that was like, Leonard Skinner's last show. It was like a huge sold out like arena. And I was like, and then I just looked into more like what happened. Because I kind of had known there was a plane crash, but I didn't know the details of it. Can you imagine you're like a successful band, and everyone's screaming and cheering, you're doing all this stuff, and then just like boom, you're like flying to your next show, a fucking plane crash, just like a bunch of people die. It's just crazy.
Aaliyah died like that too. So didn't John Denver die in a plane crash?
Kobe?
Kobe died in a plane. Was he a helicopter or a plane crash?
I think that was a helicopter. Did John Denver, was that? Yeah, that was an airplane as well. And then what's that other famous one? The you know that song, "The Day the Music Died," that was written after it. Oh, Buddy Holly. He died in a plane crash too.
So did Aaliyah, the R&B pop singer or whatever? She died on a plane.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how these famous people dying on planes. Like, don't you have like, your Leonard Skinner selling out shows? Like, why are you flying in some bullshit fucking half-ass old plane? Like, wouldn't you get like a good plane? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that was kind of some of the controversy around it, like why they even flew with that plane. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the guys survived it. They said that when they were actually like hit the ground or whatever, they said it sounded like baseball bats were smashing against the side of the plane, and then it ripped open, and a bunch of the guys were killed and stuff. I don't know why. It just sounds freaky to be like crash landing, and it's you're hearing this smashing, hitting the fuselage, all the trees and stuff.
Yeah, that's mad scary. I don't know. I think they should put parachutes on planes. I know you can't jump out of a plane from 30,000 feet, but there's going to be a point where you're lower where you could jump out of the plane 10, 15. I think parachuters usually do like 10, 5, 10, 15,000 feet. Like you could just, have an altimeter or whatever tells your altitude and be like, oh, all right, we're at 10,000 feet. Everyone jump out. We'll float down nice and safely.
That actually does sound like a good solution. Yeah, why don't they do that?
Yeah. Like I don't need my seat cushion to act as a flotation device if I die from the fucking impact. That doesn't even help.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. By the time of that, I mean, well, it'd still be good to have that in case that, but yeah.
Yeah.
If you're going to land over water.
It should be built into the parachute. Or they should parachute a boat down, a life raft or something with you. You're like, oh, we're all about to jump out. Let's send the fucking little boat out, and we can, try to swim over to it or something. I don't know.
I was just imagining, like, after those guys crashed, some of them were alive, some of them were dead. Like, how scary would that be? Like, you come to, if you're one of the guys that's still alive and it's like your friends or just like half of them are dead and bloody and just like, oh man, that just sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot of famous people have died on airplanes. Is there like a conspiracy to that, or
Maybe they didn't want to go along with maybe I've heard a lot of these people, they got to go, they're in with the Illuminati or whatever, and maybe some of them didn't want to go along with it anymore, and that's how they take care of it, or they didn't like the songs they were going to sing or whatever. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you could, if you were the crazy military like that, or like the secret part of it or whatever, you could just take an airplane down with a missile or whatever.
Yeah, or just sabotage it.
Yeah.
You get a guy on the inside that fuels the plane. Like, hey, just put a little bit less fuel in this time. We got to take care of these guys.
Well, they definitely try to control the music industry, so
Like, it's not like I wasn't even trying to be difficult with RC. It's just a very complicated thing that we're going over, right? Like, no one ever deals with a pedostatic tube and all that shit in their daily life. Like, it's new, it's complicated. Like, slow down a second and bear with me, you know?
Yeah. If either of those guys thought they were teaching you something today, they did terrible as teachers.
Yeah, and I'm trying to learn about it. It's just it's complicated, you know. I'm not a pilot or an engineer or whatever deals with stuff like this. There was these projects when I was a kid. My stepmom lived in them for a little while, and they used to have a garbage chute that led down to you just dumped your garbage down and chute. You'd be on the third, fourth, fifth floor. I'm wondering why they don't have that in every building. Like, that's awesome. That would make it so much quicker and easier to handle garbage.
Some houses have those laundry chutes too. Have you seen those? Where it's like a little door and then it's got a chute that you just drop your clothes in and puts your laundry down in the basement.
Yeah, I like that. I like that's neat. I wish I had one of those. Dude, my laundry is never ending. That shit never ends, the laundry in my house. I need to shut this shit off. Yeah, don't tell me how to bake a cake. Then you bring up a spatula, and I say, "What's the spatula?" You know, what I have questions about the spatula now, and you're like, "Well, don't worry about it. We don't have to use the spatula." Well, then why did you bring up the spatula? Why didn't you just tell me what you actually do? That doesn't make sense, right? Does that make sense to you, or like, why would you do that? I don't know, man. I feel like they try to make it as confusing and convoluted as possible. It's another one of their tactics. And something like that is already, confusing for someone that doesn't know anything about it. So why try to make it more confusing? Just tell me what you do. Very shady. A lot of shady tactics in this whole
Yeah. It reminds me
arena.
of like, let's say you're like a witness to a crime or something, and like they don't know if you like did it or if you're just a witness or whatever. And you're up on the witness stand. It's like if you're just honest and whatever, you can just be calm. You just lay it down, just stick with the truth, and that's it, right? You just say what you saw or whatever. But it's like, if the guy's like scattering around, like, why are you asking me that question? Interrupting and like being all insecure, it's like pretty obvious that like he's hiding something. Or he's not sure,
Yeah.
or there's some tactic going on that he doesn't want you to get to the root of.
Something's wrong. Yeah, definitely.
You see it in movies sometimes too, where like the witness on the stand, he freaks out. And he's like, "Fine, I did it." Like, you got me. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
The equivalent to that on here is that they just leave the chat.
Yeah. Like, I'm capable of having calm, rational conversations. That's what I want to do. You don't get nowhere by spazzing out and shit and going crazy with it. Like, usually nothing fruitful will come out of that.
Yeah.
I love how he was like, you're constantly interrupting me as he's interrupting. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? This has got to be some kind of, are you joking? What the fuck? I'm telling you, Gio, he can't make this shit up, bro. He's fucking crazy.
Yeah, he was literally interrupting you every sentence and then saying that you were interrupting him every sentence. It was like, what?
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, I get it. I don't understand the pedostatics thing. That's why we're trying to walk through it. Have a little patience. Let me ask some questions about it. There's no sense in going on if there's something I don't understand. I have a question about it. Like RC said, I know I've gone 25 miles because these things are 25 miles apart. What's like the distances are in contention. So how'd you get these distances now? Well, I'm supposed to just believe some new distances you came up with and just believe that they're true? Like, it doesn't, that wouldn't even make sense if I just breezed right over that, right?
Yeah, just jumping from one unverified source of information to another.
Yeah. All right. Now we're on to how they get these distances. That's like circular reasoning or something. I don't know. Like RC sent me this thing with plane routes going to like 5 cities or something and the distances in between them. And he's like, this can only work on a globe. I'm like, all right, I'll look into it. I looked into it and I'm like, well, how do we know these distances are even correct to start with? And then that's where we are with the distances. Because I mean, if those distances are correct, then geometrically it couldn't be a flat plane because you can't have those distances work. I don't know. Have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen the thing RC is always showing with the plane distances?
Oh yeah, that was his shtick a while ago.
Yeah. So I'm like, all right, cool. That makes sense because it wouldn't work on a flat. I actually made RC add another point onto it because they only had 4 points or something. I'm like, do me a favor, just add a 5th point just to, lock it up. And RC was like, all right, fine. They put a 5th point on there. So now I had 5 points. I'm like, all right, cool. And if all these distances are correct, it can't work on a flat and a curved surface because it wouldn't come out right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm like, cool, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good thing right here. Let's look into this. And then I'm like, well, how do you get, I showed it to a couple people and they're like, how do you know the distances are right? I'm like, that's a very good point. How did we get these distances? Could you be off from LA to New York by 20 miles? I don't know. Is there a way to fudge that? Maybe. don't know what it is with kids and paper airplanes. I just found a paper airplane made out of a gum wrap. I've been finding them made out of Post-it notes, regular paper, like literally everything. Beams on the ceilings, like it's just everywhere.
I mean, I think it's actually been somewhat easier to pull off a lot of parts of this globe deception as some people might think. Like, for example, like if there's a lot of like local planar surveying data, it's like, okay, that's local planar surveying data. That's cool. But when you're then going to link it into a much larger system, like a much larger Earth system, you now have to bring in all these calculations and all of these other factors. And then they're the ones creating the GPS and programming it. And how many people are out there like measuring extremely long distances? Virtually no one, in terms of like actually measuring straight line distances.
There's no way to even, I don't even think there's a way to do it. In order to measure a straight line distance, even if we're talking straight line on flat Earth or a straight line on their globe, you're going to need a completely level surface, not deviating from the left or the right, to measure the straight line distance. Right? There's no other, I don't know how else you would do it. You're not going to do it in a car by going up and down, left and right around turns and shit. It's like the triangle you want to make. The only way to make that triangle is to have a flat or have a level surface, and then draw your line without deviating left or right.
Right. And the margin of error that you need to make the Earth into a fake globe over those long distances is it's not really that much. I mean, it's some for sure, but to the point to where it could be verified.
Yeah, the distance between an arc length and a chord, it's pretty small over short distances. It's almost you wouldn't even notice, because me and Brandon's, we were kicking that around, like the arc length versus the chord, and it's very small. You really got to go very, very far for it to be any kind of significant amount of distance. Because that was one of the ways we were trying to think. We're like, oh, we can make a chord, and but it's like you'd have to make one for so long that it wasn't even feasible. If we ever had the land, though, we might have to revisit some of those earlier ideas we were kicking around.
Definitely, yeah. There was a time there where we brainstormed a lot of them. It was awesome.
Yeah, no, that was good. Rumpus was a huge help for a lot of that. George, too. Yo, George, bro. I don't know. If George ever pops in here, man, I don't know. We should be careful.
Yeah, he's a doxer. It's funny
that was funny, B-ball.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say that was funny, B-ball.
Oh, when B-ball was denying it and then he admitted it?
Yeah. What were you going to say?
We should have told B-ball, it's like, dude, I don't know if you know George, but yeah, don't put your chips on George not doxing. He's already done it about 50 times.
Yeah, he called that Mullen. What was that guy's name?
Brian Mullen, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went right after that guy. No, I was just going to say that, like, if you were to walk up to someone random on the street and be like, yeah, people think the Earth is like not a globe and this and that, and there's community and whatever, and It's like they might like if they just think the Earth is a globe, they might be like, well, yeah, you know, the Globers in there must be, yeah, like, you know, just telling you, you know, teaching you guys what's right or whatever. But you know, I was just thinking how funny it would be if like we told them it's like, well, actually, they are the shadiest of the bunch. Like they're not like they're the shadiest of all. They're like criminal level shady. Some of them.
Like, why would you dox someone if you have a good argument and your shit's solid? Like, why are you worried about doxing people? Why would that matter? Why are you calling people's employers or boards or whatever, engineering board, whatever? Like, why are you doing that? Just lay down the facts of how it's a globe.
Right. It'd be the same if like we were talking about the Pigs Can Fly Society. If there was some Pigs Can Fly thing and it started to catch on or whatever, like you wouldn't need to be in there like doxing the top guy who's making videos about pigs flying. You wouldn't need to do that at all. Like you would just maybe go in there and maybe tell them how, you know, why pigs don't fly or whatever. If you really felt like you wanted to do that a couple times or whatever, but
yeah, don't ever discount, guys. Some people are just horrible people. They don't need a good reason for anything. They're just not good people.
yep. It's like morals and ethics are just out the window.
Yeah, some people get a weird or a sick sense of pleasure out of attacking somebody else or making their life miserable, or just being what we would call horrible people. You think, but when you're not wired that way, you think, how can somebody do that? Why would you do that? You know, we ask the questions that you're asking right now, but it's because they're not like us. They're not, you know, quote unquote normal. They're not wired right, and so they get their rocks off doing this sort of thing. It's sad.
And I feel like another one of their tactics is they want it to turn into a shit show, right? Because if you've seen what happened with Bob and RC just now, with all the over talking and shit, like I feel like they wanted it to turn into a shit show, so they could like see crazy flat earthers can't have a conversation.
Yeah, Bob erupted into insults at one point, and then I kind of stepped in and moderated a little bit. But yeah, that's where it was going real quick. What do you call you? Like a numpty idiot or something? I don't know. He said numpty, which I think QE is the only one I've heard use that. But I guess Bob is copying QE now.
Huey is Bob's flirt daddy, maybe. I don't know what these guys got going on.
You're right. It makes it obvious. It makes it obvious that they're covering something up just for the fact the way they act. I mean, they're our best, you know, asset. Really, if somebody just objectively observed what happened earlier, it was beautiful. By the way, Jeremy, nice job.
Thank you. That's top 10 flat earther shit right there.
That was good shit. He started out with like, you know, all of the precision instruments tell us exactly what we're doing. And there's the ground speed and there's you know, and he started like spouting off like, this is all precision stuff. And then you get down to the details and he's like, well, that doesn't really matter. Like it's all superfluous once he gets pinned on something. But before that, it's completely accurate and completely tells him everything he needs to know, except for the things that are important, I guess.
They're super flurfulous. I hear you.
Completely.
Yo, Rumpus stole Kosho. Rumpus stole Kosho. He was superfluous like 3 times one night, and now I keep telling Kosho Rumpus calls him super flurfulous.
Super flurfulous. Nice. Where is
Flurfulicious? Like remember Fergie? How it was Fergalicious? These guys are flurfulicious.
Right.
Well, I think Rumpus did misspeak a little bit. He did kind of, you know, so it kind of sounded like super flurfulous or whatever.
Super flurfulous. Nice. They kind of like that would be like not a flurf, but but it'd be like a super not flurf, basically, right? Flurfuless.
I don't know.
Super flurfuless.
We'll have to get that one into Webster's someday. When this is when all the
Add
smoke
it to the
settles, we'll get that
lexicon.
in there.
Yeah, those guys and Bob especially, it just makes it obvious that you're covering something up. The tactics were so easy to hear, just in the tone of the
Well, I think
voice, the way he turns it around, starts calling you names, and then avoiding answering certain things, and then bowing out at the end like, "Oh, I gotta go," because you can't learn. It's just like, what are you talking about? You're crazy. Like anybody with half a brain can see that you're covering something up. You actually know the truth, and you're covering it
I
up. It's
think
not that you believe this shit. You actually know the truth.
I think Bob's a little sore because I got him on this Coriolis thing. In my example, he said it wasn't Coriolis, so I think he's a little sore about that fact. Could be wrong. I don't know.
Which part was that today?
Oh, with the example where I have where there's two guys on the ground standing still, throwing a ball back and forth, and there's a guy in a roundabout spinning in between them. Does the guy that's spinning in between them observe the Coriolis effect? According to the scientific community, the answer would be yes. That is the Coriolis effect because they claim we can see the Coriolis effect from the sun, so that never interacts with the Earth, with the non-inertial frame of Earth. You know what I mean? So the scientific community, the rocket scientists, eventually, everyone agrees that's Coriolis effect. Now, I don't know where he's getting his shit from. That it's like some of these guys, I think, make stuff up. That's why you'll hear me all the time, like, "Yo, who told you that?" You ever hear me say that to these guys? Who told you that?
Right.
Because it's like, who the fuck told you that? I never heard that before. Where'd you hear that from? I'll take a look at who told you that, and we'll see. But half the time, they can't even say who told them that because they're just like, they don't. I don't know. I think they're just making shit up half the time.
Well, they have to because it's not happening on Earth, and so they get their stories mixed up because they have to like run around trying to explain it as if it were happening on Earth, even though it's obviously not. So they have to they can come up with a way of making you ignore the fact that it's not happening on Earth. They'll stick to that, even if it's wrong according to what the laws of Coriolis would say. It's all about convincing you.
The funny thing about that thing is that said, "Oh, that's just an illusion. It's not Coriolis. It's just an illusion," which is hilarious because that's what Coriolis is. It's just an illusion. That's why they call it a fictitious force. There's no actual force. It just appears. It's just an illusion of a force due to the the rotating.
Not according to them. They're saying it's a real force. The illusion is the Coriolis effect. And there's a total difference. The Coriolis effect is the illusion that something's curving when it's actually straight. That's the Coriolis effect. Then there's the Coriolis force, which is a totally separate thing, not at all the same.
But why do you think that? That's why they call it a fictitious force, because it's not an actual. I know they want to think it is, but it's not an actual force. Because for my example with Bob, with the guys in the park, there's no actual force happening there. It's all an illusion. You can calculate a force and pretend there was a force there that's making the ball deviate. It's just an illusion of a force, though. It's not real.
Well, that's the other conflation, because it's funny they call it a fictitious force when you apply it to the globe, because it's made up applied to the globe. But it really is what they would call, quote unquote, a fictitious force if it were happening on something that was actually turning. Right? So we have to take away the whole idea that this is happening on the Earth and then reapply it to the things that would actually experience a Coriolis, quote unquote, force or effect, like a merry-go-round or whatever else. Those are all real things. They line up with physics. They can be explained very well. We could all sit around and agree upon it. There's no mystery to it. The problem is when they try to make the globe a merry-go-round, those things have a totally different meaning, like fictitious force. Well, yeah, because it's made up. You're not actually, there is no force. You just have to apply the same idea that you would have with a smaller example onto the Earth. But there's plenty of ways to see that that's not happening.
Why do you think it's called fictitious force?
I was saying that when applied to the globe, it's funny to call it a fictitious force if it's just like a made-up force that you're applying to a supposedly spinning globe. Whereas it really would be what would be defined as a fictitious force as it applies to any kind of Coriolis situation. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is when you try to say that the globe is actually doing what a merry-go-round's doing, and it's not.
Oh, we find the same forces. That's the argument.
Oh, it's called a fictitious
Exactly.
force. 'cause
Yeah,
in my
show us the
example,
force.
in the example I detail with the two guys standing on the ground throwing a ball, the guy in a merry-go-round in the middle, in that example, we have the Coriolis effect. Clearly, the guy in the roundabout is seeing the Coriolis effect, the apparent deviation of the ball, right? So, can you have the Coriolis effect without the Coriolis force?
Nope.
No. So, in my example, we have the Coriolis effect. The force is called a fictitious force. There's no actual force. The ball is just going back and forth in a straight line. It's called a fictitious force because it's not actually real. They just pretend one's there to make up for the spinning reference frame, non-inertial reference frame. That's why.
There's no force for inertial frame of reference. For non-inertial, there is.
Okay, did you hear? I know, but did you hear what I just said though?
Yeah.
In my example of the guys throwing the ball back and forth in a straight line, we have the Coriolis effect, but there's no actual force going on. It's just two guys throwing a ball back and forth in a straight line.
But for the rotating frame of reference, there is.
There is an actual force?
For the frame of reference, yes.
So the guy's on the merry-go-round, he's seeing the ball go deviate from a straight line.
Yeah.
What's the force?
It's the force that causes that acceleration. So the fact that it's making a curve means the velocity is changing. The change in velocity is acceleration, right? And acceleration, when applied to mass, gives you a force. That's the force.
Yeah, I don't even know what you're talking about. The guy's spinning on a roundabout. The spinning roundabout, you think is the force?
No. So he sees the ball making a curve, right?
Yeah.
And if he tries to, let's say, plot the position of the ball in each second, that's going to make a curved chart, right?
Yeah, and it will appear as if there's a force going on the thing. Yeah.
Right. So if he calculates the force, that's the force that he's referring to, that we are referring to.
Yes, a purely calculated, not real force. We know that there is no force on the ball. The ball is just going back and forth in a straight line. It's just an illusion of a force.
No, force is whatever causes things to accelerate, right? So in his frame of reference, the ball is actually accelerating because the velocity is changing in his frame of reference,
which is an illusion. The apparent deviation from straight is just an illusion, right?
Yeah, in the sense that it only happens in his frame of reference.
It's not actually accelerating. It's not actually in reality accelerating, mate.
There's no actually. We said it many times. There are frames of reference. I mean, if you think only inertial ones are the actual ones, then okay, sure. But that's not how it's defined.
Yeah, the thing is, in my example...
No. In reality, the real world that we live in, the ball is just going in a straight line.
Both frames of reference. Both frame of reference are in the real world. One is inertial, the other isn't. So you're going to end up with different forces.
No, wait. The ball is going in a straight line. It's only from the observer that it seems to be curving, but it's not actually curving.
It is in his frame of reference. In his frame of reference, it makes a curve.
Is the ball changing direction in any way when person A throws it to person B? Does the ball change its vector?
That depends on the frame of reference. That's That's not a. Yeah, but you're making a relative question without providing me the reference.
How about you
So
say according to the ball's frame of reference?
there's the ball's frame of reference is the inertial one, so no.
Yep. Straight line, right?
Yeah, actually, for
Yep. See, that's what they're
from the
trying to
balls
point out. They're
from the
trying to
ball's
say,
frame of,
look, the ball's
wait,
frame of
wait.
reference is a straight
Not
line.
a straight line, because from the ball's frame of reference, the ball isn't moving.
The point is, my example, the ball's just going back and forth in a straight line. Actual force on it, you guys just calculate what the force would be from the deviation and then apply it. The
But
force
that's
is
the
an
same
illusion.
for actual forces. That's the forces that you are calling actual. It's the exact same thing. The way you know the force is that you have to calculate based on how much stuff is accelerating. So if
So
you
you
s-
think
if you
there is
drop
an actual?
so if you drop a rock, let's say the rock accelerates down, and you ask, what's the force? Well, you get the mass of the rock, the acceleration, and then you calculate the force. I mean, it's not less actual because you had to calculate to know what the force was.
So why do you think they call it a fictitious force?
Because it only exists in
Well,
non-inertial frames of reference.
If it's the same, if they're all actual forces, why have a pseudo force and a fictitious force? Why not just have the word force? I
Because
told you why. I told you why. You're just denying it for some reason.
No, the reason why is the one I'm giving you, because they only exist in inertial frames of reference. That's the answer. I mean, non-inertial frames of reference. That's
Yes.
That's why they're called pseudo forces or fictitious forces.
It's
because they only exist in. Right, go on.
Yes, it only exists in that spinning reference frame, meaning it's not actually happening. It just appears to be happening.
No, that's your that's your interjection.
The observer,
You're adding that.
the observer is what's accelerating, Bacon. The observer on the roundabout, he is what is accelerating, not the ball.
Well, that's
The ball's
relative.
going a straight line. The observer is accelerating.
That's relative. Acceleration depends on the frame of reference. So
Bacon, I have to give you
and-
credit. I have to give you credit. I heard you admit that there was a lot of ambiguity surrounding Coriolis as it applies to Earth. I think I heard you admit that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a subject that you have to be careful with words because it's really tricky.
It is tricky.
Hang on, let me ask this, Bacon. Roundabout. In what frame of reference is that? Frame of reference is that observer not?
You're cutting out, Evangelist.
Am I back?
You're back.
Yeah, sorry. Just making a question. On the roundabout, in what frame of reference, as he's going around in a circle, is he not accelerating? You're saying it depends on the frame of reference. As he goes around on the roundabout, is he accelerating in his frame of reference?
In his frame of reference, no.
It's not. So
In his own frame of reference.
Theoretically, if I'm on a spinning Earth, I'm not accelerating right now. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for each observer. No, each observer is motionless in their own frame of reference, right? Because if they are their own reference frame, means they're at the origin of the reference frames. So they're always at the same coordinate. They are the source of the reference frame. So if you want to use an observer's reference frame, he's always going to be at the same position, which is like the origin of the reference frame. So he's always motionless.
The whole point of this is, with my example of the guys throwing the ball back and forth in a straight line, there's no actual forces. There's no actual forces there. They just calculate one.
That's the same for the other forces. The ones you call actual they work the same. You just see how much that accelerates stuff, and that's how you determine the force.
Yes, in the other cases, the things are actually being accelerated. In this case, the ball's actually going back and forth in a straight line.
No, they're all.
We do actually know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line, right? Would you agree with that?
No, I wouldn't agree with the term actual, because the term actually isn't used in physics because it's
So
sort of
you don't think
ambiguous.
we know how to? So you don't think we know how to throw a ball in a straight line?
I do. I'm objecting to your vocabulary. I think you're using words that don't fit very well on the concept that you're using them.
Really? Because
So-
I've heard Coriolis, people detail Coriolis a lot of times, MIT, and they say the ball's actually going in a straight line. It only appears to deviate.
Yeah, that would be the simplest way to explain it, because
So actually, it's
just
going
like
in a straight
you,
line.
no, I mean, just like for you, for most people that are not getting deep into it, in a very easy way to refer to the inertial frame is just say actually. That works for like an introduction to the subject, but it's not a very precise
right.
vocabulary.
Yeah, no doubt. The overarching point of this is the ball's going in a straight line. It only appears the curve to the guy on the roundabout in my example.
It
Now,
does curve for the guy in the roundabout.
hold on. Yes, it appears the curve to the guy in the roundabout. Yes, it appears the curve.
There's no
force. Hold on a second. There's no force that's making the ball deviate from a path, right? If we had wind or somebody pushed it, that would be an actual force, and we wouldn't need to call that a pseudo force or a fictitious.
Yeah, there's no agent. There's no like causal agent to the force. That's true.
There is no force there. You're just calculate. There is no force. You're just calculating what the force would be because
But that's
you're
what the
spinning.
force
It's
is
illusory.
by definition. Like, but by definition, the force is. I mean, if you have something accelerating, by definition, there is a force there.
Okay, but this isn't a force. This is called a pseudo force.
You still have it accelerating, which means there is a force. There's no causal agent to the force.
It only appears to accelerate. We know it's really going back and forth in a straight line because on Earth we know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line.
But I'm not.
Try to reason your way out of it.
No. I feel like I'm just repeating myself. I'm not sure if I have any. If there's anything missing in my argument, or we just can get past it. I don't know.
You're not understanding. We're not going to be able to get past it because you don't understand. I'm
disagreeing with your vocabulary.
Yeah, I understand. That's why I didn't use the word actually. So in my example, the guys are throwing the ball back and forth in a straight line. It only appears to deviate to the guy on the roundabout. Then you calculate what the force would be. Call it a fictitious force. Well, what would the force be if there was actually a force? The word actually. If there was a real force, not a fictitious force, if there was a real force, let's calculate what that force would be. But there is no force. It just appears to be a force from the guy spinning. Like, this is simple. I don't know why you don't get it.
Yeah, but the opposite of pseudo force is not like a real force. They're all real forces. The difference is the pseudo one does not have like an agent causing it. It doesn't have the only reason why the force exists is because of your frame of reference. So there's no particle, there's no field, there's no anything. It's just that
there's no force.
There is, because it's accelerating, right?
No, it's not. It's only going back and forth. The ball's only going back and forth in a straight line.
Oh, you're denying my definitions. I'm rejecting yours. So I don't think we can get to any point here. I'm fine with just.
Well, it's fine.
Ending it here.
It's fine. I'm just letting it's fine. I'm just letting the flat earthers know what's really going on here. It appears it's an illusion. So there appears to be a force, and they calculate what the force would be if that was an actual force moving the ball from its straight path. But we know it's not actually moving from its straight path, and it's just an illusion.
Oh, that's still a force. I mean, that's no less of a force.
I know you keep saying that, but
yeah, and you keep disagreeing with that. And just explain your point again, which I already get it. I just don't think you're using the correct vocabulary.
So you think it's a real force, but the ball's not deviating from its path, though. It's going in a straight line.
It is deviating in the path in the same frame of reference in which the force exists. In which the frame of reference in which it doesn't exist, there is no deviation.
Okay, but it only appears to be going in a deviated path, right? There's nothing that's actually, there's no force that's actually making it go off its straight path. It's just an illusion that it's going off its straight line path, and in reality, it's going straight, right?
That I will agree with that. If inertia would mean the actual frame of reference, which
Yes, there's an actual frame because we know how to throw a ball straight on Earth, bro.
that doesn't mean
Do
there's
we
an
not
actual
know?
frame.
Okay, hold on. Do you think we know how to throw a ball in a straight line on Earth?
Sure.
Sure, we do, right? Are you sure about that?
Fairly
You
well.
didn't sound too confident. Are you sure we know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line on Earth?
Yeah, fairly well. Depending
Yes,
on how
okay.
straight you want to be. If you want to be an atomic scale, I wouldn't be able to do it, but I mean, we can do it fairly well.
Right. We know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line, give or take. So
Yeah,
knowing that we know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line, we know that when we throw the ball, it's going in a straight line and it only appears to deviate to the guy on the roundabout, right?
Yeah, but the word appears there isn't necessary. You can just say it deviates for the guy in the roundabout, not for us.
Yeah, it appears to deviate to the guy in the roundabout, but we know it's really going straight because we know how to throw a ball in a straight line, right?
No, I mean you're just
No?
repeating. You're just repeating the same point. When you say really, you're implying that that's the only frame of reference that is actually valid is the inertial one, which I disagree. So if you keep asking, it's really doing that, when what you're saying is just that it's doing that on the inertial one, I'm not going to agree with that. So
I thought we were
I
past that. I thought we were past this. Didn't you agree that we really know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line?
yeah, but that doesn't imply that the
Yeah.
inertial frame of reference is the correct one.
Okay, so we really know. So you think the ball's really deviating, or do we not know how to? Dude,
Yeah, the ball is deviating for
let me start over.
inertia.
Let me start over. I'm getting excited. Hold on. Let me start over. On
Okay.
Earth, do we know how to throw a ball back and forth in a straight line?
Yeah.
So we know when we throw a ball back and forth, it's really actually going in a straight line?
In our frame of reference, yes.
Yes, it's really going in a straight line. Yes, okay.
Yeah, which might not be true for every frame of reference, right?
Okay, but according to us, we know that it is. Do you think the ball's actually curving when you see it, when the guy sees the ball deviate in a roundabout? Do you think it's really going in a curve path, or we don't know how to throw a ball in a straight line, or do you think it's just an apparent curve and we do know how to throw a ball in a straight line?
It's both, because you have two reference frames.
Oof.
And thus your claim might be true or false depending on the reference frame. You're just not specifying it. So is the ball actually curving in the frame of reference of the guy? Yes. In the frame of reference of the other ones? No. And it's actually doing whatever it's doing in each frame of reference.
Yes, but overall we know how to throw. Yeah, but overall we know how to throw a ball in a straight line, so we know what it's really doing.
Yeah, but we use our frame of reference to determine that. So that's not making our frame of reference the actual one. It's just an implicit.
So if I throw a ball in a straight line, let's say there's a pitcher pitching on a mound, and he throws the ball down the plate in a straight line, and I go, "Oh, that ball curved," and everyone watching, I don't know. This is useless. I don't know.
Yeah, it will be useless because you're not giving a different reasoning. You're just giving different examples of the same reasoning that you already disagree with. So we're not going to get past it.
I mean, you're acting like we don't know how to actually throw a ball in a straight line on Earth by saying we don't know what the ball's actually doing. Every time you say we don't know what the ball's actually doing, you're acting like we don't know how to throw a ball in. So we do know what the ball's actually. Okay, so we do know what the ball's
actually. Yes, but that's a relative claim. That's relative to a frame of reference. And if you don't specify the frame of reference, we implicitly assume the one we're in, the inertial one.
Yeah.
So I would have no problem agreeing that it's actually going in a straight line, but there's an implicit assumption there.
Okay, so the ball's actually going in a straight line, and we know that it only appears to deviate because the guy's spinning underneath there, right?
I feel like you just ignore what he said.
No, I heard what you said, but I don't. This is like a really simple thing. Like, this is basic. Coriolis basic.
I'm sorry for that, but this conversation is really saturating me pretty quickly, and I'm not in the mood.
I hear you.
Well, as it applies to Earth, there was a statement made in a conversation a little bit ago. I forget his name, but he made the point that how you would be able to tell the difference is from both reference frames. If the Earth was not spinning, it would look like a straight line. And that if it was actually turning, then from both reference frames, it would look like a curved line. Does that make sense?
I'm really sorry. Can you say that again?
From the ground reference frame, if a guy throws a ball to another guy, right?
What about
throwing it straight to another guy across the way? Let's say he could throw it like 10 miles, right? He throws the ball to another guy. It goes straight to the guy, and he catches it, right? Now, if the Earth wasn't rotating, we would just see a straight line from the third party perspective, which would be like from wherever, from space or from the air. It would look like a straight line, as well as from the ground.
Yeah.
There could be like the ground looking, it would look like a straight line. But if the Earth is turning, then from both reference frames, it would look like a curved line.
Not for someone in space, right? Because the person in space still have the inertial frame, so it still make the ball take its inertial path, which would be a straight line, right? But for the people on the ground, then that would curve if they're throwing, let's say, north to south or south to north.
Yeah, but if the person from space is watching a turning Earth, it's gonna look like a curved path. You could outline where the ball started and ended.
You mean a curved path, like a great circle route, or like then yeah, sure.
Right. So that's how you would be able to tell the difference if it was spinning or not spinning, is if you could actually outline those paths from those perspectives. You would see either straight lines or curved lines. I'm
taking that scenario very simplistically, so I'm just like ignoring air resistance and things like that. Just so in that scenario, sure.
Okay. Yeah, so if we got one of those satellites that's out in space to actually show some of these kind of things, like planes flying, like the satellite should be able to show us some planes flying and the paths they actually take. I mean, I'm sure that'd be possible if they wanted to do that. Not that they're going to do that to satisfy us, but that's one way it possibly could show what's going on. Maybe part of the reason that we're suspicious that it's not going on, amongst a lot of other reasons, is that these things aren't just shown to us or just plainly seen from these satellites that are out there supposedly giving us GPS and all that.
Yeah, I'm telling you guys, the reason why it's called a fictitious force and not a regular force, if it was a real force, they would just call it a force and they wouldn't bother with the pseudo or the fictitious at the beginning. The reason why is, in my example, it's purely an illusion. Even Bob called it. Bob said it wasn't Coriolis, it's just an illusion. So the ball's just going back and forth in a straight line. It's only an illusion for the person on the ground. You could calculate what the force would be if it were to deviate. When it deviates, you could say, oh, there must be a pseudo force on this because it looks like it's not going in a straight path. There must be a force forcing it to deviate from its straight line path. There's not. That's why it's a fictitious force or a pseudo force.
The thing is that it's all about the reference frames and relativity. And when you talk about this with someone that's like not being completely forthright, it's different than talking with someone that's trying to explain it. I think Bacon's trying to explain it, but at the same time, he's talking about reference frames in a way that makes it, not that you're trying to confuse it, but it makes it confusing because we're talking about actual paths as opposed to what it looks like from a certain reference frame.
Well, that's the problem. They don't think that's part of the problem. They don't think we actually know how to throw a ball in an actual straight path on it.
No,
that's a poor way to phrase it. That's I understand what that does to your argument. I don't think that
doesn't do anything for my argument. I know that. Well, that doesn't do anything for my argument. That's
things can be thrown straight.
Yeah, that's not the argument.
Anyway,
things can be thrown straight. But
I'm gonna.
Hey, Bacon, I have a question for you. Oh, you're gonna have dinner?
So be quick because I'm about to leave.
That's all right. I was just gonna ask you about gravitational lensing. We can get to that later.
Oh yeah, sure. I think I'll be back after
Alright.
I'm done eating. And by the way, I just got the $100 challenge of MC2.
Oh, great! Another challenge that he's
you
going
think
to try to
$100?
mock the whole idea of the Earth spinning and not spinning, and
No,
that's the way
nothing
he
to do
treated
with
Brian yesterday. Why would I ever pay attention to anything that guy offers ever again? The way
Bacon,
he
he gave
treated
you
Brian.
Bacon, he gave you $100.
Yeah, I think he'll transfer
Oh,
me.
you're
I
gonna
think,
try to get $100 from him.
He already
no,
did it. He did it
I
and you
won.
got the $100, right? Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I didn't get a transfer yet, of course, because it was
Oh,
just a couple of minutes
congratulations.
ago. It was less than an hour ago.
What was it?
You just have to find his position. He gave the star sites he took with his phone, and we have to find his position within 25 miles or 40 kilometers. And mine was, I think, 5 kilometers off, which is well inside of the margin of error. And
Right,
but
Wasn't
I
it supposed
just
to be a
used
challenge to flat earthers though, that you could only
no,
use something?
no, it
Oh,
was a
just to
response
anybody?
because because many flat earthers were saying that if the challenge were like none of them met the first challenge, and they said, well, because not even we could beat a challenge of position fixing. And then he said he made this one like open to anyone that can fix the position.
Nice work,
So
Bacon. So I'll be expecting that $100 because you asked me yesterday. Remember, you were like, "Hey, you want $100?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then you just left, and I didn't get a chance to send you my PayPal or anything.
no, it wasn't. I
So let
wasn't
me know
offering
when you're.
you. I,
Let
I
me know
was
when you're
I
ready
was
to send that over.
I was gonna say how you can get it. I wasn't offering you.
I thought you were just saying, "Hey, you want $100?" I was like, "Yeah," and then you left. I was like, "Oh, I didn't even give him my PayPal." I'm just. Congratulations on getting that $100. Though, nice.
All right, thanks. So yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Look, if my example of the guy standing still throwing the ball back and forth is the Coriolis effect, which it is, and you can't have the Coriolis effect without having the Coriolis force, then clearly there is no fucking force. Because my shit's a pure illusion. Even Bob said that. Bob was like, that's just an illusion. That's why they call it fictitious force. If it was an actual thing happening, they would just call it a force. But they're just calculating what the force would be because they're on a non-inertial frame and it appears to deviate. So there appears to be a force. So they do some calculations and say, oh, here's what the force would be if this was an actual force.
Yeah, but it's not a matter. I mean, they can define it however they want. If we're on a merry-go-round, then everything he's saying is true, as far as their definition of fictitious as opposed to actual force. And like he said, there's no agent that you can specify that causes the force because of the rotating reference frame and all of these other things that would go into the explanation of it. The explanation of it's not the problem. The problem is that it's not happening on Earth, and they're trying to make it seem as though it is. There's nothing wrong with what he's saying about it. Yeah,
we got to take baby steps, though. We got to get them to acknowledge that.
They're not going to admit
there
it.
is no.
They're not going to admit it.
We got them to admit there is no actual force, and it just appears to be a force, and they calculate for what the force would be if it was an actual force.
Well, that's fine, though. There's no problem with that. I mean, if there's an actual force, we should be able to detect it, and plane pilots would be taught about it, and it would all be something that would be included. That's part of the reason that flat Earth became what it became, because this is one of the biggest problems that the ballers have, because there is no training for pilots to do this. They can claim that ballistics do it, but then planes don't have to worry about it. There's all kinds of problems when it comes to plane travel and the Coriolis effect, which I think is responsible for a lot of people realizing this is just ridiculous when you try to make it work on Earth, because it's not happening. It's not about how they define it. It's not about what Coriolis is. I mean, that actually does happen, and there is, quote unquote, a fictitious force if you were on a merry-go-round, just the way they say. But it doesn't work when you apply it to Earth, and that's the reason that they have to talk around it. And
I might have been wrong
on
that.
Just confused about it.
I might have been wrong on that plane thing, thinking the shortest path would be the inertial frame. I think Bacon actually modeled something out, and it appears that the fastest way would be to fly the straight line on the ground path. I don't know. I don't know. His thing was a little wonky. He needs to revise it and see.
Yeah, you'll have to show me that, whatever that is. But like I said, if there's a atmosphere moving with the Earth, and it's not already in lockstep with the Earth, then you're already not in sync with the Earth. When you go over different tangential speeds, that would be a noticeable difference in your linear speed compared to your new tangential speed, and there'd be ways to detect that there's a difference. And you would be having a really hard time landing the plane. If there's any difference between the ground movement and the plane's linear movement, then there would be a timing effect that would have to happen, or a timing of landing the plane. They can't deny that. They have to say, oh, well, it would just be like a wind, and you would just adjust for winds as you're landing. But regardless, it would be apparent that the ground is moving separate from the plane at many different times when you're flying, and we never see that. We just see a stationary Earth relative to the plane's movement. And that wouldn't be the case if the Earth were actually moving. There'd be plenty of ways to show it. It's not about whether Coriolis is a real thing when we're applying it to a rotating reference frame. It's about making the Earth a rotating reference frame, which isn't happening, and it's obvious for a lot of reasons. But I brought up a point last night to Bandsaw, and he asked Gummy about it. If you go back in the stream and listen to it, it's pretty interesting because you know who Drace is from 24/7? He's on there a lot.
Who?
He's a smart dude. Drace.
I heard of him.
Drace
Yeah.
Love and Wisdom. Yeah. He brought up a point to me a while back. This is what really broke him in believing in the globe. He was just trying. He was a zealot at one point. He says, and was basically like a narcissist. You know, trying to force this idea, onto others as well as himself, and then realized that it just doesn't work. And the biggest thing for him was he was talking to his astrophysicist friend, trying to figure out how it works. That when the planet supposedly is on the other side of the sun 6 months out of the year, and then it switches, you're looking at a different night sky, right? You understand that?
Yeah, you have to be. Yep.
Yeah, we're looking at a totally different night sky. But we see all of the stars every night still, right? They don't change, right? So how is that possible if we're looking at a different night sky?
No,
Don't they change throughout the year?
Yeah, we don't see all the stars all the time. We only see half of them, roughly.
Well, the ones that we do see that we shouldn't see, they explain with gravitational lensing, which is the star is behind. It's behind the sun, below us or behind us, or however you want to explain it. But what they're saying is that the reason it looks like it's in the sky when it's really not there, it's just the apparent position through the gravitational lensing of the sun, causing the image to look like a star in the sky when it's not really there. You know about that?
I've heard of gravitational lensing before. I didn't know it had anything to do with it. I thought that was from.
The claim is
it
ridiculous.
had to be. Well, that stems from the Eddington.
I'll put some little pictorials that can help with this.
That whole gravitational lensing stems from the Eddington experiment that supposedly proved GR. That was
Gio,
like
did you mean that we don't see the ones in the southern hemisphere? Is that what you're saying? Were you talking about the ones in the southern hemisphere, or were you talking about ones that we don't see because it's 6 months different than where we would have seen them?
But I mean, both. If you're in the north, you're not going to see all the ones in the south. But
right,
we also see different constellations throughout the year because of the sun moves at a different pace than the fixed stars. So,
this is a claim of theirs. You should have heard Gummy try to explain it. And Bandsaw made a good point, because we're talking about a light that comes from trillions of miles, literally trillions of miles away, like hundreds of trillions of miles, mind you. And then we're saying that once it gets to this point where the sun is, which is only 93 million, miles away, which is only like, not even, it's like a 1% of a light year or whatever, like it's not even like close to the distance of the star. But then when it gets into this area where the sun is, now it's being bent around the sun and then put into the sky as if it were in the sky, but it's not really there because the angles don't work out. So they have to make up this like gravitational pull of the light towards the sun, and then it's like it's pushing it out to make it appear as though it's in the sky, even though it's not. And then we can still study it and look at it and still somehow determine the distance with their, parallax readings that they say they have. It's ridiculous.
The funny thing about gravitational lensing is they got gravity affecting a massless particle. Light has no mass. Gravity's, why would space time or gravity affect that? They got magic going on in the sky, and they always want to say we're the ones with the magical sky, but
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was looking into this and messaging with Drace because he explained this to me in a long message I could post to you if you want. But it was the breaking point for him and his friend, and he decided never to talk about flat Earth again. But his friend stopped his studies in astrophysics because of this kind of realization on his own, where it doesn't make any sense that this is how it worked. Then this is how they have to explain it, because if you look at what I just posted, you're looking at a different night sky completely. But then they have to say that there's this effect where the sun's gravity is making this star that's coming from trillions and trillions of miles away. All of a sudden, when it gets to this point, it's perfectly putting it out in front of you as if it were a star, but it's not really there. And then you have to think about the rotation of the Earth and how it's going to have to also rotate, or it's going to have to be fixed, and then the path of the Earth is going to have to still see it as fixed, even though it's just a refracted or illusionary star. It's not really there. It just appears to be there. There's an apparent position for a lot of these stars, supposedly. And
all their shit is an apparent position.
Yeah.
All they have unless you're looking straight up, I mean, in their model, unless you're looking straight up at something, it's all an apparent position. They think they got the apparent position figured out to a real position, though, but there's a lot of assumptions in that.
Yeah, these are all doctored ways of explaining it, because otherwise it doesn't work.
Well, they'll
tell you. Go ahead, Gio.
No, you go ahead, because I was gonna go back to something a little different.
It's fine. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that one that says when you're looking in opposite directions, 6 months later, it says, "Why are the stars the same?" They're not the same. That meme is just completely false. The stars are completely different 6 months later, because this, even on a planar stationary Earth, because you have let's say if you want to call it a disk for a minute, the disk of the stars and then the sun. Well, we're never going to see any of the stars where the sun is. We're only going to see the ones where it's nighttime. But since the sun and the stars move at a different pace, we're not going to see the same stars throughout the year.
Yeah, I think it's confusing that it's saying the same stars, but it doesn't mean the same position of the stars. You're saying that because the stars rotate, they're not going to be the exact same position. Is that what you're saying?
Well, here, I'm going to post this. I'm not saying that this is the way the stars are. I'm just posting it just to kind of show a general idea. Let's just say you have like a disk of stars, as it were, over the Earth. Imagine the sun is in like a location. Just put it like over South America. So if it's over South America at that time of year, then you're not going to see all of those stars that are where the sun is activating, where the sun is lighting up. You're only going to see the ones on the other side. But throughout the year, throughout the seasons, the sun is moving slightly faster, or no, slightly slower than the fixed stars. Therefore, the range of this disk, if you want to call it a disk, like of these stars we're going to see, is going to change throughout the year dramatically. And it is going to be 180 degrees opposite 6 months later. So I just don't think that's a hole in the heliocentric model. Sorry.
Okay, well, we'll have to look into this further, because Gummy was trying to explain it as if this was exactly what we should. believe about these stars having gravitational lensing from one apparent position to another.
Yeah, and I guess I hear that idea. I'm just trying to understand why someone had to come up with that explanation for it. But
Yeah, that needs to be
Because they
explored. It's true, though. They do need to have that explanation for a good reason. But that's interesting.
Yo,
Go ahead, sorry.
Have you ever heard the the turtle race with the rabbit and the hare and the turtle, the rabbit and the turtle race?
Of course.
I've heard that that's allegorical to the sun and the moon.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever heard that? Yeah.
Yep.
The only thing I actually take back about what I said, though, is that actually you'll see the same stars in the north, like the North Star. You will actually see throughout the year. So I guess if they're referring to that,
and the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper.
Yeah, those you would see the same, but the southern ones you would be changing throughout the year. I mean, they all will change to some degree as the seasons change.
So then, how is it that we still see the northern and the Big Dipper and the
Little all Dipper? Do, guys. That?
Well, they're going to claim. They're going to claim because see on the globe thing, they're like looking out at different stars. That's not really counting the north. You know, like if looking up, like even on that little thing that says why are all the stars the same? If you're looking directly out, like from the equator, left or right, which would kind of be more like the equatorial stars or the southern stars, they will be different. But if you're looking up, then it's sort of like a teepee or like a tent, you know what I mean? Where you're kind of both, they're angling. So you would technically be able to see those on a heliocentric model throughout the year as well, which is how they explain it.
Somebody else is trying to say something.
I think that was all glory to the concave Earth.
Gio, what do you think the problem is with your the stars picture you posted? What do you think the problem with the Southern Hemisphere stars is with what you posted there? And if anybody that wants to help him out, feel free to.
Well, I
don't think Gio needs help.
Okay, look, you see in the Northern Hemisphere the country around the North Pole, you know, so there's Polaris there, and you see how all of those countries around the North Pole at night they're gonna see Polaris just from a different vantage, right?
Yeah.
Everyone follows that, right? Here's the thing. With the Southern Hemisphere, it also has the same concept. It also has stars, a whole different set of stars than what you're seeing in the Northern Hemisphere. And they also go around an axis of rotation similar to the North Hemisphere one. And all these countries, just like those countries, they see Polaris from a different vantage point. At the same time, these countries are seeing the southern stars from a different vantage point. Now, the reason why I said this is here's the problem, guys. On that picture with the southern stars and the outer portion of that disc, those stars on the outer portion, those stars are next to each other in real life, guys. When you look up in the Northern Hemisphere and you see Polaris and all those stars around Polaris, the Southern Hemisphere, which in this projection is all those stars at the rim, all those stars in reality, they're spinning right next to each other. Put your fingers together like an Italian, all your fingers together with your thumb. And like a cork, they're spinning like that. But on this projection, they're literally on opposite sides of the world. It's wrong.
Are you purposely yelling or are you outside or something?
I'm driving.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. That's all I wanted to say. Like
passion, pure passion.
This flat Earth projection I've posted 30 times. I want you guys to see the example of the stars that I'm talking about on this. It's about to post right now.
Well, when I posted the one that shows the stars, I wasn't claiming that. I specifically said I'm not saying this is the way the actual. I mean, it's not fully accurate because of the southern. It's not showing the correct southern star positions.
Yeah, look at this. Look at the video I posted. There is another axis of rotation above Antarctica. All these stars spinning around that point, they're all on the outside edge of that plate picture that you posted on virtually opposite sides. It doesn't make any sense, you know?
You're forgetting our personal atmospheric dome.
No, the personal atmospheric dome's got nothing the fuck to do with that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. Q Kozlowski or Baczynski or what's his name? Jesse who?
Bislin.
Bislin. That's the one. Cue that little GIF, Geo. If you've got that on cue.
I
I don't
like the
have any
thing
of them on cue.
Jaronism. I like the thing Jaronism did with that dome once, that magnifying
No,
dome thing
bro,
he had. Remember?
that doesn't work either, man. Because on the flat Earth model, the whole outside is your southern hemisphere on all sides of the world. That dome thing that you put over a paper, it's a localized spin. It's only on a particular portion of the globe. You on the flat Earth. You got to understand, every direction away from the center is south.
Yes.
It's not just a localized thing. So the southern stars are on every direction.
Well,
All right,
yeah.
hold on. I gotta park. Hold on.
Dex, calm down before you crash your fucking. The point is that the stars that we're seeing, there could be some kind of convex or concave lens or something going on in the sky that's just making things appear to do things. We don't know what's actually going on up there, right? You don't. I don't.
Perhaps, but
Yeah.
it has not been demonstrated and replicated. That
Well, we're
half
working
glass
on it.
sphere, that half glass sphere. Look at the video again. I'm gonna go home and post it myself. It's causing a localized reflection. It's a particular spot on the paper that's only reflecting like. The southern hemisphere stars are on every side of the flat Earth. Up on one side is Australia. Up on the other side is South Africa. Up on the other side is South America.
Yeah, but it's not nighttime everywhere.
They're all seeing the same stars. And I have the final killer. Let me go home. I've got the final killer. I'll prove that the summer equinox, there's gonna be 3 points of places where it's dark, it's nighttime simultaneously, and they're all seeing the southern hemisphere.
Okay, mate. You prove that. Did I drop out? Did he break up?
I think maybe he cut out.
Okay, cool.
You gotta chill out, bro. You act like we're like the enemy. You're coming in here screaming at us. I realize you're very passionate about this, and so are we, but we got to keep our cool, right?
I feel the passion.
Yeah, definitely. I could hear it. Absolutely.
Just got to get that onto the flat Earth, eh? Just got to harness that.
Are you trying to get him fired up?
Never.
But yeah, I mean, there could be. He just said himself, there could be some kind of dome, and yeah, we've never demonstrated it before. It's been a few hundred guys on the internet for the past 7 years. What are we gonna do? We're trying to work it out.
But we can show that there is a personal atmospheric dome just by definition of the fact that we have an atmosphere and we have a limit to our diffraction, which means by definition, as we rotate around and as we look, we create a radius of a sphere, in every direction. So we do have that. And then also 3 people at different points, say around a tree from a distance, if they tried to triangulate to the top of that tree, they would see that top of the tree individually in slightly different locations. They're not all seeing the exact same point in 3D space. So we know there's issues going on optically.
I personally think it's some kind of magnification thing going on with the atmosphere.
It's both, I reckon. It's probably, a function of both. But the 1 degree every 69 miles, easily explainable with the personal atmospheric dome.
Testing.
Yo.
I hear you.
All right, hold on.
Bro, we're not the enemy. I don't know if you knew that.
You're not the enemy. I don't have any
Yeah,
enemy.
we're not the enemy. If Earth turns out, well, I mean, some of these Globers and shit, I realize, they're a little hard to deal with, but like we're cool with it. Like whatever you got, go ahead, bring it. I mean, don't tell us why Earth can't be flat. Tell us why it's not a globe or it's concave or something. Like telling us why it's not going to be flat is not going to.
No, not flat. I'm not saying flat. I'm just saying the stars. This layout of this particular azimuth equidistant projection can't work. I'm not arguing about it not being flat or there's curvature or not.
Yeah, when we don't even use that map. I mean, when Geo posted that, he specifically said, "I'm not saying this is how it is."
Yeah, I was just posting that to show a general conception of a star field above a layout of continents that is similar to the Gleason's map in a way, but the point was just to show the field of stars, because New Perspective was saying about that idea that on a globe, when you're 180 degrees from this on the other side of the sun, you'd be seeing a different set of stars, which would be on a globe, but that is also what we experience. So that's why just that argument I've never thought was fully valid. But I mean, I'm still open to hearing how it is in some way, or how that doesn't work on a heliocentric conception, because all they did is they just took the celestial sphere and they blasted it out light years, so they're just reversing that part of it. They just reverse engineered. So there are parts about the heliocentric model that do work. I mean, on Stellarium, for example, if you pull up Stellarium and if you look at the stars in one location, depending on what part of the Earth. Obviously, we see Polaris year round and stuff, so it depends on whether you're in the north or the south. But let's say you're in the southern region, especially running through Stellarium, like you will see completely different sets of stars 6 months later. And that, and we could debate whether Stellarium is correct or not, but
Look at my stream real quick. Geo.
I can't look right now. I'm at work. It's stupid work.
It's good for you.
All right.
That builds character, I know.
Gio, you're gonna look, or should I just explain to these two people that are looking?
Yeah, I'll join it. Yeah, I can see it. You got Walter Bislin's thing up?
All right. From the picture you posted, you see the picture you posted in public chat, those constellations that are red?
Yeah.
All these constellations in reality, when they're observed, they're never observed like this. When they're observed like this Walter Bislin one. You see these stars all around here? On the flat Earth model, these stars that you're looking at, they're all on the outside exterior. These are the stars that you're looking at all over the world. So look at that. All over the world. This is what they're seeing.
Well, it's a fixed point. It's not moving.
So you're telling me someone in South America, when they're in our reality, they're looking up and they're seeing the stars revolve around this is the atmospheric dome, right? So this is what we're seeing. And you're telling me that based on this unproven, some kind of crystal dome, that it's causing these stars all on the exterior here to magically come up over here? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
I don't think anybody told you any of that stuff. It sounds like you're like hodgepodging things that maybe other people have said and then kind of going off that. I'm not sure.
It's inherent. It's necessary. This is what the model dictates.
Well, I don't think you've asked me what I think is going on with the Southern Stars. You've just started making all these straw men about it.
Okay. You see this? You see the northern hemisphere? This makes sense. This is no problem.
Yeah, but why are you claiming that this is reality?
Bro, I'm not gonna talk stupid with fucking stupid people. The reality when you're looking, you look up in the northern hemisphere, you've got a set of stars and they're spinning one way. And when you're in the southern hemisphere, you've got another set of stars. They're going another way.
You missed the point.
This is hard to understand when you've been given a model. When you've been given a fucking model and you didn't come up with it, you defend it like this.
Glory.
No one can hear you because you're yelling and clipping your mic. So settle down, and you missed the point. No one said the stars are in a dome formation above us. No one gave you any criteria. This particular model was brought up as an idea to represent what a personal atmospheric dome could be.
This is the flat Earth model.
No, it's not a flat Earth model. Settle down.
Follow this model. This is the flat Earth model. This is the UN map.
No, it's not.
This is the azimuthal equidistant projection. This is the monopole universe with the Polaris and all the stars and planets going. This is flat Earth.
Glory, you got to relax, bro. Please.
Hey, bro, I'm not gonna relax. This is how I talk. This is how I talk. If I'm not welcome to speak like this in the server, I won't join it.
Okay.
Because you guys sit here and run your mouths about Coriolis for 2 weeks, 2 months while sitting on a dead model, bro. It makes no fucking sense.
Glory,
you're getting worse than me.
Stop shouting at people, man. Everyone here's calm, and you're operating at a 12. Like dial it back to a 7 or an 8.
There's levels of truth seekers. There's levels of truth seekers.
We just want to have a conversation. We just want a conversation. We don't want to be yelled at. If you think you've got some truth, if you think you've got some truth to bring, that's awesome.
Close your fucking mouth and we'll find a solution. The model doesn't work. The model doesn't work.
Stop shouting.
The level of my voice has nothing to do with your model not fucking working. Find the solution.
We don't want to talk to you.
Find the solution. Find the solution.
How you sound
in your life, bro. In your life. Oh wow.
Hey, let's talk to someone else.
You can't even have just a interactive.
Yeah, look, he left. Great.
Yeah, that was like raising my blood pressure just listening to that. Like that was like, wow.
Oh, yeah. I was telling you to just mute him. I don't think you could hear me over it.
I was about to.
What were you guys talking about before?
Any good topics? I was going to see if he could settle down and actually try to say what he was saying, but
yeah. He just does the whole arena no good whatsoever because anyone he interacts with is gonna switch off.
Yeah, but if we stay here for the next 15 minutes talking about him, then he wins. So let's not waste one more second on him.
Good idea.
Any good topics?
How well versed are you? How well versed are you in the Coriolis?
Yeah, catch me up. Keep me up to speed then.
I'm just fucking around, dude.
Like really, I'm not too good with Coriolis, so maybe.
It was just a joke because he. It was just a joke because he said we've been talking about Coriolis for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, Jeremy could go for days nonstop about Coriolis.
We were talking about stars and on the heliocentric model versus and different conceptions of it. Yeah, we were talking about the southern stars. But we can do a new topic or whatever.
Hey, that's a good one. Okay, so what about star trails and how you can't see Polaris in the South Pole?
Yeah, things tend to drop down in your vision as you move away from them. As you keep moving away, it eventually gets to the point you can't see it anymore. That happens.
Hey, how come falling stars they never go from right side up? like from low to high. They only go like they're falling down. Why is that?
That was Chemo's argument. We never see meteors or shooting stars going straight up. I remember he was on about this a few months back.
Hey, is Chemo a glober or a flat earther?
He's a flat earther.
It's one of the 200 proofs. It's one of the
Oh,
original
there you go.
200 proofs. Yeah,
Is it really?
which is pretty funny.
I
Yeah, yeah.
forgot that one.
So what is it saying then? What's the
Well, it's just an anomaly, you know. It's just one of those things that everyone should have references or memories of seeing shooting stars going straight up from the horizon. Boom, do. But you never do. They always seem to be
But what
going
is that
in
saying
a
then
downward
if you
direction.
don't see them?
Oh, who knows? But we should in a heliocentric model.
Did you say heliocentric?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was neat.
Why should
The
you?
heliocentric Bowl model.
I've never seen them.
You can
Have
see
any?
them coming from every angle, right?
Has anyone actually seen the heliocentric model?
I've seen it modeled. Well, I've never seen the model itself.
Yeah, like where
Someone's
is
got
the
it in their
model?
shed somewhere.
Where's the model at? Like, what's the official globe model? There must be like an official
think
one,
it's
right? Scientists
in the
use it or
Vatican.
something. In the Vatican. Dude, that's the first thing I would do if I was like ruler of the world. I would bust open the Vatican and Smithsonian and all those fucking vaults and shit.
Yep.
Area 51, god damn it. What the fuck is in there, motherfuckers?
I lost Friday Night Fights on that question, I think, to somebody. Or remember when he used to do Flat Earther versus Flat Earther?
Flat v flat. No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, we used to do Flat Earther versus Flat Earther to see who was. I won it like 1 week or something, and then I think I lost to that question. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Dave,
Voting fraud. There was.
Dave, are you still at your mic? New perspective.
He ran away. If anyone ever leaves, it's because they ran away.
Yeah, how did Brian go?
No, okay. I was reading your DMs. I don't know if you want to hash it out in here or not, but
Yeah, I will. Just a minute.
How did Brian Leakey go, guys?
I don't know. I didn't watch it.
Platoon. No reports yet?
I watched. I listened to like the first 45 minutes of it or so.
And Geo.
Hey, Geo, I had a question for you. Maybe you would answer this. Hey, have you been to Meteor Crater, Geo?
I've been there.
What do you think it is, dude? I mean, do you think a fucking rock fell from the sky and made that, or?
Oh God, I really don't know. Makes me wonder if anybody knows.
Right? Because there's another crater, but it's in New Mexico. It's about 80 miles from where I live. I'm doxing myself, but I don't really care. I live in Albuquerque, but 80 miles west, there's this there's a crater, and it's like a quarter of the size of Meteor Crater. But it's a crater, but here's the thing about that crater is it left like a lava pit or something. Like here,
yes.
I got a question about meteor craters. Where's the fucking meteor? It's just a hole. Where'd the giant rock go?
They found a piece of metal in there, dude.
Did they find the meteor?
Yeah, dude.
All right.
Just to answer White's real quick about
heard that these all there's. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, you can keep on that. We're kind of just doing a little topic jumping, but
That's fine.
White,
Yeah,
you would ask about the Brian Leakey thing. I mean, from what I heard with Brian Leakey on MC2, and it was similar stuff that Brian has said, like, you know, in this server and other places, just about his calculations and stuff. So from what I heard, it was fairly similar, and they were kind of going back and forth on that.
Okay. Yeah, I thought they might have. He might have been a bit more definitive with it and laid it all out and given a full, example of how it worked.
I mean, basically, MC2 was trying to claim that he's just kind of taking the globe information and then using refraction to kind of put it onto a flat Earth. So that's kind of what he was trying to claim was happening.
Oh, okay. So this place, it's called Ice Cave and Bandera Volcano. If you guys look it up. So I guess it was a volcano a long time ago, and it left. I was there just like yesterday, day before. And there's this lava rock all over, this black rock. And it looks like it flowed out. It's pretty fucking awesome, guys. And yeah, there's the crater. So there's a crater, but there's a volcano, supposedly.
Well, yeah, a lot of I've seen, people tossing up the idea that a lot of the things that we think are craters are actually eruption events, like even the moon potentially. If it is what it is and it boiled off, then it's potentially all eruption events, and that's the remnants of that. Which makes sense because there's no glancing blows on that thing either, on the moon. You think meteorites would come and smash into that on angles and leave...
I can't until I get a center. Pretty good.
What's that?
He might have just been hot miking.
So I'm going to take another picture of this place. Yeah, if you Google that, do you guys have your Google Maps? Look at it, dude, and you'll find the that lava rock, which is pretty wild, dude. Because it's like not all in one spot. It doesn't look like it flowed out either.
There's other things around it too. Looks like little puddles have boiled up in other spots. There's obviously something going on under the ground there.
Yes, dude. Yes, if you look at it, there's a city called Grants adjacent to that crater. If it's actually north of there, and there's a city there, but then there's that lava rock. I passed by it a bunch of times, and then you got that strip just south of there, which is weird, by that 117 road. So it's a separated little patch by that Grant City, which is weird, dude. And you're like, okay, well, how the fuck did it get there? And then over here is the like main puddle. How the fuck did that get over there? It's blowing my mind, dude. It's like, what the fuck? So then you got to question, well, shit, is the Earth a molten iron core like they say it is? Or is lava just some other property we know nothing about? And it doesn't mean just because there's lava that there's a molten iron core, right?
What's funny with the meteor crater in Arizona is people have been criticizing, going, well, where's all the molten rock then? And then I Googled it, and I found an article, scientists solve the mystery of the lack of, or the missing molten rock around it. It's like, so they came up with a story. It could just as easily have been a big water eruption, for all I know. The Great Flood.
No,
Yeah,
they solved the mystery. That is not a clickbait article. It's guaranteed solved.
The molten core is changing though too. They say plasma core. Is that still molten or whatever ionic fluid or whatever the fuck it is? Does that count as molten? I don't know.
Clickbait, bro.
What's wrong? My mic bad?
No, I said all those articles are clickbait.
Oh yes, sir.
I think it's amazing how well our river systems and all of that sort of stuff match up beautifully with electrical arcing patterns. You know, like if you have a beautiful, nice surface, flat and whatever, and you start running water down it, water creates a very different natural path than an electrical arc. And most of our river systems, when you look at them from above, they seem to very much follow those patterns like that.
You know why?
Has anyone else noticed that?
Path of least resistance. You know, they all follow the path of least resistance, right? So they should naturally be similar, somewhat.
But they're not. You can create water erosion naturally, looks very different to electrical discharge or arcing. Very different patterns. Yet the water obviously would naturally flow through these crevices if they were created, wouldn't they? Wouldn't it? Yes, is the answer there.
I think I missed your point. I thought you were saying that the similarity between water and the way like the way the river systems flow versus the pattern in comparison to the way electricity.
I suppose what I was suggesting is one I think came before the other, and the rivers weren't created by the water, although they clearly have been eroded by water, but I think they follow a path that was created by something else.
Oh, okay. Okay, I get it.
Hey, how come there aren't more fucking meteor craters? How come that's the only one?
Oh, there's heaps. We've got big ones in Australia.
Yeah.
In fact, our Ayers Rock, I've heard stories that our Ayers Rock or Uluru in the middle is in fact one, which is connected to another rock system further away, underground. And if you think about the impact that would have had and what that would have thrown up into the atmosphere, the claim is that there's something like that or similar was, what killed out the dinosaurs and snuffed out all the plant life and shit. So, it's a pretty funny story. But if something did fall from the sky that was that big, geez, by hell would it put some fucking dirt up in the atmosphere? Definitely.
Wasn't there one in the recent past that hit somewhere on the outskirts around Russia or something like that? There's like a whole story about that.
Yeah, I don't know where it landed, but if you're talking about the one that did the sonic boom and blew up and smashed all the windows and shit like that, that was pretty full on.
No, I'll have to look it up. Wasn't that one?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't remember that one leaving a crater of any note. I think it just blew up. But there are a whole bunch of meteorite hunters. They apparently fucking track these things and go out and try and find them because they're worth fucking a fortune if they do find them. But is that just a story as well? Do people actually ever find them?
Yeah, they're always trying to scare us with if you look at your newsfeed. Well, my newsfeed is always fucking meteor. They found another meteor and it's gonna hit us, or it's
yeah, right.
Or it's not going to hit us, but it's going to come this close. And
I've seen some.
I've
seen some pretty weird predictive programming, and I don't even really look at the news, but sometimes on my phone, if I just go to the Google main page, I could pulls up the Google News or whatever. But there's always articles that are a huge asteroid might hit and knock out the power and internet. And I'm just thinking, oh man,
yes, dude, I get the same thing, dude.
Knock out the power and internet. They're going to blame it on some space thing.
I get the same
the next
thing.
Carrington event. Solar storm.
Hey, so is Papua New Guinea really that close to Australia, or is it just fucking
yes,
the
very
tip?
Close.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. You can stand at
So
the
this
top
map
and
is
look over and
accurate.
go, fuck, you now. You're just up there. Yeah.
Oh, and so New Zealand is pretty much the closest thing to Antarctica, is what I'm seeing. Guys,
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
fucking
Australia
tiny,
is so
isn't it?
fucking close to Antarctica. Why don't you guys go over there?
We can't go over there. Like you need a decent vessel, man. You can't just head off
I
in a
mean, but
kayak or a
you guys are
fucking
the
tinny.
closest ones. Like over here in America, like we're so fucking far away, but you guys are literally like almost touching it.
You can't even take a
Where
boat. You've got to use a whole new terminology. You have to take a vessel. That should tell you enough about what you need.
where did Metallica and Hole perform at like 20 years ago? Was it a polar ice cap or was it like a desert somewhere? It was one of them too. I think it was a polar ice cap. I think it was under Aurora Borealis or something. If that's true, that's the
North
last
Pole.
time I can think about there being like a party. There needs to be a party at the poles. Party at
Hey,
the
do you
poles.
guys get that on your feed too? Did you guys just hear that there was this portion of the Antarctic ice shelf that recently broke off, and now it's like it's pretty much doomsday because it happened. Did you guys hear about that one?
I heard that there was one in the north that was threatening to drop in, and if it did, it would be doomsday. But I haven't heard about the one in the south that has broken apart. Because if it breaks apart and it's already in the ocean, it shouldn't matter. It's only the stuff that's on land that might slide off into the ocean that should concern anyone.
No, it's gonna fall. It's gonna break and fall, and it's responsible for the rising gas prices.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well,
Like,
supposedly it already broke off, and this is the part that should never break off. And it was such a normal, like high temperatures that's why it did it. And so something like it's pretty catastrophic. I don't know.
Great.
I
So
don't
they've
know if
used
I
their
believe
fucking Jew weapons to fucking carve out an iceberg, all because fucking Biden's son's been fucking caught up and exposed. Fucking assholes.
There's beautiful, and I mean this sincerely. There's beautiful videos on YouTube of these huge pieces of ice falling into the water, and like there's big waves or like this crap. Like there's beautiful footage of it. It's amazing.
Where's the tsunami coming to my back door? I'm right there. I should be getting tsunamis coming if this ice has fallen in just in Antarctica down there.
Oh, it will. It will. I mean, I've seen little pieces, and they make these big ass waves when they do it. Like it's really cool to watch.
It's like the edge of a glacier or something like that.
Are we now expecting the sea to rise like 3 millimeters over the next 400 years? Should I be concerned?
No, it just overflows the edge. It goes off the edge, man.
It's like the bar just spills out a bit and everything settles again. I like it. Heads to the greater drain.
I found that it's called the Tunguska event. It was a meteorite supposedly hit. It was like a 12 megaton explosion in Russia in 1908.
Oh, fucking a long time ago.
Yeah. I thought it was more recent than that.
And there is one that happened. You're thinking of another one that happened more recently because a lot of people caught it on camera, their dash cams and shit. There's an unbelievable amount of dash. There's an unbelievable amount of dash cams in Russia because of all the fraud that people try to do. So they all have dash cams, and I think they caught it. A lot of dash cams caught it.
Yeah, it was like a big sonic boom.
Sorry, you've got to love that footage where you see the fucking people jump onto the bonnet, claim insurance.
Whatever Tunguska event that happened in the 20s, right? So that's different from the one. Yeah, 1908. Yeah, but the one that recently happened that got caught on a bunch of dash cams, that was pretty neat, dude. But how do we know that? Yeah, how do we know that that was an actual, like, that could have been like a bomb or something?
Could have been. Yeah, that could have been the start of fucking warfare. We'll never know, mate.
Yeah, those dash cams are great when the people are like throwing themselves on the hood of the car and shit and like rolling around on the ground. It's fucking hilarious.
Has anyone seen footage or videos of people going out to where meteorites have landed and finding those little bundled up, well, quite large, bundled up coils of wire, all smoldering and hot?
Oh yes, I have. It's like this weird spherical pod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys ever heard of?
What's the deal with that?
Ask Chlora.
You guys ever heard of fusion crust on meteors? Meteorites.
Here we go.
And also tektites, fusion crust.
Yes.
According to the concave Earth model, that fusion crust is actually the glass that it melted to get down through.
Fair enough.
We use that for the flat Earth.
If you want, there's glass in the sky, multiple layers.
I want to see stars through the blue sky. To me, that's the coolest thing. And you can see through the daytime sky.
I mean, can't you see them in like infrared or some other kind of spectrum or something? Because I know they claim that they can see the new moon instantly.
Yep, and they can see through the Earth anyway. They can see the sun through the Earth. So
I remember. You remember that? No,
Yeah.
Don's not joking. These guys told me one time that they had a picture of the sun when they were looking down. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I was ready to go into it with them, but I don't think they wanted it.
Hey guys, so I'm looking at this Google Maps, right? And I remember seeing this there's this Russian vessel, and it was like an icebreaker or whatever they call them, right? Like they're pushing through the ice.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm looking at this fucking map and I don't see any fucking frozen water, dude. And supposedly near Russia they have like frozen waters, like frozen like oceans. But I don't see
certain times a year.
Huh?
Not all the time.
Oh.
Yeah,
So
so
it
check your
changes,
time
I
and
guess?
date on there. Check your images and the time, and you'll see it's probably in there summer or whatever the situation, or whatever. Because the icebreakers only have to go out there when ships start to get locked in, you know, as the water freezes over. They go out and rescue them. So it's obviously not all year round that they have to worry about it.
You guys ever seen
That'd be a great job, I reckon, other than that radiation sickness over time.
Have you guys ever seen the show called Whale Wars?
No.
No?
Is that where they're hunting whales but then there's
Yes.
this group of people that try to like stop them and
Yep. When I was
Never
a little
heard of
kid, when I was a little kid, I was in Key West, Florida, and my dad was like, "Oh, look at this! Look it!" And there was this badass black ship. It was blacked out, totally blacked out. It has a big old skull, and it was called the Sea Shepherd. And they had these giant steel I-beams out the front, and they were cut at a sharp angle. And I was like, "What the heck?" And my dad told me, he said that what these guys do is they go out there and they ram Japanese ships. They sink them because they're out there illegally hunting whales. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. But then not so long ago, they made a whole TV show on it. And it was like many years, many seasons. And they would go down in their icebreaker ships in Antarctica, and they would just wreck these Japanese ships. It was like all-out war out there. And do you remember not too long ago?
Where was the funding? Was it philanthropist funded, or like what type of funding did these people have? Were they just
they'll sell you like hooded sweatshirts. I got 2 of them. They're like $80, but they're damn nice. So you buy a damn nice sweatshirt and you're helping them.
But I'm saying, can we talk about what we think maybe the origin of these startup vessels is? Like what spawned them?
Well, one was called
Greenpeace or something like that. Who knows?
No, they broke away from Greenpeace because Greenpeace was too much of pussies. All they did was photograph the
So they were
atrocities.
part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted
see
to.
that.
He wanted to do something about it.
Rogue,
Anyway,
rogue charity people. That's kind of cool. But then, yeah, okay. I mean, I know it could be range of different things. I'm just curious what we know about specific situations.
well,
Pretty
one
interesting.
ship, one entire icebreaker ship, multi-million-dollar ship was given to him by Bob Barker.
See,
So it's
philanthropist funded.
Bob Barker.
Yeah.
That's interesting, right? That's interesting. That's pretty freaking cool.
Well, do you remember not too long ago where there was these dudes that said that they were going to go to Antarctica and they just disappeared? You remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jarl or Jarl? That guy?
That was on the show because they were there in Antarctica and they received the radio signal and they went out to the last known position. They found his freaking emergency raft. They pulled it ashore or pulled it aboard.
Scuttled.
Well, something must have happened because they must have abandoned ship or whatnot, and because they found their emergency raft. It's a really neat show. They're all about just traversing this outskirts of Antarctica.
Okay, so this is the way. Did they have footage of them finding a bogey and smashing that shit? Come on, that is got to be amazing. Do they got that for real?
No,
they go get them.
You've got to sign up. It's just $3.99 per year, and you can get access to all the footage.
What was the question?
Like, do you have to pay $10 per reel of them actually destroying a boat? I'm just saying, is there footage of them going to battle, basically?
Well, they quit actually sinking ships because it was too goddamn destructive. So then they started disabling the ships. Like they would tow these big old huge ropes behind them with a buoy on the end, and they would swerve across in front of the bow of the enemy boat, and it would get drug under and caught in their props and disable them so they can't kill whales. And then they would have all these other boats, and they'd zoom over and they would throw bottles of what's it called? It's like rancid butter, and it just reeks like butyric acid. It would reek like shit, and it would just totally disrupt everything on the ship. They did all kinds of stuff.
Stink bomb them? Oh my God, stink bomb warfare.
All kinds
rancid
of stuff.
butter.
Well, yeah, it's basically rotten, nasty butter, but it's called butyric acid. It's one of the most stinkiest.
I mean, any shenanigans is film worthy. It's not like every day on the street you just see someone like whacking someone in the head with a newspaper for whatever reason. I mean, people just don't go around attacking each other. I mean, they do, but like not like that's the mission of the day. We're going to attack people. Like that's it's funny how
that's what they did. It was amazing. They would black out their boats and their they would go out in jet skis and put tracking devices on the ships because the whole point is to get out of each other's radar range. So they could kill whales. It was awesome.
I can't imagine what they could do nowadays with drone technology out there, and you could drop shit right on it.
Yeah, but they even had a helicopter to scout. It was an amazing show, but they discontinued it.
Cutting into bloody profits, god damn it. Can't have that shit. Shut it down.
Yeah, they beat the Japanese until they quit for about a year or two, and then I kind of lost track of what's going on now.
Rocky, what happened in
Someone's
Bev's
palm
earlier?
got greased, mate. Sorry, Jeremy.
Rocky, what happened in Bev's earlier? I went in there and I was going to listen to you guys, and then everyone left.
From what I hear, you should not go to Bev. I heard them talking about him for an hour, I think, in Gem, Jeremy. It was Lewis, some other guy. It was like, he has a sweet voice, but then he's a dickhead. And Lewis was calling him out all type of ways and shit. Like, bro, you should not fuck with Bev, apparently. Do not do it.
Lewis the Lion?
Yeah, Lewis the truck driver. He was like, he was like, you know how Bev got the whiteboard and shit? He was like, we were talking, and he was all on the board. He was like, let's have a conversation. And then I told him to draw what I wanted on the whiteboard, and he wouldn't do it. He's like, that's when I knew I was doing it. He's like, he just wouldn't draw what I told him to draw. Lewis was feeling some type of way, bro.
Shit.
It was hilarious. But yeah, that you can't fuck with someone who's not gonna draw what you want to draw. I'm just saying, like, come on, that report right there, enough, man, should be like, you know, like on a red flag or something.
I just thought all them guys left because I went in there. Like, I popped in, and then they instantly was all like, "We gotta go." I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?"
They know you ain't having that bullshit. That's why.
Fuck. I mean, I don't know. Bev gave me a lot of good arguments. A lot of stuff.
I mean, he's all right for the hype. I give him that.
Either way, if you don't want to do it through Bev and you want to do it through another thing, you guys should all get your geometry up.
All right.
Stop reading those bullshit clickbait articles, Don, and get your geometry up.
Okay, so I watched 3 blue, 1 brown, right?
I don't know what that means. Is that a YouTube channel or?
It's a YouTube channel, but they're talking about like the gene, you know, the genes for the eye, and like from your parents or grandparents' genes, and like for whatever reason, my kid just told me it was 3 blue, 1 brown. I always thought it was 3 brown, 1 blue. Yeah, it just fucked my head up.
Yeah, never trust the kids, mate. Fucking hell. Unless you homeschool them, then it's your own fault, I suppose.
I wouldn't trust anyone that was born after Tupac died.
This dude fucking with me today, Jeremy, or like yesterday. He talking about a nickel, I don't know, Dad, 4 cents. Then talking about a quarter, I don't know. Like, I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you better know this quarter. Who does? He talking about he don't know what a quarter. How many cents is a quarter or a nickel?
Oh, and a money?
No, 25 cents. Yeah. He's like,
who said that?
I'm like, he's 12.
Dude, don't stop trusting people that were born after Tupac died. I told you.
They doing something to these kids, bro. Like, I mean,
run away from the light, mate.
No, but it's like you knew what 25 cents was last year, and you're like, what the fuck?
COVID. He must have got COVID. He's got long COVID. Check his toes.
Did you guys see this? Did you guys see? Russell Brand got some references on it. There's I think what health I'll put up the screenshot of it here after I've been driving. But there's been investigation and admission basically about the frivolousness of the COVID hype scare, medical industries, you know, fraudulently, you know, getting money based or whatever, like medical industries being responsible for hype or whatever the word they would, you know, the negative criminal type word that they use for it.
Hell, we've been saying that from the beginning.
Yeah. Right. But now it's like the public it's like real deal of like official public or whatever. Like the good guys are going for it. Supposedly. They're like, all right, we're really going to do something. Man, billions, hundreds of billions. Okay. Like it's ridiculous.
Oh, pharmaceutical companies had record years last year. Yeah.
I'm sure, guys, and everyone, we have loved ones, and you know, There's people in hospitals, okay, and I've seen, okay, there was maybe a few extra people with sniffles last year, but it's like, no,
Nah,
dude,
bro, nobody
that
got
shit,
the flu.
yeah,
Nobody
that shit
got the
wasn't
flu last
shit.
year.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, but there was like a lot of flu. There was a lot of flu. I mean, a little bit in my smoking circles, maybe. There was a lot of flu, a little bit, maybe.
Near
It's
me.
no big deal. I'm saying, but either way, it ain't no fucking. You're
There
gonna
was
die.
a lot of flu, a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, yeah, but there
It's
ain't
pretty
no
funny.
you're gonna die. You get what I'm saying? There ain't no you're gonna die. Like, yeah, dude, like people was dying, maybe, but anyway, you know what I mean? But nah, bro, there is no
You're not
reason
forming
we should be.
coherent sentences, Don.
Well, because it's hard. The COVID thing wasn't a coherent fucking narrative, and we all fucking ate it up. But yeah, the kids wearing masks and all that. That's fucking bullshit.
Well,
Fucking
you just
bullshit.
figured it out right there. You know why there wasn't any? Hold on, wait. You know why there wasn't any flu last year? Because everyone was wearing masks. That's what they were literally saying.
Maybe the Rona messed up your brain, Don.
Dude, you know that Rona replaced 90% of the ILI last year, dude. So get real.
Sounds like someone with that's got long Rona in your brain.
Yeah, I got the Rona 5 times over, just like I had the flu 10 times over before that. And if you think that the kids should be wearing masks and people who own restaurants should be having to go to court because they kept the restaurant open, you need to get the fuck out of my America.
That's a Rona brain right there for you.
East.
Right on, brother.
I got a question. If natural
What up,
immunity
Hank?
gives you antibodies, and then the vaccine gives you antibodies, then what's the fucking problem other than the financial burden that Pfizer has, to pay all their, investors?
Yeah.
Repeat that. What's the what?
Yeah, and since you want to come at me, Chronic, maybe you can step up to the challenge Coach Show struck out on. Foolish said we need to look more into. Yo, you can step up to this fucking bullshit challenge on the late night physics bullshit, Chronic, since you want to come at me. I'm telling you, bro, I'm not ready today. I'm not ready to take any bullshit.
Damn, Don, you're on one today, man. You're on one, man.
Dude, Corona does not make you angry. People pretending that they should be scared of Corona is what makes me angry, bro.
I feel you, Don. Right on.
Where did it go? Where is it? The vaccine. Yay. Yay. My daughter would not have wanted to put something in her. Oh, but no, they say, like, hey, if you want to hang around in this building and have this job, like, you got to put something in you because, there's a quantified percentage that you're going to give somebody, like, sick possibly. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. That's some fucking stupid shit, bro. Fucking dumb. Everybody, this guy could get a fake letter, or you get. It's just fucking stupid. Yeah, ain't no one soldiers.
When did we start blaming
toy soldiers? Toy fucking soldiers.
When did we start blaming healthy people for sick people getting sick, and then blame the healthy people for the medicine not working?
Man.
About 1 year ago.
Exactly.
And what's the science to back that up? Crickets?
Like, why? It's like, dude, why do I feel like I'm gonna die? That's because the vaccine's working. Why am I so sick and got Corona when I got vaccinated? Because the vaccine's working.
Yes. Well, what is it? The flu shot? Why do I feel like I have the flu? Because you got the flu shot. They gave you the flu shot.
That's how you know it's working.
Man, and I'm going to disclaim it again because what I opened with, in case Chronic didn't hear it. It was maybe more people coughing than usual.
I had to step away. I didn't catch it, Don.
When I first opened, I said, like, dude, there probably was, I maybe noticed a little more sniffles.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, so that's there. Like maybe it was
Sure.
a little bit more.
I'm
Okay.
not like for or against any. I'm on the whole Rona conversation, all that whole conversation. I prefer just not to even waste breath. It's not even worth arguing, discussing. In my opinion, you can have all the
I agree
feelings.
with that.
You can feel all types of way that you want to feel about it. But I mean, I'm not here to defend, to advocate, to do none of that. It's just not worth the breath.
Well, not here, but do you stand for it all? Look, I'm just letting out a little bit of energy. But since it was up,
Of course,
go off,
Don.
that position that you said though, that's kind of cool. It's like if every American felt like me and you felt about it, not $1 would have been wasted or anybody inconvenienced about it.
Sure,
either.
maybe, yeah.
Right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So maybe
he's just yesing you to death. Are you just yesing him to death?
No, I don't think he is.
I'm agreeing. No, I'm agreeing with Don.
No, he's genuine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard not to be genuine with a maybe.
So I want to talk about something that I recently come across. Is it okay if I change the subject since we're in agreement?
Yeah, what's up, Hank? What's up, bro?
Switch it up.
All right, so I've been hearing this word thrown around a lot, and it's called a preservation device. And you might think of a preservation device kind of like a floaty, right? Like a little 2-year-old in the pool with a couple floaties on his arms, right? But what we're seeing here is that we're at a point in the debate where this word refraction and gravity, these are nothing more than flotation devices. Because you can't really get the opposite side, the globe earthers, to go into, how does this actually work? What's the mechanism that causes light to bend down 8 inches per mile squared? And they're going to say temperature. Okay, so can you show me where it's getting like colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder anywhere in this dynamic atmosphere except for marching north? Because what I see is when I'm on my motorcycle, there's like pockets of cold and hot. So I'll be riding all over the county, and it's like all over Texas, right? And it's like it gets hot for a second and I'm sweating, and then it gets cold for a second, and there's no water around, right? It's just pockets of hot and cold. So how do they say that it's like colder and colder and colder and the light's bending down and down and down and down? When really Occam's razor would say, the most simple explanation is probably the easiest and the more correct one. So can we get these?
Which is what, Hank?
What we see is what is actually there. We're not looking at some sort of.
Is it possible our eyes could deceive us ever?
Chronic, get on your
Yes,
Smurf.
of course. Of course.
My Smurf is too high for you, Don. Sorry, go ahead, Hank.
Fuck on.
So is it possible that we shouldn't use observational science only because we can only, be deceived by our eyes?
Wait, say that again. Say that one more time?
Okay, you said we can't trust our eyes, right? Is it
Not
possible
always,
we shouldn't only? Yeah, is it possible we shouldn't only rely on observational science then, and we should actually manipulate variables to witness a cause and effect relationship?
You mean make measurements? Sure.
Measurements? No, I'm talking about. Okay, I'm talking about the scientific method, right?
Mm-hmm. Which one though? QEs or the generally accepted one?
Do you think QE is? Hold on. Let me ask you this question, and this is a serious question. Do you think QE is like a time traveler and he's really Francis Bacon?
Maybe, I don't know. Could be.
Because he didn't invent the scientific method, bro.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So that's a really weird thing for you to say.
But he's grossly misrepresenting it, in my opinion.
How's that?
In your opinion?
Of course, yeah. Why would I ever be?
But it doesn't matter.
How is
the
that?
Method is the method.
How is he misrepresenting it?
So he's pigeonholing it into an overly sophisticated, overly extremist definition of the term. When, in my opinion, there are many countless different ways to conduct science. In my opinion.
Gotcha. So,
right, so
wouldn't
wouldn't
it be easier to just not be offended, so to speak? Not to. Anyway.
Well, I'm not. I'm not offended by what Hank or anyone is saying. I'm just giving my opinion.
No. By it being called pseudoscience, and just say I study this instead of trying to say it's science what I'm doing. You know what I mean? If it doesn't follow the scientific method.
I guess so.
Let's kind of off topic.
Sure.
I'm trying to get to the different types of scientific method. So, is observational science a scientific method?
Are you asking my opinion? Are you asking
Dude,
the absolute truth? Because no one will ever give you, no one in the history of humanity can give you absolute truth or knowledge of anything, right?
Oh dear.
How
Okay, I'm a
philosophical do
male
we want to
child.
get, man? Like,
I'm a male child, bro. How about that? Is that fucking true? I
like,
can prove it.
do we
Me and you
want to
can go
get,
to the doctor.
you know,
Me and you can go to the doctor, and I can
repeat
prove I'm a
the
male child.
philosophical conversation that we
Hey,
repeat
you just
100
made a
times a day?
claim that nobody can know anything, and there's no truth. I can prove that I'm a man. Can you do that?
Oh man, this conversation's so repetitive, so repetitive.
Okay. So if your balls are in a vice and I tighten them all the way until you scream and I tighten them one more time, is that pain
Who
real?
knows, man? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? That's the whole
I don't
point.
think you're going to be saying that while your balls are in a vice, bro.
I don't know. You don't
It's
know that. Who knows, man?
It's solipsism.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
I agree with
He's a
Jeremy.
solipsist.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't know anything. Get out of here, genius. You don't know anything. Quit making claims. Get out of here, genius. You can't know anything.
Oh,
if you can't
okay.
know anything, why are you in here making claims?
I'm in here having conversation.
No, you're in here
Are
making
you
claims
really?
that people can't know anything.
Hold on. Does
Do
he
you know? Do you know that people can't? Go ahead, bro.
No, are you really having a conversation?
I'm trying to.
How do you know?
Well, that's what I don't know. That's the point. You're proving my point, Elbow.
He was
Yeah, he knows that he doesn't know, right?
Yes.
He knows that
yes.
he doesn't know. That's why we can't afford to have a conversation with these people.
Exactly.
Right? 'Cause they don't know anything, but they're
time
proclaiming
to
everything.
there should be a study, a scientific study on, and we should call it time to brick wall, TTBW. How quickly a conversation like this devolves to philosophy of what we can know, and then just time how long it takes every time, and then find an average of that. It'd be less than 10 seconds. We literally get nowhere.
Yeah, and I'm sure you would call it science.
You're
wouldn't
giving
you?
your opinion on something. I'm giving my opinion on something. We can move forward.
You don't have an opinion.
Understanding that they're both opinions.
You don't have an opinion. Opinions derive from knowledge and experience. You have no knowledge, sir.
So the time to brick wall here was 30 seconds or less in this instance.
Right, because you can't know anything, but you're here proclaiming things.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you want to study? I mean, you won't be able to tell if it's true or not.
Huh?
Why would you want to study if you won't know if it's true?
In my opinion, conducting science is about evidence.
But your opinion is worthless.
Evidence-based conclusions that you make about the physical world, right?
I mean, it's still worthless if you don't know anything, right?
Huh? I never said knowledge is worthless. I said we can never know anything infinitely, with infinite certainty.
Yeah, we get it. You're questioning your gender, and then you started questioning everything else.
Sure,
we get
Hank,
it,
man. Make it about me, man. It's not about me. But anyway,
we got that straight from Kimo.
It's about the archetype.
I did.
It's about your archetype, bro. You're a Slim Shady, bro, just like everybody else. You can't know anything, but I'm gonna preach at the top of the mountain like I know everything.
Cool, exactly. So yeah, like I gave my opinion on science, the scientific method, what it is, what it entails, is not what QE preaches, in my opinion, is a vast misrepresentation of the overarching term of science. Yeah.
You got observational science, but you can't trust your eyes. Good job.
Sure.
Good job. Oh, I got an idea. Let's ask a question. Right? That's the best scientific method, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's ask a question. Why are boobs good? When does the science start? Are we doing science yet?
Who knows, man?
My question would be, what's my wife going to make for dinner tonight? Let's science this. Let's science this up, guys.
You could take a look at all the available items in your pantry or your refrigerator.
She got DoorDash.
Okay.
It's limitless. We could get anything we want for dinner. Who knows? It's a crapshoot. How do we science it?
That's true. That's true. You could use Bayes' method. You could try to use Bayes' method, Jeremy, and come up with an a priori probability based on your past dinners that you've had the past week or two, and then try to make a statistical argument about the probability that you're gonna you'll have Chinese DoorDash or something tonight based on how long it's been since you've had Chinese.
Yes. So you can claim that you study statistics. Yeah, statistics.
Sure, it's called
Why
math.
do you have to? Yeah, but why be offended by not being classified as science? Just say you study statistics.
Huh?
Don't say you're a scientist or that's science when it's not.
Are you mistaking me with someone? I'm not sure I said anything that you just claimed I said.
No, it's not science.
Oh, you're speaking Are you generalizing?
Yes, like for instance,
Oh, okay.
instead of
Well, I don't agree with what you're saying.
Framing it within the realm of science, just step away from that and just say I study statistics.
You can't disagree with them because you don't know anything.
Sure.
That hard solipsism is kind of crazy, though, Chronic.
Not really. Like
you don't.
No.
Dude, listen to yourself. You're the type of person that says, "I don't know if heat causes water to boil."
Okay.
That's you, right? Do you know that heat causes water to boil?
It's one of the things that can cause water to boil.
Do you know that?
I've pretty good evidence. I have pretty good evidence of that. Go ahead, Silent.
So do you know it? Yes or no? It's a binary question. Do you know that heat causes water to boil?
No.
Well, my 2-year-old nephew does. Genius.
Okay, good one. Like you've had this conversation a million times. Why repeat it? You understand quote unquote our side of the argument. So why do you just repeat this conversation 8 million times a month? Like you already understand our side. So why continue the dumb, pointless argument?
May I ask you?
Dude, you don't know anything.
Chronic.
How do you know it's dumb?
Go ahead, Silent.
Do you understand why we we want to pick on this what science is, right? Do you understand why we do it or not?
I think I understand, and I can give my opinion or my guess of.
Yeah, can you give me your opinion on why we bring this up?
Yeah. So, and my guess is that there's this sort of absolutism / extremism of thinking that we can know anything with 100% infinite wisdom, which is not definitionally true. It's just not definitionally true. So then that's why I made up this random metric, time to brick wall, that this conversation gets to, where in 30 seconds or less, it's just we all hit a brick wall and it means nothing, and it's just boring, pointless, wasting our life talking.
What is the not definitionally true? If I could just catch up real quick.
You've been in the conversation a lot, Don, in the past, but it's no. It's about if science proves anything, if we can know anything 100, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
boring.
Can I explain you why I think?
Go ahead.
Can I explain you why I think we bring this thing
sure,
up?
I'd love to hear it.
In my point of view is because science has a meaning, right? That can actually mold your brain, like the way you think. Like if you put the word science in front of any sentence, that dictates that what you're saying is actually real, right? Now, when you dilute it, well,
I mean, I gotta tell you, I gotta disagree with your first statement. So whatever else you might say is gonna be flawed based on our disagreement on the first statement. Yeah.
So do you think we can science God?
No, putting the word science in front of like anything doesn't mean anything, in my opinion.
Don't you think it gives it a little bit more
definitionally?
My bad.
It gives it more validity. That's in the eyes of your opinion, of your own brain. I'm not claiming it does.
Wait, you don't think that putting the word science in front of something gives it more validation of something being real or not?
Are we in the definitional space? Are we in the extremist absolute space of? Yeah, it depends.
He's using observational science, and he knows that he can't.
No, that's a problem, Chronic. That's a problem. Like we flat earthers think that science actually means something and has some standard.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
You guys, Chronic, the way I see it is how you say, like volatile. Like it's actually up to debate at any time. And I don't agree with that. If you don't follow the scientific method, If you don't follow the scientific method, nothing can. Whatever you're claiming to be science, it cannot be science.
So there's a difference, though. In real world application, I agree with your first statement that science is useful, but in this absolute extremism, like just philosophical of the definitions of the words and what they mean by definition, then that's different. I'm sure you can kind of follow that, no?
Well, I'm talking about anything that we call science on our flower art side is because it has a scientific method behind it, right? You guys call science anything. So how do we know what is real and what is not? If you don't apply the scientific method, you can claim anything to be scientific and without even following the scientific method. And at that point, it's just like, it's worthless.
But
it means anything.
Are you talking about in practice? Are you now expanding out to real world applications?
When I'm talking about
are you
science,
still in the hard definition frame?
No. This whole time, when I'm talking about science, I'm talking about real world applications.
Okay.
I don't anything that you study, anything that you study, like if you read numbers and you observe things, only observe things, I don't consider that science. That I consider that just studying something.
You mean okay? So
here's the deal. He's accusing us. Hold on, bud. He's accusing us of being extreme because we want to adhere to the scientific method where you can establish a cause and effect relationship. But he has no idea.
Incorrect, though. You're wrong, Hank.
Hold on.
Okay.
You just said you were against QE's version of science.
But listen.
Hold on.
Okay,
justify yourself. Does QE talk about the cause and effect relationship between the independent, dependent, and control variables?
Of course. So if you
okay, so what are you disagreeing with?
I'm disagreeing.
Where is the disagreement?
I'm disagreeing with your one singular definition of the scientific method that you subscribe to via QE that is extremely misrepresented and put into a box that isn't the reality box of how science is conducted in
real
reality.
quick before you answer, I want to say a threshold. Real quick, a threshold. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. That's about the limits that we should agree on. Thank you.
What?
Okay, hold on.
Makes sense, Don.
I'm trying to say something. He interrupted. So what I'm trying to say is he's on the opposite end of the extreme where he's so liberal with the scientific method. You can watch some ants and say that, oh, these ants, they're talking. Right? They're
You can only
communicating with each other.
You can only falsify. That's the message. Lawrence Krauss, thank you.
How do you know that by looking? How do you know that just by looking at the ants?
Why did you quote
Like you don't know shit just by looking. So you can observe things, right? But how do you know what you're seeing is really what's happening?
Are you making measurements?
No, you're just observing.
Are you measuring the metabolic rate of the ants? Are you determining? Are you measuring their the size of their anthill they make? The distance they travel when the worker ants versus the queen ant. Like we've had the conversation a lot. Hank.
Oh yeah,
I'm not missing the point. I'm trying to explain.
You're an extremist too. You're on the opposite
you can
end
claim
where
that,
you can
sure.
just look at something. You can just look at something and then claim it's not knowledge, but I'm going to scream it at the top of the hilltops, and I'm going to make sure that this goes to the schools, and we're going to make sure that we put you in a cage if you don't pay your school tax. We'll throw you in the dungeon with torture cuffs on if you don't preach the bullshit that we don't know.
And you're saying I'm extreme? Observe. Come on, man. Torture dungeon, and I'm extreme, Hank. You can have whatever opinion.
Have you heard of the IRS?
You can have whatever opinion of anyone you want, man. I'm not gonna argue against your opinion. You think whatever you want, man.
If you don't pay your taxes, you go into the dungeon.
Cool.
So
cool,
you gotta
dungeon sounds like is it a sex dungeon? Sounds like a great place, man.
Nah, man, that's all in your head, bro.
All right.
Sex dungeon.
Okay. Why are you quoting Lawrence Krauss, Don?
So chronic
contextual implication quote. Yes,
I see.
So, crying. Do you think we can? So you don't think we can prove things in reality? Science. Can we prove things in reality?
Jeremy, come on. You want to extend this conversation that we are all well aware of how it goes. You really want to continue it?
Well, I mean, you guys are focused on science.
If it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong.
You guys were talking about the science. I mean, put science aside. Can we just prove things in reality?
Oh man. So you're
What does your definition mean? Chronic said he loves definitional positions.
I think he was joking. I'm pretty sure he's joking.
I'm being serious about not wanting to perpetuate the conversation.
All right.
The pointless conversation. You know exactly the talking points from both sides, Jeremy. I know that you do. I know you do, man.
The solipsism runs heavy
Sure.
with you guys.
That's
I know.
your opinion, sure.
Well, it does. I mean, anyways, you want to talk about Coriolis?
Me? I don't care.
Do we see Coriolis when we look at the sun?
Let me get it. Let me get to the thing. Let me get it. Can I get Chronic on the thing that Kosho want to answer?
Do we see Coriolis when we look at the sun? I have no idea, Jeremy. Go ahead, Don.
Dude, you're supposed to know these things, man. Come on, Chronic.
Okay, dude.
Dude, that's his answer for everything. I have no idea.
Go ahead, Don.
I don't know. Maybe we do. I don't have that. I don't have information, knowledge. I need to see measurements, tests, experiments, anything on that.
All right, we can debunk this nonsense.
Don, let me get one more sentence. I'm not saying that nobody knows. It's impossible to know with some degree of certainty or have confidence based on evidence-based measurements, experiments. But I just personally don't know because I'm not experienced in that question. Go ahead, Don.
In the field of outer space, you're not experienced, no doubt.
Sure.
I have a question of a request from Chronic.
Go ahead. This Kosho thing or whatever.
Can you get Zanuck in here?
Me? You think I can rub a genie's bottle and just summon anyone? What the hell?
That was hard, bitch, man.
I thought y'all were buddies or something.
I'm not buddies with anyone on Discord, man. Not even Jeremy.
Not even me.
Really?
Not even me, Don.
Here I was thinking you were cool.
What a dick.
Zanuck is in gems right now. I'm not gonna go holler at him now.
Baby, don't make Chronic a drink.
No,
he's busy in gems, you reckon?
Yeah. What's the point? What's your point, Don?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
It's only logic, okay? So let's pretend we're kindergartners and we're coming up and we're learning Galilean.
You don't have to pretend. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we have to.
No, you don't have to though. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I live all the lives.
You said you're a kindergartner.
There are 3,890,092 of me that are kindergartners. So anyway, all right. So, the Galilean principle of constant velocity. Shall we pull up the lecture that me and Zanuck and Foolish and Kosho were going over, in which they all miserably, except Foolish yielded like a gentleman. The other two dove off the fucking deep end in a logic disparity.
They got trapped in a logic loop.
Absolutely.
It doesn't sound like Zanuck.
No, what's the lecture though? Who gave it? Where was it? What year? All that stuff.
Oh geez, let me run back up to the PC.
Yeah,
I can pull it up. We'll pull it up.
Just the basic info.
Let's see if I can just recall the name off the top of my head. Let me go up there. But are you familiar with the foundation of how all this stuff starts about constant velocity and all this nonsense?
Maybe you might have to be a little more specific.
Uniform motion.
In what?
Reference frames.
Okay, you're just saying keywords now. Keep going.
There is no uniform motion. Uniform motion is non-existent in the heliocentric model.
I agree. They try to
He hit
sell
you with all the words.
They try to tell us uniform motion, and I call it a debunk. And I see what you think logically of it. Hold on, let me pull it.
Sure.
So I'll give you the summary. If you're trying to learn this in school, it's going to tell you that, you know, if you were on a ship moving at a constant velocity with a perfect water or whatever, you wouldn't be able to tell whether you were moving or the water was moving, basically.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You're familiar with this, right?
I'm following.
So it's
Sounds like GR.
What's claimed? What's claimed is, and we know because it's kind of like it sells us that you know, a thing in motion will stay in motion type of thing. It's, I mean,
Sure.
that's not really the the more serious tie-in, but it's that stuff builds into basically time dilation, believe it or not. And it takes a couple steps to get there, but it does. And what's crazy is the first assumption you have to hold to buy into all this is false.
Which is what?
Which is that no, like if you're below deck, no experiment can be done to tell if you're moving or the outside is moving.
Okay,
And
special relativity. Okay.
I claim because of an atomic clock, because of atomic clock, it shows you at a different level, right, that the material involved does act differently, whether it has different amount of momentum.
You're not being so clear to me. I don't know about anyone else, but
Are you familiar with?
He hit you with all key words, bro. He said
He
atomic
did.
clock.
He did.
So are you familiar with the atomic clock experiments? How they put them in a plane and they say when the plane has the momentum, the timekeeping changes because of the way the material is vibrating differently or whatever.
The material vibrating differently? You mean
the atoms fucking oscillating or whatever? Like, I don't know. But anyway. Bro, come on, don't know how many.
It's not okay. I mean, you're saying you're kind of partially there. You mean the velocity relative to the frame from an observer, fixed on Earth? Is that what you're trying to say?
The conclusion of the atomic clock experiments is just about like energy in a thing is what changes the behavior. And
I mean, how an atomic clock works. Okay.
Well, it's not about. I mean, the atomic clock just means a really precise clock. To be honest, there's nothing special about the word atomic. It just means clock. So anyway,
okay.
I mean, it does, right? You're gonna disagree. It just means it's a really precise clock.
No, I'll agree for this. I'll agree. Go ahead.
Right. So really, anything. I mean, the atomic clock is just that it's very precise. It can show you this baby reading that it got, but in theory, any material is gonna dilate. Let's say.
Mathematically, yeah. In theory, I'm actually with you so far. I like that you. Yep. In theory, yep. If you work out the math and the formalism, yeah.
Right. So let's go back to kindergarten. So now,
let's do it.
when they sell us the first assumption, no experiment could be done to know whether you're moving or the outside is moving. That's just not true. You could do this experiment. You could have atomic clocks, and you could have baseline, and just have it inside with you. You could have outside reference. You could have these atomic.
You can't gloss over that though. You hear what you just said, right?
Have it with you outside reference.
Yeah, you'd have an outside reference.
No. But chronic, you're allowed to have. Listen, both things are in your observation. The observation is you, the boat, and the outside water moving. So you are allowed to. You have that reference. The point is, you can have. Reading.
You're teetering on conflating some of the things right there. So you got to be careful about what you're saying.
No, you got to be specific. You don't just go, I don't know. You got to be specific on what you're saying.
You have an atomic clock on the boat. Okay, and you have an observer. There needs to be someone there on the boat with the atomic clock in that frame to look at the atomic clock and make the reading. You agree?
Okay.
How do you know what the atomic clock is saying if you don't have, one sec.
I'll agree with you. I don't that's not a problem so far. I don't think you can have.
You look at the atomic clock from the boat. Okay, there's an atomic clock on the boat and an atomic clock on the water. You're saying? Can't the guy from the boat see the atomic clock that's on the water?
Yeah. Also, if they don't even want to give you that, which to me it doesn't matter because it's. Really, it should be allowed. In my opinion, the point is they saying you can't feel it, but the point is you could feel it, right? You could say this material is doing different stuff than this other material. You
can't though. Explain. Be more specific with what you just said.
So
this material could feel it, but the other couldn't feel it. Like what do you mean by what you're saying right there?
Well, the one atomic clock would have a different reading than the other, basically.
Yeah,
The one boat would
you
have
know this experiment though. You know it. You do know it, but I think you're trying to. I don't know if you're doing this on purpose or accidentally, but you're conflating maybe the idea of simultaneity and special relativity.
the point is special
Chronic, you from down south?
No, did I say
I
something?
heard it in your voice. I heard it in your voice. You ain't from down south or nothing?
Nah, I'm from south of the Mason-Dixon line, but I mean Washington D.C. is not south.
My bad. I didn't want to derail this. My bad.
Yeah.
I heard it in your voice. Okay, go ahead.
South of the Mason. See, listen to him. Look at him talking.
Yeah,
code.
Jeremy, what are you doing, bro?
Jeremy exposed.
My bad.
Jeremy,
No, I get some people used to give me shit about being from below the Mason-Dixon line, even though DC is like what 20 miles below the line. It's not even.
Anyways,
anyway.
carry on.
Sorry,
on.
go ahead,
Don.
Don. Go ahead, Don.
Derail this. Take him back to kindergarten.
The point is like, you know, you're allowed to have both of the frames, and you're going, but you got to be in a frame. What? I don't understand what you're saying. There's a problem anywhere. I just don't.
Okay, the two clocks again, right? You have one clock.
You want to do that one? Start with that one, but even one clock. If 2 clocks is a problem, just do one.
It's like Dr. Seuss. 1 clock, 2 clock.
2 clock.
Go ahead, my bad.
Red clock, blue clock. Okay, Don. Even with 1 clock, what are you doing? You got 1 clock in the boat. You got you on the boat next to the clock, looking at the reading, and you got me outside on a rowboat in the water. It's let's just say I'm stationary relative to you. I pick me as the station, the fixed origin point. If you want to think about the some coordinate frame, some reference frame, some coordinate system for this. Then you can define my inertial frame as being fixed, and you are moving relative to my fixed position from your frame of reference, and vice versa from my frame of reference.
That's the point. It's not vice versa from your frame of reference. That's where you're lying.
That's the whole definition. That's the definition.
You just interrupted me, man.
Go ahead, Don. But read the definition again if you don't agree with that. Definitionally, that's how it's defined.
See, this is what happens. This is what happens. Lemmings who have been indoctrinated skip to the end and think we're trying to talk about the end and use something in the end. We're not doing that yet.
We can talk about any part of it.
Hold up. What we're doing right now is just exploring the first assumption in this foundation, which is no experiment can be done to tell the difference. Now, what we're saying is you could have yours fixed frame, or what we know from another frame, Chronic, is the boat is going down the river. You know what I'm saying? In that frame, in our frame, if you were to go back again, you can have it. And you know how we know this?
No, you got to be more
specific.
specific.
I'm going to tell you how we know this. It's the atomic clock, because we have this device. Clock. Listen, we have a clock so precise that we have discovered that when we add known energy, known momentum into it, the atoms will vibrate at a different rate, Chronic. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, Don.
Okay, well, that's where you agree. That's where you disagree. And that's where, now when I show you that's what happens, then what?
So again, you're jumping you're making so many jumps left, right, up, down.
Me jumping?
Yeah, in my opinion, you are, yeah. So
Chronic.
You can say so
you do or do not agree that atomic clock can go on a clock can be so precise. It can go on a plane. We can add energy. We know we're firing the throttle of the plane. We bring the clock.
What are you adding energy to the? You need to be now. I'm asking you a follow up. Okay. What do you do? What do you mean adding energy to the clock? Please explain to my kid. I'm a kindergartner now. I'm only I'm a little toddler. I don't understand what you mean.
Momentum.
Put a clock on a plane and add energy to it.
Add momentum.
Add momentum.
Yes.
Okay. Which is, do you know what the definition of momentum is, right? There's different terms in there, right?
Yeah,
Variables.
I mean, but so I just want to say
I'll give you a hint. It's got a V in there, and that V could stand for what?
Yeah, I know about the velocity.
Okay.
The thing is, bro, is what I'm saying is, we know we would assume that we are moving. So we understand about things at rest, right? And friction and stuff like this. And we can make an assumption that the plane is moving.
I disagree.
You think exactly?
We're in logic land, right? You said we're in kindergarten logic land.
We're in a land. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So if you eject mass out the back of a rocket, it's gonna go in a direction.
Well, not if you're in a vacuum. But sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Yeah, right.
Sorry, I had to say that. No, it's hard for me to follow, and maybe anyone else listening, because in my opinion, you're
gonna try to
claiming.
skip to the end to say
No, I'm not skipping to the end. I'm not skipping to the end.
All right.
It sounds like me like you're trying to stay in the hard logic land using just logic, philosophy, and the definitions of these.
That is the point.
But in some occasions, but in some occasions of your responses, you're going to a realistic experiment in reality that has different factors, different sources of uncertainty, error, different reference frame, all that, all that stuff, right?
Basically, we're in a land though where you're trying to disagree with mainstream science because you must be ignorant to what the phenomenons are right now. So anyway,
if you say that, sure.
Right. So anyway, let's take it for granted. Let's just play like I might be right, Chronic, and play the logic game. Okay, logically, if we know that, like, look, we can move these things at different rates. We stood still, except for until we start philosophizing about Einstein and the 3D space moving and everything moving around. Until we get there, like, we know we're at rest, fixed to a thing, and the other thing moved, right? And we see when the thing
you're not being specific enough, man.
Anything.
And we know for the 8th time, man, your sentences are not specific enough for this type of conversation.
Okay, I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Do you want me to explain how they're not specific enough? Or do you just want to
ask whatever you need to ask?
I'm happy to explain to you why you're not being specific enough.
Whatever isn't specific,
Okay.
just what do you mean by that?
So you're saying we know 1000%. We are fixed. We are stationary, not moving, and this thing is moving. Okay, so to be hyper pedantic about it, you need to add a comma and say with respect to what frame you're referring to.
No, we don't.
We know.
You're not.
Yes, you do. By definition, you have to.
Listen. This is the thing that creates the frames, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not there yet. You ain't even there.
We are there yet. You need to establish that on break.
Let's make an assumption, bro, that the car that is parked is stationary.
With respect to what? Dude.
Any observer looking at it.
Any external observer in a non-inertial reference frame?
That is
Chronic, can I ask you, why do you need to know in reference to what?
Here's the point. Yeah. Chronic, we can take a reference point. The point is there's going to be one reference point that is before philosophized, assumed to be the resting one.
I disagree.
Right. I get that you disagree. I get that.
Okay. So we're not going to agree. So how do we move forward?
Disagreeing because you're skipping to the end. So I'm not going to. I'm not going to even entertain your robot. I'm going to just try to give you the phenomenon
I'm at the first step of the derivation with you, Don.
No, you're not.
I am.
Can you assume that you're at rest?
Of course not.
So your feet aren't attached to the ground.
They are, but I can't assume that I am at rest. And what you're not giving enough information. That's the point.
It's pretty funny.
So if you think so, sure. I'm sticking to what's definite. I'm sticking to the definition.
Solipsism. That's what it does to your brain.
No, we're not. See, he's in the space. I forgot you're an astronomer. Dude, this is nothing to do with space. This is just, listen, I'm sorry.
Chronic, of course it doesn't have anything. Of course not.
Well, that's why it's fucking your head up. So
but it has a lot to do with the theory of special relativity.
In reference to the ground, you and the parked car are at the same amount of rest, correct?
What's the scenario again? You're standing next to a car.
Standing next to a parked car in reference to the ground, you both are at rest, correct?
In reference to the ground, you're both.
You can't even say yes to this. Look at him.
No, give me. I'm taking a second to think about it. Calm down.
What is it to think about? Is the thing moving or not moving?
No, you need to tell me what frame you're measuring those from.
The ground reference, the reference point of your feet on the ground. That reference point.
So the ground, taking the ground as a reference frame. Yeah, taking the ground as the reference frame. Then your foot, your feet, assuming you're not, moving relative to the ground. Sure, for all intents and purposes.
Easy logic, Chronic. This is easy logic.
Sure. Continue. Yep, continue. So you're sure the point, there's a point connecting your feet and the reference frame of the ground, and the tires of the car and the reference frame of the ground. Sure, continue.
We got to take the stars out of it because that's what I know.
I'm
that's
not thinking anything about the star.
Trust me, subliminally you are. Trust me. Okay.
Continue.
So anyway, now we discover that when we put the velocity into the car or the plane, reference to us and the ground, right? When one thing stayed at more rest than the other thing, okay? Before we, it's not like we're in a constant velocity situation. We're looking at the damn thing moving from what we qualified was the initial resting point, okay? Something is moving from us. We can do the atomic clock experiments, and they show us that the clocks keep different time, and we make assumptions that things actually literally age and decay at different rates when they have velocity in them. This is the simple assumption that maybe you need to catch up on this, but let's just go with this for the argument's sake so I can get forward. And I'm sorry. Right.
But that's wrong.
Is it wrong?
It is wrong, but we got to let him continue because he won't get past it. Just
is it wrong for him?
Yeah,
it doesn't have to do with the velocity. That's the problem.
What does it have to do with?
It has to do with the gravitational field. What point in how far away it is from Earth, for example.
But he's trying to know. He wants to stick in kindergarten land. So like, just think about reference frames and sort of Newtonian type stuff. Like, although we understand relativity, but
he's gonna
try to continue, Don. Just try to continue, man.
So the velocity doesn't have anything to do with time dilation. You're saying? Is that what you guys said?
It does.
Time dilation has to do with
and oranges. Tell Donnie's wrong. Why did he just jump in and tell Donnie's wrong and it had nothing to do with the velocity?
I think Gummy came in after Don prefaced that we're going to stay in kindergarten land where we don't understand these broader concepts like special relativity.
Let me try to be right and then say I'm wrong. There's apples and there's also oranges involved in these phenomena. So whatever. The apples he wants to fucking bring up, I'm not even confident about, but I'm confident about these oranges. We could go to the damn experiment.
But Don, anyway, again, the clock on the car, the clock on the airplane that starts, the car that starts,
Anyway, we realize that we can fucking manipulate the time, bro. That's all we need to say. That this experiment on a boat and not knowing the water's moving, that's all we need right there. That's all we need.
Okay. Do you want to get it right or do you want to be right to yourself?
You're going to pull up Lewis Essence of whatever you call it, peer-reviewed stuff if you want to talk about these atomic clocks real quick. You better have the shit pulled up. Okay, Gummy?
Gummy, does time dilation have anything to do with the velocity or no?
It does, but not in the sense that he's using it.
Get the fuck out of here! You so full of shit, bro.
Don, come on, man.
All right, I apologize. I'm kidding around. Gummy.
Anyway.
If you want me to just stay quiet, I can. Or if you want it explained, I can.
Gummy,
it's all up to you.
I'm kidding around, man.
Okay. And of course, Chronic, you can correct me on this if I'm wrong. But the way I understand this is, if you have just velocity relative to another object, for example, there will be time dilation in both directions. So you will see their time is dilating, and they will see your time is dilating. But in order for one of you to measure a different time than the other, like with the atomic clock example, you need one of the clocks to be in a different point in gravitational field.
What?
So time dilation, yes, can have to do with velocity, But when you want one-sided time dilation, where one side experiences a different time, as in one clock measures a different time, you need it to different points of a gravitational field.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
why you said it. I don't know why. Hold on,
He's
Don.
right.
Hold on one second,
Jeremy.
Don. Hold on
Jeremy.
one second, Don. Hold on one second.
I got to defend this, and I'm on point. I'm on the tip of my tongue. Go, Jeremy. Go ahead. I'll try to hold it. Jesus. Okay.
I don't know why you said it can have something to do with velocity. Can have something. Can you get time dilation without velocity?
No. Yes, but the thing is he's trying to act like the thing what he's saying erases what I'm saying when it totally agrees with it. Dude, when you have the momentum, you know, because of they call it the Etvos in the one direction and stuff like this. You know that we're saying the same thing. You know that we are, Gummy, and all you have to do is come back around to where you fucking started, stop, and reference the fucking clocks versus each other. So stop bullshit.
Can we have time dilation without velocity, Gummy?
Don, what's the greater point though, Don? Jeremy, come on, man. Well, is there a larger point, Don? I'm not sure. Was this discussed with Kosho or something?
All you gotta do is do this experiment, and you will reference atomic clock, reference very, very precise instrumentation, and you will be able to tell which one is in a different gravitational field. So he says, well, when you have assumptions of being at the same altitude, therefore the only variable varying the gravitational field would be the velocity. Thanks, Gummy, for trying to disagree, but just making us all smarter.
So I think I disagree, and I think you would not be able to tell.
Okay, well, I have atomic
so we're
clock.
just gonna agree.
I have atomic clock readings that told me. So what's your problem? Why are you lying?
I disagree. I'm not lying. I'm disagreeing with
I have to read it. How are you disagreeing with experiment? The experiment shows you that. I mean, what part of the experiment? What part of the data do you disagree with, Cron?
Maybe your interpretation of it.
No, be more specific. Oh, you're not specific enough for this conversation, Chronic.
So, first of all, whatever experiment you're referring to, can I get a citation? Second of all,
sure. Lewis Essex.
I have a feeling you might be misinterpreting or misrepresenting the results. I just have
Gummy agreed, dude. Gummy just agreed with it.
I have a sneaking suspicion, though.
You hear I keep saying Gummy agreed, and he's silent because he knows that I summed up his piece.
Who cares, man?
You hear how that's happening, Chronic?
Yeah, talk about the topic.
Listen, it's not. Yeah, talk about the topic, not personal attacks. Not personal.
This goes for both.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, stay on focus. Stay focused.
It's not about me.
My interpretation is wrong. Not specific. You're saying all this stuff.
Not about Jeremy.
You're only talking about me and not talking about any of the material I just presented you, Chronic.
I've been focused on your. Give me a link. You know how many DMs you send me every day? You can DM me this Lewis Essence, whatever link you're talking about. Just send it over, man.
So I have to take my finger off the screen, go to the other screen then. Fine. Okay. I mean,
Chronic, you act like you don't know the experiment.
Exactly. That's what's pissing me out, Chronic. This shit, you should be like, damn, Don knows this and I don't. So maybe I should kind of take his word for it a little bit. He just shot Gummy Bear down. Maybe I should take his word for it a little bit.
When have I ever said you should take anyone's word for anything? You should do your own.
Chronic, stop the bullshit, bro. You don't even want to entertain it. Listen, for hypothetical, let's say what I'm saying is correct. Okay, let's say that you know that a thing moves and it's going to affect its gravity. So therefore, it doesn't even matter why. You know, if a thing moves, the clock gives you tiny little differences in the readings.
Yeah.
That's all we need to know which is the moving frame or not. We used to see back when this postulate, was put out there, and we could pull that up and talk about the Galilean principles if you want, but they didn't have any instruments this precise. Everything that was at constant velocity, they would have assumed would have been at rest. Now, follow me logically. This is easy, scientists, right? They did all these type of things, and there was nothing precise enough.
Okay.
Right? But now there is. Now there is. That's the point.
Okay. Yeah. So again, I'm interested. I'm interested.
Like, what does it even matter? And what it does is it destroys misconceptions about Einsteinian time travel and lets you know that there definitely could be a preferred frame. You just go to the bigger and bigger frame, and that frame could have all the information at once. The speed at which information travels, and blah blah blah. You get down fucking rabbit holes and your little stars and all this playing around shit.
No,
you need to stop following these motherfucking bad philosophers. They're fucking idiot, outdated motherfucking idiots. Chronic.
Take a breath.
The new technology will set you free. Stars might not be what you thought they'd be.
Right, take a breath. Take a breath. I'm happy to get that citation. Read whatever you want me to read. If true, or if the evidence suggests whatever you're trying to proclaim, then
why don't you take it seriously, man?
That'd be pretty.
It's not
interesting.
a fucking joke.
What? Hello?
You're over here joking about it. Listen to yourself.
What have I said that's a joke? I'm asking Don for the citation so I can read it. Hello?
I think that's because of your tone.
It's fine. Go ahead.
My tone, whatever. You can have whatever tone you want on Discord. Who are you to
I
dictate
agree.
my
I'm
tone?
just trying to guess his.
I know. I know.
Yeah.
That's the guy. That's the concave guy. I know. Anyway, Don, I'm happy to read it whenever you want to send it over.
Okay, hold on. What sucks is all that stuff's on my computer, and so now I got to get it on the phone.
It's fine. You don't need to rush. I'm not rushing you.
Okay, well,
no, we need that within. You got 5 seconds, Don.
What is? I mean, Craig, what's wrong with you just typing in Lewis Eschen? And you know what's crazy, Chronic? The invention.
I'm multitasking on a present. I'm working on a science presentation. I'm not gonna deviate.
Figuring out.
Oh yeah, he's got his
figuring out how to.
Guys, let's stay focused. Let's stay focused.
Stay focused.
Okay, let me present
subject. We're all trying to figure it out.
Let me present also, information of the guy that invented this device, the atomic clock, is so precise. He disagrees with the interpretations and implications that come out from relativity. He says he can see logic clearly, just like me. He says, look, this device is just showing you this phenomenon does this. All these extra things, he's like, it's bullshit. He's actually telling
like Terry Mullis.
Sounds like a cool dude.
No, I mean, dude,
Terry Mullis is very cool.
The logic
Don, what is the point? Don, what is the point of this? Time dilation is not real. What's
pretty much it's not time dilation doesn't create a paradox or a mystery. Basically, it just is a phenomenon.
Who said that it did?
Are you not familiar with the twin paradox?
Oh, I'm familiar with that one.
No
sure, but
twin paradox. That's the point. There's no twin paradox.
Okay.
That's a joke. That's a joke.
Sure.
It is.
Sure. But but in general, though, like if you stick to just the definitions, then it does follow logically. Now, of course, there are paradoxes in
paradox.
I'm not sure if he does. No, yeah, I'm not sure if Don
does.
What's
but... dilation?
Do you know there? Do you actually know there's a resolution to the twin paradox? You guys recall what it is?
You know that there are different kinds of paradoxes. Paradoxes aren't necessarily unsolvable.
Yeah. There's a solution to the twin paradox. Pretty elegant.
I would have to agree, but you got to look at how this shit is presented from the mainstream, and to me, it's just it's sloppy. Like it definitely makes people assume that all this stuff is like, proven, and they sell it also in weird ways that seem to be like talking about creator for some fucking reason. Like everybody always brings up some reference frame of God type of situation. It's like, what the fuck is even happening?
Whoever uses the words reference frame of God, I've never heard a single person use that word.
I know, bro. I know that you haven't.
It's a different way of saying an
Can we continue with the
reference.
experiment? We're deviating off track.
In science, I always hear people say an inertial frame of reference, ever the reference frame of God.
It's
come on,
forever deviating.
God's eye view.
It's a way. Yeah. It's a way to try to describe an absolute frame, that that all other frames are moving within, and that just breaks. It completely breaks the definition, the theory that like everything, like it doesn't.
See, it
doesn't
breaks the theory
exist.
because we're trying to sell bullshit, even though it's just a simple phenomenon of things fucking.
No, but Don, that's the point. Send me so I can read. No, send me the intriguing paper and I'll read it. But
there's nothing.
But that's the point though. That's the point though. That if somehow someone discovered this this absolute frame, then there'd be easily a Nobel Prize, and they'd become
discover a frame. You are so ridiculous. The absolute frame is any frame that could be outside of the universe. Looking at that, then if there was a frame bigger than that, it would be see. That's where the misconception is.
Exactly.
Hold the fuck on.
That's my point.
Absolute can be taken as biggest found. That's all you need is the biggest found one. Other than that,
until you find the bigger one.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're agreeing here. Well, of course, we're like
observer.
No,
discover it or find it. The observer
we know the percentage. We're just being like pedantic about the topic.
There is no such observer. If there is no such observer.
See what I'm saying? There is no such observer. That's the point. They make you think that there couldn't be such an observer because there could be a bigger frame. Look, we're just talking about the biggest frame or the biggest observer could be in. That's it. Like, it's not that hard to conceptualize.
Mm-hmm.
Infinite regress or fucking not, right? The concept of the biggest frame can substitute for the absolute. Therefore, you could have it.
Not by definition. No.
Not by definition. We're talking about practicality, homeboy, not definition.
No, but
that's the point. Your definition.
Don, I think we're agreeing.
Neverland.
We're on the same line of agreement. I'm pretty sure.
We are.
You're saying that whatever the largest frame is, we can make the absolute frame. Sure, if you want to do that, sure. But there's no way you can prove. It's impossible to prove that there's not a larger frame, beyond that. Yeah, we agree.
Is that frame relevant though? If there was a larger frame, is it relevant?
Of course it is.
Fuck no. There's always a bigger one coming, but
it's Jeremy. It's relevant because your assumption, if it exists, then your assumption that you're in the absolute frame is wrong. So yes, it's actually very relevant.
Not that you're in the absolute frame. Is it relevant to the thing that he's talking about with the atomic clock?
Oh, like vaguely, maybe.
I don't know. Shitty answer.
I mean, I'm giving my honest opinion. It's not directly relevant, but
maybe.
Look,
Chronic is meeting you so far away from what actually is true that he can't even stay.
I don't even get any credit. I know I don't get credit for trying to come shake your hand at the fence instead of staying at the extreme.
So far into
I've got the hose out
for granted. Yeah. He's just completely left the globe.
He's so far out of reality, right, Gummy?
I'm spraying Don with my water hose from my
devil
backyard.
worshippers. They're trying to erase God. Okay, they're devil worshiping, and they need Einstein to sell.
Yeah, Don. I mean, he's meeting you on this outside of reality example that you're bringing up. I mean, their example is based on reality, and your example is based on nonsense. No. Right?
Well, it's based on a misconception of reality. Based on nonsense.
Two things being at rest together, Chronic. I mean, come on, man. Like pulling teeth with you.
We got on the same page. What are you talking about?
All right.
I'll remind you of sending me the paper if you forget. Sorry, go ahead, Gummy.
I'm cooking rotel.
Okay.
Even with me clarifying the time dilation you get from just moving won't change the clock's measurements. Even with me clarifying that, he still believes that they do. And that's him still not understanding.
No, Gummy, you were wrong about that one.
Yeah, they do, Gummy. Because
Earth
rotation or galactic rotation.
Time dilation is inherently a comparative measurement. You can't just say that, without gravitational fields, you will only recognize it you'll recognize it on both ends, and with them you'll only recognize it on one. That doesn't make sense, because the whole point of knowing it's dilating
it's almost like that. It's almost like
the other.
Yeah, it's almost like that word. That word is really important in the theory. That R word. It's almost like that's extremely important.
You do know what the solution to the twin paradox is, right? It's the fact that one of them has to accelerate to get back to the other. And whichever one that accelerates is the one who will have aged slower. So the problem with the paradox is that they're both relative to each other. It only becomes a solution when you realize that one of them has to accelerate. That is what does things. That is what makes it one-sided, because one accelerates and the other one does not, or at least one accelerates more than the other. That is what makes the clocks tick different. Just relative motion alone doesn't make them tick different. That's the problem I'm trying to portray to Don, anyone else who's willing to listen. Time dilation, yes, happens from velocity. Time dilation measurable with clocks where one side has experienced different amounts of time than the other only happens one side has accelerated back so that they can compare.
What?
That is how it works.
Hold up, buddy.
No.
Let me get him, Jeremy. Let me get him. So when you say accelerated back, would flying around the Earth and coming back to where you started count as accelerated back?
Only if you
what?
So
well, we got the tough questions. Tough questions.
So there's both a technical answer.
I think your dinner is ready, Gummy Bear.
Okay then.
I was waiting for a third.
No, let him finish, guys. Go ahead,
So
Gummy.
if you're both moving in opposite directions at the same and no, if one of them is moving at a greater speed rotationally around that axis, yes.
Okay. Thing is Gummy, I know you're smart, and I know that you know the phenomenon that's produced. And so it's like, just take that phenomenon, okay, and put it to what I'm trying to say about, the outdated Galilean position, undetectable constant velocity. Like, can you see where I'm coming from? That, they didn't have instrumentation this precise back then, and they saw that things held that momentum, and they weren't going maybe down on an atomic level, so shit's happening a lot differently. You get what I'm saying? And with this new atomic level perspective, like, maybe that assumption, needs to be changed. You see what I'm saying? A little bit, Okay.
Okay, are you telling me that if I get in a rocket ship, if I have a twin, I get in a rocket ship straight out to whatever, Alpha Centauri, whatever, I travel for 50 years at light speed. You're telling me that me and a twin are the same age until I come back? You're telling me that there's no time dilation happened from me traveling the light years away?
And it doesn't have to do with
Gummy.
They're traveling.
Sorry.
Gummy, you said they had to come back. Yeah, you said the twins they only get the time dilation from if one accelerates back to the other one.
Well, you wouldn't be able to reference
So while they're moving away from each other, they're both relative to each other. It's only when one of them starts moving or accelerating back where it's no longer just relative to each other. One side is actually experiencing time differently.
So there's no time dilation unless we come back with it.
In philosophy land, man.
Is that what you're saying?
No, even if both come back, there wouldn't be. He's saying if one of them comes back more than the other, then that one will have proportionally.
No, one of them's on Earth.
No, none of them don't do nothing, Jeremy. So you get past what the atomic clock actually does. See, that's what's the brain. That's the spell right there, dude. You have to start here where I'm starting it and actually see what the atomic clock does, or what the velocity and energy and gravity change does to something with precise measurement. Y'all go into the light speed just to make it like exaggerated. It's really not that serious. Like you don't have to do it in light speed scenarios. It's any different.
I just want to hear from. Hold on. I just want to hear from Gummy. So if I get in a rocket and travel 50 light years away, me and my brother are still the same age, and there was no time dilation happen unless I come back. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Gummy, you're just gonna get trapped on this nonsense, man. This is nonsense. There's no reason to trap yourself like this.
Yeah,
you
that
know,
doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
If his brother isn't moving stationary and he's the only one accelerating away, then time would be dilating in that case, right? Because it wouldn't be symmetrical.
Yeah, I don't know why he said we have to accelerate back for the time dilation, the thing to happen. I was just curious on his thoughts.
You couldn't reference it. By the time the information came back to you, it would look at all this. Not Jeremy, because they whack. That's why. 100%. You got him on some. You got him on fuck the track. He's overstating this. They jumping to the end is the point without acknowledging.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Is there a small scale demonstration of time dilation happening? Like, let's say they took an apple and then another apple and just like put it in a plane or something like that, and for X amount of time, whatever, and they showed that something was technically younger than.
Well, they did it with the
other
clocks.
Yes.
I mean, we have the clocks. They don't have an example of any actual like living organisms dilating.
Right. I got
nothing they can prove. I mean, they claim that the guy comes back from ISS and he's a quarter.
They have to do it with bacteria.
Claim.
Yeah, he's the 18th of a second older than his twin brother or whatever. But I mean, how do you prove that?
In Livestream one,
bacterial colonies.
Yeah, bacteria would be good. Replication.
I linked you Lewis S in %. Within there, you can click the links on the atomic clock stuff. But yeah, he doesn't agree with the conclusions of these philosophies that are set forth as you know, in the context of Einstein and all that relativity bullshit. He's like, look, this instrument is so precise it can show you.
Yeah, I read it, Don. You just gave it's just a wiki of the guy.
Yeah, but there's also it says that he made the atomic clock in there, and you click on that and then you'll get that.
Okay.
And go to atomic clock page.
Real quick. So do you believe that these like atoms are actually moving slower?
Possibly, and what possibly? What I think though is kind of like
Why?
It's kind of like a row your boat gently down the stream scenario, where like think about it, like if something's traveling to the right and it's also vibrating left to right, when moving to the left, like it's gonna have help because how I say. The ground is like moving under it, and then when it's moving to the right, it has help because it's traveling in that direction. So, like, yeah, I could see that with velocities, like for whatever reason.
Hold on, why does it have help both ways?
Did you just reference row your boat?
Yeah, but so obviously the intuitive way is like same direction, right? But then the other way I've been trying to think about, and even if it's not a help, even if it's like the opposite, if it's a neg, it's like, well, maybe it's just not a balance. Maybe the help is different, or maybe they don't balance each other out. So that's why you get the differential. But think about the middle point of the item and think about there's a middle point and then there's like the things going to the left and right extreme of the middle point. And then as the middle point moves, like when it goes to the right, as it's traveling to the right, like it had a little help because that's the momentum. But then when it's going back to the left, think about it, the middle part is still traveling to the right. So it gets across that middle part quicker, kind of. You know what I mean?
Cancel out when it goes the other direction?
No, I mean, maybe. But like, think about, you know what I mean? Like, we're thinking about, it's some crazy, like, it's some deeper shit. So maybe it's something deeper involved. That energy that's like transferred, you know, from the velocity or whatever. And I get this shit maybe cancel out, but think about row your boat though. Think about it. Like if you were to just with the moving stream, if you just paddle forward and back, right? Is it gonna be a cancel as if it wasn't moving and you went forward or back? You think it'd be the same?
Yeah, I think if you're in a moving stream and you're going downstream and then you go upstream, I think it'd be the
No,
same
no,
as if
not
you just
that one, not that one.
went
No,
downstream.
say you're
and
in the
upstream if it
difference
wasn't
I'm
moving.
saying is this. That's not the right analogy. The right analogy is you have a running river and you have a stationary pool. And you drag the oars forward and back in the stationary pool, and you're gonna be like, okay, it cancels, right? But if you
I'd say it's the same with the running stream.
that's what I'm saying. But right, it first intuition tells us maybe it's the same. But I'm like, okay, think about it. Right? Like you do have the running river. Maybe if it's not really the solid anymore, like maybe it's just on some ether level, and there's not a friction involved per se, and it's just this movement in space. Again, think about you got the middle part of the atom, then you got the thing flying left and right. You know what I mean? And we're not the friction's involved, the time involved, like from crossing such a dude. I'm with you, dude. It's whack. Okay, I'm on some whack shit. Yeah. I get you. Okay, but like just think about it more. Because I maybe thought I'm like maybe okay, but either way, yeah, I think that the movement that's okay. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't that phenomenon be something? You have energy. You have energy in it. It's different than not having energy in it.
My brain hurts right now, Don. I just want you to know.
Okay, hey, whatever. You can recognize this constant velocity shit is bullshit. It's straight up bullshit.
Yeah, my brain hurts too, Jeremy.
It's not about you, Chronic.
That's true.
And,
really
and don't listen. You reference row your boat. I don't want to hear you referencing chemo.
So, Don, I read about this guy. What? Sure, it's he's not like the only one to sort of disagree with some theories. Does he have a alternative theory to that he's postulated?
His theory is that this is wacko logic coming to these conclusions. There doesn't need to be an alternate theory. All he's saying is there are limits that he's saying there are limits that this data can tell us. And then there are people off in wacko land adding on extra things, acting like there's some logic. It's not. I mean, it's just not. It's Einstein wacko.
Sure. Yeah. Anyone can refute anything. Hit me up
falsification.
if yeah. Hit me up if there's an alternative theory that's postulated or proposed that we can test.
We don't
But,
need an alternate theory.
No.
Hold on, Don. We don't need an alternate theory. Falsification is independent of replacement. Go ahead.
Okay,
Don.
what's it? All right, what's it?
Chronic. There's nothing that needs to be. You just say this theory doesn't work. That doesn't mean it has to be replaced with it. Exactly what Jeremy. You're on some weird. You failed.
Sure.
a
So
logic.
give me sure.
You're
so
not
if
a grown man. You are not a grown man.
Okay. All right. So if it's not this theory though, no. I surprisingly, I agree with your former statement. But I would reply with so if it's not special relativity, and you don't want or care for an alternative theory
theory to what? To what?
To time dilation, to special relativity, things that are measurable for example, in GPS that need to correct for time dilation, things like this that are experimental, right?
The theory is the theory is what everybody agrees on. It does this. You don't understand. Just saying that, there's the twin paradox now, that's ridiculous.
But Don, try to understand the point of what I'm asking for.
Call it time dilation doesn't mean that the
okay. Well, I won't even use the term. I won't
create all these other wacko scenarios.
Sure. I won't use the term then. So instead of using that TD term, if you don't want to subscribe to the SR theory, to explain why the clocks are, why clocks steadily go off, off pace on different GPS, different GPS satellites, stuff like that.
Why they go off pace? What you're not getting is the conclusions of what quote unquote paradox is, and the speed of the travel of information. The implications of this is what you got to understand. The implication.
What a paradox have to do with anything?
Hold up. The implication of this is where Einstein gets to go. We don't know if we're moving or the sun's moving.
Okay.
That's the point.
Okay.
You do know which one. The alternate theory is, my alternate theory is, we do know which one is moving.
Which one's moving, Don?
Yeah, why and how?
Why? Because the one with the higher reading on the clock.
What do you mean though? You're just saying English.
Reading
You're
is
just
the
putting
one,
English words one after the other.
Okay, whichever clock has dilated more, that thing was moving more than the other thing.
Okay, what's causing that?
Movement.
Okay. Do you want to try to form a theory or an idea or sort of derive, any equations that can describe this, any formalisms,
Well, other ways that they do
or
it.
do you
Like
just want it to be wishy-washy up in the air?
No, you could check the gravity on it like they did. They go up higher altitudes. You could pinpoint it down to going, oh, okay, gravity, cool. It's gravity then, or changing in the,
Okay.
Which that's like an inertial type thing, though, right?
I mean, you're slowly converging to like what theoretical physics does, how theories are derived and thought of.
I'm sorry that it seems like I'm slowly converging on it, but your logic is you acting like there has to be something replaced when we agreed on all the things, and then we just said, "Oh, but your extra bullshit."
I'm not saying there has to be something to replace it. We, as a humanity with language, we want to call it something, do we not? If we don't want to call it anything, then sure, never call it the mysterious theory of why clocks traveling at high speeds go off pace relative to an inertial, observer.
No, you're
call it that
wormy.
long thing.
No, you're being wormy now. Now you're acting like you could call it something different when you were definitely saying it. You were acting like it needed to be replaced, bro.
If we both agree that evidence-based, theories that are backed up by scientific observations, evidence-based experiments are reliable. I'm not saying are 100% truth. I'm not saying that, but they give reliable predictions, reliable results. You can empirically measure these things, and they're consistent with the theory.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
Then it's
reliable.
reliable.
We agree. This is my point. All this stuff that we're agreeing on, that the time dilates and all this, that stuff that we agree on means we should logically go back to the Galilean first assumption and agree that new experiments have falsified it. That's my whole point, Chronic.
Like what though? You just sent me the guy's bio though. I'm asking you for citations, not a dude's biography of some old dead scientist.
We have all just agreed that the clocks with the momentum are gonna give a different reading. So logically, wouldn't that say that there is an experiment that can be done to tell you which one is the moving frame?
Disagree.
Oh my God.
I actually disagree with you too, Don.
Why is that? Because you have different reading, you don't know which one was higher or lower? Like you have to other references. You go, oh, they move in this direction.
Well, what are you saying? Are you saying we send an atomic clock to the sun and we keep one on Earth and then we see which one moves faster?
Sure.
And then what though? And then what after that?
And then we know which was the moving frame.
It's not. Okay. I agree with what you said, and then we know which one is the moving frame. If we make those measurements and we make those observations from a third frame that's non-inert, so it's not in either of those other two frames, then we do know. But not if you're in the frame that you're not if there's only two frames.
It's
and
bullshit.
You're in one of those. That
is
the definition
bullshit.
of it.
You go
That's
from
not
your frame. No, you go from your frame to the other one. You don't need a third.
Then I disagree. Then I disagree. Then I disagree with what you just said. You can determine which frame is the one quote really moving unquote. I disagree with what you just said. Show me.
Okay,
you said that there's experiments. No, but you said that there's experiments. There's newer instruments, newer technologies that have shown this to be the case. High threshold of confidence that this is the case. Then I'm asking that I'd be extremely interested to read those.
Well, you
just sent me
long-winded, bro, dude.
You sent me the bio of some old scientist.
You need listen, man. You acted like you just manifested a clock on the Earth a clock on this, or we set up a clock on the Earth, a clock on the sun, and then you manifested needing a third frame to see both.
Well, based on the statement that you said, I disagree with it based on only 2 frames of reference, but I agree with it if you have a third, non-inertial, inertial reference frame that's not in either of the two.
Tell me what's wrong with this then. Tell me, because look, and I'm trying to really expose you because it seems like you're not able to.
What am I expose me like I'm hiding something?
Say you have you set up the clock on the Earth and a clock on the sun, and then you bring one back from the sun back to the Earth.
So do you see how there's already 3 frames in your first sentence that you just said? Do you see 3 frames of reference? Yes or no?
You think?
No. Don, I'm going to put your feet. No, you don't. Your feet are to the fire right now, Don. Think about the sentence. Repeat the sentence you just said, Don.
No, you don't have to listen. You could be on the Earth. You could send it to the sun. You just really need your 1 frame of reference. You on the Earth.
God.
You put a probe out into the second frame. You don't have to go there yourself. Okay.
Listen to what you're saying, man.
That's
basically. Let me make it simpler, motherfucker. You in a boat. Okay. You in the 1 frame of the boat. As soon as the third frame comes in, you stop me, homeboy. You in the first frame of the boat.
Mm-hmm.
We'll assume for kindergarten purposes, we're gonna say it's moving. Okay. Down
relative
with the
to what? Even as a kindergarten, I would ask you relative to what. But continue for the purposes of
relative to the bank of the river.
Sure. Continue.
So anyway, right. So
you just invoked a second frame. Go on.
Right. The second frame is there. We have the boat. We have the bank of the river. Okay. We got a clock. We got 2 clocks. We got one with us. We throw another one over and set it on the bank of the river.
I smell a third frame.
Tell me where it is. Tell me where it is.
It's in the clock. It's in the clock that you throw. Come on, man. Come on, Don.
We're not in the clock, bro.
Come on. You're talking about exposing me. You're using 3 different frames, but you're trying to hide the third one for some reason.
Hold up. Chronic. There's a bank of a river, which is 1 frame. It has clocks on it already.
Okay.
You're in. I mean, come on, bro.
No, continue.
You're in the boat. The other frame. There's the 2 frames. Both of these got the clocks on them, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Now what? Continue.
Now you reference them. You could go from yours. You could go from yours, and look at them, or you could go from theirs and look at yours, or they magically could teleport, and you could get they could have data. The data could be teleported into your cabin, and it could tell you what the readings of them are.
I don't know about invoking magic in science, but I don't know.
Well, I didn't mean to be. I just want to be simple. But the internet, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, fucking Starlink satellite, whatever, that shit can get you to go.
Wasn't you that said that science is open to anything? Now magic is too much?
Come on.
Too far reaching or what?
Just science. Magic is just science we don't understand yet. That's all.
True.
If you had shown some guy a cell phone in ancient Rome, he would have been like, "That's magic," and they would have burnt you on a cross or something.
That's true.
That's why Jesus was killed on the cross. He showed the magic.
He was doing some fucking David Blaine magic tricks.
Yeah.
Look how he talked about he gonna show me the third frame. You're not showing it to me.
But Don, I think I respect you, but you might have just self-owned yourself.
Tell me why.
You have to invoke magic.
Yeah.
No.
You just
in order to avoid the third frame, you invoke magic.
Where's the third frame? The internet? What's the third frame?
What? It's on you to tell us what the third frame is.
Chronic,
no.
He's saying there isn't one. Don's saying there isn't one. You're saying there is one. So where
it doesn't matter how many. There's infinite frames always. All that matters is the relative motion. There's 2 things that are relative to each other.
Don.
They
just placed the burden on you, bro, when they are making the claim that you have a third reference frame.
You're making more sense now, Don. You're starting to make a little more sense. Continue. There's 2 frames. They're moving relative to one another.
Now listen, jackass. you don't want to attempt the logic. You want to act like you got something. Go ahead and teach, or you could understand this phenomenon that happens with the clocks. Lets us know relative to each other which is moving more or less. Thank you.
Okay, I'll say okay with a period on the end.
Got him. Galilean principle thrown out, which throws out all the foundations for these paradoxes that Einstein creates. We're going to pull up the lecture number 25 that we looked up the other day with motherfucking Kosho and all them. And dude, you're going to be like, oh, look, page 1 has assumption that says it hasn't been proven. It's assumed. And the implication, I'm going to give you the language, I'm going to say the implications of this assumption being broken are fucking catastrophic. And dude, it's broken.
Mm-hmm.
Got him.
So Don, let's say we have 3 atomic clocks, and we all have them in one spot. Say we have them directly on the equator at 0 latitude or longitude. I mean, and we send one in an airplane going west and one in an airplane going east, and then we keep one on the ground, and they both go all the way around and then come back to the same place.
It seems like you're about to make an assertion that you're not able to prove, Gummy Bear.
We have
got a cool point.
Clocks.
Let him finish, guys. Let him finish.
3 clocks. One that flew to the east is showing a higher time. The one that stayed is showing a middle time.
I call it.
And the one that flew left is having a shorter time.
Yeah, I love it. It's really cool.
Okay. He did this experiment.
Yep. Yeah, so that's really cool. Gummy, that's interesting. And what you're saying is like, hey, you're showing how important the gravity is in it, right? But that also lets you know, like, okay, well, you know, and it gives you implications on even the bigger reference frame, right? Like that talks about the Earth. Now you get to see about the Earth spinning, right? And you can think about it in 3D space.
That's how we know the Earth is spinning in a globe. Yeah, thank you.
That's irrelevant. We're not on flat Earth stuff right now. See, that's what I'm saying, man. That's it's weird though. It's weird that you don't want to actually level up standing physics, bro, and erase broken assumptions that are still foundationally used, right? When we know
that happens, that's what happens. That's scientific advancement.
Well, let's do it. Let's agree upon it together.
What's the broken thing? So with what I brought up, what's broken? What needs to change?
Something about the atoms that make up the clock, basically.
No experiment can be done to tell whether the observer is moving or the ground around him is moving.
Yeah, Don refutes that. He refutes that.
That is bullshit.
Of course you can't. There are experiments that can show that.
Well, let's go and let's bring up lecture number 25 here.
He agreed with you, Don. He agreed with you.
He agreed, Don.
They have to agree, Jeremy. They have to.
You should be smiling, man.
What's your problem?
Right, I'm going to pull up Galileo's quote, and you're going to be like, wow. So this whole course was taught on this, and then, oh, look, then they start teaching relativity branched off of this too, when we can say when the first assumption's erased, it's going to catastrophically implode the whole bullshit. And we just agreed the first assumption is erased. Thanks for agreeing, Gummy.
I agree with you that there are experiments that can be made to show that we're moving and other things.
You disagree with Galileo then?
What is Galileo stating?
I said it 1,000 times that there is no experiment.
I think Einstein was the one that said that.
It originated. No, it was a Galilean principle that was the origins of it. But yeah, the special theory of relativity is. Yeah.
Quote from Einstein is that there is no optical experiment that can prove.
We're not talking about Einstein. We're talking about 300 years before. 300 years before. The shit that Einstein shit was built on.
Okay, so then I will make this statement. If that is in what Galileo said, then yes, I disagree with Galileo.
Thank you, Gummy Bear. You are a gentleman. Now here's why I'm gonna humble myself, Gummy Bear. I'm not gonna think that I'm smarter than 1,000,000 people or 1,000 philosophers and logic.
You'd never do that, Don.
Of course not. No, I can sit here and say, of course, like, hey, maybe there's new technology and it needs to be revisited. And of course, there are whether or not it's happening for real in these industries, there are little cults in the world. Magic tricks do happen. Corruption does happen, whatever. But the point is Gummy, I'm still going to humble myself and say, maybe there's something else that I'm missing. We're going to go back over. Foolish said we're going to go deeper into the lecture another time, right? Maybe there's some other thing, or maybe there's something else I'm missing about the atomic clocks. I know you stabbing at it. I don't think but either of us are strong enough to really say, like, we're going to go to war on this, like, for real. But I think it's enough to really, like, look at it and be like, okay, maybe, that assumption is, and then, okay, that would take
You're a grown man, Gummy. You're a grown man.
You're a grown man,
Can't
Gummy.
say that.
Grown man.
Bet money on my understanding of this. I wouldn't bet money on it because I can be proven wrong in an instant.
Right.
To my current knowledge, I will state what I know. To my current knowledge. To my current knowledge, if Galileo said that, he is incorrect.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
I'm
know
open
that
to be
you're
proven
gonna,
wrong.
Yeah, I know you're gonna keep it real for like the data and the phenomena stuff like that.
Yeah, I can be incorrect, but I even think so I think the update from Einstein is sort of didn't 100% sort of work to prove the Galilean principle wrong, but like Gummy said, optically. So I think it's a like special case or a sort of in a different limit. But
remember Einstein was also before the atomic clock, I believe.
Okay.
Right. So again, like,
I don't know if he was before. I think he lived during the development. But anyways.
Right. His stuff was I mean, he was. Yeah.
He was at least before all the like big experiments that showed it working.
Yeah. That's why
we
people
claim showed
exactly.
it working.
Yeah. So that sort of is the genius of Einstein, that he theorized all of this, to exist in reality and in nature, and then sort of like after he died, there's how many dozens of experimental confirmations of his theories and stuff.
I like thinking that he's going like, okay, well, if there's this different level of attraction based on distance, and but distance being one of the things, and whatever that, either way, if there's this attracting force, and then we think about resistance, like inertia's, and you could just kind of assume like on a compacted or whatever level, or like that the material is getting affected in a different way, basically. Like, okay, there's less force in this zone, something different might be happening than in the other zone where there's a different amount of force. I mean, it's pretty cool. Now, for him to guess like that it was going to make things like age differently or something, like that's kind of, that would be amazing. I have to look deeper on his progression.
So you think that the reason this happens is because the properties of cesium changes in these scenarios?
The properties? The
I'm
force
not sure.
acting on, I'm pretty sure it's just the forces acting on the cesium and or any other material. It's just a different
the thing that makes the cesium clock accurate is the fact that it's resonance frequency. What's the essentially resonance frequency?
You mean accurate to a high level, because dude, every clock is accurate.
Yeah.
So you're not really saying much.
Let me just look at the word, so I'm using the right word. I'm blanking.
Guys, I'm sorry if I'm just hogging this mic. I'm just standing here stirring this cheese there, bro. I'm bored of that motherfucker, man. Like, ain't nothing like what you can't let it alone though, or it'll burn. Like any moment, don't matter how low you get it, you cannot let it sit.
What you making, a grilled cheese?
No, Rotel. Velveeta and peppers and Velveeta. Just some cheese dip.
How high are you right now on a scale of 1 to 10?
4.
No doubt.
Don's been begging me to come play League with him. He's not even close enough to my level to play with him.
Sonic,
League
That's
of
not even
Legends.
that's not even a flex. You're actually too low of a rank to even play with me. And
I'm actually better at micro and macro and everything. Of the
You're so dumb, dude.
I've just
Chronic said you're
on
too.
purpose chose to be the most toxic teammate ever, and
Chronic said you're too little for Little League.
True. You're in Pee Wee League. Pee Wee League of Legends for you. I'm in big boy majors.
Chronic, look at my stat. Look at my games, bro. Look at.
I know you played 400 games already in 2 months. That's crazy.
Chronic, I started games 5-0 like every time now.
How do you manage? The season's only been going for 2 months. How do you manage to have 450 games of League of Legends played in?
Dude, I took a month off. I took a month off.
That's crazy.
I took a month off.
I thought I played a lot. And you took a month off. Damn, I thought I played a lot.
Bro.
All you gotta do is...
The word I was looking for is that it's called the transitional frequency.
Transitional?
Yeah, Don.
Transitional.
Don, you gotta focus. Yeah. Transitional. You gotta focus your transitional frequency on being humble on League, staying focused. Don't tilt. Just stay 100% focused. You know, to the grindstone, and you'll climb up and be able to play with me one day.
As the ultimate honor.
Chronic, I was one game away from silver. Okay, it was 2. You know, you got to win 5.
Yeah,
I was 2.
I've heard
it. You're talking about silver.
So that's it, Chronic. If you want to pick and act like I couldn't be so, dudes, please.
Yeah, Don is bronze 4. He could be silver if he gave enough effort, but I think he gives up too quickly in the games.
I thought you were talking like gold, platinum, diamond deal.
That's where I live. I live low. Yeah, I live high plat and low diamond. Don lives low bronze.
You only play support.
So
what? Are you
okay, yeah, I'm gonna agree with Don on this one.
What are you talking about? Support's one of the most important roles.
Play support.
Support is one of the most important roles.
Support doesn't carry.
Yes, I do. I carry not through my stats, but through my map awareness and my help to all the other lanes.
No, that's your minimum responsibility. No. That's the minimum responsibility.
No. It's
you're doing the bare minimum.
No, there's intangibles that don't show up on the scoreboard. It's like a holder, like a football holder for the kicker when he kicks a field goal in football. Like that guy is crucially necessary for the whole.
You are a good player.
You hold the ball.
He's ahead of the strategy. I mean, you make calls, you lead. I mean, you're really good.
Anyone can hold the ball, though.
I'm just saying, your reward of level. You know what I mean? Is a different payout rate at that. I think.
But you know what's funny? You were just telling me to come on to get on my Smurf account and play with you. My Smurf is too high to play with you, and my Smurf is the role that you play, the AD carry ADC role, not even support, and it's still too high for you. Dude, you just gotta get focused. You just gotta get focused on. Get focused. Stop giving up so easily. 90% of League of Legends matches are just coin tosses at the end of the game. It's just a coin flip at the very end. Any team could win.
Just wipe them and go.
And if you simply don't tilt and try and help your teammates don't tilt, you have a huge chance of winning in silver and bronze.
Don't ever type to your teammates.
We need to get a team going. It's 3 of us in here now.
Just don't flame your teammates ever, Don, and you'll climb. You'll rise up. Just disable the chat at all times and never type in there whatsoever, and you'll be good.
All right, I quit all that. The team hating stuff.
Yeah.
I quit it. All right.
I got muted in chat 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. They'll chat restrict you pretty quick if you're toxic. So.
I was chat restricted for some honestly pretty up shit. I was a young racist. Okay, I'm not gonna deny it.
Yikes!
But then after those first ones, I got muted for the smallest shit.
Yeah, it only takes 1 or 2 games to get a restriction.
I said that someone played dumb, and that was enough to get me chat restricted.
Yeah.
I've got away with a lot.
Of course, that was once I was already in the shit.
Mm-hmm.
We're losing viewers, everything. People are leaving the chat.
I want to hear about League. This is Flat Earth.
Well, I'm about to get dinner anyway, but Anyway, I'll meet you at dawn. I'll take like a medium-sized W on our debate, and I'll give you like a, I'll give you like a, no, I'll give you like a 0.3 of an L. So it's not a full L that you took on our conversation,
No,
but
you talking about just now? Just now, then?
yeah, I'll give you.
Gummy Bear agreed with me. Did you not see that at the end there, Chronic?
So Don, on the time dilation debate, you took the L, but on the league debate, now you took a massive W there.
I wasn't debating time dilation. That's not my debate. I was debating whether or not you would agree logically on the Galilean thing. I mean, you did.
Okay, fine, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll take the W. Thanks, Chronic.
Chronic, what you getting for dinner? Kids cuisine? You're not a grown man.
It's actually Popeyes. Popeyes coming. With
that's a weird thing you yell at it. That's a weird thing you yell in the middle of a debate, Don. You're not a grown man.
Yeah, I don't take it personally though. Don says some weird ass shit.
That's hilarious.
No, it's
normally we don't like insults, but that was great.
It's boneless chicken with red beans and rice side.
Wait. Are they doing what do you mean? You mean tenders?
Basically, yeah.
No, ain't no basic. I'm gonna tell you this. Hold on, let me tell you this about Popeyes because I remember I had my neighbor work there one time.
You used to work there? All right, go ahead.
My neighbor got me up for the bonus. It was about 15 years ago or something like that. My neighbor got me up in there, and he was like, "Yo, we get the bonus," and the whole everybody worked there, and they actually take the real whole chicken, rip the tenders out the backbone, and marinate them, spin them in salt for the mild and the spicy for the spicy. Marinate, bro. They fresh ass ripped out the chicken tenders out of Popeyes, bro. Those things.
Isn't that a good thing?
Yes, they're great.
Fresh chicken. I don't know if every Popeyes does that because they're franchised, right? So that's not a requirement for every Popeyes. But
I guess not. But you can tell though, they're flat. You can tell when you eat them things. They are like real, like
yeah.
They're the best.
Yeah.
Every time I go to Popeyes, I get that Cajun fish.
Love it. You get fish from Popeyes?
Fish from Popeyes.
Mashed potatoes, yeah.
What the hell?
It's good, man. It's Cajun.
I wouldn't trust the fish at any fast food place.
Bro,
actually, yeah. I'm a hypocrite because I get a fish fillet a lot from McDonald's, but
that's even fucking worse than what I
know
said.
It's worse. I know.
I like a fish fillet too, though. I get it with shredded lettuce.
That tartar sauce on there? Mm.
I get light tartar sauce. I'm not crazy about that tartar sauce. I don't like relish or pickles or whatever the fuck that is.
You're gonna get sick off the tartar sauce, bro. You ever seen that tartar sauce gun they got up there? You ever seen that?
They shoot the tartar sauce out of a gun.
It's a tube of caulk. It's like a caulk gun.
Yeah, a caulk tube with a yeah.
It is.
I'm not surprised. I don't care. I don't care how they're dispensing my tartar sauce. I just want a lot of it on.
You better care about when they squeeze it, and then the dry, crispy bit that was left over squeezed out gets dry.
Because mine's not. No.
Yeah.
My fish fillet is not the first one coming out with the hard casing.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like as they use it throughout the day and stick it in the holder and stuff.
You don't think they wipe the end of it before they dispense?
No, bro. They let that nasty sandwich, bro.
I don't believe you. I've never taken a bite of crunchy tartar in my.
You wouldn't know because the fish fillet is crunchy.
No, I would
shredded
know.
lettuce on it.
Nasty.
And you get shredded lettuce.
No, I would know. I don't get lettuce, Jeremy. I don't get lettuce. I would know if it did.
The crunchy fish fillet, you'd never know, dude.
It's like the piece of the mayonnaise that turns clear. Right, because
I know exactly what it is, Don. I know what you're talking about. It's a coagulated end piece. It's all hard. Yeah.
Ooh.
All right, I'm gonna go get my food. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, think about the Coriolis, son.
All right, I will, Jeremy. I'll get back to you on that. All right, I got to talk to my Coriolis guy first. All right. Peace.
Okay.
Oh, he's fun.
Yeah, I don't need to talk to him. I don't need to talk to my Coriolis guy. I am the Coriolis guy.
Have you gotten any? There was one time I heard him telling you like they actually take the extra little invent. There was that one day it seemed like everybody agreed.
With who?
I want to say,
Agreed with who?
Was it Doofus? Maybe with kind of like
Agreed
you,
with who?
like kind of with you, like was saying they would take the path, but then maybe they said they kind of are doing it. Like,
No, Bacon made an animation, and I think that the shortest path is on the ground. I'm not 100% sure on this because the animation was a little fucked up, but I now think the shortest path might be on the ground. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not sure. We're gonna have to wait and see and figure it out. They did all agree with me that my example of the two guys standing on the ground with the merry-go-round in between, they did all save for a couple people that don't know Coriolis very well. Everyone agrees that that example I gave is the Coriolis.
I mean, it's an apparent. Is that all that matters? Did you get that word in there?
What's up? What'd you say?
I said, what's the qualifier for the word for the Coriolis? Like that, there's an apparent thing. Like, what's your number one qualifier?
You got to have the two different frames of reference, and you got to see a deviation, an apparent deviation.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You don't need nothing else. They're scared of my example, though, on the guy in the roundabout with the two guys standing still, because that shows that the force, the Coriolis force, is not even there's no actual force happening. They just see a deviation and they calculate what the force would be if there was a force there. That's why they call it a fictitious force. It's not actually a force.
Yeah, it's a conjured force.
God, you kill the lights. I'm good.
Gummy and Chronic came and left together. Look at that.
Probably going to touch tips or something.
We're going to play League on the low. I'm about to get on. I can't believe it's 11 o'clock already over
Don, you got any old cell phones?
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
A bunch of them.
Like ones you don't use? Yeah. Let me know if you want to make a couple bucks a day or something easy.
And you're sure it beats the cost of electricity?
Oh, no question, dude. No question. To keep a phone, those little phone boxes use 5 watts. I don't know how much you're paying for a kilowatt hour, but it's not even close it shouldn't be close for anyone in America. Like, you're going to use way less electric than you're going to make.
They got to be on Wi-Fi?
Yeah, you don't need a plan or nothing. It's straight off Wi-Fi, yeah. Send me a DM if you're interested. No biggie.
I mean, that's what's up. I just I've been moving around a lot, man. I'm really trying to get a couple new things started before the summer.
Yeah. I mean, this ain't gonna make you rich or nothing. Just a couple bucks a day.
It's talking about like $500 for the year, or even $1,000. Like, it's really like, I ain't even worried about it. But I put the kid on there, so I mean, I'll do it. We ain't using them for shit.
That's what I mean. You might as well. Like, it's super easy. All you gotta do is like tap them once in a while or something. Like, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's so easy.
I want percent to come back. I ain't mean to rumpus percent.
No, I know. I heard you the other day. You were like, "Fuck percent."
No. You keep it real over there, James. Keep it real.
What's up?
Be battling. I mean, man, sometimes it'd be like so hard for them. It's so frustrating hearing the hard-headedness, when people are trying to put forth alternate perspective. I mean, there's a lot of, wacko bullshit going on, but sometimes people are like, no, look at it from this side, like boom, boom. And Jam just be bullying motherfuckers, bro. Like, damn.
Yeah, it's tough over there, bro. It's tough. I mean, you see how we let you have it out with, minimum interruption. I know I piped up a little bit and shit, but we let you have it out with Chronic. That shit would have never, I've rarely seen that happen at Gems.
I mean,
somebody's got to jump in and be the hero and shit.
Yeah, he got a good show, and he's a smart person. I would fuck with him, except the times when it's like, supposedly they want the other person to have the lead, right? And say the new thing or do the explaining. And, a lot of times it'd be like the semi-impatient, like, no, that just is bullshit from my logical perspective. It's like this shutdown, this fierce shutdown when it's like, but let this other guy sell you a little more. He's new. Like, you know what I mean? Be a little bit more like, you already know you're going to say it's radical or you disagree. So it's like, it's just weird. It's like the host puts the shutdown sometimes. I mean, it's, I know they got their reasons, but the shit that Nathan Oakley does and shit like that, it's akin to that sometimes, man. And I know they hate on it. It comes off a little bit like hypocrisy, not sometimes people deserve it and this and that, but I do make mental notes. I'm like, wait, what the fucking guy, like, Jim, wait, listen, think about
I think I'm about to go on Oakley soon.
Like, just to battle him and talk shit to him about things, or to team up with him?
No, I mean, we're truth seekers. We want to know the truth. I want to know how a sextant works on a flat earth. Because there's people running around saying sextants can only work on a flat earth. And there's other people running around saying sextants can only work on a globe. So, let's see it working on a flat earth. If it can only work on a flat earth, let's see it.
You're not going to get anywhere.
I got you.
You're not going to get anywhere, man, on the show. Nope. You're only going to get what they pump. And I heard just a little while ago, QE on 24/7, somebody brought up the whole math thing, and he's like, QE bit his fucking head off. He's like, nope. It's just, you got a straight line, a 90-degree, end of story. You're presupposing a curve, blah, blah, blah. They won't hear it.
Yeah.
Jeremy, yeah. I mean, Jeremy knows some. Jeremy, you're aware of some level of this. That's why I'm asking, like, you're ready to be like, to put your foot down and be like, no, motherfucker, one way or another, stop. I mean, Jeremy gonna call it the bullshit is what I'm saying. Either way, I think he's prepared for shenanigans, and I hope you call out any bullshit.
I mean, I like them dudes. I came up off Oakley's the reason why I'm so good now. You know what I'm saying? And QE and them guys, I just want to know how it works on a flat earth. That's all. I'm not trying to start beef with no one, or I don't want no trouble. I just want to know how it works on a flat earth.
No, but at the end of the day,
only work on a flat earth.
Right, and if they bullshit you at the end of the day, then it's going to be a beef, though, right? I mean, you're going to call them out then, right? I mean, that's what, you don't take no bullshit. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, and I'm sure you expect that as a possibility, that there, might be some shenanigans when you try to bring it up, Sure, you expect that possible outcome.
Like, I'll buy that flat line thing. All right, good. We got a flat line. Okay, now what? Then what?
Honestly, man, I'm a moderator over there, but I'm looking for truth, right? We could all be honest. And when they draw it out flat, right, and then you compare the angles from two different locations, it's just not mathematically linear. It's just a fact. So when anyone tries to bring that up, they said, "Oh, you're presupposing a curve." But yeah. I get it, but you're not explaining why it's not linear. It's not reproducible over distance. But they don't want to touch that. They don't want to explain that. Sorry, go ahead.
I was kidding around saying bunt cake dome Earth, but Oblivion, you're saying it points towards globe evidence, right? Is that what?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm just saying, but it's not globe evidence. It's just flat geometry, right? They say you need a 90-degree, right? And the GP is 90-degree perpendicular to the flat line that you sight it from and the angle. But if you sight it from one angle or from one location, then you go, let's say, twice as far. It's hard to explain unless you see the image of the geometry and the angles and shit. The distances are not linear. They have to be linear, right? Because the sun moves across the sky, right, at a linear speed, and it, and when you try to bring that up, they just shut you down. And I'd love to see a rebuttal of that. And Lemon, for instance, came in and said, well, our observations do not appear to be linear. And I'm like, oh, cool, I get it. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'd love to hear a great rebuttal, and I just haven't heard it. They'll shut you down.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything great other than you need a flat baseline, and that's somehow means the Earth is flat. Like, other than that, I haven't really heard a great thing with the sextant. If you show me how to use one on a flat Earth, that'd really be something. You can't run around telling somebody something only works on a flat Earth and then not be able to show them how it works on a flat Earth. It doesn't make sense.
Does
that make sense to anyone else?
No, that's why all there are. Look, like I said, I'm a moderator over there on the Nathan Oakley channel, yada yada. I'm not boasting, no bullshit. But the whole point is, there's no argument other than a flat baseline. It's like, and they won't go beyond it. They won't even talk about the dip angle formula and how it actually works geometrically, but they don't get into any of that. And I'm no mathematician. If I was, I'd explain it to you. I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I just want guys, I don't know, Australia, 10th man, someone just show me. Let's do a mock run on how it works on a flat Earth. I don't think that's asking too much.
What are you after from Australia?
What's that guy's name with the sextant, an Australian guy?
Mitchell
from Australia, yeah. I don't know. I want somebody who says sextants can only work on a flat Earth to show me a sextant working on a flat Earth. That's what I want.
Every time someone uses one, they're doing it on a flat Earth, Jeremy.
Yeah, but why does it only work on a flat Earth? What's the difference between it being flat and a globe? Like, what makes the difference? Okay, we use one, yes.
The only difference, Jeremy, is the story behind why things drop as we move. So 1 degree per 69 miles is either, like, the story is either curvature or it's optics. That literally is the only difference. Everything else would work exactly the fucking same.
So
it's the story behind it, mate. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. I mean, point something else out that affects it.
It just has to do with why things are dropping optically.
Yeah, exactly. They say it's because of this, therefore we're on a sphere because it's curvature. We say it's optics, therefore we're flat.
We also just had 2 hours of them saying that it's not dropping and that we're raising up and that we can't tell.
Yep, it's lunacy.
I mean, that's pretty much what they were saying.
Yes, perspective, they just fucking, they're crazy. They're crazy.
Because there can't be a preferred frame because the implications. Oh no.
Well, I'd like to see an actual test with maybe some living things or something. Somebody said bacteria while you were in the middle of that. Like, yeah, let's see something. Let's see some living shit. I mean, you'd have to go crazy fast for dumb long though, because when they send a guy to the ISS, they say, "Oh yeah, he's 1/1000th of a second older than his twin." Like, how do you even fucking judge that? How would you even know? You know what I'm saying?
Well, with bacteria, because the way they divide and like double and stuff like that, it'd be a lot less of a duration that you'd have to do something with to see a difference. But still, that's a decent experiment that will be funded.
So what do? Have a colony of bacteria on the ground, and have a colony of bacteria on the plane, and just have the plane go until it runs out of fuel?
You could just even have it at like on top of a mountain at a different.
Put one bacteria on the top of a skyscraper, and another one in the basement.
Theoretically,
yeah.
My whole point, Jeremy, if you go on the show, you got to have a point and a purpose.
I know.
You got to be
listening to him.
crystal clear and have a focus, right? And be able to, you know what I mean, hone in. You know,
I've seen his show. Yes. You don't want to go on there with some bullshit, unprepared, ended up like Xanax or something.
Ah, dude, I've heard countless hours of Xanax and them battling, but I've also
I used
heard.
to tell Xanax.
Yeah,
I used
go
to
ahead.
tell Xanax, I'm like, dude, make a presentation or a YouTube video with your points and your shit. That way you can go up there and make a coherent argument. You go up there rambling like a lunatic. You're up there playing speed chess with Oakley, and you think you're gonna, I don't know. I hear you though. You got to have your shit together if you're gonna go on there. I know.
But Jeremy does have his shit together. He's prepared to hold somebody's feet to the fire on the claim at least. And these guys are also a group that seems at times to side with like the philosophy of, oh, well, if you truly understand something, you should be able to teach it, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And with those axioms, you should have enough to like, you know, concede that you're the dumbest person in the world. And hey, I've asked you 100 times to explain it and I just don't get it. You could always make that concession. But usually it's like you're going to understand what they're teaching, or you're going to say, hey, bro, you're full of shit. I don't understand you. Teach me. You're a liar. You don't teach it. You know, like that. I know Jeremy has the ability to do. I see him do it. You know,
I don't want to go up there and start being hostile towards everyone. You know what I'm saying?
sure play nice, but I'm just like summarizing like the positions. I'm sorry that I do that a lot, dude. I come off with like, am I being nice? I'm just playing like, because I'm a person who doesn't judge really anybody, and so I just share some channeled emotion, but I know that it doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? Like I'm just
Like, yo, I got a lot of my arguments from those guys. Like, I look up to those guys in some way. You know what I mean? My
Yeah.
best citation list is me and QE's DM.
Yeah, same. I mean, same thing. I mean, there is stuff that they present very strongly. Nathan Oakley will stand on, philosophies of show and prove very strongly. QE is good at some of these the biological arguments and the over exaggerated conclusions of implications of some of the data. I mean, they smart people, man. But there's also,
I mean, whatever. I guess it's what White just said, though. You're just it's the same exact. You would do the same exact thing. You're just judging on whether the reason why things drop is it because we're on a globe or is it because optically.
right. But I just be prepared, man. I hope you sussed out that there's other motives going on them shows, bro, and in some of them groups. Like there's, you see the smart, strong people sometimes hit a roadblock and not be able to concede and get into it's suspect sometimes, man.
Just gotta say, man, Nathan said himself, he is a YouTuber first. Number one and first foremost, he's a YouTuber. It is a show, right? You gotta understand it. It is a show. First and foremost, he's a YouTuber.
Yeah.
People expect to get an ass ripping when they listen to the show.
Whatever their server is, philosophy. What is it? It was science versus pseudoscience. That was the first Discord group I think I ever been into. They arrogant. The friction on the show was enough to motivate me to come in there and talk shit about. I'm actually downloading fucking Discord for this shit. That's actually what got me to do it about a couple years ago.
Yep.
But I couldn't stand
I think
that.
science versus pseudoscience was the first one I joined too. I'm not sure.
I like I like Chike. I mean, he's not the best. Like I met Zanuck right away. I liked although that he got a little flaws sometimes. Chike, he's really good. Being like direct. He's a comfortable gentleman there. That one guy, Steve, he's a fun guy, and Sin Cleanser and Hank Hill. I met all them. They're really cool.
Thanks, cool, yeah.
A lot of Europeans. But it was just like, there'd be where the mod would come in and fight sometimes, I think. And that's when I'm like, fuck this, man. Like, dude, like, ain't no way. I give the respect to the position they trying to present. And then, when the lines are crossed and disrespect, I'm like, oh, but I ain't fuck with them no more. But I like most of the regular crew. Same thing, but thank y'all for letting me hang out with y'all in here.
Yeah, after Corona hit, I bounced for at least 2 years. I just came back.
That's interesting. Was it maybe because you got into ironically, a different inside activity, but you were in different communication groups?
No, I bounced because of, like personal stuff and, getting laid off for a little while. And then I got more interested in like political stuff. And then I came back just recently.
I left for a minute and started fucking with crypto. Good thing, too. I just happened to go in 24/7 one day, and Elijah was like, "Hey, Miggy, we having that crypto meeting?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm in a crypto. Hit me up when you guys do that meeting." And then they did it one day, and Elijah hit me up and was like, "Yo, we're having a meeting." I started fucking with Miggy, and we did pretty good.
That's cool, man. Just chance meetings. What do you think the odds are that I'm mentioning the new Moon Knight show to somebody and then they're like, "Oh, look, there it is right there," and the commercial is on the TV behind me? Like, what if I was to put a number on that? How would I do that? Likeliness of me saying anything at all. Time interval. Frequency of commercial. Can y'all math guys help me out with this? All right. Jeremy, where's your math guy? We're gonna have to go to the other server. The math, this is the math server.
What's good, guys? What's good?
League of Legends.
I liked your little time dilation thing. You gotta get some your shit coherent though. You were just saying words at one point.
Tough titty. Row your boat.
You were referencing Mother Goose, Dr. Seuss rhymes. Come on, Don.
The problem is it's simple logic. You know what I mean? Simple logic shouldn't be that serious of what, you know? It's simple. You're like, hey, you have this new phenomenon. Precise technicality, they didn't have it before. Simple as that. What do you think? They can't even explore it. They too thinking it's nonsense.
I mean, I think the whole thing with the planes, and I mean, I don't even trust the GPS satellite, so don't get me started on that and all the satellite time dilation. If you're involved in anything with outer space, forget about it. But as far as the planes, bro, like the control variables you'd have to keep, or I don't know if you could even do it. Like you'd have to keep both the clocks. Like I don't know. The plane's vibrating, right? So we're worried about the vibration of this atom, and then you got the plane vibrating, and then you got the temperature and all kinds of shit. Can you do it with any other clock, or is it just this cesium atom? Maybe it's the fucking cesium atom has some weird shit going on with it. Who knows? Bring a wristwatch up there. Like, yo, bring a wristwatch on the ISC that's involved in space, then.
Yeah, you could do mountaintop still. But where Gummy tried to get in, Gummy got wrecked real quick. I'm gonna let you know is because different altitude at the Earth is moving different. The circumference, you know, and blah blah blah. So, bro, Gummy was disagreeing. You know, just so you know. Anyway, I'm here. You know.
Yo, I'm just saying, if you bring one on a mountaintop and then one at the bottom, could temperature be a factor? I don't know. You'd have to keep your control variables really fucking tight for this because there's not a lot of room for error. You're only talking about millionths of a second. Right? What are they measuring?
It's basically like I'm saying, let's give it to you, and then see what it does. You get what I'm saying?
What? What do you want to do?
It's like I'm with you that it doesn't necessarily hasn't been proven on this and that, but I'm saying let's give it to them, and it debunks their Galilean principles.
All right. If that's what you want to do, it is cool.
But I'm with you too. Like they really better make sure they got all this shit clean. This is some big shit. But I trust that they kind of might, man. I mean, it's like there's a lot of peer reviewed stuff, and it seems to be pretty legit. You know.
Don, when they do peer review, it's old guys that have already been taught all this stuff, and they're rubber stamping other guys that agree with them. That's all they're doing in this peer review. You think they're doing this? They're doing experiments and shit in peer review?
No, again, I'm with you, right? I'm with you, but I'm sure that there are some good ones, and I'm saying for sake of the argument, let's say this is one of those, and then that's it. But I mean, I'm with you, bro. I want to make sure shit's crispy. You know that about me.
Yeah, yeah. What happens in League of Legends when the season ends? Everyone restarts from scratch. I don't like that shit, man. I was playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I was playing Call of Duty on a cell phone, and I worked mad hard and got all these new guns and shit. And then the fucking season reset. They don't even have the same maps as before. I like playing this really small map. That shit ain't even in there. No, I'm like, yo, what do you got? Why you guys don't take shit away? Add more shit. And I don't want to be restarting from scratch. It's bad
And
enough.
you just replace on your skill level a little bit. That's all. I mean, you could keep all your, but what do you think about them boys that play that Tarkov shit or whatever, where you just lose everything permanently?
What
That game's sick.
What's it called?
Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov.
And if you die, you're dead and you lose all your shit.
Yeah.
Is it an MMORPG?
It's a shooter, kind of like survival, with MMO or in kind of like features.
I think I've seen TikToks of that. Is that where they run up to the guys and sometimes they'll give them a gun or something? Sometimes they'll shoot them and rob them.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I've seen that. You know, they make some funny ass TikToks from that game.
Yeah, that game's fucking crazy. It's good though.
They try to rob people for their metal.
Sometimes you get shot in that game and you don't even know from where, and that's it. You lost everything that you found in that particular map or whatever you entered.
Your guy's dead. You lost everything. That sucks.
Yeah, but if you escape, you can store your shit in like you have like a little hideout with like storage. You can
So
store
if you
your
die, you can just go back to your storage.
Yeah, right. And then you have your shit that you like escape with from other games.
No, yeah, you lose whatever you had on you though. Gone
Yeah,
forever.
yeah. But if you escape, you can save gear, right? You can save shit if you for other runs. Like you have a little stash.
Yeah.
Not really crazy about them first person shooters. I like to build something. You know what I mean? And in first person shooters, every time the map starts over, it's like everyone's starting from scratch, kind of. Like if they let you level up and be able to run faster and jump higher and do all kinds of other cool shit, that'd be neat. But
Yeah. Tarkov is like that. You can like essentially you become like faster, stronger the more you play.
No doubt, that's cool.
You can aim quicker, you can hold your breath longer, stuff like that.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, like there's a purpose of playing, right? Like it's not like you're just gonna.
Yeah, there's this guy on
right.
There's this guy on TikTok that plays those first person shooters. He's called Stone Mountain Commander or something. He's fucking hilarious.
Hey, Jeremy, do you believe in nuclear bombs?
I'm a little iffy on nukes.
Why is that, bro?
They might have. They might have them because I don't trust the government really. Like if they didn't lie, I'd be like, all right, we got nukes. But they lie, so I'm like, I don't know, maybe they just got really big bombs, you know?
Yeah, like the majority of the people never seen a nuke, right? But they believe them.
Yeah, I mean, almost everyone believes in nuclear bombs. Yeah.
Have you guys seen the video of the when they tested it in the desert?
Yeah, I just posted a video of that.
That's a big ass bomb. I don't know what you want to call it, but pretty sure you don't want that getting dropped near where you live.
Well, they have bigger
I
ones
mean,
now.
they
That
might
was
have
like
it.
the
I don't
first
know.
one.
But then what else do you call that? A big bomb that they just made? What makes it
Yeah, I mean, what if they just
what's
put a? What if they just put a lot of fucking bomb material in one thing? I don't know.
You guys never seen Eric Dubé's "Nukes Are a Hoax" video? Come on, man.
Nope.
No, I never seen it.
Okay, so they were stacking boxes of dynamite, or it's actually TNT. Dynamite's different. So they're stacking boxes of TNT, and when questioned why did they do that? They said to mimic or to get a side by side comparison to know how big the bomb is. So, like, you know how they always quote it in terms of how many tons of TNT a nuclear
Yeah, the
bomb is?
megaton. They'll say it's a 5 megaton, and the megaton's referring to how much dynamite or whatever TNT you would
Right,
need.
right. So they put, I guess, 1 megaton and blew it up, and then said, okay. And then they blew up the nuke and said, okay, so we have the similar explosion, and so that's how they measured it. Supposedly this happened, but I don't believe it. Yeah, they stack like 3 stories of TNT. Or yeah, TNT. I'll send the video if you want.
Yeah, send it to me.
It's hard to find because they scrubbed it off of YouTube, of course.
Ugh.
So there's a long one and then there's a short one. So I'm just gonna send the short one.
Everybody busy? All right, I found some Illuminati stuff earlier, and I'm serious. But I wasn't going to share it. Is everyone going, think you're crazy and stuff when you do the Illuminati stuff? But not only is the truth in plain sight, it's like they really do put a spell that make you keep staring at it over and over and over again. And you still don't realize it sometimes.
Hey, Don. Yo, Don.
Who that, Bob? Who that?
No. Hey,
Oh,
did
what's
you watch that video I posted?
I've not been in the text chat. Let's see. The nuclear weapons hoax. Oh, Eric DeBay. I've probably seen it or got on if it's older.
Yeah, it's older. Jeremy hadn't seen it though.
When I hear that argument and I apply the "why does it matter" filter, or what are the crux or the points of summary, it's like I'll be like, okay, the radiation fallout. Obviously there could be like a scare of capability of like boom, but that's going to be witnessed. I mean, the biggest fire is going to be the biggest fire, the biggest blast, whatever. People are going to always see there was the last biggest blast witnessed and or verified, accepted, and then there's always going to be, the possibility of bigger. So, there's big ass bombs. So it's just that science of splitting the atom, whatever, the radiation fallout. That seems to be the crux of that argument. Like, is there radiation fallout or not from an explosion? Would you agree with that?
Well, being that this all started back in the 50s and 60s when they didn't have means to verify things like video, the rewind button. So like they had the whole country believing in this shit.
But what do you mean then? Do you just mean huge explosion when you say this shit? Like summarize.
Well, the whole thing, man. They had people believing in this without being able to like
believing in what?
Verify it. An
Believing
explosion.
in like
An
a
explosion.
big
A
explosion.
nuclear explosion.
What does nuclear mean?
Come on, man. Now you're getting pedantic.
No, but I mean,
why do you
I'm
want to
trying
criticize?
I've summarized when I hear that argument.
I've talk about it.
I've summarized
You know
it
what I'm
down
talking
to
about.
the nuclear fallout. I agree. Listen, I feel your position, but I'm saying, what does it mean specifically besides the radiation? Are people questioning the size of the actual blast also?
No, why are we even going that far, dude? It's like you're already like assuming it's real. So then after the blast is, I'm just saying, like, okay, let's take a step back. The people that were shown this, that believed this in the
What is
1960s, did they have VCRs, CD players?
I'm sorry. I didn't watch your video yet, if that's what's throwing us off. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So you're saying there's some footage and people you're claiming it's like fake type footage and shit. Okay. My bad, bro. My bad.
Ah, gotcha. All right. Okay, cool. Glad we can like.
Right. I'm kind of going like, well, what is the claim of what the nuclear bomb was? You know what I mean? Oh, you're saying this on film. Okay. That goofy film thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It could be real, right?
I mean,
It looked
they
like
had millions of American families scared. They had them practicing how to protect themselves in a nuclear blast. They had hundreds of or thousands of families build fallout shelters. I'd say it was in the thousands. So here in America, they have a bunch of these, bunkers. You'd be surprised, man. There's if you go on YouTube, you'll find a bunch of old late 50s, early 60s bunkers because people took it seriously. But like I'm saying, they didn't have um, a rewind button. They didn't have ways of verifying it. It's just they showed it once on TV and people just believed it.
right, but maybe they exaggerated the size of the fire, like I was saying. But there's going to be some verified size of explosion. They're going to keep getting bigger. So what the fear mongering part of it, I'm with you. What are they actually fear mongering? I boil it down to the radiation fallout. That's what the underlying crux of the possible conspiracy would be. All this other size of explosion and shit like that, that's kind of a gray area and or slightly irrelevant. You know what I mean? It's about that.
No, here's the thing, dude. It's not just nuclear fallout because the explosion is what's going to kill you, right? But their first test, they were measuring it, and the way they did it was they did two tests. One with they stacked a 1 ton of 1 megaton of TNT, and then they had their bomb. They said, and then they set both of them off to get like to compare them. And yeah, if you watch the video, dude, you'll see them stacking TNT and why they did it. And it was to compare and to measure them.
Yeah, that I do remember that argument. I do remember seeing that. And I understand that, that the bomb kills you and this and that, but like we know that explosions kill people. So at best they're doing is exaggerating it on that category. Now I know I keep saying nuclear fallout, but you know what we mean, like the radiation poisoning, from all this, like but they say that's real too. Interesting. It's funny. I saw these scuba divers in Chernobyl videos on YouTube. That shit is hilarious. Some of the most hilarious videos you've ever seen. Scuba divers reacting to scuba diving in Chernobyl. That's the funniest. Watch the reaction video of the pro scuba diver. But then it's they got this war over there. The fucking army's going in and out because of the radiation over. That shit is hilarious.
Okay, so you talked about nuclear fallout. Well, radiation poisoning. There's a guy on that video eating nuclear waste. Like they'll put a Geiger counter and it's radioactive, and the dude puts it in his mouth and eats it. And he's just trying to show you that radiation is not poisonous. Like it didn't kill him.
How did he die?
Fake.
How did he die? I guess natural causes. He lived to be, I think, 70 some years old. You can look him up. His name's Galen Windsor.
I've heard and seen that before too. I just didn't follow up with him.
Well, supposedly he was eating it, drinking it, trying to show people that it wasn't as deadly as everybody thought it was.
Probably fake.
He was a fake?
No, that's probably fake.
It's probably fake, right? Yeah, that's what we should all assume. Because if you look him up,
I mean,
and you look up his credentials, you'll see that he was. Well, let me just go ahead and do it before I misquote something. Funny how they don't have him, but they have everybody else on Wiki, right? Yeah. Okay, well, he was born in 1926 and he died in 2008. That's 72 years old.
Sounds like
Pretty good.
80, 82.
Oh, shit, 82. Funny how this guy don't have a wiki on him. Dude died from leukemia, I guess. Probably died from old age, though, I would say. So I guess I can't find anything on him on Google, so I gotta like DuckDuckGo him and let's see what happens when I do that.
Isn't leukemia a cancer?
Yeah. It sure is.
man, I'm looking at images of supposedly people that have been exposed to radiation, and goddamn, it looks fucking painful. It looks like you get burned, completely burned, that area, and like shit just dies.
So what would be the difference between a firebomb or just a normal bomb and a nuclear bomb?
Not even that. It looks like something like if you were exposed to like something super acidic or something that just melts your skin.
But how would you know the difference? I'm asking, how would you know the difference between the two?
I don't know. We're not doctors. We probably couldn't from images, but
Well, then
there's
why do you
injuries that
assume
look
that it's an
that
actual nuclear bomb photograph of somebody that was involved with one? How would you know?
well, we know radiation's supposedly toxic, right?
Okay, but you do know that regular bombs leave radiation as well, right? Are you
I don't
aware
know
of that?
about that. I don't know about that. Are you 100% sure on that?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Are
much
you an
100%
expert?
sure.
You're
Yeah.
a bomb expert? You know this 100%, or you looked it up? Because I don't know.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know about
have.
that.
Yeah, I really have.
I'm not aware of that. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, yeah, I know that. I don't know. I'm not a bomb expert, but maybe you are. Have you tasted radioactive liquid?
See, now here you go assuming more things about radioactive liquid. Why would you even say that?
No, because
What
that guy
liquid, dude?
apparently.
What
I don't know.
liquid,
That guy
bro?
apparently
What are you
took.
talking about? Radioactive liquid. Why are you trying to fucking make some fucking villain out of radioactive liquid, dude? What do you know about radioactive? What is radioactive liquid, bro? What are you talking about? Who uses radioactive liquid? Why would you say that?
Were you talking about some guy that drank and like tasted radioactive?
Yeah, but when has fucking radioactive liquid ever been applied? What are you talking about? Radioactive liquid. When do they liquefy radioactive material? When do they do that? So you're just fucking trying to make shit sound scary, bro.
Fukushima, bro. Fukushima. You aware?
Like radioactive waste, right? Like in the water. What do you mean?
No, you're saying radioactive liquid, bro. Like they make it that way.
Well,
Like,
what I
that's how
meant
they
is
do it.
like water that's like, I guess, waste from radioactive.
No, come on, man. Now you're just making shit up.
That doesn't exist? It doesn't exist, huh?
Was it involved in a nuclear weapon?
But radioactive liquid or waste that
Was
doesn't
it involved in
exist?
a nuclear explosion?
I don't know.
No,
You tell me. You're the
Fukushima
bomb.
wasn't.
You're the bomb expert. Tell me everything.
No, you're the one who knows all about radioactive liquid.
I do.
But it had nothing to do with the nuclear explosion. So why are you talking shit?
Wait, when did I say it had to do with a nuclear explosion? When did I say that? What? Are you alright, man?
No, you're the one talking shit. Making fucking nuclear
This whole
everything
started.
sound
I
scary,
said I'm
bro.
looking at people that have been exposed to it, what seems to be radioactive material or whatever, and it looks like burns or whatever. And then
And
this
you
led
said
on to,
radioactive
well, how can you
liquid.
tell the difference between that and something else? And I said, well, it looked like some type of burn or something.
Yeah, and I said, how do you know? Are you an expert on radioactive burns? I said,
No,
how can you tell the difference
but it
between a
looks
regular
painful. That's
bomb
all I said.
and a
And then you made
nuclear bomb?
assumptions.
No, you're making assumptions that those people were burnt by radioactive explosions and not. And I said, how would you know the difference? And you wouldn't. You couldn't tell me.
It looks like way worse than a burn, dude. They have like a bunch of fucking, I don't know. You want to see the images?
There you
It's
go.
pretty
Looks
bad.
way worse. Way worse.
You want to
Looks
see the
way worse,
images and you can like
dude.
differentiate.
Looks way worse, dude. All right, fuck, man. I'm a believer now. That's enough for me, bro. Anyway, that dude, All Glory. You said Fukushima, right? You piped up. You want to talk about that?
No, just saying. You aware?
You believe in Fukushima?
You aware of it?
Do you believe in Fukushima? Just answer me that.
But how come somebody asks you a question and you ask a question back? Like you don't answer a question?
No, he's saying
He asked
Fukushima.
you a question and you just
No, he's
ask
the
him a
one who
question
brought up
back.
Fukushima. So, do you believe in Fukushima?
Do you believe in Fukushima?
No, I don't. No, sorry.
What do you think happened?
Do you think
They
it was
just tried
like?
to. Yeah. They just try to scare everybody with nuclear waste, and that it's going to poison the whole world. But has anybody died from it?
Probably. Why would they?
Like, is everybody getting cancer right now from it? Remember they said it was going to go in the ocean and kill everybody?
Oh
Everybody
yeah, they were
dying?
saying it's gonna wash up to the seas of California, and they're gonna get
They're
radiation.
trying to
Question
scare people.
is that if it's not contained? Hold on. Is that if it's not contained?
bro.
If it's not contained, if it was worse, like that could happen, type of scenario. And when did they say that? Like, how do you guys
On the news
conclude to
all the
that?
time. Didn't you ever watch the news?
Well,
Like when
haven't
it
you seen
happened back in
haven't you seen
2011
TV
or
on
something?
Discovery Channel when they talk about exploring the United States and wiping out half of the world or whatever?
Discovery
Like,
Channel.
there's a bunch
This
of shit
guy,
that
man.
goes on.
You really quoted
These
Discovery
are
Channel.
scenarios. These are scenarios that are hypothetical. It doesn't mean like they're gonna happen.
Every time I watch Discovery Channel, they would bring up like space or something, and it always be this was pre like now it's like they'll have artist rendition or artist interpretation. Now they preface all their photos with that they're CGI enhanced, but before, man, they'd show like different planets and different worlds. Uh, different spheres, and they'd say, "Oh yeah, this sphere or this planet is raining diamonds. Oh, this one rains rubies. Oh, and the rain goes up." Yeah, they they have such a vast imagination, but they're all storytellers, dude. And they'd give you these pretty little videos, and yeah, that's Discovery Channel, dude.
So what's your take on Fukushima? Like on radiation that doesn't exist. Radiation is not deadly.
It exists, yeah. But do you know what radiation does, right? It's a glorified uh, steam engine is all it is. All they do is basically boil water with those nuclear tubes. It's not doing anything magical. Like there's no fusion happening, some high tech engine. It's none of that, dude. So get that shit out of your head, first and foremost. There isn't any some special technology that's happening there, okay? They dunk these super hot rods in vats of water and create steam to turn a turbine engine. That's it. That's all they're doing, bro.
So why don't you replicate that and make your own energy?
No, dude, you're the one fucking talking shit about nuclear fucking energy, bro. Like it's some
What?
fucking magic.
You're the
dude.
expert here. You're teaching me.
They're not making energy. They're transforming energy. Ultimately, it's
No, but it's
the
just this
steam.
fucking
The steam turns the
bro.
turbine.
Tell
and
us.
each of turn of the turbine. That's what you get.
The experts. Every expert here has figured out everything is in here.
No, but you're the one acting like this.
No. I'm here
There's
to
a
learn.
nuclear
I'm here
engine
to
out
learn.
there
We
that
have the
they're
scientists here.
using nuclear fusion, bro. And
We
I'm
have
telling you, they're just boiling water, bro.
amplitude amount of knowledge in here.
Okay,
So
you
they're
tell me
pumping
what the
water, bro,
nuclear
with
reactor.
with
You tell me
steam.
what Fukushima did, bro. You tell me. Was I
So keep
wrong?
telling me. So these rods, the steam that produces energy.
It turns the turbines. So the steam is like the physical. Is like the physical force to turn these turbines. It's like this circular. What is like magnetic with coils on there, and when that turns, it creates the proper wavelengths. It takes and it fucking generates electricity, or it doesn't generate it. It basically pulls it from counter space or ether or whatever you want to call it. Kind of like if you get a fan, if you get an electric fan, like if you have a circular fan at home right now, and you get the plug, you cut the plug, so you have a two wires, and you start spinning the fan with your finger, you're gonna be generating a voltage. You could technically power other things by spinning the fucking fan in reverse with your finger. It's just same concept ultimately. Except instead of the finger, they're using steam, and then they're creating steam with nuclear power apparently. So if it's not if it's not a nuclear reactor, let's say it's a coal reactor, what they're going to be doing is burning coal, which heats up water, which steam, which turns the turbine.
Where does the radiation come from?
Wow, dude.
I'm just talking about
he's over here asking the flat earther questions. When he should be he has the ability to Google anything he wants. That's sad, bro.
What do you mean? I want to know what you know.
Even like wind. What do you call those wind things again? But that's the same concept. It's a turbine. But instead of turning it with your finger, it's got these big fucking wings that go out, and the wind pushes it. But it's all based around that turbine.
Hey, have you been to so who are we talking to? Shark Attack. Okay, Shark Attack. Have you been to have you pulled uranium out of the ground?
Nope.
Have you produced plutonium?
Have you?
Okay, then shut the fuck up then.
Have you? Have you? Oh, you went muted.
I think he probably got muted for breaking server rules. So what have I come in on? That Fukushima didn't happen?
Yeah, we're talking about radiation and radioactive radiation, nuclear bombs. That we were talking all about that, and then it led to like Fukushima. Then I don't know. I don't think he was questioning. I think if radiation and all that is really dangerous or not.
Yeah, somebody showed me that video of some guy wandering around being like, they tell you it's bad, and he's getting out uranium or something. I forget what he was claiming it was, and putting it in his hand and showing how the Geiger counter reacted to it, and then putting it in his mouth and stuff.
Mercury. I think it was mercury.
No, it wasn't. It was mercury doesn't react to a Geiger counter. It's specifically
Sorry.
radioactivity.
But there's a similar video with a guy doing that to mercury.
Yeah, sure, I bet.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a guy doing a similar shtick with leaded petrol back in the day, going around pouring it over his hands and going, "Look, it's fine. I'm fine. What are you guys being such sooks about?" And it's like, oh no, that's definitely is bad for you. I guess maybe people would disagree with that as well.
if you've ever seen a mercury spill before, they make it a big deal. They close
It's
down the road.
like look at this for example.
They close
It's like
down the roads, bring hazmat
if
suit
you,
people. It's a big deal.
if you know any better, then you don't know any better. But it doesn't mean that shit's not gonna kill you, or it might not kill you, or will kill you, or not. But still, it doesn't. It's like look at that. How could Jesus Christ? How could people bathe in that? My God.
That's Socratic philosophy, bro. Just broke it down right then and there, baby.
You see that? You tell those people, hey, that's dangerous. It's deadly. No, it's not, because I can get in it, touch it, and it's not going to kill me. But then, will it kill you? It probably is not good for you.
Well, how many people have access to an amount of it to swim in?
Yeah, it's rough, man. Rough. Let me see this video.
I mean, if you can't trust the lawyers and the PR people from a major worldwide corporation, who can you trust?
Why would they fake nuclear weapons, though? What's the point? Just the word nuclear?
I haven't heard their answer to this one, but I think it was something to do with ending hostilities.
Well,
I wish Trader didn't get muted. Sorry, Fuzzy, I interrupted you.
Oh. So I know I broke up. It puts power in the hands of a few, and it makes that power scary. Because it's unstable, and you have to trust the authorities and the experts, and no one can, it's scary.
Craving some munchies, bro. What should we get?
Oof. Sweet or or no, not sweet.
I don't know.
Anything.
Could be gas station or Taco Bell. I was thinking, like, if the economy in America shuts down and everything collapses badly, if buying bullets will be a good idea as a form of like bartering.
Don't they go old?
Huh?
Don't bullets sort of get too old? Because whatever you want something that doesn't depreciate, right? If bullets, I thought that there was a sort of time scale for which the bullets are usable.
I wonder how long that is. But in this idea, it would be within 7 years, but most likely within the next 2 years.
I don't think shit's gonna collapse to where it's gonna be like that scenario where bullets and I don't know. Like
Yeah. See what you mean? You don't think
They'll
Yeah.
collapse it. They'll collapse it just enough to where people don't get toilet paper again.
Okay, so dude asked me why would they fake it. So
we're
would
going
you
back
like
to we're going back to Fukushima? We're backtracking?
No, you said why would they fake nuclear bombs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would they?
Yeah, there's so many.
Yeah, when they can just say it's just big bombs or bigger bombs. Why?
They gotta make them scary. They gotta make them scary so that you don't even come within a 50-mile radius of a certain thing that you don't want to catch exposure.
Right.
Just avoid
Right.
the area at all costs.
They vilify it. The bigger, the better. The scarier, the more money, the more resources they have to allocate to it. Meaning, look how long we've been building nuclear bombs. We've employed a lot of people, but we were doing it to keep America safe because the Russians, they were doing the same thing, and they were building more bombs. So that means we have to have more bombs than them. But look how long we've been doing this for, 70 years.
Also,
It's a superiority thing
people
as
are
well.
scared of nuclear, then they won't want power plants in their hometown that they think might kill them if they explode or whatever. Basically, if they can convince them of that bullcrap, then now all this awesome, free, cheap, safe energy that we could have, instead we don't have it.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. That's just another way of sidestepping the actual real free and economical energy we could be pursuing. But they're like, nothing to see here. Let's concentrate on this nuclear steam power, and everything else we'll just put off till another day.
No, it's not even let's focus on it. Let's ignore it because it
I think this whole reality is just Matrix. I don't think none of this is real.
Oh, I know,
I don't know
but that's how it's painted for the mainstream. Most people who don't look into it any further.
Well, think about it. In the 50s and 60s, when people didn't have a way of verifying things, they just bought it hook, line, and sinker. They didn't have
still do.
VCRs. They didn't have CD players. They didn't have rewind buttons. They couldn't analyze whatever they were watching.
Yeah,
And
if it was on TV, you just had to pay attention real good.
And before that was a radio, and before that was a newspaper, and before that was word of mouth. It's always been this way. Now we have the power.
Right. Yeah.
But there's also more misinformation too.
They tell whatever
it works
vision
both
they feel
ways.
like. Yeah.
What do you mean misinformation? What are you talking
Anybody
about?
can post online, make like claim and post something online, and somebody else can read and be like, you know what, that makes sense. Yeah, I can agree with that. And then, you get a couple people agreeing with it, and then that's it. It catches on fire. Goes with anything, right?
The same thing can then be used to backfire though, because
so then what is it
I can start an idea right now, right? Get 1,000 bots with different names and promote that idea, and it can catch on fire, for example, online. And whether that idea is truth or not.
What I'm saying, so vague. Come on, you're not even using a.
I'm just saying, like hypothetically speaking, like people can manipulate information. So how do you know what the information that you're getting, whether it's real or not?
What?
I can see what you're saying to a degree. I mean, for example, like in my viewpoint, the globe is a complete lie. Now that you could say it spread like wildfire. Why? Because they had NASA and the news and they had a lot of media outlets to do that. So it could be said for that. But I also could say on the other side, if you did what you're saying, if you tried to do what you're saying, if you tried to try, we always joke about, somebody made a group called, Pigs Can Fly. Would you get a bunch of people into it, and then would you get a bunch of people coming in and trying to, like almost like the globe earthers come in here trying to come in and tell everyone that pigs can't fly and that whole thing. It's not really the right analogy because the Earth is actually a stationary plane, so it's not as ridiculous as pigs can fly. But my point is, I'm saying that if you did that, do you think you could actually get that to catch on, that anyone would really care about pigs can fly?
You can make a catch. Yeah.
That was my main question, because some people
you can make something like that catch, yeah. With a meme, with wording, with with pictures with an NFT, virtual ways of making it. Yeah.
But now you're bringing in visual aids and stuff, not
yeah,
just an
you
idea.
visualizing with the idea, right?
Well, yeah, that's
Yeah,
there.
you
Now
put them on a little
you're
plane or
bringing in-
something, or on a cloud. Yeah, then they're flying.
If it, just an idea is not good enough.
Oh, shit.
Ooh, if that many people could just easily look into it and find, oh yeah, no, here's where it's curves, and here's there's the curvature.
Oh, I think he's lagging. You think you're lagging in and out?
Well, it's just like the question of how much can lies actually spread and to what degree.
Right. Yeah, there's more things. There's things that are more rational than pigs can fly, right?
Well, some people will try to claim that that's what a flat Earth is. They will try to claim, oh, it's just some people that are saying it, that it's just catching on, and the scientific misinformation. That's what people will try to claim it is.
Well, hey, there's other claims too, Geo. There's claims of people being burnt by nuclear explosions and how much worse they are than regular burns of regular explosions. It's like the nuclear ones are more what's the word? Infamous. I don't know. These are just claims, though. Shark Attack claimed it earlier.
Oh, what that? Like radiation? Yeah, I think radiation is toxic. I'm not an expert on radiation, but
so why do you think
I wouldn't want to be exposed to it or even like test that theory or idea?
So you're just scared of it because somebody.
I'm not
told
scared
you?
of it. I'm not really scared of much, to be honest.
You're all over the place. Sorry, Gio. I'll put myself on mute, okay? But you just heard it. You literally heard it from the horse's mouth.
It's really, the globe is the lie that doesn't really have legs, because as soon as, like, if you were to do the pigs can fly analogy, that as soon as you look into the pigs can fly, you'd find out that they can't. But with the globe, it's been for years, people have just accepted it because of all the reasons, and now you start to go look into it and try to scrutinize it, and it falls apart right quick. Because it's only been substantiated by other lies. That's how it's not supporting itself at this point.
Right. When you scrutinize it with actual reality, it falls apart. If you scrutinize it along with Googling a bunch of stuff, there's a bunch of other lies and false data and stuff that will seem to support the globe idea.
Well, right, yeah, that's all the propaganda that's used in support. Like, that's all the visual aids and all the nonsense that goes along with in supporting that lie. Because again, the lie alone won't work. You need all this other input or visual aid or whatever word you want to use to help people understand or to put the idea in their mind. Because an idea itself, the lie itself, doesn't work. People aren't going to buy it.
Right. Because if that was the case, then globe earthers would not even have to be here defending their globe. They wouldn't have to.
Right. There wouldn't be a pig's fly. I mean, it wouldn't get past first base. It wouldn't it wouldn't have any legs. It does, because you would immediately be able to call it out. Which ironically is what's happened here. Where's the radius again? Oh, okay. Well, good luck with that.
So this guy's talking about flat Earth, but I think the original argument was the nuclear weapon and why would they lie? I'm gonna post a video for you guys, and this is in my city. They openly, I thought nuclear bombs should be like some sort of secret, right? Where you house them and where you hold them and guard them, right? I actually worked very close to this site. It's on an Air Force base. I work in an Air Force base at the Air Force base, very close, and it's not as heavily guarded as they want you to believe. I'll I found it ironic that they would willingly let this information out where they have the world's or the United States nuclear weapons, where they house them. I thought that was like silly and ridiculous. Why would they would like release that information? But it's obviously the reason why they did that is for like to promote and just propagandize their
exactly.
utility,
So
right? Legitimize. They're just legitimizing.
But how
So
do you even know that? How do you even know those if they're really in those locations? Though they could be somewhere else. That
come
could
on,
be.
man.
Right.
Come
What do
on,
you
D.
mean? What
Give
do you
me a
mean? Come
second,
on, man.
please.
Yeah,
Just
but
give me a
Doesn't come
second.
into your mind.
yeah, well, the original point of nuclear weapons and all this stuff, it's power, nuclear weapons, nuclear power, the power over weapons, what power you wield if you have such weapons. It's all about power, whether or not it's physical, electricity, whatever, or dominance over another place, or even in people's minds. It has to deal with power, divide and conquer. It's the modus operandi that
Okay.
they've been working on forever, and nothing changed.
Do you guys want to watch this video? It's about a 6-minute video, I think, and they go into detail of where United States nukes are housed. I've literally been in this. It's an underground world, is what it is. I've been in there. I promise. I literally have been in there. I'm not lying. It's big. You can drive a semi under there. It's pretty huge. And there is like the guards. I didn't go all the way to where the actual nukes are, but I went pretty far inside.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's debating or claiming that deep underground military bases don't exist or other facilities.
Yeah.
Whether or not those
But
weapons are actually
why would they
housed there.
divulge information?
Like why? Well, because to let people I know, because then it can be what people will oh no, I don't want these in my backyard, and other people say, oh no, we need this for our power. We need, and it's a way to get people to squabble amongst themselves.
So they get all the kids, they're kids, the guards, they're all kids. Like they're all young kids. There's not one like over 25. Like I've met a bunch of them. They're kids basically.
Well, yeah,
And
you know why, right?
we've moved some of these too. I was near when they moved some. And you should see the big theatrics that go on when they move one. It's pretty amazing. So they bring I think it's a C8. It's one of the biggest, those big ass. They built a special runway for it, and it's a big. It's not like a DC-130. It's not one of them. It's not a propeller. It's the one with the four big slanted wing. Um, they loaded it onto that plane, and you should have seen like the amount of they shut down basically the whole city. And this was like 3 years
I
ago.
hear you. Right, but okay, so the book The Emperor's New Clothes?
And it's only happened once. They've only did that one time.
Right, but do you know the book The Emperor's New Clothes?
No, I never read it.
It's a children's book. It's like 10 pages. The whole idea of the emperor's
Okay,
new
so
clothes.
what's the plot?
It's
What's the plot
like
of the story?
okay, it's basically the emperor is an all-powerful, leader, and he wants to get some new clothes. So he hires the best tailor in the whole country to come and personally customize his clothes. And the tailor says, you know what, I've got this amazing new material. It's see-through. It's invisible. You don't feel it. It's not that it's invisible, but you don't feel it, and it's just this amazing. Yeah, and oh my God, this is the greatest tailor in the world. And the emperor gets his new clothes, puts it on, and they shut down the whole city so that he can display his new clothes to the entire all the people walking down Main Street with no clothes on because they're invisible, and the only person who calls them out is some kid saying, hey, the emperor has no clothes. Why is everyone like going along with this bullshit? It is the power of the young mind to call out nonsense when they see it for what it is and not be party to the mob saying, oh yeah, this is great, well, look at those amazing new clothes that he's got, because they're part of the propaganda. Just because they close down the entire city to see invisible clothes doesn't mean the clothes exist. They make a whole song and dance and show for it, means effectively nothing at the end of the day.
Nice. Well, yeah, that's a good story. So why is it somebody like me that doesn't believe this, but somebody like Shark Attack just automatically just believes it? What do you think that is?
Why do some people still believe in Santa Claus and some others don't?
Yeah, but come on, man. This isn't Santa Claus. This is
No, it is absolutely is Santa Claus. This is Santa Claus for adults.
A nuclear bomb?
It's the answer, but to
How
answer
is
your
that
question,
Santa Claus for adults?
it's the same exact answer. Why do some kids believe in Santa Claus longer than others? They don't think about it. They don't have the capacity.
So why is it that you guys don't believe in nuclear bombs? It's just you think
I did for 35 years. I did.
So you think that they don't have the capability of making a big bomb?
No, that's not what I said at all. I said that they absolutely have ways and means of destruction well beyond what they physically tell us.
Okay, so if they have that capability, what's
fallout.
the difference of it being called a nuclear bomb or being called just a
they
regular big
want-
bomb? If we know they have that capability, it doesn't change the fear factor.
It does. No,
At least it
does.
doesn't for me.
Well, why has nobody set foot in Russia? No, where is it? Where's the fallout in? Oh Jesus, what's it called? The big reactor near Russia. The huge guys. Not 3 Mile Island. It's the radiation, the fallout that's been there since for not Fukushima. Come on, guys. Oh Jesus, it's on the tip of my tongue. The place, the radiation, the fucking.
Where?
You know what I'm talking about.
Fukushima?
No, not Fukushima.
Chernobyl in Ukraine?
That's it, Chernobyl, right. Why has no one set foot in Chernobyl for so many years? Because they're all scared to go back because of this radiation, this thing that's in the air.
There's people in Chernobyl.
No, but you know what
Isn't
I mean.
there?
Yeah, but you know what I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
right?
funny you bring up Chernobyl. But hey, Chernobyl is only 50 miles north of Kiev. How come everybody doesn't die when they're
Well,
literally 50 miles? Hold on, man. Let me talk. I never interrupted you.
No. I'm agreeing with you. That's a good question. Why hasn't there
No, how
been
come,
any
like,
problems in Kiev?
it's only 50 miles away, and supposedly the fallout and exposure is so severe that you can't get anywhere near it. But yet there's people living in Chernobyl right now that don't die. Like there's old ladies there.
I don't know. Is there old people living there, and is it still contaminated to the degree where it will harm you? Those are all questions that we probably all don't know. We're just assuming.
No,
We
okay.
know.
See,
There's a lot of
assuming that it is harmful. Hold on. Let me address him. He had a question.
Somebody said nobody lives there, and somebody said, well, there probably is people still, the people that like function or like the place,
Maybe,
right?
but if they are there, then and they're fine, then they are probably fine. And the
I
people
don't
who
know.
said
Are
that
they
there's
taking
this
precautions?
massive,
Like, how do they like live the area at night? Do they like?
how
Who
do you?
knows?
Come on.
Like,
If
it's
it's a
probably not even as
50,000
radioactive anymore, right? Like, it's been how many years since then?
No, it's supposed to be years. That's why they bury stuff in Yucca
Dude.
Mountain for many decades because of the half-life and all that
Come on,
bullshit.
no. Supposedly, like 50,000 years is the half-life of a.
Yeah.
Of a,
Yeah, there's
that.
no way Chernobyl, if it was that
Come on,
deadly
man. This has only
before,
been
there's no way it
40
cleared
years.
itself up by now.
In the 80s. 80, 90. It's like 30 some years, dude. Come on.
Well, something
Shouldn't it
happened.
be okay already? Like, come on, man. People just assume right away.
That's the entire point. Is that who are we supposed? Just because I have a device that goes click 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 means what specifically? Like how? Again, who even has access to those kinds of equipment? Who even is even what John and Jane Q public person has been like? You know what? I was just thinking that whole Chernobyl thing is bullshit. I'm gonna go prove them wrong because I got all kinds of time today.
Look, dude, plutonium 239 has a half-life of 24,000 years, and this guy is saying, shouldn't it be okay to go over there right now?
30 years, right? About 30 years ought to clear it up. That's it. It's just not deadly after 30 years. That's it.
No, dude, it's saying plutonium has a half-life 24,000 years.
There are no experts anywhere. Who can we trust? What experts out there that are who we can trust? Government agencies, national.
Oh, but I mean, this shit should be killing everybody. Like anybody in the vicinity of Chernobyl, that
no, so
land is damned for 24,000 years, dude. And anybody that steps in there, you're fucked. Because have you researched the way they tried to seal it up?
Yeah, it's all.
They try to fucking just put concrete in a dome, and it's cracked and it's already leaking out and all the rainwater. Dude, there's a river from Chernobyl that leads right into Kiev, and nobody's sick and dying, bro. It's getting into their
Fukushima's on the
drinking water.
entire Pacific Ocean, and yeah, exactly. The
But-
problem
but-
is that
Hold on.
there is no.
From what I understand, though, from that disaster is that after that disaster, they quickly came in and tried and contain it as much as possible, right?
This guy's like assuming that they would do this, right?
Well, you guys are assuming everything.
Well, no, we're not. No,
Everything
you're
you guys have
assuming
said
that-
is an assumption.
No, well,
Yeah.
no,
It's
you're
like me seeing
assuming
right
that
now
there's-
planes don't exist because I haven't seen a plane.
You're
or
the
I
one
haven't been there, and people can't fly because I haven't flown.
Dude.
Well, I have.
Cancer doesn't exist because the cancer. I can't see it with my own eyes. We don't know what it is, so therefore it doesn't exist.
Let's hold on. Dude.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's all assumptions at this point.
I'm starting to understand it.
Or
no, the difference.
Or you
would
know
be-
everything. You've
the
been
difference would
there.
be
You've
the
tested the
kind of-
water. You know that it's not deadly. You know that it's not contaminated. It's fine. They're just lying. You guys know that, right?
You're taking the wrong stance from the wrong side. If you say it's not that cancer doesn't exist, it's that cures for cancer exist, but the mainstream media says that they don't. That's the problem. Energy and destruction on massive scales exist, but the way that they exist as taught to us by the powers that be are not quite.
So if these bombs
accurate.
exist, these big bombs exist, whether it's called nuclear or big bomb, why the fear factor? Why would it even matter? We know that there's big bombs, right?
It's in your mind.
Or actually, we don't. We don't know there's big bombs because we haven't seen them with our own eyes, right? We don't know. We've seen them in images, we've seen them in videos, but we don't know because we haven't seen them with our own eyes or experienced it, right?
Yeah, I get it. Why is the jaw?
So
why is
I don't think
why
bombs
is the shark
exist.
in
I think
jaws-
they're a fear factor.
Oh.
Hold on, let me talk,
Yeah.
man. You talk a lot.
No, I
You've
know,
been
but
talking a
I'm
lot.
answering your question. Why is it? Why is the jaws more scary when you don't see it?
So convince me that bombs exist, guys. I don't think bombs exist anymore. I think that bombs are fake because the government's trying to instill factor in people, and so I don't think bombs exist. I think bombs are
but
bullshit.
now
I think they're
I don't know.
fireworks. So
Are you
how do
being
I know
retarded,
that bombs
Or are you
exist?
trying to actually get to a point? Bombs
No,
don't exist.
how do we know something is real?
I'm trying to answer a specific fucking question, and you're saying bombs don't exist. Do you want to actually know, or are you just fucking around?
No, yeah, I want to know. I think they're fireworks.
Okay.
A bunch of fireworks put
Why?
together, and then they just make a big boom.
In the movie,
Mhm.
you must have seen the movie Jaws, right? Why is Jaws scary when you don't see the actual shark?
Well, the music, the sounds, the way they present you, the scenes, the lighting. There's many
In your own
things.
mind, it's scarier. In your mind creates something that's scarier than Steven Spielberg could have come up with. Correct?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
That's the whole point. That's cinema, where that's the whole idea. That's why Alien is a scary thing. That's why they're all hiding in shadows, because you don't actually see a man in a puppet with a zipper. If you saw that, it wouldn't be scary. The less you see, the more your mind makes it real in your head, and it makes it more real and scary. Yeah. So if the powers that be can paint that fear and that picture of terror and fear and stuff in your mind,
Again,
whether or not-
I don't think that's a tactic that
you
I
don't
know.
think that they use
No.
fear to control people?
Yes, I think they do in certain ways with like.
So how is this
but
not?
I don't think the existence of a nuclear bomb will change that. I think there's other ways of doing it.
Well, no, there are. They use all kinds of different ways. This
I
way,
like
specifically,
denying the
it
fact that
controls the
like
amount of weapons and warfare. It controls how warfare functions, and it controls how the entire power grid functions.
But then wouldn't one country call the bluff on another country? Hey, that you're bullshitting. You don't have nuclear weapons.
You don't think they all work together at the highest levels? You don't think the UN
No.
behind closed doors?
No.
You don't think that the Security Council has drinks?
I think to a certain point there's collaborations between countries, but then there's certain points where it's like the better of your country or whatever.
Then you might be a little farther down the rabbit hole than is good for you. If you're this far down and you don't realize that countries work together to create false narratives.
I think there's collaboration to a certain degree with certain things, but not to the extent where you think like they're all together.
How would you know? How do you differentiate when they're
No,
telling the
I
truth
don't,
when
and I
they're
don't
telling
think
us
you
lies?
know either. I don't think you know either.
Yeah,
I don't
so,
think
right,
we do.
but I
don't
agree.
think any of us do.
After I realized that after 35 years of them lying to me, I was like, hey, you know what? Maybe they're all full of shit, and I'm done lying.
Here's the thing: there's lies, but it doesn't mean everything's a lie either.
So how do you differentiate the difference? That's why I asked. How do you determine the difference, whether or not they're lying or telling us the truth?
Well, you make your judgment.
Yeah, I have. How many lies does a liar have to tell you before you realize that this person is a liar?
Doesn't mean everything's a lie. Doesn't mean everything's a lie, though, man. Doesn't mean like everything else that is presented to me is a lie because one lie doesn't mean everything's a lie, man.
But
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. The thing is, I'm willing to throw out the baby with the bathwater in this instance to get to something better before believing all of the nonsense and keeping us in the exact same situation that we have been in for over 30 years with no change. Only gets worse, actually. How many lies does the liar need to tell you before you're just like, I'm kind of done with this guy? All he does is tell lies. And I can't tell the difference whether or not they're actually telling the truth. That's even worse.
Hey, hold on, dude. But real quick. So I just did a little research on Ukraine and Russia, and Russia was part of the Soviet Union, right? So, which was in control of Ukraine. So then they build this nuclear reactor there, right? And say, oh, it exploded. It's no good anymore. This is inhabitable. This is an inhabitable zone. So they basically poo-pooed on Ukraine because Ukraine was like one of the countries always fighting back and like trying to like secede from the Soviet Union. So I think
all
this,
trying to secede from the Soviet Union. So
this is what I think.
But what you're
No,
saying,
no, no,
so
hold
the
on.
research that you did, you just said you did a little research, and that you're listening to the Soviet government agency, like
No.
you trust
Listen.
the Soviet agent.
No. I'm not listening to anybody. I'm just reading between the lines of why
But
I
he's
think.
saying, wait, hold on. What the other guy is saying is that information that's being presented to you might not even be real because it's the
I know,
Soviet
you're
Union
right.
presenting. So then
It
that's
might
the
not
thing.
be.
How does anything that we
Hold
look
on.
at real or not then in that matter?
Shark, why would you believe anything that comes out of the
Can
Russian
I
government?
finish my thought though? Like you guys didn't even let me finish why Russia did this to Ukraine.
But can you prove why, or is it just?
Let's
I mean,
hear
go
his
for it. Go
opinion
for it.
anyway.
So they can
Exactly.
basically so they can basically proclaim Ukraine as useless, uninhabitable land, and that way they can't really they'll be forced to leave Ukraine, and then it'll be Russia's. I think it was just a ploy to. Are you
It's
gonna let me talk or?
Oh, so I thought you were done, and then you said I think it was a ploy. I'm sorry.
Since you have a lot more important things to say, go ahead, bro.
Well, no, it's just that I get what you're saying, and we all hear what you're saying, but again, we can't prove it. And on top of that, this is just one of many number of reasons why they would lie about this subject.
But we do know, like, well, based on history, that they were part of the Soviet Union, right?
Well, whose history? The history.
I mean, I
wrote
think
that?
multiple histories like line up to that idea. Like,
Well,
if
okay,
you look
fine.
at Russia's
So-
history, if you look at United States history, they all line up to the.
You know,
Like,
let me
can
say,
say that
I
they-
want to say
right now,
something real quick.
no,
Like, I just want
we
to say
can
something.
say they never existed. It was all a lie. Nothing existed. But then
I was just thinking how insane it is, like what they actually can do with war stuff. Like as you guys are talking about this, like they can literally put shit on the news and on television that is what they want it to be. They can tell the armies to do what they want them to do, bomb this, shoot a missile here, whatever it may be, and they can just create drama, even though it's not even really a war at all.
They don't know where the artillery landed. They just have a coordinate grid that they shoot towards,
Yeah.
and then say, "Okay, good, mission accomplished."
And they're just doing what they're told to do, and they think the political side like validates it, but that's all a charade as well.
You bring an interesting point. The whole thing, the whole war has been almost presented like a movie in a way, like the heroic stance, the how Kiev couldn't fall, the big line that couldn't go in, that was like waiting there for days, the big line of tanks that just suddenly couldn't just go in and was held back. It's
why they
almost
call
been
it
like a
the theater
movie,
of
not gonna
war.
lie.
I like what
That's
you
why
guys
they
are
call
saying.
it the theater of war.
Right. It just makes a lot of sense because the vitamin D study came out, and all the people that were dying and getting sick and having problems and going to the hospital and shit were vitamin D deficient. So it just
Well, it's
turns
definitely
out
one factor.
COVID, right?
Do you take synthetic
Yeah.
D? Do you take a synthetic D, or how do you get like? Because you were mentioning that the other day.
Well, 2 eggs and a little sunlight every day will give you all the vitamin D you need to kick any kind of common cold bullshit or keep from even catching that nonsense.
I've been taking a pill recently because I don't really get much sunlight. What are you guys' thoughts on that? A pill, like vitamin.
Well, you can only absorb so much of it like that.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff. I have used it in the past. Generally, they make it from lamb's wool. It's like they basically like irradiate, and they radiate like lamb's wool. It's pretty weird.
The fuck?
Yeah, that's what you're taking. Yeah, it's pretty whack. But it does work, like at least to raise blood levels, which of course that's all they're really even testing for. But how much of that is really getting absorbed and utilized is another story. But it does seem to do something. I mean, because yeah, like it is somewhat effective at least.
Yeah, 2 eggs. Remember they tell you, just eat the egg whites. Well, it turns out
Yeah.
that the yolks, 2 egg yolks, will give you 80% of the vitamin D you need for the day. And if you can't get yourself 5 minutes worth of sunlight,
Well, I would say it depends. If the
No,
chicken is
chicken.
outside its whole life and actually is eating real fresh, like green grass and ideally insects and stuff, yeah, eggs can have at least a decent, some vitamin D, especially if you eat them raw. But all these eggs that are like factory farmed, indoor, and they're just pumping the chicken like full of corn, wheat, and soybean, like all like GMO. Even if it's organic, it's still messed up. But anyways, those they only have vitamin D from the synthetic supplement that they're giving the chicken. So now you're just getting it through that. But they don't get very much natural D, especially if they're like kept inside in cages.
Yeah, I don't buy eggs like that.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
imagine up where you're at, you're probably getting some good free range.
Yeah.
Organic eggs.
I get all of my medical and health information from the FDA. They have my best and
The FDA, you said?
yeah, why would they lie? They're the experts, right?
They know it all, huh?
Nobody's perfect.
And Fauci. I get all my information from Fauci.
Yeah, he's a doctor. He took the oath, so he's gonna help me.
I was just thinking what's wild, like, because a lot of those like vitamin D supplements and things, those are very like they're all made by like pharmaceutical companies, like literally those. I mean, they're not like it's not like directly Pfizer or whatever, but like a lot of those supplement companies, like when you actually look at who
Nature's Health.
Well, okay, like if you go to a health food store and you look at something that's called like Nature's Bounty, and it's like a bottle of like vitamin D, like capsules, and and they say, oh, it's like whatever, like Nature's Bounty kind of thing. Well, okay, that company, whatever they're called, Nature's Bounty or whatever, I just made that name up. But there's a lot of different ones, as you know, at the store. And that actual company, when they get their vitamin D, they're getting it from a supplier, and then that supplier, and there's only like a small handful. Yeah, exactly. And those companies, they're called nutraceuticals. So these companies are like nutraceutical, but like a lot of them also make. I mean, they're right wrapped up in there with the pharmaceutical world. They even use the same like capsulating machines and the same fillers. There's this thing called magnesium stearate, which is totally damages your immune system, but it's like this trans fatty lubricant that they have to the pharmaceutical industry design so they could get all of the chemical drugs to flow into the capsule. It has to like flow through the machinery. Otherwise, it just gets all clogged up because it's all like toxic chemicals. So they have to make it flow with something. Anyways, that same filler is used in like so many of these supplements as well.
Yeah, I try not to take every day when it comes to vitamins and supplements. I like space it out. I try not to take that shit every day.
That's why I get all my nutraceuticals from Alex. Alex Jones got all the best nutraceuticals on the market.
Yeah.
Precious.
Did you see he just did a thing with Eddie Bravo and all those guys?
I saw that there was a thing. I didn't watch the whole thing. I was it any good?
I didn't watch much of it either. I kind of skimmed through about, I don't know, 2 minutes of it maybe. But I think I still have it pulled up somewhere. I heard him talk about flat Earth a little bit, and I think Alex. Yeah, I don't know. I did hear a little bit of it though.
Yeah, he did mention it or something, but I don't know how much longer he could hold out, especially with Eddie. Just all
he actually does sell supplements. What the fuck? Selling supplements. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's like his main business.
What the fuck? They made $165 million over 3 years selling supplements.
Well, all right. So if someone like that can,
he's monetizing that shit. Prepper gear too.
How do you think that they're not monetizing the fear and the power and the influence that comes with weapons and power plants?
They monetize weapons all the time. What do you mean industrial? But like that doesn't mean they don't exist. These weapons, they probably exist.
But okay.
It's fucking.
If that was a better source of energy, they're now capitalizing on every other form of energy that's better. It also keeps people in the dark as to what's going on. It keeps people afraid of what's going on. It keeps people afraid of what could happen if they step out of line, and if they don't support Biden and his you're standing up to Putin in this, blah 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 drama. That's how they get people to stay in cycle of fear. It's
a fucking distraction, guys.
Exactly. It's a divide.
Look at the hand. Watch the hand. Watch the hand. Distraction, because the failure of their last program that they just tried to roll out on everybody. It was a colossal failure. And before you get to all focus on it and say, "Hey, look at this big failure," they go, "Oh, look at this other distraction."
I was reading there's a new variant called the Omicron XE coming out of UK.
Grim, do you think that the whole trucker thing? Here's my question to you: Do you think that was a kind of a two-part question? And anyone can answer, but I want to hear Grim's thought on it as well. Do you think it was authentic, first of all, and then secondly, if so, do you think that it actually played a role in these controller people, elite, whatever you want to call them actually ending the whole thing, basically? Like that they do you think it was authentic that they realized, like, okay, we can't push anymore because if all these truckers are going to stop, then the entire supply chain of the world will crumble, and then they won't get what they want at that point. But anyways, that's my question to you. I'm not trying to go on too long, but yeah, do you think it was real? And then do you think it actually had a real role of, because it's like this is like a game of chess, and so if the people stand up, they have to make another move. The only way they can keep doing their move is if we all, go along with it. But yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, it brought a lot of attention to light. It could have been helpful. I thought it was a kind of a distraction.
Well, they were pushing the mandates like hardcore before that. Then after that, they started pulling a lot of them.
Right, but I mean, as far
almost all of them.
I think I want to say yay for the truckers or whatever, but a lot of them are just ignorant. They weren't out there with any actual.
But they didn't want the jab. I mean, at the end of the day, it was right down to that jab.
Right, and that part of that I can, it's like, I want to say some of it was maybe, but I think it was, orchestrated and funded by some higher ups.
Co-opted.
Well, I don't.
Goes back to how do you?
Yeah, you think of the word co-opted, but yeah, I think of the word like, just opted altogether. Like they didn't co-op it. I don't think. I think they just, as controlled opposition, opened it up, and then it might have been co-opted from them, carried away from what they could control. But you know what I mean, by some random regular people who started just showing up, and then. But I really don't.
Well, it seemed like they were
give
pushing
more credit to the actual people who that stood up and with their careers on the line in the science fields and in the what I mean, because those are the people who did the work that exposed the thing in the first place, that gave those guys the tools to use and stuff to talk about. And those guys, those doctors and scientists and stuff that got censored and marginalized, they're still, a lot of them are still suffering because of all of that cancel culture nonsense, even though they've been justified now. So I really don't, I think it just took the eyes away from those people and pointed it at the truckers, because everybody's an average Joe trucker, right? So in the minds of the average Joe, that's who we're going to focus on. But in reality is those people who lost everything to give those truckers the words and the verbiage and shit that they need to use to protect themselves. Where are we at with those guys? We're not really focused on their sufferings and their, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. To me, I think it was one distraction, half justified into another half justified distraction, all to make sure that we don't really focus on the fact that COVID was a fucking hoax.
wasn't the trucker
Do you
thing
think
part of the
like there was something out there
game?
though?
Wasn't the
Yeah,
truckers
by
part of the
yeah,
game?
people getting sick, man, because they're not getting in the sun and they're not eating right.
But
This
then
was
how do you
like the
account
first
for
couple of
all the
years.
extra deaths that there was those 2 years then where they were dying from something else?
Which extra ones? I've
Yeah,
seen drop rates.
well,
Wasn't
no,
there like
extra
extra
deaths.
deaths in those 2 years?
Only if you look at the way that they did their numbers, no, not really. If you're talking about these are the people who were supposed to be dying. Remember, like those baby boomers who had 11 brothers and sisters? Where are we doing that? Are we still doing that? White folks, we still got 11 brothers and sisters? 9? Fuck
And
no.
also, are we also
You've got less
counting the
than 2.
people who just had it on their death certificate labeled COVID because it was convenient, and none of the other symptoms are taken into
And
account?
you want to right, and if you want to rack up some extra deaths, why don't you just give everybody remdesivir for some renal
I
failure
think
and some
something
other.
was leaked, man. I think something was
But
leaked out of
when
a
you
lab.
no, listen, man, that's what they want you to think. For one thing, Fauci did this already once before with HIV being the so-called cause of AIDS. Now we're seeing that these vaccines are causing AIDS, and not the vaccines with the HIV in them, but the vaccines that the AIDS isn't an HIV; it's an acquired immune deficiency syndrome. It's a thing that you can get from overloading your immune system. Let's say you make a fucking vaccine that gives somebody a spike protein that your immune system goes and fights, and then your immune system sees that the antibodies that it made for the spike protein as an enemy too, starts attacking its antibodies. And then you get antibodies to attack those antibodies. Then you've set your immune system into a never-ending cycle of attack. And so eventually it just starts seeing your cells as invaders, foreign invaders, and then it just attacks your healthy cells, and you have cytokine storms and sarcomas of the liver and all this shit that you see in the AIDS patients. Well, I mean, here you are. Look at Israel. The proof is in the pudding, and that's why you're being distracted with a war right now, because the data for Israel is in, and all of the papers that are coming in from those from that Pfizer study, they're showing all the damage that they were ignoring and telling you, no, it's safe, and they knew it wasn't. So there's a lot more going on to this distraction than Putin. Putin's in on it. I mean, Putin, he was right there making a vaccine too, right? They were all in on it. The World Bank has them all in the pocket, every one of them, and they get to pretend like they're fighting and blah blah blah, so that we're herded
Well,
into this arena, and we're
I
herded
do
over
think,
there.
yeah, I hear you on that.
You shouldn't have asked me, man. I'm gonna go on
Well,
forever.
who was it that initially said that the countries don't necessarily work together all the time, or that I, who was it
Was that
talking
Shark
to?
Attack?
Maybe, right? But the UN, right? Whoever was talking about that, you've ever heard of the phrase or the term where politicians or political leaders are offered silver or lead? Do you know that phrase or that situation?
No.
Silver or lead, right? So
Plata
the
o
new
plomo.
the new president of Mexico takes his first, I'm now president. The people want me here, and great. And on the day one, the first person in the door, the first meeting they have, someone from the cartel comes in and says, "Hi, Mr. President. Here's a silver
Yeah,
bribe or
a
lead.
lead bullet.
Which would you like?"
Yeah, I get it. And so, what are you saying?
So I'm saying if political leaders are not going to play ball with the establishment, they will either take the bribe and are inconsequential and worthless, or they will take the lead and their willing replacement will then take the silver and therefore will be willingly accomplice or worthless regardless. Thought that was self-evident.
Yeah, no, those were the old ways. Now they don't give you a candidate that isn't from their World Bank. So it
Well,
doesn't
yeah,
matter
that
who
was
you
yeah.
vote for.
That's true.
They don't have to do the silver or lead thing anymore. They moved
Right,
around
right.
that. Too many
Well, yeah, the
variables there.
silver lead is offered well in advance, like well before they're even in there. Yeah. But that whoever, I don't know if what's his name was the shark. Did you if that makes sense? That's how they lie to us. That's how they get people of power to work.
That's one way to do it. Yeah, but I think they've got it to where now that they breed and groom these people thinking that they're doing some good shit. So this is some
100%.
secret fucking society who's got mankind's best interest in mind, and they're really groomed
Yeah,
and believe that shit, and they push it.
yeah. They groom their own willing or useful idiots. Because that's the best person. You don't want necessarily someone to lie for you. You want them to believe the
A
lie and
believer, he's
accept.
gonna
Yeah,
use all his
that's way
intelligence to
better.
build a better bird trap. You know.
Yeah.
That's right, man.
It's weird how it's so
I still believe the Earth is a ball,
crystal
though.
clear. What about the ball?
I said I still believe the Earth is a ball, though.
But Grim, at this point, Grim, like, I mean, I kind of feel like you probably wouldn't be that surprised if it turned out like, yeah, we actually just measured, no curvature and all that, and it's actually stationary. Like, at this point, because all you'd have to do,
I
you
wouldn't be one of
already
the
know
guys who would
about.
be mad about it. Like, I wouldn't be one of the fucking guys that would be pissed off about it, and I would show right back up the next day and talk with you guys. You know what I mean?
Keep the party going.
Yes, a lot of these ballers would just disappear forever. They would never come back and, you know what
Yeah,
I
I
mean?
think that's
They
gonna
could
happen
never
to
show
a
their
lot of
face.
them. A lot of
Yeah,
them
they
are just
could
gonna
never.
vanish forever. Yeah.
I'll be
But
rubbing
that's
their
what I
noses in
really,
it too.
Grim, how is it that you can accept that they're lying on virtually every standard
I
of
can see
any
those.
measurable, record or metric,
Well, I
except
can see.
for the fact that they're telling us 100% certainty of the origins of the universe and how everything works.
No, you're strawmanning me, bro. I don't believe like
No,
that.
I know, but
I
I'm
believe the
generalizing it, but
100%
you know what I mean.
certainty of the way you. The thing is
Right.
I have such a alternative belief than either one of the ballers or the flat earthers. I'm a plasma cosmologist. I deal with electricity and all that kind of stuff. So I see what the actual. To me, that's the actual lie. What they've been lying about. Some things they can't really lie about. This, like, you guys are looking for a way to figure out how to retrofit the globe onto a flat map and make all of these observations
Right.
occur.
It just doesn't
And you
make
can't
sense.
do it.
Flight paths too with airplanes. And also, I want to say something. Like, first, there's a lot of people that are like, that believe in the globe, but they're still like religious and into conspiracy theories and don't trust the government. Like, we'll agree on many, many, many things just because they don't believe that the planet is flat doesn't mean like they're not skeptical on many other things either, like fucking
Right.
the government lying and all that shit. I think a lot of us that believe in the globe are still very, very skeptical on everything that the government says about like a lot of things,
It's
and
called
especially like with COVID and a lot of the other things.
Developed a
It's
bit
called
more
diet
faith in it
woke.
once I got to know a few people who work in government. But I think they make
Diet
really
woke.
bad decisions.
Diet woke is the
Semi-woke.
word you're looking for.
Semi-woke.
Yeah.
But I don't think very often there's sort of like, I think that people are corrupt and in it for themselves, but I don't think that. I used to think that they would be like, concocting clever ways to fuck me over.
No, but we know that money does move things around, and with money also like favors and like connections and friends of friends, and then with that, by that knowledge, there's that there is open for corruption in all forms.
Yeah, absolutely.
Willing or useful idiots aren't necessarily doing it maliciously. They're not the ones concocting it. They're just the ones following the orders. It doesn't take that many people to concoct the idea.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I just don't agree. I just don't think that's a probable thing that's
Which
happening.
one? The globe?
Well, that people are deliberately trying to fuck me over. I think most people.
Yeah. Well, yeah, most of them are not malicious in their, they just like the people working at the DMV don't realize that, they're just working there. They just need to make sure that their forms are in the right folders.
Riding, what if I told you that at the core of this evil group is actually another species entirely? And that species is really the thing that is kind of controlling it. But they just have a bunch of humans kind of doing their dirty work for them. And if that's the case, then that means that the kind
I
of
would say that's
level-
exactly what they want you to think.
Let me just finish my thought. The level of evil that they're actually expressing is not human. Because like the idea that, how could a human do this stuff? You know what I mean? It's so evil because it is. Like, who would do this? Who would lie like this? Who would, send humans to wars or killing each other? Who would deceive, like, to the point of causing so much suffering, like with the whole jab thing, and like even the ones we get as children, just all these things they're doing, GMO foods and stuff. But
And you need to get out more.
if they're not human, then they
that.
could be tapped into a whole nother level of evil that we're not even normal. It's not even normal for us to think about.
Real quick to that.
Yeah, if it was somebody non-human, it could make sense because species, particularly like humans, seem to have empathy for other humans just because they remember the same species.
In
right?
general,
If
yeah.
we see somebody in pain, they don't need to be a member of our family before we're like, oh fuck, let me help. So, given that, I don't see people doing it. But yeah, if they're another species and they're like, like those films about the vampires, where the vampires are sort of. What's that? There's one series where like vampires are basically running the world and they've got a shadow government and stuff. That I could easily see if there was some sort of like we're a totally different. Like we're not even able to.
Well, there is the adrenochrome connection and the fact that they're kidnapping children and eating them.
What if it's like a species from
the system creates this inhuman evil or this like people.
Oh, it's
like
human. Dude.
What Axel just said, like it doesn't necessarily. You don't have to be part of my family to see someone who's in pain on the street or whatever, and I help them. Most people walk by homeless. The amount of apathy towards other people. Tell that to the U.S. soldiers that go into all these, and the Viet Cong, and how many.
But what's the alternative to a non-system then? It would be chaos.
The point is but that system creates people to do those things because it's either acceptable or allowed or.
But I don't think humans are capable of otherwise. There's too much greed.
Nobody
Here's the thing. If there's no land, there's no laws, there's nothing, there's no government, nothing. The human that has the bigger weaponry and the bigger gun or the bigger was like, I want that from you. We'll come and take it. There's a lot of evil people like that.
If everybody's on the same plane field,
human nature, man. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Let's take it a step
You're only
further,
saying
guys.
that because we've been stifled to prevent us from being that far.
No, man. There's people out there that will come to you and they'll take your shit from you and they will look you into your eyes and not think back. They'll even put a bullet in your head if they could.
I know.
And not think twice.
The reason
you don't know why. Those people don't even know why. You're trying to rationalize something.
They've been lived. They were born and bred into a society that accepts and has allowed that kind of behavior and to thrive or be unpunished or acceptable in whatever way.
You could think like that, but there's also a lot of evil. There's a lot of evil, and I don't know if you've ever encountered it in your life. But there's people out there
from the top down
without a
people who come
system.
from well-to-do, rich households who don't want or need for anything, and they steal and they kill.
I know. I'm not saying because again, we live in a society where that kind of stuff has been.
Yeah, but there's the human. Here's the thing. There's that human thing that will always be the greed and the.
But that's
that
my
one
point.
Human flaw, bro. Like you can't.
Let's try to talk one at a time if we can, because it's hard to keep track of what
talking a lot.
You're reinforcing my point. My whole point is that no one gave an order for U.S. soldiers to rape Viet Cong citizens.
No,
that just happened because people do that.
But then there's also just because there's a few bad bunch of apples doesn't mean the whole the whole rest are bad too. You know, a couple actors doesn't mean. But that all it takes that can ruin one thing too.
Yeah, because when the laws are made by the bad apples to address the bad apples and everyone else has to pay the price, that's where it becomes a problem.
I mean, is that a law though in the animal kingdom, or do the lions just go in and fuck all the female lions and kill all the babies and the others?
Well, if you can show
is
me
it
a single
law?
written law by any lion, can you show me the
No, that's what I
Declaration
no.
of
What I'm
Independence for
saying is,
lions? I'd love to read it.
what I'm saying is that a weird instinct or something that humans have to have overcome or something over the millennia?
Well, what I would say, I want to throw my 2 cents on this. So, what I see happening is like if you have humans, and I think there's the human soul, and I think the human soul energy is not any of this stuff. Like it doesn't kill, it doesn't hurt others. It's literally just loving, wanting to help others and work together. However, there is some interception at this current time period, and has been going on for a while, where there's like a demonic spirit world that is being channeled through particular entities, and then those entities are putting that into humans through trauma, through pharmaceuticals, through jabs.
Straight up like that chaos. They straight up.
Yeah. So those people, in my viewpoint, they're not in their like. They're not in their native human soul energy. Like if they're killing, raping, all that stuff, they're in like a more of a demonic energy. So like that needs to be healed and purged essentially from the whole system, so that we can go back to actually just being loving humans that can all work together without any of this conflict.
That's like the ideal thing, right? Like the ideal picture. Like
Right. When you say purged,
love that, but there's always going to be those
drawing lines.
Yeah, it's like purging out a parasite.
What's a purgeable offense now? You know.
But see, that's exactly my point. Is that like the parasite needs to be purged before the entire system can be corrected, and that system is the thing that's infected and creating the negativity. So inherently, I believe that people are good, but inherently also people are. It's a learned behavior to become apathetic towards everyone and your neighbors and everyone who cares, especially in the last bunch of years.
Well, pretty much everybody in today's world is traumatized to one degree or another. I mean, actually, even the way that we give birth to babies is all traumatizing. Yeah, from the start. Yeah, the whole medical.
Dude,
and to get you in debt, before you're even born, you're in debt.
That brings me to my point earlier, that's what they want you to believe. It's either gods or aliens, right? Because then you are instilled with this psychological term of, it's called learned helplessness, where you feel like the situation is too grandiose for you, and so you give up and you allow the situation, just shit scenarios or whatever, to continue without even fighting back anymore. Because I mean, what are you going to do to an interdimensional being or an ever present God or something that's doing this to you?
That's what people say to the government, right? They say, how are you supposed to even fight the Second Amendment? Like they have tanks and helicopters. What's your, whatever going to do against that? That's people have already been apathy to that. And that's the big bad powerful God, whatever controller.
Exactly. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was yeah, at least with government, like you're saying, right? Because that's a good point. But at least in the U.S. and some other countries, we're supposed to be. We are supposed to be our government. Like we are supposed to write the laws.
When is
that's what I'm saying. Like if we were
when was the last time you felt represented by your
that's my point. That's my point. Like, I mean, if we did absolutely hold this system accountable, right, we would, pull the electoral college out, run a straight vote.
Like you said, you so eloquently said it before, though, that they were not even given options to who vote for.
There's only two options. It's fucking piss. Two sides.
No, we're talking about
fucking ridiculous.
I understand that. We're talking about the way we would change the system, though, right? So obviously, those things. I'm taking the arena, and we're not going to take any candidates from the World Bank. Sorry, you can give me your best guys. I don't care. I don't want them.
But they're never going to be on a voting ballot. So if you're gonna have to convince
that's what
everybody
I mean. We put our other guys.
Well, just the fact that there's only two parties is in like United States is ridiculous. Like only two to choose from. Like it's fucking ridiculous.
but we all here know that there's really only one party.
Well, 17.
Well,
I
we
already know
don't.
who
We
the
don't.
next
We
winner-
might, maybe, perhaps. There's one big shadowy
bro.
figure, but
Yeah, the
that's an
the winner of the
assumption. We don't
next,
know.
the winner of the next election is the government. Every time.
Right, but it'll be either Republican or
otherwise,
Democrat run.
It doesn't matter. Does it matter?
yes,
World
it's
Bank-
Do bombs still get dropped? Do your
Bigger than
taxes still
government
get
now, right?
fucked?
Well, it depends on your bracket. They can go down a little bit.
Oh, good. Yeah, okay. They just
But
fuck you a little bit
yeah,
less,
not
a little bit
much
more,
aside from
depending on.
world. Depends on you what you're involved in. It can change. But
All right. So but they are
for the
ones who
regular person,
determine
it
how
might
much
not
money they
change much.
extort
No,
from you, right?
for the
But
regular
they're the
person, it
ones
might
in
not
charge
change much.
of determining it, right? They get to say how much you owe them, and or else.
Right, taxes and all that, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they're in charge of that. They get to say you this, and if not, you go to
Right,
jail.
and it should be like we're the ones that should be the ones in fucking charge.
Right. So how do we get that? How are we going to vote for that? How do we ever change that? We're never going to change it from within because we know about the silver or lead. You can't change it from within because it's too deeply entrenched. It's the deep state. They're not going to go anywhere. The only way to convince the public, because they think that voting actually does change something. So you have to convince all of them to stop voting and vote your conscience by everyone just staying home on the next voting day. What kind of message would that send? But everyone's going to say, but so if one person shows up to the poll, that person wins? No, I can't have that.
Yeah, it's a thing nobody would follow, right? Like maybe
no, we
some
need to
would.
write.
Problem,
I know
but
we
that's
need
the
to
only way
write
to
in
solve it.
Hello.
You think that would solve it
working?
though?
Yeah, I got.
I don't think that would do anything.
Who? Yeah, I
I'm
hear you.
almost
Sorry,
gonna
you were
forget
coming
what the
in low.
fuck I'm trying to say. It's so many times I'm not being allowed to say it. No, the issue is, I think that as it is, we need to be able to write it, a safety clause, into if a certain amount of people don't vote, then there's clear refusal of all candidates. That not
how do
one
we
gets
enforce it?
right. There should be a minimum. Like if we don't
enforces
reach
Right, therefore
at
the
least
other idea would work, right?
25% of voter turnout, if we don't reach at least a 25% voter turnout, that would be a forfeiture of, we would call it an automatic concession. We don't like any of the candidates provided. Do over, new draw.
But then what if? But here's the thing: what if they start faking votes? What if they start faking votes?
That's one.
Yeah, hold on,
thing
but
we can do.
you're already dancing past it. So say it takes 90 days for a new person to come up, and it still doesn't happen, and everyone still doesn't try again, and another 90 days goes by to try to find a new candidate, or another 30 days or whatever. Now we've just gone half a year without any kind of leadership, and everyone was working just fine.
Dude, the whole process is fucked too, man. It's like a machine, a
don't need
software that hasn't even been audited, that just fucking scans a bunch of fucking ballots. Like just the software by itself hasn't even
We
the
don't
whole
need
thing.
ballots.
Right.
We
Speaking
don't
of
even need
software,
ballot. Why?
during that situation,
There's just so many
we would have
holes
a
with the whole
governmental
thing, the
default
whole
system.
process to begin with, that it's just the whole thing's fucked. Going to neighborhoods and fucking, I don't even.
You're still not getting it. Why do we even need? Someone asked me. I was in Europe somewhere. I can't remember. I think it was during the 2000 election when we didn't have a president for X amount of time. And someone in Europe was like, wow, what was it like living in a country without any kind of leader? What was it? Were people like, distressed, or was it like, were there riots or any kind of, what was it like? Was it like crazy? I was like, no, everybody just went to work like normal. No one cares. We don't need these people to work to live our lives, especially at this point.
Yeah, but then how do you deal with like infrastructure shit that needs to be done, that like handle, like who's gonna do shit, who's gonna pay for that, like the whole thing would have to be reworked.
Yeah, well, exactly, it would, because half of it is unnecessary to begin with. It is only there to justify its own survival.
Right. Yeah, exactly. A lot of the system is set up like in a way that is just completely out of harmony.
Self-perpetuating. So if you get rid of the self-perpetuating system that doesn't need to be there, that is the
But
cause
then,
of the problem.
wouldn't you have another self-perpetuating system essentially that might have caused other different type of problems essentially?
Well, here's the deal: if you stop,
No, what system
if you
did it
Or
stop
perhaps it
shipping
would
the,
come back to the same system. Let's say we just restart it, and then
it-
we decided to go through, like, fast forward and come up with a system, and suddenly perhaps this is the best system we can have for humanity right now because
he
we
might be
can.
right. Think about this: if you stop shipping in the cocaine, then you're going to lose a lot of jobs for the police department.
Yeah, how are we going to solve the drug problem? Well, I don't know. Tell the CIA to stop flying the shit in.
Yeah, that might help.
That might be a
But
good
see,
start.
there's a lot of
We'll
jobs
see
in
what happens.
prisons.
How evil is that? Remember back like Nancy Reagan, all that shit in the 80s, like just say no and all that stuff. How dark is it? Like her very family line, the whole thing. They are the drug runners. They are the ones
I
bringing
know.
drugs into
Yeah.
the cities. It's
The
so
Clintons.
evil.
It's always
did
a
the same
smelt
thing.
it, dealt it situation.
Pure
You
evil.
know?
See, this is
They
what I think
can't
they
even
did.
keep
I think this
drugs out of
other
prisons.
species. Let me just say real quick: this other species that I think exists, they've bred with humans now. So some of them are like, the blue bloods. You can get into that whole thing, but like some of these people are like fully possessed by these demonic entities. So they just express it.
And that,
Fauci, these guys.
I mean, since there's no evidence of that part, but there is evidence of the
How do
other stuff.
how do
I
you
wouldn't even
derive to
combine
that
the two
conclusion,
stories at
Geo,
this
that
time.
there's another species? Is
Right,
it just
because
because
without-
human empathy? It doesn't
because
constitute
the
that amount
system-
of evil.
No, there's
Some
a lot
people
of
are
reasons.
just not born with empathy, dude.
There's a lot of reasons I
Some
think.
people are just damaged in the brain somewhere, right?
You don't think humanity is just capable of having and coming up with a system that we
No.
have now?
So
Why?
this system now.
Nope.
Hold on.
Not
This
to this level.
system right now. The
No.
current system that we have, they can't even keep the drugs out of the prison.
Well,
Out of the prison. That's the best system.
a
Do
lot
you
of
think
times
that
the
we couldn't
guards
come up with a
don't
better
let it
system?
in.
Inside of prison, they can't stop the drug problem.
Right.
Bro.
You have humans, man, working in the prisons. You have corruption again. It all leads back to
you
humanity.
think that, and this is the best system that you believe that we can come up with.
Nothing's perfect, man. I don't think we can have perfection.
If you've got a
Bro,
different
we've
system,
spent
to point out what-
trillions
we
of
need
dollars,
perfection.
and we still can't keep people from overdosing inside of a prison cell.
Well, I mean,
And or keep an eye on anyone who
legal
commits
pharmaceuticals.
suicide.
It's like saying
in
we
that
have
prison cell.
millions of cars and we still have people, fucking bad drivers that crash and good drivers that don't crash.
So
Like,
you're just going to
nothing-
completely ignore the problem. Like you don't think that there's a
Well-
solution to the drug war, or do you not see?
It's not all black and white, man. I mean, nobody's
It's
just
very,
ignoring
but
that
tell the
problem.
CIA.
I'm saying
No, that's
how
a
exactly?
problem,
So,
and
all
it's
right, real quick. Or no, black and white. You want to talk about black and white? The CIA flying drugs
Do it.
into the country. Is that on the black side or the white side? Which side is that?
It's the white side. That's who buys the drugs first, and then it gets pumped down into
So
the
our tax money. So our
other
tax
lower
money
level
pays for an
communities.
organization to do what with the drugs?
Sell them.
So our tax money goes to agents to sell things that are otherwise illegal and otherwise people are in jail for.
But that's just like something that happened, right? Like a bad event. Like you still
this
pay
happens
for the
all the
roads. You still pay for your roads, right, in your neighborhood and your fucking the infrastructure around you. It's not all going to that fucking.
You don't think we would have roads or we'd develop flying cars by now if we didn't? I mean, we do that. We don't need a government to have roads, bro.
Well,
Animals create roads all the
at a
time.
country or a place that has really good
No, I'd
roads
say
and infrastructure and
most-
doesn't have government?
No, I'd say most countries in the world have been overtaken by governments by now, and perpetuated systems in place to fill
So
themselves.
what gives you confidence then that not having government would be good when government seems to be the prevalent thing and you don't have any examples of non-government to show?
No. I'm saying government is directly the problem for a lot of
I'm not
situations.
misunderstanding what you're saying. I'm just asking, do you have
Well,
evidence
so
for it?
by
Or is it just
removing that, I'd rather take whatever comes up rather than what we have.
You don't care what
Anything is better.
what it is.
Well, I don't know. We've never lived in a way without them. Like, if you've lived your whole life with a boot on your face, and you thinking, well, I don't know what it's like without a boot over my face, so I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep it on my face the entire time. Just in case. I don't know what it would be like without
Right,
it. So
what I would need to do is to have an idea of what a world without a boot on my face is.
think about it. If all you need is an idea, use your imagination.
And I don't know about you, man, but I'm fucking chilling. I have my boat, I have my cars, I have my houses, and I'm happy with the system. So I don't know about you. You might be upset about the system, but I'm chilling.
Yeah, mine it works okay.
So like, if it's really that bad for all of us, like, since this system is so shit, right? Perhaps we should go back to like hunting and gathering and grabbing our own food and no technology.
Who said that?
Maybe that's the way, right?
Why you saying if you said we wanted to go back to hunter and gatherer, which means we
Yeah,
could just
perhaps
plant our own
no government, no system,
we
like
couldn't use
self-sufficient type of scenario, like a
we
different
couldn't
type.
use a solar powered robot to help water those plants. We just give up all technology right now.
Well, if we got to that tech, but there's not.
Why would we do that?
That are good at solar tech or robotics that don't also have really strong, capable government that
just
work
because
the justice system.
Imagine how good they'd be without the stifling restrictions of government control.
That's possible. It's just I can present to you countless cases. You list the number, and I'll give them all to. I'll give you that full number of reasons why I hold this view that I do. What I can
list at least present a hypothetical scenario that we could work with. But we have nothing. We just have a bunch of
multiple accounts of they admit that they'd lie. Millions of people have died, and trillions of dollars.
I haven't seen millions of people die in front of me. I haven't seen. I mean, I don't know if it's that bad or in front of you, but
you don't agree with the government. They admit themselves that that this many people have been killed because of governments. What are you guys talking about?
You mean like wars and humanity not agreeing?
Or paramilitary
so what hypothetical? Do you think a hypothetical? What hypothetical type of system would prevent humanity, greed, and boundaries being broken? What type of hypothetical scenario would prevent somebody coming to you and taking your shit from you, or a hypothetical system?
Well, why would they need to take if everybody lived in abundance and no one was needed for anything?
Because there's not.
And most of our situations were met.
There's
because we have more than abundant. We have we throw out more food than we eat. There's more than enough energy to go around. We just have a system in place where it requires you to pay for it in order to access it.
Right.
That's not.
I'm just trying to get at, like, could you? Because most of this is like, oh, shit's fucked, and it's like, great, yeah, but if you're proposing,
yeah, but we know specifically why.
God, man, you've got to fucking let people finish.
But we know why it's fucked.
Oh, okay, you go.
Well, I thought you said it was all fucked. Yeah, we know why. These people are fucking it over.
You do. You haven't presented a strong case for that at all.
Then you might be in the wrong room if you don't understand how the governments are fucking over the world.
Well, I don't think you've explained how they do. You just said millions of people are dying. Shark Attack says I haven't seen that, and you just waltz on to the next point. Don't you think it's important to go, here's the way in which they are fucking over the world?
I thought that was self-evident. Are you guys serious?
I mean, you're talking to some people who don't think the Earth is flat, right? So
like I was for 35 years.
Just go, well, it's all fucked.
Like, I know, like, nothing's perfect, right? There's a lot of flaws. There's a lot of greed. There's corruption. Obviously, some governments are probably more corrupt than others. It's way worse. Probably like.
Well, Shark Attack, let me ask you this. Okay.
We're all on the same page when it comes to the amount of corruption that is involved at the highest levels of our leadership. Correct?
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, like, the system in place, like, what other alternative for functionality?
Well, there's some
otherwise that would.
Yeah, there's
maintain.
some parts of it. Hold on, I'll say there are some parts of it that work well. To a
Right.
degree, for sure. Yeah, the technology and airplanes. I mean, there's some things that are like pretty amazing.
Right, we've gotten far. We've gotten pretty
Well,
far. The way
I actually think we've
I'd say we've
degraded.
gotten.
They've lied to us about where we came from, so that we haven't.
Well,
We've actually degraded
perhaps.
profoundly.
But here's the thing.
But
I mean, I believe,
nonetheless,
even though I believe in the
still
globe,
cool
I
to be
still
able to fly
believe in
across the
like
earth.
perhaps other like spiritual dimensions and shit like that. And I still believe in the globe, and like that doesn't constitute for that. I perhaps believe that there might have been more. Perhaps there's other species that are more evolved, and perhaps they can communicate telepathically and things like that.
Maybe they have a system of government that's better than ours. We should ask them.
But I
we
think
can't because
in
our
this
systems of
earth
government
right now,
allow
in
that.
this moment,
Well,
in
Shark, let
reality,
me ask you this. Okay,
we don't, as humans, the way we have the system plays based on how we are evolved as humanity right now, we can't go further. The way, like, we are not capable of going to the next step yet till we are past certain things in humanity.
Okay, well, let me just ask you this real quick. I was going to ask you this from this before, because what you just said there was kind of like loaded in its own way. I mean, I think we're being held back profoundly.
I don't think humanity's. I think for example, people humanity's not capable yet of going further because of
Further
the way,
on what?
because of money, like just things like that we have that like.
Oh my God!
I don't think we have gone. We can't go
bro, you
past.
just said money. That you don't think the systems of money are
And
the same
this is the
problem?
way things work because that's how it works, and I think every other outcome would lead to something similar with flaws.
Well, let me. This is what I was going to actually say before. This is what I was going to say before. So, okay, do you know people in your life that are good people, like just where you could say they are
Yeah.
absolutely good people? Do you know people like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now imagine if the best of that category in your mind.
But I also know the other side too.
Hold on, please don't interrupt.
Hold on, I just want to
20
add that.
seconds. Let me just finish my thought. Okay, so I was just trying to establish that you know really good people. Okay, if they were in the power position, they were the ones running the Federal Reserve, the banking systems, the big oil, big pharma, big military, all that stuff. If they literally were running the world, as it were, in what ways would it be a different place? And the latter part of that is simply compare that to what we have now.
I just think running countries is complex. I think
Yeah,
people
it's
can do a
very
good
complex.
job, but it's really difficult. Like you.
I mean, would we have war if those people that you know that are good people would we have any war?
Well, what would happen if I had those people in charge of Australia, but some other people were in charge of Indonesia, and Indonesia went? They haven't been.
It's all one at this point. After World War II.
But here's the thing:
you're asking me a question, and then you're interrupting the answer to impose your worldview on me. Let me fucking finish, people. It's Jesus. You can't go, what in your view would do X, and then when I start telling you my view, you go, oh, but that's not my view. I think they're all one. Like, if you want to know what it would look like when good people govern, then ask them the question. Let them fucking answer. You obviously don't, so I won't bother.
The problem is that your whole argument, your whole basis of response is based on a history that is false, that you're not aware of.
You don't have a different history to present. I keep asking you, like, show me this other history so I can weigh it up and think, hey, does that seem like it? Right. It sounds like what I'm talking about.
It's the only thing we got to work with, right?
You've got no fucking clue. So how can I weigh that? How can I understand what the real history is if you're like, it's false, but I don't have a real one? So
we've been trying to show you for
not the one we given.
Well, you think it started at the Big Bang and has
I've got no
progressed
idea when it
now.
started. That's a stupid straw man.
Is that's not what you've been arguing for many while now?
Have you ever heard me say that? Or are you just tilting at windmills? Oh, he's probably believes in the Big Bang. I'll just hang that on his neck.
Yeah, I think both sides do that. They generalize one person.
Earth was created 4 billion years ago. How? In a sphere.
But how do we go from
you believe,
how the universe
right?
started as stupid?
But you believe that's what you're that's that you've
but
been
we just
arguing.
went from running a country to the Big Bang. What the fuck?
Yeah,
man?
No, we're talking about history.
What's going on?
We're talking about history. You guys are operating on an idea of history that goes from the Big Bang to the creation of Earth 4 billion
So,
years ago.
hold on, to
Spinning
backtrack,
gravity to now.
if I had somebody in my family that was to run the government, I think once you get to the position of running a government, you get presented with these other like things, like how these other countries are operating, and there's a lot of it's very complex.
You get right. No. It's not. You're actually given only 2 options. You're given silver or lead. It's not that hard.
I know many people who've worked in and near government. I've never heard anything like that. You've got no evidence for it. You just claim
Really?
it.
You've never? Have you heard of Mexico?
I'm not saying it doesn't happen in corrupt parts of the world, but if your claim is
So where are the non-corrupt
holy
parts?
fuck, Ewok.
Where are the non-corrupt parts?
I've never heard of anybody in Australia or the UK being told that they might get shot if they don't vote with somebody. Do you have any evidence for that extraordinary claim? Or is it because it happens in Colombia and might happen as well in Mexico, it definitely also happens in Australia and the UK?
So I asked where they were not corrupt, and your example was the United Kingdom is not corrupt.
If you've got evidence for their corruption, I'm keen to hear it, but your incredulity is not shifting my confidence interval that they are not
Okay,
corrupt.
cool. Like I said, you're probably not deep enough into this subject.
Well, yeah, but
I'm
the
UK is not corrupt.
Introduce me to the subject. Give me your evidence. Show me the strongest evidence you have that the governments in Australia, that when somebody joins the Senate or becomes the Prime Minister of Australia, somebody threatens them with death. What's the strongest evidence you've got for that extraordinary claim?
Let me show you all my recordings of behind closed door sessions from
So you have
all
no
world
evidence
leaders.
for it. Your lack of evidence is what makes you confident about this assertion.
Like I said, this is self-evident to anyone who actually knows what's going on, and that's
If it's self-evident, there should be some evidence for it.
yeah, Mexico, like you said,
Mexico's
it does
a country.
exist.
Where's the evidence?
Mexico is Mexico
say
has
you
a
say it exists.
Mexico has a
Say it
cartel
exists.
problem, and it's why
Yeah.
it's just it's a country with a lot of corruption,
And the
and
United-
who the fuck knows?
Yeah,
And
the
even
United
then,
Kingdom
what are you
doesn't
saying?
have
Like
a money cartel problem. They don't have a banking cartel problem in the United Kingdom.
I mean, I'd happily believe any of these things. All you need to do, as I keep saying, is
But they've made comedies about this topic.
Well, writing, do you think, let me ask this. I mean, I'm not dissing evidence. Evidence is great to have, but do you think it's possible that somebody could be speaking and or knowing a truth without evidence?
do I think that they could think that, or do I think that that would be accurate?
Could they have the truth and also simultaneously not have evidence? It just in general, just asking.
Sure, yeah.
Do you think
absolutely.
that's
It could
possible?
be right for bizarre reasons. Absolutely. Right. They could have the wrong reason. Like somebody could go, it's Tuesday because my balls itch. And they could be right. It might be Tuesday, but it probably has nothing to do with their balls itching. Sure. But if they
No,
want
what
to
I'm
convince
saying
somebody
is
else,
to
and they
know
go, I've got great evidence that it's Tuesday, and I say to them, why? And they go, look at Mexico. I go, well, that's shit reason. I'm not going to join you in that reason because I think that's a shit reason to think something that may indeed be true. But things
Because
that are
of
true
the UK?
generally have evidence for them.
Well, this would be an example,
Because
perhaps.
of the
Like,
UK.
take like the Titanic thing, for example. Like, let me just say this: as far as we know, there isn't any evidence that there was a bomb planted on the Titanic that actually caused those explosions. Of course, they claim it's the iceberg. I mean, all we would have is to like look at the ship at the bottom of the ocean, and I mean, there are actually pictures of the thing blown open, but I don't know, to try to figure out whether that was a bomb or what that was. But I'm saying, but let's say it was a bomb, like that actually is, like it actually was, explosives planted in order to sink it purposefully. Even though there could be no evidence that we have known right now to know that, I'm asking you, could it be possible for someone to know that and assert it?
I mean, knowledge is justified true belief. If they've got no evidence for it, then I think it would fail at the justification part. I don't think it would be reasonable to say, I'm justified in my belief that there was a bomb on the Titanic. What's your evidence? I don't have any. Then I would
Okay,
say
well, I
no.
guess I wasn't really asking that. Like the justifiability and reasonability, maybe I guess that's how you see it. So I do hear what you're saying, but I was actually more just saying, can they know the truth?
So real quick, then does that become a theory then? If it's not, there's no evidence with it, then it's just a theory, right?
I think a theory does have
Even.
evidence. I mean, if you're using the scientific term, my understanding is the one you're aiming for is hypothesis.
Or like the example I've often brought
Gotcha,
up, if
yeah.
your girlfriend is cheating on you and your friend comes up to you and he says, dude, your girl's cheating on you. And you're like, no, man. And even though he doesn't have pictures, he doesn't have text messages in this scenario, he doesn't have any of that physical evidence, but he knows she's cheating and she is cheating.
Cool.
Which is just another example of the Titanic, like knowing that there was, let's say, bombs on it. And that
examples.
what I'm asking you is that, like, do you think it's possible? It's not really about like what I was asking was not about necessarily like reasoning or try to justify one's belief. My thing was just a question to you. Do you think it's possible that someone could have knowledge in that fashion?
No. I generally think they would again, because I think knowledge is justified true belief. I think that what they would need is some sort of justification. I think that would only really meaningfully come in the form of some sort of evidence. Like, and same, if my friend came to me and said, hey, Liz is cheating on you. And I said, okay, what evidence do you have for that? And they go, none. It's just a gut feeling, but I'm right about these things. I'll just ignore them.
She likes to gargle.
So yeah, I just posted a history of corruption in the United Kingdom. So when I specifically asked what parts of the country of the world don't have corruption, you said that Australia and the United Kingdom is what you said.
Obviously, there's going to be corruption everywhere if you look for
all
Anywhere you
governments
give
are
power to people,
totally
there'll be
corrupt.
corruption. What I'm suggesting is, if what you're saying is when somebody enters office, they are given an ultimatum of plata o plomo, which I've heard from, that's the famous lines that what's his name used to
plata o plomo, right?
Yeah, but you weren't in the room when someone offered someone in Mexico silver or lead, right? But you believe it happened. You weren't in the room, right?
Evidence.
Well, okay, whatever.
Is that not strange that you go, for this claim, all I would need for you to provide is evidence? It just seems to me so staggeringly reasonable.
Right.
I'm
So I
confused
get
that
no, but so that level of corruption exists at that level of government, and I said so. I would imagine it exists in a lot of areas of government. That's the third biggest country in the world, and Russia is the biggest country in the world, and certainly no evidence of corruption there.
Right, but there's corruption.
China, no evidence of corruption there.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. You're tilting at windmills again. Like, let's stick
Well, no,
with the
we're talking
conversation
about the
I'm
biggest
trying to have
countries
with
in the
you.
world. Well, what countries don't have histories of corruption?
So there's corruption and there's corruption. There is like rorting your travel expenses so that you can bring your wife on a first class flight with you, which is corruption, absolutely is corruption, but is very different to, I'm going to take a 50 grand cash bribe to let this chemical company dump gas in the water, chemicals in the water, or I'm going to, underfund the police department so the cartels can run amok in this area. Those two, at least in my opinion, are very different offers, if you will.
What world?
Or the cash fines you get in places like sort of Nigeria.
Well, what about lobbyists who go to Congress and they give them money and bribes to pass certain legislation? They write the legislation and then have Congress people pass it for them.
Yeah, that's fine.
They don't even correct the spelling mistakes.
Sure, I don't doubt that there's corruption that happens, but what you were telling me is when people get into power around the world, they're given this idea of silver or lead. I just think that only
most
happens.
people just take the silver.
Oh, you talk then.
Well, you're going to repeat yourself again. I understand it. Most people just take silver and live the fancy pants lifestyle the way they all fucking do at our expense.
Great.
What world are you living in?
I'm not sure if you want me to take you seriously. I will happily do so. All you would need to do is present evidence.
I just gave you a history of corruption in your. Pick a country that doesn't have. I asked you. I said, where is corruption not a thing? And you said the United Kingdom.
So you're talking about endemic production, really, really bad. Everybody in the government is corrupt. They're doing everything they do is for their own self-interest. Is that the argument you're trying to put forward?
No, I'm saying a system is in place that perpetuates exactly the problems we've been talking about, and no one is able to change.
And in that case, can you show me any activity anywhere in the world that is devoid of any corruption? Religion?
No, I didn't say that there was. You should be asking eggshells.
Yeah, how about these
No, no, no.
religious communities too that like completely got separated from the government, and they ended up having like their own like problems with like the leader, like fucking everybody and like.
I never said we should have
You know what I'm
leaders.
saying?
Too. I
There's
keep saying that we don't need. Why do we need leaders? We our entire day of life we would go by, whether or not.
Well, Fuzzy, are you against all government, or are you actually okay to have a government governing you if they're doing it in a way that's actually legitimate?
If there were certain, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not saying that certain groups or communities can't get together to achieve certain goals that are helpful for the community and the people at large. That's what it's supposed to fucking be.
And I think in the majority of Western nations, to an extent, that's part of what you get. So in the UK, if I have problems, there are social systems here to help me. If I get sick, I get medical. I have problems with work, then I get support to get me back into work and to make sure that I don't get horribly into debt. If I'm employed, there are rules there that protect my rights as an employee. To me, this is what a decent country's done. So it doesn't mean that you have no system that is devoid of corruption, because unfortunately, you're right. Human beings, by nature, are somewhat self-centered. Right. And anytime all you're saying is if there's one self-centered person in a government, then we've got a problem.
And that's what I'm saying. All your examples,
you asked. You said
problem.
You asked.
No, but here's the thing.
Sorry, go on.
Well, no, just the thing that I'm sorry, but what you were just saying, all the problems that you listed for all the humans and all the ways the government helps. First of all, the government most of the time creates a lot of those problems. Secondly, they are creating a system in which a person has to survive and in which those problems are perpetuated because that person has to survive in a system that is created by the people making the system.
So your basic problem is money, then?
No, the basic problem is a system that makes money a necessity to just breathe air and eat food and drink water.
Yeah, so your basic problem is money.
No, food, drink, and water are abundantly free everywhere. It's just that they've made it.
Yeah, but if I go,
in some cases, illegal to capture it from the air.
So if I want to go and if I don't want to go and get that food, and I want to go and trade that food with somebody else, and I'm prepared to pay for it, what's the problem?
But again, you're still operating within a system of like, if every single person, instead of having a well manicured cut lawn devoid of any life, everyone has trees, and there were fruit trees everywhere that we could all just.
Yeah, I've got 3 fruit trees in my back garden.
You have more than enough
fruit. I've got raspberries. I grow my potatoes. I've got lettuce out there. I don't have enough land, even though I'm into permaculture, if you know what that is. I don't have enough land to grow 100% of my own food.
Right, but again, what if all your neighbors were growing their food, and then I bet you give away a lot of food because you can't eat it all in some cases. And I bet
you can
that if
store apples for 5-6 months.
Sure,
that's one of the reasons why I grow them, because I believe in something called food miles. It's one of my eco tree hugging hippie pagan things.
I totally get it. I think everyone should have. My point is that a system could be devised in which a lot of the problems that you mentioned would never even have been a thought if such a system wasn't in place to begin with to have these problems to perpetuate. Like we throw out more food than we make.
But then what happens if you get all those people in cities that can't grow food? Like, how do they get their food?
No, I just want to finish this up very, very quickly. So, Fuzzy, have you written your manifesto? Have you got this written down where you can say, "Aha, this is how we should make the world a better place"?
I know where to start.
No, but have you done it? No, what I'm trying to find out, I'm being really brutal here. You like to talk the talk. I practice the shit that I preach to the best of my ability. It's one of the things I strongly believe in. You seem to like the preaching bit. I'm trying to see where the practical, the application of effort is.
Yeah, we grew food my whole life growing up. I only stopped growing food when I moved to Chicago back in the day, and then Los Angeles, and now we're back here. And we want a place big enough to where we can start doing all that. We're planning stuff all the time.
But you're not doing it. So the food bit is beside the point. I mean, the actual social structure of if we did X, Y, and Z, this is how we could eliminate corruption within our society. Because that's what you said. The challenge you gave to Running on Eggshells was, can you show me a government that has zero corruption? My response to that is, can you show me a government where, if one person is corrupt, you call that corruption? Because that's what you said. You asked for a zero corrupt government. You knew it was an impossible benchmark for him to obtain. No, I just want to finish this point very quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
You knew it was an impossible benchmark for him to obtain because, unfortunately, one corrupt person within that government would make it corrupt.
But that
was the point that I was making earlier.
That's equally absurd on the opposite end. That's like saying one bad apple doesn't, in fact, the reason I even asked that is because he said, silver or lead, and I said, where's any evidence of that? And I said, Mexico, right? And he said, yeah, but that's not everywhere. And I said, oh, well, where is there a place that doesn't have a corrupt government?
No, we were clearly talking about stable democracies and endemic corruption. And when I said, what's your evidence for that? You're like, well, here's this very corrupt country that everybody knows is corrupt. Like, sure. Like, you're not going to get any argument from me than corrupt governments aren't corrupt.
I got you. So do you consider lobbying to be corrupt or not?
Depends how it's done, but generally speaking, no.
My example before, when a lobbying company or a lobbying firm or a corporation, whatever, writes the bill, influences the politician to pass the bill, doesn't even write it or read it, leaves the spelling errors in it from the lobbying company. He pockets money and then uses taxpayer money to do all manner of other things. That's
corrupt
not
individual.
Corrupt.
So how many?
Not what I would say is corruption, unless he's getting paid.
Just because they've legalized it.
Well, no, that's not why. It's not why I don't consider it corrupt. To me, the difference is if you're getting paid for it. If they think, I think this is a good policy. Like, for example, I was lobbying myself, like trying to make change in the UK because they don't police motorcycle crime. In my opinion, they don't police it very well. It's not.
That's got a lot better, by the way.
Yeah, it got a lot better. We put in a lot of effort into it, and suddenly they trained up the cops, and and stuff happened, and seems like things improved significantly. But it was bedlam. It was like some third world country in some ways with this trying to anyway. If we drafted legislation that said you must have 2 trained tactical contact officers at every unit wherever there is a patrol car, and they must be trained in the being able to recognize crime and we draft up a really nice law for them and hand it over to a bunch of politicians, and some of them look at it and go, I mean, that's a really good law, we should pass that. I don't think there's anything corrupt about that. Now, if I said, look, I think we should be able to dump chemicals in the river and here's how to do that, I do think that's bad. I do think that's bad governance. But I don't, to me, for my description of corruption, until there starts to be some sort of quid pro quo, the silver that you're talking about, it doesn't, to me, amount to corruption.
Well, that's what lobbying is. They give money to politicians.
Yeah. I'm not unaware what lobbying is. I mean, well, hang on. Lobbying isn't about giving
silver
money.
You're talking about.
I'm not aware that they give money to politicians. I haven't heard anything.
That would be bribery under the UK system.
Yeah, that would be straight up.
You'd get expelled from Parliament, and we have plenty of examples where people have been. Which is why I brought the point out of, is it the system that is actually corrupt, or is it individuals within the system that's corrupt?
Yeah.
I don't think any government at its foundation, any democratic government at its foundation has corruption written into the rules.
Okay, so you, the people, want to come together as a community and talk about the motorcycle situation. You think that you're going to draft a 1,000-page bill with
most bills are not.
Hold on.
Sorry.
The whole point is that you guys take your motorcycle situation to your representative and they draft a bill that has all of the different ins and outs that they know how to do because that's their job and they're better at it than us, the public.
You tend to have a. Sorry, go on.
Well, but just they're the ones who're supposed to know more about it than us. We're not the ones supposed to be writing the bill and then they just pass whatever we say.
Well,
so if I'm a big tech company and I write a bill and in subclause 19 in subsection B, it says we get to do whatever we want because of this subsection.
I would really like to respond to this.
Well, right.
I think I've got your point, Fuzzy. I'd really like to respond. So again, I'm not going to speak for the US because I'm not as familiar. It's been 20 years since I lived out in the US, so I'm not going to comment on somewhere I haven't been in 20 years. But in the UK, lobbyists and private companies don't draw up bills or acts of Parliament to go in front of Parliament. That's done by the civil service and the legal teams within the civil service by the instruction of an MP, because most MPs are not lawyers in the UK. So that's the first thing. So I don't think we have that problem. Whether that happens or not in the US, I'm sure we can point to specific examples where maybe that does happen. Do you think that's how the majority of bills are put in front of the Senate? I think they go first.
Well, the problem is that if it happens once, it's once too many, and it's devastating to anyone. It sort of it kind of tarnishes the whole system. I mean, everyone has to be replaced. How can you trust a system that allows this kind of stuff to happen once? Okay. We're into what year is it now?
2022.
How big are governments? Governments are huge, man. There's so many. You're always going to have at least one app or something happen.
They constantly bigger themselves, and they constantly bigger their own budget. They constantly self-perpetuate their own existence. Yeah, it's a problem.
Well, no, I mean, government shrinks and grows.
Is there anything, Ewok, you think that is evidence of good governance?
Lately, I haven't paid attention to it enough to care. I mean, how it's so bad.
You cannot think of any good governance.
Whatever I can think of is overshadowed by the amount of just overwhelming bullshit.
I don't think that was the question, though. Are there any sort of changes to law in the US that you think have been a good thing, a positive move? Because everything in life it's a spectrum. You know, we've got the white to the black, you know, the positive to the negative, and then the spectrum of in between. You know, there's some laws that, you know, we like, there's some laws that we disagree with. Cool, but can you think of, you know, we're looking for the one good apple, not the one bad apple.
I think most people inherently know just sort of not to be a jerk and not to be an ass. Like, just speed limits, sure, but again, what if we all could have flying cars in a situation in which there's a radar system that all has that safely kept at a distance? There's all kinds.
I don't understand what you mean by that. Do you mean like
there's
speed limits aren't a good thing because I could invent a technology that doesn't yet exist that could do a similar thing?
No, I hear what you're saying. So no, not speed limits are helpful in that if you're making a curve over here and it's, hey, by the way, caution, you should maybe go this slow not to fall off the road.
I was just thinking, like,
bad idea.
If they really wanted to be crazy, couldn't they actually program all of the cars to have like a built-in GPS that limits your speed based on like the speed limit?
Yeah,
I can't imagine they haven't already done that.
That's how most commercial vehicles in the UK work. So they are limited to slightly below the speed limit.
That's a thing?
Yeah.
Wait, you're telling me you go buy a car, you spend however much
No,
on it?
commercial.
Okay, even commercial.
like
You're telling me
trucks
that
and
those
stuff.
guys, like mail trucks and shit, are driving around and they're speed limited?
Yeah, so most post office vans are limited to 55 miles an hour because they're non-motorway.
Okay, I get maybe limiting the top speed of like a mail truck, but you're talking about just other like all kinds of trucks and stuff that if they want to go 60 and a 55, they can't.
They could yeah
Yeah, like-
so,
like
so
semis
they're,
or-
they're limited to their top end speed to be below. So trucks in the UK are limited to 60 miles an hour.
I got you. Well, that's interesting. What I was referring to actually was like a more like hardcore system where like it would like adjust. So like if you're in a 35 zone, your car could only go 35.
When
And
there's
then
autopilot system,
if you
or
go
like
into a
auto,
55 zone, if you go into a 55 zone, then it'll let you go 55, etc.
yeah, they'll probably have that once the vehicles are auto. What do you call when they can drive by themselves? They'll be like that.
Only a matter of time. Yeah, I literally thought about
That's the
that
feature
today.
that they'll have, like the autonomous, like the Teslas when they are when they're autonomous, they'll be following speed limits basically.
That's why I'm a motorcyclist, so I don't have to worry about those things.
Not if they change the laws and they're starting to crack down on all these officers everywhere.
No, there are laws that say that I shouldn't speed. I follow the rule that I ride to the condition of the road. So yeah, if I'm in a
That's what I
built-up
do,
area,
too.
I'm going to be really, really careful. If I'm in an area that may have a 40, but actually there are no junctions on either side, the road's in good condition, it's nice and dry, I might be doing 60 or 70.
Yeah, it's up to you. Like I've gone under the speed limit. If I felt the conditions were not warranting this speed, I've gone slower for safety.
My high street,
but it was up to me, right?
Yeah, my high street in my local town, because of the way all the parking is kind of like angled parking. It's not like just by the side of the road. I generally go down that high street at about 20 miles an hour, even though I could do 30. Same in the town that I work in. When I ride through the high street there, I tend to be going about 20 because it's generally pedestrians crossing a lot there. So I ride more carefully there. So I ride to the condition of the road. That's kind of my personal rule.
Right.
Now, technically, that makes me a bad apple.
Well, yeah, so I was just going to ask. So, like, there have been times where it'll be super late at night, 3 a.m. I'm driving on roads. There's no deer. I'm only going 5-10 miles over the speed limit. It's a big straightaway. It's dry. There's in no way I'm dangerous. It's fine for them to demand that I pay them money, and if not, I could also be kidnapped. Well, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, but because then there's then now it becomes black and white. There was a gray area before, and now it's just black and white.
Most officers here will use their judgment, and yeah, you're right. You're going to have people that are by the book. I'm going to give you a ticket. I've been caught doing 20 miles over the speed limit, and because I've got a decent officer and I wasn't being dangerous, and we had a good conversation, he's let me off.
The thing is, in California, like pretty much in California, everybo's driving like 10 to 20 miles over the speed limit everywhere at all times.
I think that's the same everywhere in a lot, certainly in the UK, in the US, yeah. I think, sorry, I remember the point I wanted to finish. I got distracted. But the point is, I think in America, the sort of the local law enforcement system outside of major metropolitan areas is horribly flawed because there is a self-interest to generate money through citations because that's how their office and their payroll is funded.
Yeah.
Because they're part of a system that self-perpetuates it because they don't get a budget from federal grants or any kind of money if they don't perpetuate part of the system and play ball with the system.
Yeah. So what we need a few people in that department, a few extra people there who can do that budgeting for those local sheriffs, make it a central pool that's then given out, and actually fix the wages of the officers who are working for those sheriff and local law enforcement departments. I agree. We need to increase the size of government for that particular function and make it more efficient and make it more accountable.
So you're saying we need more watchers to watch the watchers?
No, what we need is we need accountability. That's generally done through reporting and KPIs. We need to take the mode of self-interest out, which is, hey, if we go and nab this, £500,000 worth of civil forfeiture, we get to keep the money, or a percentage of the money, depending how it goes. Again, that shouldn't be done that way, because that money then goes to fund, having a nicer coffee machine in the local office.
Right. No, exactly. It's worse than that. Well, because
I know it's worse than that. I was using a flippant example.
No, I know. But when you say they need to be held accountable, right? So so when are we going to audit the Federal Reserve? When are we going to audit the Pentagon? They tried to audit the Pentagon and they couldn't, apparently. So they're just beyond any kind of accountability.
Well, again, that's a you problem where you need to go and lobby your government to have the appropriate legal changes made, so they do come under that accountability. Here, GCHQ. Well, 1 second, I just want to finish my point. So here, GCHQ is audited by the National Audit Office. They have to be open and transparent about what they do to that National Audit Office. The same with DEFRA, the same with any other government department or military entity. They have to account their spending and they have to account their function.
Okay, but again, the Pentagon can't be audited. So who do I turn to? And so then when you said that we have to lobby our government to change that, so we have to tell the people who are beyond accountability that, hey, you guys really got to be accountable.
Well, no, the only reason that they're beyond accountability is I'm sure they're using the legal framework to their...
Right, just because they've made a legal...
That's my assumption. It could be a flawed assumption. But my assumption is that they don't have that accountability because they're using the legal framework to demonstrate why they shouldn't.
Yeah, they've made it legal to be illegal, and therefore...
So we need to change that law.
So right, but by their own standards, everything they're doing... And so by any accountability standards, they're fine and perfectly legal. So there's no problem here.
Yeah, so we need to change that law that gives them that lack of oversight, if that's the case.
But no, when's that going to do we vote for that? Who counts those votes?
That's so again, I'm just going to quote the UK. In the UK, if I start if I start a petition, which I can do on a government website, believe it or not, and I get more than 10,000 votes on that petition, then it becomes a question in Parliament.
Yeah, you can
right. I asked who counts the votes. Who counts the vote?
Count them yourself. You're doing a petition.
No, when it gets voted on in Parliament.
Well, it's publicly.
That's what the chair. That's what the chair.
I guess I don't know how it works in Parliament, but I guess who counts the votes here in the United States?
The head of the Senate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's who. So when they vote on something, they get the fors and againsts, and then that's counted up, and it's officially recorded, I think, by the chair of the Senate. So we call it the Speaker of the House.
Yeah, I was actually being facetious when I asked about the counting of the votes, because I don't know if we had a whole lot of problems with a bunch of recounts almost every election at this point.
Well, now you're talking about a different thing. You're not talking about a vote in Senate, are you? You're talking now about the democratic system that, there's been a lot of, stuff around about mass scale corruption, which, according to every independent outside view, has said, no, there hasn't been this wide scale mass corruption going on in that count.
You must have heard of the Stalin. I think it was Stalin who said, "I don't care who votes. I care who counts the votes."
Yeah, but Stalin got rid of a democratic system, so he was a dictator. He didn't have the problem with a democratic system.
Right, but if a democratic system is beyond accountability, then
but it's not. That's why when the American election when the American election went on between Trump and Biden, there were outside organizations, non-American organizations, watching that election, watching those counts, looking for corruption.
So the watchers were looking for the corruption of the watchers, and they found nothing.
These are non-Americans. No, they didn't. They were small cases, but I used very specific language, Fuzzy. I said there was no evidence of mass election fraud.
Well, but it doesn't need to be mass.
The odd person votes twice because they really like their candidate.
The odd person.
The same as whole boxes of votes getting thrown out or changed.
They had entire communities of people who were dead. They had when Bush had, they had entire counties that were voting for Bush. They voted for Bush, entire counties, when there weren't that many people even in that county.
Right. Of the claims, I talked about this extensively with a mate of mine. Of the claims like this that I've heard, I just haven't seen great evidence for them. That's all you'd need to convince me.
Well, okay.
Who's watching the watchers, Fuzzy? Let's put it this way: who's watching the watchers to give you this evidence?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying. No, I agree. I think it's all bullshit. I'm saying their own story doesn't even agree with their own story, and you guys are buying it.
No, you're talking about anecdotal claims that aren't.
These are not anecdotal. All of what I've said, I've looked into. It's been years. I looked into this stuff a decade ago.
So again, what I'm saying, I was talking about the last couple of elections where this became, really international news. So, Trump versus Biden, Trump versus Obama, or Trump versus Biden, and whoever was standing against him in the last election. Oh, Clinton, Hillary.
Yeah, this stuff has been happening for decades.
Yeah, and there were a number of independent outside scrutineers, for want of that weren't part of the American government. And the results we got back is there was no evidence of mass vote fraud.
Right, but you don't need it to be massive. You just need it to be a little subtle here and there, and then all of a sudden it sways.
Yeah, you need to skew it enough so candidate A loses and candidate B wins.
Or you just need a candidate C to take enough votes away from candidate B so that enough people argue about X, Y, and Z. It's so easy to do it. It doesn't have to be mass. They use specific language in order to perpetuate their lies by saying, well, there was corruption for sure. It just wasn't massive enough to talk about it any further.
It wasn't enough to change the vote. I think the major problem got in America is the collegiate vote system. That's where you fucked up.
I agree.
Pretty close. I think that system's pretty close to corruption.
Yeah.
I 100%. So, and that system is what puts the person in place that decides on Supreme Court justices. It's the national education thing. All of these different people can be as a result of a little amount of corruption. It's absolutely the same. We're talking about all these people influence stuff.
It's not. Jesus, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It just seems you're pointing at
do you know how much money elections cost?
Fuck, you go then. You talk.
Well, when you say that people don't take silver.
No, it's you go.
Yeah, tell me more about how politicians don't get money.
You talk. This is a fun way to talk.
Tell me all about it.
Yeah, this is good. This is enjoyable for everybody.
Whenever you say something stupid at the beginning about how politicians don't make money,
you become incapable.
How am I supposed
to the statement? I'm sorry that I do that.
Please, go for it. Tell me.
No, it's gone now. I can't even be bothered. You're obviously not.
Well, I just don't. I don't know what world you're living in.
Interested in asserting what you see as the truth at people.
Well, because I've looked into this for decades.
Right, you've looked into this for decades, and you don't have any evidence to present.
I have. Oh my God. I don't have it in my. I'm walking the dog right now. If you don't have evidence of political corruption by now, you really haven't looked into this.
Mexico's
I think the
real, therefore,
I think
something.
You do have evidence of corruption. You can look it up, and I actually did post something. I had a history of UK corruption. So it does exist all over the world, all the time, for as long as we've all been alive.
Image of a wiki page. That's the best you can come up with after 10 years of
It
research.
took 2 seconds to do. You're asking something.
That's what I'm saying. That is terrible.
You're asking something ridiculous.
And the best you've got is a wiki page. We've got some problems.
No, it's not. If you are right now needing evidence to convince you that political corruption in the United States regarding the election is in place and active, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You're way in over your head.
Well, but that's not that. Again, you're tilting at windmills. This is a great strategy for you, I'm sure, when you go home and pat yourself on the back. But I haven't said that. So who you're disproving right now is confusing to me, because it's not me. You're not disproving statements I've made.
You're asking for evidence of political corruption about votes in different people from 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
No, I'm not. I've been asking for one thing, and that is, do you
Said
have
it was
evidence
anecdotal.
when people go into power, they get told you get silver or lead? And you
Yeah,
go, here's a screenshot of a wiki page that doesn't say that. Great, cool. Thanks for all your research.
Oh my God. So you literally want like a behind closed doors meeting of powerful people.
I don't know. You tell me what evidence is good. You've spent 10 years coming up with the evidence. If the best you've got is a screenshot that wiki exists, I mean, wow, I'm glad you're convinced, but I'm not.
Do whatever mental gymnastics you need, bro.
So the thing I'm interested in, actually, Ryden, one second here. I think I've got a point on actually the post that he put up. So one of the interesting things is, we had a mega problem here, and I'm not saying it was small, of MPs fiddling their expenses.
Yes.
Now the funny thing is the reason that came to light is because of oversight, accountability, which then led to people being punished. So isn't that a good demonstration of, even though people try and invoke corruption in the system, that sometimes the system actually reacts to sort that corruption out? Maybe not completely eliminate it, but there are portions of the system that seem to be being applied in a sensible way.
Yeah, they're called sacred cows. You cut one head off and two emerge, right? On top of that, it didn't stop all
Okay,
corruption.
No, because again, corruption's not done by the system. Corruption is done by individuals. What we see here is that it wasn't a sacred cow. It was a mass amount of MPs. This is why it was called a scandal, because it wasn't just one guy that gets put up to the chopping block. No, it's not one goat that's sacrificed for the many. No, what it was is every fucking MP in the UK had his expenses gone through with a fine fucking tooth comb, and anybody who was caught fiddling the books was fucked.
I sure wish that happened in the United States. And secondly, that just goes to prove that the UK is rife with corruption. What? And that's silver. That's silver. All those people that were fiddling with the books, that's the silver you asked about, right?
Yeah.
The silver or lead.
So we caught the corrupt people who were fiddling their expenses. We got justice for them. So we got rid of those individuals from their positions of responsibility.
Did you really though, Russ? Really though?
Yeah.
Really?
A lot of MPs got sacked because of this.
Yeah. I'm gonna
No.
say
A lot of MPs got sacked here.
But so you could just wipe out an entire company and just change the company name and change a few documents and get a different lawyer, and the same system could go right back into place under a different name with a few different people and the different heads of departments. The amount of CEOs that stepped down in the past bunch of years.
Again, changing the goalpost. I'm talking particularly specifically about what you've just posted, and specifically, all I'm trying to get is concession the fact that when we had the expenses scandal in the UK, it was a demonstration. We had another problem, back in the late 80s, where we had a lot of what we called quangos. Quango is basic. Yep. Now
Yeah, I
that
hear.
came to light through good politics, and we fucking got rid of them all.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
but then
that's
how did the
most of
same
most of
problem then now
government is
happen
figuring out what's
recently?
going wrong and then making rules against it. You know, like that's why
But
we
did
introduced the
nothing.
idea of.
But if it happened in the 80s, how did it happen again? And with that many
How did
people?
what happened? I haven't finished my thought. What are you talking about
your
in the 80s? I
exact.
wasn't talking about something in the 80s.
He just gave you an example of a
Right,
huge amount of
did it sound
MPs
to you
that
like I was speaking?
collected.
No, you didn't listen to my point. In the 80s, that wasn't to do with MPs fiddling their expenses.
Just now, the fiddling with the expenses
Quangos,
right now.
Quangos
It
were
is an
non-elected.
example.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Fuzzy! I'm just going to fuck off because
I
this is
thought you were
stupid.
done. How is people fiddling with the books not taking silver? How is that? I don't understand how that's not an example of them taking silver, which is the exact same thing that you're looking for.
It's not taking silver. This is crucially different to the point you were making. Somebody getting a little bit of money to put it in their own pocket is absolutely corruption, but it is not an outside person coming to them saying, we're going to offer you cash to do X. Right?
They just decided to do corruption on their own and made a scheme up so that they were able to pocket a bit of money.
The key point that you started with was they get forced to toe the line with this promise of silver or a threat of lead. This is not an example of that. It's not, unless you can say that they were rorting their expenses to put money in their pockets, but they also had to support some sort of legislation.
I'm using a generic
what's the lead
example of
example
silver
then?
or lead.
What's the
So
lead
do you
example
think,
then?
So if those
In that
people
situation.
ask Seth Rich what choice he made.
We're talking. Fuck you, jump topics
Right.
quickly.
When
What's
people
the lead
get
situation?
shot.
The carrot is silver. The stick is lead. What's the stick? What's the lead? What is the threat? If they don't rort their expenses, what happens?
What do you mean? They're probably not even in the position to be even a votable person in the first place if they weren't part of the system. They took silver a long time ago.
The simple point was you were saying there are powers that be, unless I misunderstood it, you were saying there are powers that be that force people to toe the line, that when they enter government, they're not able to act morally or do what they think is right because they are threatened with either we pay you or we kill you. That's what plata or plomo means. That's how the conversation started, because it was Pablo Escobar would go and put a bullet on people's desks and tell them that they had to play ball. That is a threat and a promise so that they do what he wants.
Yeah,
What do they want when it comes to the rorts? What the fuck is the promise? What are they getting the cash for? Or are they just getting cash because they want cash?
I think it was called, I remember there was a guy, he was known as the Jackal. It was like, he wrote a book, something like The Day of the Jackal or Enter the Jackal, something like that. He was like an economic assassination, basically. Or not necessarily economic, but like they would basically go into countries with new leaders and say, these are your options. And if you don't do this, then this is.
Oh, have you read that
people
book?
have written books about
any reviews of it? Because I've watched a doco with those guys, and what they're talking about is not silver or lead.
It's an updated version of roughly the same thing. I'm using that as an example. But it's still, there's still power plays. There are people at levels of power beyond who you get to vote for. If you don't know that, then you really don't.
Question: if the rort scandal is somebody taking silver, what are they taking the silver for? Because what you're talking about with that,
any number of reasons.
The bagmen, they used to call them, is they would just offer massive loans to tiny countries, and if they make it public knowledge that the US is willing to offer Togo $20 million to build them a new bridge, then people vote out the guy who's not taking the 20 million. Once they take the 20 million, they then get stuck in a situation of being unable to pay back the debt. And in order for forgiveness on the debt or better terms, they get a very cheap vote in the UN Security Council and places like that. They get to install military bases and things like this.
That's a legalized version of silver or lead.
Well, the lead would be
give us your resources, or you get a military base.
The lead would be more if they threaten, like, we're just going to bankroll your opposition, right? That's closer to it. But again, what we're talking about is not unstable puppet democracies. We're talking about the United States and the UK. And the best examples we've got so far of this widespread corruption of somebody, that's it, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a great doco.
Yeah.
Is that this same scale of corruption happens, that people are able to hide the face of the shape of the planet from us and pretend that nuclear weapons exist when they don't. Is you're saying they get threatened with silver or lead, and your examples of that, none of them seem to come close to to the case you're trying to make.
Again, I'm not privy to behind closed doors. And what you're saying is a legal loophole to make it legalized silver or lead, or that it ultimately doesn't matter. They get control of whatever, all the resources. That, I mean, it's the same. You're missing the point. If this is the level of semantics you want to argue.
It's not semantics. We're not discussing the meaning of words. I'm trying to ask you for evidence for the claims you're making. That's all.
All right. Do you understand that there's a level of control above and beyond anyone you're able to vote for?
Do I think that exists? No, I don't. I haven't seen great evidence for it.
Okay, well, good
Those
luck.
would be these controllers that I'm asking you about. Those would be the people offering silver or lead. Though that's the discussion I'm trying to have. Is there evidence for it? That's all.
You're asking for evidence for something that you don't even believe exists.
Yes. I don't know. Is that surprising to you that I'm like, hey, this bold, extraordinary claim you're making?
Can you even conceive that it could exist?
Could I conceive that it exists? Sure, it's not
That it already is well established.
I mean, anything can be possible, but that's not. There's no evidence leading to that possibility.
Yeah. Okay.
Like if I said the government's run by reptilians, and then I went, well, they only shapeshift behind closed doors. Would you consider my reason to believe those things to be well founded?
If it's
Yeah,
true,
but I'm not but I'm not saying no. What I'm saying, there's literal evidence of economic and situations for decades and decades. Admissions, arrests, all these things that are the preponderance of all the things that they've admitted to already openly, that you can just find all the shit that they've done that they admit to, whether it's true or not. Like,
what do you mean whether it's
that's not saying that they only happen behind closed. I mean, the very specific evidence, would most likely be happening behind closed doors. But all the stuff that's out in the open should make you think that why would you even trust these people behind closed doors or in front of the doors? What? These are terrible people. And you don't even need people. You don't need people to run our lives per se. For the majority of the way most people live, we can just get by without having these ridiculous systems in place.
Again, that's let me give you my reasons for thinking government is good. Every time I've been to places, the quality of life there seems to be directly proportional to the stability of the government. Where there is outrageous corruption, I see things as being quite often fairly shit. Life seems to be worse there. Roads seem to be poorer. You're not able to drink the water because it takes government to tax people so that you can build a water treatment facility. Individually treating your own water, people do it. I mean, people do it in India. They've got these devices. For the simple cases, they just boil whatever water they want to drink. But others will just install a multi-$1,000 system for purifying water. Right? But if you have the government do it, then suddenly now you've got clean water that even poor people get to drink because the rich people get to pay for it. I can give you countless cases where places where this is the case, and I haven't heard you give a single example of a place where that's not the case, where this strong, stable government with reasonably strong laws and low levels of corruption is worse. You point at places like Mexico, where the corruption is obvious and does exist, and go, well, that's evidence. Yeah, I don't want Mexico. I want more like UK and Australia. To a
What about
lesser degree,
the LAPD?
I mean, I think United States is
If you
getting a lot
like,
of things right, but
yeah. Well, but so by comparing to like a shit sandwich to a shit taco, okay, one might be crunchier. Cool. Like just
I'm
because
asking you for
one
evidence.
area is a little bit less shittier than another, and the reason that those areas are in the situations that they are because of the system in place. And certain places in India where Coca-Cola will come in and use up all the clean water to make Coca-Cola, pollute the water, and therefore that town doesn't have a well of fresh water anymore because it was taken away by a multinational in league with government.
Talking now, you're just saying words. I'm asking you for evidence.
That happened. So all your excuses, the Coca-Cola comes into India, into a town, uses up a thing, and it does that's
Right.
years ago I
Is
saw
that an
that.
example
So
of a strong,
my point is,
stable, democratic
right?
country with low levels of corruption being shitty, or is that an example of exactly the fucking opposite? Which
No,
one
my
is that?
point is that so I don't know that why is there a sliding scale of corruption in your mind? It's either corruption or it's not corruption.
Scale of corruption in my mind. I'm confused by the
You said
question.
high levels or low levels of corruption is what you said.
Yeah, so,
It's
yeah.
either corruption or it's
I'm
not.
confused that you don't see that as like a low level of corruption is a cop letting his sister off a speeding ticket. It is not allowed. It is bad. You shouldn't do it, but it happens. But it's a low level of corruption. It's not something I worry about massively. Whereas something like a politician letting a company pollute the groundwater, that is
So there, yeah. So there is a sliding scale of corruption.
Yes, not all corruption's the same. I'm happily.
So I just said
conversation.
Okay, but you just said there isn't a.
I'm asking you for examples where you say, "Well, this is like a shit taco." Show me this stable, democratic country with low levels of corruption that is doing these terrible things like polluting the groundwater and these terrible things. Like the worst you get is like, oh, well, the electoral college isn't great. Yeah, it's not.
The electoral college causes the death of people across the world and trillions of dollars to be misspent and stolen. What are you talking about?
No, it may well do. You just need to, show it.
May well do. It does. It determines who the president of the United States is, and then that person determines who drops bombs.
Okay, but is it corruption like we're talking about Coca-Cola paying people so that they pollute the water and mean that people have to drink their product? Would you put them in the same category?
Yeah, they're both corrupt and immoral.
Cool.
Do you not think so?
They're both corrupt and immoral, but I mean, cheating on your taxes is corrupt and immoral. Murdering 21 animals is also corrupt and immoral. Not all things are the same level of corrupt and immoral.
Creating that tax in the first place against the will of whoever was, that's corrupt and immoral. Fighting against that is fighting for freedom. I don't know. What other? So the Boston Tea Party, that was like they were being, immoral by throwing the tea in the harbor because of that 3% tea tax.
What?
Were they being immoral?
What are you talking about? Why would it be immoral?
Well, they were raising taxes. I mean, they raised the taxes. They were supposed to pay for those taxes. You just said, right, not cheating on your taxes is wrong and immoral, right?
I mean, if you don't see a stark difference between those two, we're probably not going to be able to have a meaningful conversation.
If you don't see how, the creation of the problem in the first place, all of your problems stem from the cause, which is the system itself.
Right, but you've not been able. All you need to do is show that.
Yeah, you just showed it. You list all these problems, and all of these problems are caused by the system.
But you've not shown good system. Like, just show me what works in your mind. How do we get to what works? This is the question.
I never.
Justin's asking. What's
Well,
the
we got to
most
stop.
impressive thing you've done to improve things in this way? In the 10 years you've been doing this, what's the biggest goal you've kicked, or even goal you've tried to kick and missed?
Been longer than that, and waking up people to the problem.
Show us the success.
Telling people the problem. Stop. What did Einstein say? Like the first step to solving a problem is stopping the thing that's creating it. You can't fix a problem by doing the same things that caused the problem to begin with. Right? We have to throw this system out and do something else. I don't know what that system looks like. I'm not the smartest person to do
I don't
it.
agree with throwing the system out, but that would be something that you would have done something. What have you done to throw the system out?
Oh, we got to tell people that there's a problem. Most people don't even realize the problem.
So you talked about it.
Well, yeah, awareness. That's how change happens, right? Well, what should I do?
Like,
I got to change the voting people, right?
And it sounds like this means a lot to you. It sounds like you've been doing it for 10 years. I just not quite.
It's longer than 10 years. 20 years at this point. There's a problem with the system. If you don't see that there's a problem with the system, there's something wrong with the code. Everything, the CIA even told you that they admitted they said everything Americans are going to, everything the world people are going to believe is going to be backwards from the way it should be. And then we'll know our system of disinformation is complete. Whether he said that or not, or whether they did that or not, if somehow that was an open public address from the head of the CIA, I mean, whatever. Do what.
I just all I'm asking for is like some examples of how you would like it to be. And it sounds like you're saying, well, all the problems come from government. Could you point at like a country or even a hypothesized system that could replace this? Or do you just mean like no government? What happens? Is that what you mean? No government?
No, not necessarily. I'm just saying.
What do you mean?
I don't mind throwing the baby out with the bathwater in this situation. In this system, whatever we could salvage, if it was good enough, if it was worthy of including in the new system, it'll make its way into the new system.
So the baby's out, the bathwater's out. Now what?
Okay, what do you mean by government? What do you mean by government exactly? Because at the end of the day, it's just made up of people. So what's the difference between just people doing something and a quote unquote government doing something?
Yeah. Or a warlord in Pakistan
if all the people
enacting a new rule in his area.
No, if all the people think that we should have roads here and everyone agrees, then yeah, let's put a road in here. There's already roads. We already have them. Let's just maintain them, I guess.
How do you determine if everybody agrees we need a road? Is there a person or a group of people designed to sort of poll people's views on that?
No. So what? Like, have you ever been walking in the forest and you see a deer path? Do you think? I guess I was just wondering where the deer gathered to determine whether or not this path is where they should all agree on.
Where they want to go. But I mean, I also don't think they'd be bothered by walking through somebody else's land. If everybody in the community decides that they want to drive across your cow paddock and they just start doing it and a track gets worn there, that's acceptable?
What was I doing with that part of the land anyway? If it obviously is usable and better for everyone else, there's more than enough land for everyone to have. If everyone had more than enough land to know what to do with, your problem of I have more and this is mine and that's yours, and there are acres, and the government pays farmers not to farm on land.
Right, but I don't think
you're supporting this system.
More than enough. I think that's an indication.
There's more than enough land, is the point. If they have more than enough money and land to pay farmers not to farm, I mean, we obviously don't have a food problem. We obviously don't have a land problem. So there's more than enough to go around.
That because sometimes bizarre incentives mean that farmers are paid to not produce crops, that means therefore that the surface area of the world is bigger.
Well, no, but solutions to your problem already exist. Get rid of
Mic
the
check,
system
1,
that,
2.
that created those problems. Yeah, I hear you.
Right? How are we getting rid
If
of it?
you're so if you say that people are, oh, the land and people growing here and people want to drive on my land, that you're assuming that people don't have enough land, and all of a sudden,
You just
well,
got
but
land
that's the
that happens
problem.
to
I
be
mean,
on the way that they want to go, and they're driving across it.
some people might not want to. Some people would want to just travel their whole life. I'd love to just travel. Why do I need a specific thing? And there's just fruit growing everywhere. So my point is that if a lot, the system in place makes you have to work your life to pay for food, water, and land. When there's when there's already an abundance of it,
Post-scarcity
right?
world or something. Is that it?
Well, they're creating a scarcity, like the diamonds, right? And then they control the system, right?
Right. I mean, there's even if there were infinite land, there's finite Sydney, right? Sydney's pretty hot real estate market at the moment. It's grew 25% in the last quarter.
Yeah, but that's part of a system. That whole monetary value you're equating to that whole system is part of the problem.
I mean, there's land. There's nicer land than other land,
Yeah.
man. What do you mean? There's people want to live like by the ocean, for example. So then, how do you stop from somebody else going to your land without government?
I don't want to live by the ocean. Not everyone wants to live by the ocean.
Okay, but then how do you stop people from wanting to live in your land?
Yeah.
You don't think that people are gonna? You think I would be able to work in a certain amount of acres? If I'm working a huge amount of acres and someone wants to help me, and we share, I have no problem with that. If we have hundreds of acres, and we're all sharing.
What happens if somebody doesn't want to share and they want your land?
There's
more
more
than
enough for him to grow his own food.
What do you do? But they want yours.
What
And they
happens
come
if
with-
they don't share your
I'll
same
share.
ideology?
Right.
Well, I have more than. If you've ever grown food, you usually realize that you have more than enough, and stuff just falling off the tree, rotting.
You've got more than enough food. So
it happens all the time. If the entire community is working together to grow and have an abundance of food, resources, water, housing, power, all this stuff, and this one guy is like, fuck all y'all, I want to go live on my own, go for it.
What happened?
If he wants to come and mess with the entire community, if he thinks that he's going to get away with that and everyone's going to let that guy stand, or you know what, we have more than enough. Go for it. Have some
you
extra
stopped
apples.
because you were going towards what the government would do.
So
which
let's
was to kick the bad apple
we're
guy.
a group of people.
And-
Because one person is not going to ruin it for everybody. If
Right.
he's
So
going
then,
to be
how
an
do you
asshole,
stop one person? How do you stop one asshole from ruining it? You basically become what the government does. You enforce laws.
You find out why that guy is an asshole. If he's an asshole because he wants food that he doesn't have, and we have an abundance of it,
He just wants it all for
giving him some
himself.
food.
No, he
Why
wants it
would
all
he
for
want
himself.
all the food for himself?
Because
Why
he's a
would he
greedy
want that?
motherfucker, dude.
So
Why
Fuzzy, what happens?
But if there's
He's a
abundance
greedy
of food-
motherfucker, and he has a
Well,
big ass
what do you mean?
gun.
I don't
That's
understand.
why.
But everyone else in the community has a big gun too.
So what happens after the system fall? What hypothetically? What would happen if it all just goes to shit and we have to start constructing a system from the ground up? What would happen after?
It would depend on so many factors as to what. That's an impossible question.
Well, it is an impossible question. Actually, if you look into history, it has happened several times. Even God himself couldn't fix it, so he flooded the place, right? A couple of times God tried to fix this place, whatever this place is. And it seems that even the creator of this place cannot fix this place. So what makes you think that a mere man is going to be able to come up with some sort of perfect system? Whatever system we have. Whatever system we have.
One thing
I never said that. First of all,
let me just say this real quick. Let me just jump in just for 2 seconds, Fuzzy, and I'll give it back. I just wanted to say what I would say, Matrix, though, it's like who's the owner, who's the controller, you know what I mean? Like, so just take like a Discord server, for example. If a Discord server is running a particular way, I'm sure many of us have seen it within the Discord world. If simply the owner of the Discord server changes, like something like that happens, the whole thing can change instantly. So I just throw that idea out there, like if the people in power, if they're not in power and someone else is, and if the people who are, well, they don't even have to be in power, but the people that are, let's just say in charge to some degree, if those are actually good people, then yeah, the world would be dramatically different.
But how long would it take for these good? Let's say we kill all, hypothetically, of course, we gather all them corrupt motherfuckers, we burn them, shoot them, we kill them, we eliminate them from the earth. Them, the entire descendants, there would be no more elites, right? Their bloodline would be erased. All there is us, right? So now we're making a system. How long would it take until we start being corrupt? Until we start making funny language to be able to steal from people?
I got you.
How long until we make the Pharisees and heresies again?
Yeah, but see, here's the
The
thing.
problem
Like,
is
if the system we
always
create,
gonna have psychopaths.
Say it again, Effie.
Psychopaths and sociopaths will always rise to the top of power. It's just the nature of those people. They will do whatever needs to be done to get to the top. So even if you kill all of the existing ones, or you can look at it like the system isn't messed up.
Guys,
The
I
system
don't
is
think
perfect.
humanity's beyond that yet. Yeah, like we will always have, like what he said, somebody that will come into power that will, like a sociopath or something.
Oh,
It will, like
Is it possible?
humans are not.
Guys, is it possible that there's nothing wrong with the system other than what we think it is, right? Because obviously the system seems to work for these elite people, right? And they have to be under the same system. So in my head, right, in my thinking, I think that we don't understand the system and it's working exactly as is intended, right? Because for what I can conclude, the system is probably whatever has been developing since the beginning of time. Whoever are the people that are in charge of rebuilding civilization, these people have been taking notes since the beginning of time, developing these systems since the beginning of time. Now we have to come up with a new system. Imagine how fastly corrupt that shit would be. You know what I'm saying? It isn't the system, bro. No.
It depends on the system that's being created.
The problem is everything is the system, Fuzzy. Everything is the system.
Or you have chaos. Or you have chaos, right?
If you have a system that makes people have abundance of a lot of different things, and a lot of the reasons why crimes happen or sad, all these different problems happen is because of lack of basic food, water, and necessities that cause people to do bad things. If those things were eliminated, we would automatically see a boost in how awesome everybody is to each other. And if everyone is working towards a common goal, there would be no top of the hill. People say, I want to be the top of there would be no top of the hill because everyone would have whatever they needed. And we could share with whatever we needed.
And what would happen?
Mine and yours.
What would happen after that?
Psychopathy is not motivated by, I've got enough, you've got... These people are not wired the same. I agree with you. If everyone could have enough of everything, wouldn't that be wonderful? Yes, but that's not what drives these people. They want to control. Some of them want to harm other people. Their brain doesn't work like ours does.
But the people you're talking about have been born and bred into a system that perpetuates the problems that.
But it somehow benefits them. So how is it possible that the same system is benefiting them and is detrimental to us?
Because the system has always benefited the people who take advantage of others and don't. You know how people is right? If we have we've never had a system that doesn't do that, so we don't know how people would live raised in a system that didn't perpetuate death, violence, selfishness.
But are you sure that is the system? Is the system or the people that participate in the system? Like the
people who are born into that system, the people who perpetuate it, and the people who are born into it and have no other, who don't know of another option.
So, for example,
but we can't judge what they do based on what we think a different system would. We don't know because we've never seen it.
For example, why would a police officer decide to shoot somebody because they're running away or something that has to do with a ticket, right? That human being behind the uniform, he could easily decide not to shoot anyone, right? And just let it be. Some cops will probably haze him for it, for being a bad cop or whatever, but at least he didn't take that life. Now, it seems to be more convenient for them to kill the perpetrator, right? Because it seems to be perpetuated by their superiors, by society. For some reason, killing people, if you have a uniform, is somehow acceptable, right? So they convince themselves that they're doing the right thing,
right? Because they're being told that they're doing the right thing. But
and they're also bred into a system of perpetually fearing the unknown stranger that might have any number of weapons in his car, and you always have to be on edge. When most
But this is what I'm trying to tell
are
you.
going to be just fine.
Most of us are bred in this system. Whatever the system is, it's been imprinted in us, right? In our schools, in our TVs, in our radios. Every time we see an advert, it's something that has to do with the system because it's something that makes you buy, right? So the system is absolutely everything. And to understand it, we have to look at it not from our point of view because our minds have already been corrupted. Right? We have to look at it from a different point of view. And if we're constantly calling the people that understand the system evil, that means we will never be able to see what they're able to see and how they're able to free themselves. We will always be trapped because we'll always be the victims.
I agree with you. This whole topic was people trying to defend the current system as if this is the best we got. And
no lie,
it's probably the levels of all this nonsense.
The system is put together by people, guys, by men and women. Now, the vast majority of psychological opinion is that psychopathy, sociopathy, and narcissism are a result of nurture, right? From bad parenting where children don't learn how to relate to other people properly when they're very young, and so they become disassociative and they lack empathy and they lack the ability to care for other people. So unless you're going to fix that, you can restructure the system, but if you're going to continue to have that kind of person coming through the system, they will ultimately figure out how to use and abuse other people around them to get more for themselves because that's how they're wired.
But let's just say they're not
the nature. No, but that's the nature that they were born into. The nature.
But why is it the default that they're evil, though? I don't understand. Is that the only reasonable thing to just say that these people are all just baby eating monsters? All of them? You're telling me that these people have kids and children and they kiss their kids goodnight and then they go and eat and chop up a baby and eat it, bro? Like it has to be something else. It can't be that everybody that has money, every elite is fucking evil, bro. That can't be the case.
Right. And they're right.
That's a big straw man to what I said, Matrix, but okay.
It wasn't to straw man you. That just seems to be the case when it comes to these people, whoever they are. They just, for some reason, it's by default that there's some sort of evil baby eating fucking monsters, and I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
If they're actually human, they have to have some sort of humanity, some sort of feeling for us.
Yeah, I understand. But if let's say you have, like, you've heard the old expression, like attracts like. Birds of a feather flock together. So if you've got a child who is raised by people that are like this, that are narcissistic or psychopathic, that child doesn't also learn how to relate and attach to people when they're young. So by default, there's a very high chance, not always, but there's a high chance that that kind of person is going to raise a child to become that kind of person. It's just how it works.
No doubt. No, I get
Has anybody ever passed a homeless person and not gave them money? And if you did, would you be considered a narcissist because you didn't give a homeless person money?
No, here's the thing, right? That I'm not. I hear what you're saying, right? And the kids, all right, but there's I don't know. The more I think about it, realistically, I think maybe this whole thing is some sort of a test or some sort of whatever this system is maybe on purpose as some lesson, some test.
It might be a little bit more like ridiculous? Fuzzy. It might be a little bit more like the show The Colony. I don't know if you've seen it. It's very interesting where they show you and they break down the structure of the human race and the people that are in charge of the human race and the people that are the intermediaries between the humans and the others that control the colonies. Very interesting, and they show you how some
elite, so-called elite, you know, the senators, the mayors, whatever, how they struggle to keep their colonies alive, right? By sometimes fucking with the citizens, but not because they want to, because they're being pressured by the aliens or whoever the fuck runs the colony, right? So they're stuck in the situation that either you be a peasant or you be the intermediary, where you have to kind of squeeze your citizens, but not because you want to, right? Because it's
They
part of
become
the
the prison
system.
guards.
There you
They
go. There you
become the
go.
prison guards, right? Like they're yeah. That's this is all the allegory of the cave. This is all Plato's allegory. You know, they have a choice to the allegory of the cave. They have the choice to come back out from inside the cave. They can go back watching the fire, or they can start creating the fire, or make sure that everyone watches the fire. Like there's
Now, have you ever heard of the prison guard experiment where they took like some
yeah.
people? All right. So, which would you rather be? Even though it's an experiment, right? Which would you rather be? Would you rather be the prison or would you rather be the guard?
Yeah, I hate choices like that.
But it's an obvious choice, isn't it?
Well,
so you'd rather be the prisoner?
Well,
I
yeah,
wouldn't
I
rather
don't
be
know.
the prisoner. Not even in an experiment. I would always rather be the guard.
It depends on the situation of the prison. I don't know. It depends. Like, do I have a chance to rally all the people to try to, you know, to help? I don't know. It depends. I would need more parameters to make a more decisive decision in this hypothetical.
Like I'm saying, when it comes to a choice, either helping the people, right? And we see what happens when someone tries to come along and help the people, right? What usually happens to these people? So how are these elites all of a sudden going to be bold and say, "Oh, I'm going to help humanity"? What you think is going to happen to them?
Yeah, the more I think it, like it's, I don't know. I have to let. The more I am doing all of this and talking to people or realizing stuff, it's just you just gotta let go of some people. They're just never. I don't know. I just get so disheartened because you find such seemingly smart people or well-intentioned and good people who are just hopelessly devoted to this system, this setup, whatever we got going on.
Is it possible they contain information that allows them to live the way that they live with committing these so-called atrocities? Is it possible that they contain some form of truth that eases their mind in doing these things that they do to us, you know, whatever they do to us?
Cypher said it best. Ignorance is bliss.
Listen, Cypher was the G of that movie, bro. Yeah, he was the realest nigga ever. He was because he realized that inside and outside, it's all a motherfucking matrix. All of it is a matrix.
Yeah, and that's the point. Like the more you wake up to all these things, like it's hard to find a hobby nowadays that isn't somehow partially related to, like, you know, everywhere you go, you're inundated with people who are part of this system.
I mean, since you're like little children, right? Since kindergarten, they're indoctrinating you. They're calling you Mister. What is a Mister? A Mister is a legal fiction. Human beings are not misters. Corporations are misters. So why are these teachers calling you mister? Is it possible that they want to indoctrinate you with this word and so we could call each other misters? Right? They do a lot of things like that where they grain their bullshit onto us. And since we don't know any better, we're just going on with it because we think that they're educating us.
That's not even the reason we go. Yeah, we legitimize it by saying, well, they must be educated. But the reason why most people just go along with it is because they're so busy working to get food, water, and shelter just to survive in a system that requires them to have money just to be part of it. It requires you to do certain things.
Do you believe in God or the Bible at all?
Define. Let's just say I've never been closer to the creator.
So have you heard of the flood? God flooded the
Sure.
earth. So of course you wouldn't be able to answer this. No one would, right? Because nobody is God, you know. But why would you think God Himself, the Almighty Creator, all powerful, why would He just decide to just start over instead of fixing the already developed problem?
I don't know that he created the flood per se. I have an idea that might be.
So don't worry about that. Just go with it, right? Just go with the what the
okay.
story is. Why would God, the creator, the most powerful, why would he make the drastic decision to completely just destroy everything and start over? What did he saw that he said this is unfixable and I have to start over?
Yeah, I know the same thing. You like if you're working on a project or a puzzle and you get frustrated with it and you just wipe it off the table and start over.
Well, I guess both could be done, right? You could fix something up, or you could sort of transform it into something else, or you could just trash it and start over. I will say there's some interesting things like in nature, of course, like the old idea of like a sandcastle. I mean, that's not necessarily completely nature because you make the sandcastle, but just that idea, you build this beautiful castle and the water comes in and takes it away. And of course, there's a lot of things in nature that are like that, like eroding rocks and stuff. But I'll also say that the Tibetan Buddhists, they do these incredibly beautiful. It's called a cosmological mandala. Cosmological
I love that
mandala.
out of colored sand, right?
Yeah, out of the sand, exactly. And it's like incredibly intricate with all these. They take different colored sand through a little tube and they very carefully drop it and they make these incredible artistic things. But when they're done with them, they literally like sweep it all away. And that's kind of part of it. So there is some interesting components to that. And you get into the ideas of like the floods and, perhaps huge resets of like, the idea of like the thing that they call the Milky Way, that actually the ancient term for that was the Great Rift. And some conceptions is that essentially like opened up and then water came flooding out of it.
Yeah, that's what they say about it. That's where that's where the water came from.
I feel like that whatever the moon used to be, if the moon actually.
I think you caught off there, bro.
Yeah. So I was thinking like if you look at what the moon looks like, it's got all these pock marks from like what could also electrical discharges can also create that kind of effect. I wonder, and if partly, I don't know, whatever if this world was a clock, right? I don't know. I don't know. Whatever the moon might have been before could have exploded and caused the rift, or because we were messing with something, and then I don't know, and then we had to repair.
I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something there, but I don't think the movement's involved because there are stories out there about indigenous tribes saying that the move came after, right? That the moon wasn't here in the beginning. Something put the moon there. So I think something happened, right? Like you ever heard of the theory of Pangea? That everything was like one land and it was all connected.
Yeah, of course, sure.
I think something happened where there was fire and like rapid water, like something was trying to save this place when it flamed up or something, right? So it seemed like when that happened, like the land broke in half or something. The magnetism went crazy, which is probably why we have all supposedly moving fucking magnetic points and shit. What the fuck kind of shit is that? You know what I'm saying? So something happened, right? When they say the story with the dinosaurs that's what they're trying to say. But I don't believe we don't. Most of us don't believe the fucking meteor shit because we know the shit ain't gonna come from outer space, right? So something happened
something happened.
Yeah, something fucking drastic happened, and it could be that the civilizations was so advanced that they overloaded the system. Have you heard of the Nikola Tesla free energy tower?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so that the way he explains it, right? It kind of draws energy from the ether, right? But if it's drawing energy from the ether, that means it's taking it from somewhere, right? So what if too many people have a bunch of these fucking technology and they're drawing up fucking energy from who knows fucking where, and they fucking overload the fucking system?
Yeah, could have been yeah.
Because there are also a lot of people that say that mountains are melted buildings, and they describe the land like a motherboard. Like maybe this building works like a capacitor, this other one works like a diode.
Yeah, when you look at a lot of and it's called, people have phrased the word antiquitech.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Bro. I live in New York, and I've never noticed these fucking Tartarian buildings, bro. There are so
They're
many of
everywhere.
them. They're
They're
every
everywhere.
fucking where, and they do
Every
not
town.
go together, bro. Like it's like you can you know when something is the same and when something is different, you can tell, bro. And you can tell these buildings are not. They're not from this. Somebody from this time did not make these buildings, man. This shit
Nobody with
been here.
friggin' donkeys and horses are like, you know what? I think our church, it needs to be 400 feet high. I think, yeah.
And with
Hey,
all
bro,
these
we got
intricate,
donkeys over here.
with all this intricate fucking columns and shit and fucking angels. Come on, bro. Why would they do these?
Gargoyles
What I
and
love is,
angels and all this ornate carving and stonework.
Yeah, very
And look at
detailed.
what
Their
do we build
eyeballs, their
today?
fuck. Yeah, bro. Like even
Yeah,
their
what do
hair,
we
they
build
carve them out.
shit?
Like, come on.
Yeah, and today we build shit with all the technology we've got. It's just straight up and down glass and steel, no character, no beauty, no anything worth looking at. And you look at these ancient buildings and you just stand there in wonder. You know, how did they do this?
and I love it. Most of the times it's churches or armories and a lot of different stuff. But a lot of times it's churches. And if you think just churches, why is it that some of these small ass towns in the middle of, the countryside somehow in the 1890s needed 3 churches this big and this elaborate for a town of what? A few, maybe 1,000 some odd people? We need
I think they were
4
insane
churches?
asylums before. I saw like
Well,
a
there's that
video.
too.
Yeah.
Well, they
Like
were turned into
exactly. Most of these, and if you notice that most of these Tartarian buildings, they're mostly like government buildings. A lot of them are precincts.
Yeah, a lot of them. When you look at like some of the biggest museums in the world, the Field Museum, the Museum, there's all these museums. You just put a T-Rex skeleton inside the museum, and people focus on that, and they have the Louvre. They're looking at the paintings, and they're not looking at the friggin' building that they're standing in. Defies any logical reason it should be there.
Have you ever heard of the mud fossil guy?
Oh yeah, the mud floods, that's all this stuff.
No, mud flood and mud fossils. They're similar, but
Oh
they're
yeah,
two
no, but
different
you're
things.
right. Yeah, I have seen that guy too. Yeah.
All right, so this guy, he says that like the earth, like the ground or whatever, he said like it's like it might have been a biological creature, right? So I watch these videos for like 3-4 years now, and it's interesting shit. It does sound crazy like a motherfucker, because the guy has a whole bunch of rocks in his house, like constantly analyzing shit, looking shit through. I mean, the guy is he's either a genius or fucking crazy as fuck, right? But I took his information with a grain of salt until the other day I saw on TikTok a national park called Flesh Pit Park. Bro, it is literally, bro. Have you guys ever seen like when somebody cuts their flesh off and you see the meat and the whole park is like a giant gash on some sort of biological fucking. It's completely fascinating how they found that, and they just turned it into a fucking national park. You can look it up if you want to. It's called the Flesh Pit National Park.
Yeah, at this point, there's so many things that wouldn't necessarily surprise me. At this point, who knows? I mean, so many things that I grew up thinking is absolutely crazy, I now think are totally sane, and vice versa. It's a bizarre time to be alive.
The problem is that if you eliminate that story that we came from a possible Big Bang and it just all could, if you eliminate that from your reality, whatever you're gonna be left with, it's going to sound crazy regardless, because we are used to one reality. We're used to one story, right? We're not used to thinking about different possibilities about the origins of the nature of our reality.
Buzzy, for what it's worth, man, I feel the tension and the apprehension when you speak about how you feel about life and the Bible and God, and I'm going through the exact same stuff, man. I feel like I'm resonating with you when I hear you trying to articulate what you're thinking and what you're feeling. I'm feeling it on the other side of the world as well.
I think it's part of this like adventure, whatever this movement or this adventure that everyone is going through. I think is part of it, questioning the nature of your reality.
Yeah. Yeah, just most people don't like don't even question it. They just accept the answers they're given without question. Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like in the Matrix, right? It's the question that drives us.
The real problem is
quest.
The real problem to me is that is a question that we all ask, but are people really ready to hear the truth about that? Like, we might not like the truth. We might not like the nature of our reality.
Sure. But here's the thing. I've answered a lot of questions. And every single time I answer that question, guess what happens? Leads me to 2 more questions at least. Every time. So I think there is no one answer. I think the whole point is it's the journey. That's the whole point. It's the quest for whatever the ultimate thing is. There's nothing, we're never gonna,
I don't think we are meant to find out what this place is, or it's I don't think that's the point of this mission, right? I think we're here to experience, for whatever reason. I can't tell you why, but the only thing that's real is our experiences, what we experience, what we live. That's the only thing that we could consider real. Everything else, it deteriorates. You make something and fucking the ether destroys it a couple of decades later. So the only thing that is real is your experience, every one individual's experience,
and collective experience too. I mean, but no, you're right. I think that's part of the test. The purpose is not to find the answer. The purpose is to ask the question, right? Like, it's not meant to, like, you don't beat people over the head with trying to come up with the answers and try to show people this is the truth and this is all this. No, the whole idea is to you do you, be the light for others to see. Maybe that'll inspire them, maybe it won't, but I don't know. Like, that's maybe part of the test. I don't know. This whole this is a very strange realm, and why, and all of this. It's very yeah. I don't know. It's a weird way. Like, the more, if you want to go your whole life believing the Earth is flat, this realm will provide all the evidence that you need to maintain that belief. If you want to maintain the belief that the world is an oblate spheroid, this realm will provide all the evidence you need to maintain that belief. You want to believe it's hollow, then this realm will, it's like, I don't know.
It's almost like whatever we think is what's gonna come to fruition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like, in a microcosm, if you go to Google and say, will lima beans cure cancer? Something will come up that will tell you that lima beans will cure cancer. And then if you then Google, will lima beans give me cancer? You'll get responses that will tell you that lima beans will give you cancer. And this realm seems to be a bit the same. You'll discover either pro or against whatever it is you're looking for if you want to find it.
Yeah. Like, we're always at war with East Asia, not Eurasia. Or if you look for the evidence that we're at war with Asia or Eurasia, then you'll have the whole point is to divide people always. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, there's always something else. Yeah, whatever you want to seek out, you can find. That's crazy.
So the idea of paradise, have you ever considered that idea and what it would actually look like?
it's different to everybody, right?
Yeah, it's subjective, isn't it?
Because to me, that whole idea is a trip. You believe in the afterlife, like heaven or hell?
It's gotta be. It's probably whatever we
Yeah, I
do
do.
when we dream.
Or wherever we was before we were born.
Yeah, right. Which is probably wherever we go to when we dream, or yeah. Was it Captain Hook's? His death is the last great adventure, right? It's yeah.
Have you heard of the reincarnation stories about these children that remember like their past lives and shit?
100%. Yeah, I think if this realm is a place where we can just keep going to have experiences, doesn't the Bible say it's like a circus tent or like a tent with crickets and laid out? And yeah, this is like a big carnival tent, or like it's a gilded cage, right? People say, "Oh, we're trapped here," and I would, or whether it's a here or we're not trapped, whatever here is, even if you are trapped here, the bars could be gilded. Like if you could be quote unquote trapped in, I don't know, Disney World or somewhere like a theme amusement park. That's not the worst place to be trapped per se. Some people would love to be trapped there. It all depends on your perspective and your experience and how you
would love to
deal
be
with
trapped in
it.
Disney until you have written all the rides already 10 times. Then
Well,
it's
yeah,
gonna become a little like, oh shit, I'm actually trapped.
truth. No, I know, but again, it's like I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying, yeah, you again, whether or not if I don't know, I think at some level we chose to pay our ticket to come to this show, whatever this show or realm is. So I don't know if that's part of the admission price. I don't know.
I tend to agree. I think that it might have been our choice to participate in whatever this thing is, right? Because as opposed to what else would be out there, right? Let's say you are in heaven, or you are in a realm that everything you want is yours, right? There would be no adversity. And what happens when there's no adversity? Things usually die, right? Perfection is boring. So if you're in a place where you could live and know everything, but you can't participate, wouldn't your biggest desire would be to participate? Because you're like, if you put yourself in the realm of being a ghost and just having the ability to go through walls and seeing everything as it happens, I, sure it's entertaining. You're able to see it, but after a while, you're gonna be mad because you're only able to see. You're not able to participate in it. So you will only be a spectator. Wouldn't that feeling drive you mad after a while of not being able to participate in this great thing, whatever this thing is?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's it's the question that drives us. What is all this? What is the realm? What what is the point of it all? Why are we doing like so many questions?
Dude, that's like my main thing since I started this whole shit. It's just questions, bro. This is actually fascinating to me that I'm able to look at the world like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is the sun? What the fuck is the moon? What the fuck are the clouds? What the fuck is everything going on around me? How does it actually work?
That sort of air of superiority of thinking that we know everything and I could just Google everything and we're on top of all the knowledge, and it was so boring. It was
Dude,
so
the ideology is so fallacious because who is the arbiter of truth, right? Who is the authority when it comes to truth? Who has the last say, and this is true, and that's it? And that doesn't exist.
exactly. Yeah.
We don't know what we don't know, do we? That's
exactly
the bottom line. So I agree with you, Fuzzy. Like, it frustrates me to hell and back the fact that claims are made like it's all put to bed. We know it all. This makes sense. This is how the sun. This is how far the sun is. This is how hot the sun is. This is how the sun works. You know, the fusion reaction or whatever the hell it is. It just makes me furious. The arrogance of mankind. When who the hell knows how it works? You know, like.
And
then when
the gullibility of people just accepting it.
Other subjects as well.
And then when the story changes, like when the distance to the sun all of a sudden becomes something else, they just go with it like, wait a minute. If it was wrong and they had to change it, that means what we thought was true was wrong. So is it possible that what we think is true now is wrong? So they just like, oh yeah, the story changes. Yeah, it's just true. It's just a better truth. Whatever the fuck that means.
It's the new true. Yeah, it's just the new true. But for the last 100 years, we told you the old true was true when it was actually false. The whole world has been running on that falsehood.
But that's how they frame it to begin with, is that now they're saying that science has improved things, but also that we've already built off of, are you saying that these people are wrong, or how dare you say that they're wrong? But also just, yeah, like,
I mean, to think like if authority isn't corruptible or something, like to merely question these so-called professionals, these scientists, how like these people, like they're like outraged when we question them, like when we talk shit about Neil deGrasse and the other idiot Bill fucking whatever the fuck his name is. Like these people, they act like these people, like they are the gatekeepers of whatever the truth is. Like they get whatever they say is because they get it from fucking God or something. I don't know.
yeah, they literally say that, science is built on, it's always constantly changing, so that they can literally reinvent new bullshit whenever they feel like, and there's nothing to stop it or change it. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm gonna go do some editing. So, peace, y'all.
I see you, bro.
Good to hear you, Fuzzy. Don't be a stranger, man.
Yeah, whenever I can.
going on, you pansies?
Hey, you spooked me. I didn't. I was sitting here, but I didn't realize I had my Discord volume that high. I just hear the rig coming in, calling us, asking, "What's up?"
How are you, Jay?
Pansies. Hey, what's up, bro?
Not too much, mate.
I can't think of the last time I used the word pansy. That is funny.
I was going to say something a bit more crude, but I don't know. I lightened it up a bit, and that's just what come to.
Yeah, it's been quiet for a little bit here, but there was deep convo happening earlier about fucking the system and how to make the system anew and what to do with all this corruption. It was a deep conversation for like about 2 hours straight there. I was listening while I was working and doing stuff, but it was good. It was good. A little bit of problem solving, a little bit of revealing some truths. Is there hope that we can purge the demons and be free?
Maybe.
But I mean, do you think that this entire creation is just designed to be go deeper into darkness, or to transform out of the darkness into light from here forward? At least something lighter.
Definitely needs to be lighter. Fucking, I'm arguing with my brother at the moment. Sorry, he's telling me this battery tray's on the wrong side. It's not. Fucking goose.
For what, a cell phone or something?
Nah, for a car, man. I welded up some holes and stuff on a car that he's repainting at the moment, and it's a pretty expensive car at that as well. But it didn't have, the battery tray was roasted out in it, and the guy had another one, so I took the old one off and put a new one on. And V8 cars have them on the right hand side. Straight sixes have. He's like, "Is this? Are you sure this is on the right?" I'm like, "Dude, look up the fucking engine bay. Don't even question what I'm doing." He's messaged me back. "Oh, you're right. No shit."
I got you.
Where is everyone, man? Privacy there or what? Come on, man.
Hey, hey, boys and girls.
Hey, what's up, Bansaw?
Hey, buddy. How you going?
What's going on, Bernie?
Hey, Rick. How you going, mate?
Good, buddy. Yourself?
Yeah, good, mate. Just got back from a afternoon of fishing.
Oh, look out. Did you bag out or what?
4 salmon.
Off
I'm
the
pretty
rocks or?
happy. Yeah, just off the beach, mate. Just off the beach. So
Nice.
I think the smallest I've got is about 2.5 kilo. It's probably the smallest I've got, and they go up to about 3 kilo
That's not
thereabouts.
too
So,
bad.
So they've been filleted, and they're going to go in the smoker. Smoke them up.
Lovely.
Yeah, we're looking for. So I'll smoke them. I'll smoke them tomorrow. It's getting a bit late now to get all that going and stuff. And now daylight savings is over too, which is a bit of a bummer. about yourself? How's the project coming along in the car? What are you?
So, what's happening? I'm aero capturing around a new planet for the first time.
What's that writing?
Not a lot.
Dude, I just did you see this David Weiss and Professor Dave debate?
No.
It was just done today.
David Weiss is that like older looking guy who often wears a like beret kind of thing?
I think he does wear one of those hats sometimes. Yeah. Actually, probably a lot of the time. Yeah. Yeah. Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, DITRH, is also his channel. He goes by Flat Earth Dave as well. Yeah, basically it was David Weiss and then this guy Professor Dave, who I don't know if you know who he is. So it's actually two Daves, David Weiss and Professor Dave. But I guess the Professor Dave guy is like I guess he is some kind of a teacher, I think he's like a science teacher. I don't know if it's high school or college level. I'm not sure actually, but he is some kind of teacher. But he's Professor Dave, that guy. He's done like, YouTube stuff, kind of going after Flat Earth and all the rest of it. Similar to kind of Fight the Flat Earth or MC2 and kind of somewhat similar style. And there's always stuff like, I guess, like I've heard like Globebuster shows where they're like going over his video and like all kinds of beef and ridicules back and forth and whatnot. But so he's got kind of a reputation, as it were, within all this. But anyway, so yeah, I guess
everybody does though. It's like, it's an insular community.
But he particularly has started. He particularly has gone after Globebusters. They've done all these like, response videos back and forth, and Globebusters has done like, hours on their show of going through his video and trying to debunk it one by one, and of course sprinkling it with ridicule and whatnot. At least the one I'm thinking of that they did, which I don't know. To me, it was not. It's like they were kind of dipping to his level or something to try, It's like he was making fun of them, and then they just wanted to come back and do it back. Thought it was kind of just a low blows on both ends. That particular one I'm talking about. But anyways, yeah. So I guess David Weiss did this interview, this debate with him today. It's on this channel called Sean Atwood, which it has like 700 or 685,000 subs. It's pretty cringe. Like they're kind of just making fun of each other, and I'll post it just since I brought it up.
Do you think there's something particularly about this debate or the people who are drawn to this debate from either side? And I want to preface this by saying I'm asking you this question because I think you're not one of these people, but and I do think I am. There's something that people are drawn to in this debate that is like to I don't know, fire or something.
Sorry, say it again.
Like a kind of aggression or argumentativeness in these debates. That, like, I mean, not just that it's in them. People are drawn to them who have that quality, and people who are here for longer develop that quality more.
Your mic just got super loud, by the way.
I haven't touched a thing. How bizarre!
I don't know what happened.
I get that feedback in Discord, but nowhere else.
It almost seemed like when you went closer to it, it got like 20 times louder.
Wow. Okay. Maybe I could have leant a bit closer. I might have leant to look at Rig's stream of this guy doing this sick burnout.
I'm actually watching it too. Yeah. Okay, so wait, what's the question? Is there something about this conversation that brings out more aggression? Is that what you're saying? Or kind of brings the ridicule or whatever? Oh yeah. What? Okay, so my opinion on that or one viewpoint on that is that, okay, in my viewpoint, the globe is a lie. So you have this kind of like demonic, satanic, whatever you want to call it, this like deep, dark, evil thing. And then, and I'll try not to do too long of a rant on this, but I'm just saying in general, you've got that. And then you've got these people defending it. And then you have these people calling it out and say, no, it's BS. And it's just like this huge trauma. It's like this multi-generational, multi-level trauma that everyone's just like in. And there's the people who defend it, and then there's the people who are the ones who are defending it are calling the other ones names. The ones who are saying, no, whatever, are calling the other ones names. So yeah, I do think that that's a factor for a lot of people, at least. Like that they get into the more heated, and the like all this like needing to call everybody stupid. Like I don't really think anyone's stupid in these discussions, honestly. I mean, yes, there's probably some that have higher intelligence than others in some ways, but it's not like one side is stupid. Like they're just different models. Like yes, there is like data that we can get from the environment, but like I don't think anyone who believes that globe Earth is stupid at all. In fact, many of them are very intelligent.
I must say, I was surprised to find the opposite. I was like, I thought it would just be full of dribbling retards. Before I'd found Discord, I was like, these people are going to be idiots. And then I come in and I'm like, no, these are some very smart, thoughtful people. I think we've got very different ideas about like, essentially, how do you decide what is good or bad evidence? But I mean, you guys have the same accusation of me, so it's not like either of us has a monopoly on that,
Yeah, I would agree. I'll be listening, but I just got to step away for a couple minutes.
Yeah, I'm about to land on Duna, so I got to concentrate. I'm going to aero brake in the... I really like this design. I think I might go into space again. It's such a fun thing to go to. I've never been to one of those, but I reckon I'd fucking love it. Choking down fumes for a day. This is a really good mission I've done. Really proud of this one. I usually fuck up everything, and this one's going quite well so far. Unless I've forgotten something crucial. Uh-oh. Oh my god, he sounds like oh my god. No chance. not how to do it. $30. Okay. So you've got time to do it now. Why not do it now? In fact, let's be bold and do it in the sun. Let's go, engineer. Wasn't that fast?
My God, watched about 20 minutes of that debate that you dropped, Geo, with David and David.
Yeah, man. I didn't know if I was
Oh,
watch it, but I've been watching about 20 minutes of it here.
oh my Lord, he is. Oh, I've got nothing nice to say about him, actually, to be honest with you. He has not conducted himself in a very nice way.
Totally unprofessional, toxic, vile,
Oh,
immature. I mean, it's a shit show. It's a full dumpster
yeah,
fire. I mean, he's just calling him every insult in the book, and oh
I
man,
know.
it's like really.
And, and if you look just on the on the actual the way he's conducting himself, David has absolutely smashed him in the first 20-25 minutes. Absolutely smashed him just by keeping his cool, conducting himself in a a gentlemanly kind of manner. He's just torn him to shreds. It is actually I didn't expect to see that actually. I'm quite surprised. Quite surprised.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be. I mean, when I said shit show, I just meant the insults, all the name calling. But yeah, I mean, I kind of watched the end of it, and it was like just constant name calling, and then the beginning. Yeah, I mean, they both kind of started off a little bit going at each other, but I would agree, Dave Weiss is being much more civil and collected, calm and collected.
Yeah, well, like I said, with the first 25 minutes that I kind of watched, and now I've turned it off because it's just like it ain't a debate. All you're doing is just hurling insults and ridicule and condescending comments every 2 seconds, with a couple of points thrown in here or there. It's just and I'm actually surprised that the moderators themselves have let it gone down that road. I would have expected more from the moderators to bring it back into line a little bit. Maybe that's what they want. I did hear them make a comment. This is a very American type debate where there's, just, insults kind of thrown back left, right, and center. Well, if it is, is that what you want to portray? Really?
Yeah, exactly. And it really just shows how when you don't moderate for that, because anybody who wants to do that, that's just what it's going to be. You know what I mean? Like if you don't moderate for it, then it's just just an all out, whatever you want to call it, just constant insults, just constant condescending, just
It's just hammer and tongs, really. Hammer and tongs, one after another. Like the guy can't open up his mouth without being a condescending prick, to be quite honest with you. That's what he is.
Yep. Well, like I was saying earlier, he definitely got under the skin of the Globebusters guys because, I remember at one point they were going back and forth and doing all these video rebuttals, and it was sort of like the Globebusters guys are usually civil, but I remember listening and going, "What is going on?" Because they were really, fighting back, with the same kind of stuff, So it's sort of like the potential for a character like that, the extreme condescending, ridicule thing, it's even more likely to get other people doing it, in response.
Mm-hmm. And this is one of their globe daddies. This fella here.
Right.
Who's David? Who's the globe daddy, David? I didn't know. I assumed the whole time you were talking about two flat earthers.
No, is it Professor Dave, Gio? Is that his name? Or his YouTube name, anyway? Professor Dave? Yeah. Yeah, one of your globe daddies writing.
Is he my globe daddy?
Yep.
Lucky him, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, if the Earth is a globe and it's just so, settled science and all the rest of it, and Galileo and Copernicus, it's all fantastic. You'd think that, a professor, well, this guy, apparently he said he has some degrees, but I guess he's not technically a professor, but I guess he calls himself that. He said he did do some teaching at one point, but yeah, I don't know. So he's kind of just taking that title. But you would think that somebody that...
If he's not a professor, that's a pretty big thing, I reckon.
What you're saying, if he's not technically a professor, and that's a big deal that he's lying about it?
Yeah, I think it's a protected term. Yeah, like doctor. You can't call yourself a doctor if you're not a doctor. Engineer, that kind of thing. Certain professions, it is illegal to represent to be one of them. Other ones you could get in trouble for fraud, for like saying you had a degree, but that's not a protected term, right? But I thought professor was.
Well, I'm not sure on that. I mean, I guess it stands for post-secondary academic instructor. Like, I don't know if it's quite like...
I would think it would have to be somebody who had taught and or conducted research at university. I don't know if it's going to be I guess it could be an awkward territory if it's like, well, it was a university, but it wasn't really a recognized one. It was just some sort of, whatever. Doesn't matter what specifically it is. Something that's other people don't recognize the university, paper mill kind of thing.
Well, you're right. I mean, there are certain terms like psychiatrist or, doctor. Yeah, so where you really have to get that specific title or whatever, and then you now have that. Professor, I think my general sense of it is that, like, if you have a master's or a PhD, and if you've taught, like you said, at whatever higher level type institution or whatever, then I guess you just are a professor at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Even though your degree is a master's or a PhD in, whatever it is, whatever actual field. Like if you got a master's in biochemistry, and then you wouldn't really be a professor unless you get hired at a university where you're teaching biochemistry, and now your master's degree or your PhD, qualifies you to be called a professor.
Having a PhD, I think, is just a doctor. I don't think it makes you professor. I think you have to both have a PhD, but also have taught in some capacity. Otherwise, it's sort of Dr. Dave, not Professor Dave.
Right.
I think you could still. I think it'd be like Colonel or something, where it'd still be like acceptable to call you that still after you've
left.